The servers of the game, World of Warcraft, Terra Rift, are about to be shut down, and everyone is selling their game equipment to cash in. This woman was willing to sell her house to get a loan to put money into this game. It was because in her previous life, this woman was cruelly betrayed by her own brother Yu Xuanhuan and became a villain in the game, eventually meeting a tragic end. The time came to February 21st, 2077, and the bustling city was still bustling under the bright lights. However, no one knew that a storm that could overturn the entire blue planet was quietly approaching. Yu Xuanga suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the luxurious chandelier on the ceiling of the hotel room, his eyes full of confusion and vigilance. According to her past life memories, she should have been nailed in the dungeon array and bled to death, but she was unexpectedly reborn and returned to this critical time point. At this time, it was less than a year before the game, World of Warcraft, Terra Rift, invaded Blue Star. This mysterious game combines cutting-edge technologies such as advanced virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. The virtual creatures in the game seem to have their own consciousness, and they can invade various devices in the real world through the internet. From precision robots to convenient means of transportation, nothing is spared. But beneath the surface of technology, ancient magical powers are also quietly surging. It turns out that the emergence of this mysterious game also seems to be related to ancient magic spells or mysterious magic items. With the invasion of the game, the unique magical abilities possessed by different races and forces are gradually getting out of control in the real world. Humans can team up with fantasy creatures such as elves, dwarves, and magicians. Now, the gears of fate are turning again. Yu Xuanga clenched his fists and vowed to change everything. Therefore, she decided to stay in Yu Xuanhuan's room tonight and make sure she was in control of the situation at all costs. She once thought whether she should wait until Yu Xuanhuan downloaded the game before letting him experience the pain of being knocked down. She was excited for a moment as she imagined his heart-wrenching regret when he learned the true meaning of the game a year later. She knew very well that the upcoming game beta test was the beginning of everything and the key to changing her fate. When the agreed time finally arrived, Yu Xuanga hurriedly opened the App Store and searched for World of Warcraft, Terra Rift. When she saw the red moon icon, a strange sense of peace surged in her heart, as if telling her, everything will be different in this life. Yu Xuanga was like a machine driven by time, racing against time. She was full of doubts, wondering how many people were playing the game tonight, and how much time those players who had quickly risen to prominence by relying on early internal testing had spent. At this moment, every second is priceless to her. She quickly skipped the opening cutscene and went straight to the character creation screen. When she entered the face-shaping stage, the default character image on the screen was 80% similar to her. In order to avoid being recognized, she decisively picked a face at random and finally chose a character that looked very different from her and randomly gave herself a name, Gyuan. The game is set in a world full of Western fantasy where confrontations between races and forces occur one after another. During the invasion of Blue Planet, various races formed an alliance, but humans had no chance to transform into other races. Yu Xuanga understood that although humans could not transform, she still carefully selected the race of her character. Each race has unique talents, and she hopes that through her character choices, she will be able to steal these valuable abilities. Thinking back to the various races he had faced before, Yu Xuanga couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. She knew that the undead were the opponents she least wanted to face. The undead had two extremely tricky talents. One is Will of the Undead. When health drops to 5, all attributes will be triggered to double. If it drops to 1 again, the attributes will double again. The second is Eating, recovering from injuries by eating flesh and blood. Faced with such an ability to reverse the situation, Yu Xuanga couldn't help but feel a chill. If the enemy's health is reduced to below 5, she may face an enemy whose health increases fourfold in an instant. Therefore, if she wants to defeat the undead, she must decisively launch an attack the moment the opponent's health drops to 6. Otherwise, a terrifyingly powerful opponent will be waiting for her. After choosing Undead as her race, her character's face instantly looked pale and thin, like a ghost. This world's already mature combat system seems to be a new beginning for the people of Blue Star. On the day of the game invasion, all humans were given a chance to draw a God-given talent. This is not only to balance the situation, but also an important opportunity for the rapid rise of the Blue Star people. As the character creation is completed, the picture instantly turns into a bright starry sky. Although it was only the size of a mobile phone screen, Yu Xuanga felt as if he was in the vast universe. At this moment, Yu Xuanga suddenly remembered himself in his previous life. It was precisely because of this skill that she was hunted down by the Su, Han, and Liang families, and was able to survive the pursuit of the three major forces. Although the level of this skill is not high, its power cannot be underestimated if used skillfully. Replacing the head of a family or the manager of a city, the power game involved made her yearn for it. However, in this life, she had the opportunity to choose again, so she naturally had to choose a better talent. Therefore, Yu Xuanga deleted the character without hesitation and prepared to create a new one. Rather than timing, the choice of talent is more critical. Yu Xuanga kept trying to create characters and draw talents, and if he was not satisfied, he would delete the account and start over. After deleting and rebuilding her account more than a dozen times, when she lit up the starry sky again, a bright moon flew towards her. Then, a voice sounded in her mind. Greedy, restrained, and good at disguise, you are qualified to walk the earth on behalf of the god of thieves. Thief god, you can steal everything in the world, including items, attributes, talents, and even life. A thief should reject greed, but the thief god loves stealing as if it were his own life. At this moment, Yu Xuanga chose the god-stealing talent without hesitation, because in her previous life, in the second year of the game Invasion, almost 80% of the information on the top 100 list of combat power was stripped away by props or talents, while the remaining 20 people were hidden perfectly. However, among the 80 people who were exposed, only 2 had S-level talents, and they ranked among the top 100. What made Yu Xuanga excited was that these 2 people had a close connection with Yu Xuanhuan. One was Yu Xuanhuan's brother, and the other was his second wife. This level of God-given talent seems destined to be exclusive to the male and female protagonist team. When Yu Xuanga finally decided to choose this talent to enter the game, the clock had already pointed to 4 in the morning. Ever since she drew the S-level talent, her heartbeat has been like an ignited flame that is difficult to calm. The game character appeared in a prosperous but gloomy city. The pedestrians coming and going around were pale. It was obviously the main city of the undead. In addition to basic attributes, her attribute panel also includes more detailed advanced attributes such as critical hit rate, cooldown reduction, etc. But she was penniless at the time, and the most important thing right now was to find a way to make money and learn skills. Yu Xuanga walked straight towards a little man with a question mark on his head. After communicating with him, he got the task of cleaning up the city rats, and the reward was 10 copper coins. Although she doesn't play games often, she always pays attention to efficiency in doing things. So she quickly walked around the city and took on all the tasks she could, from killing rats to delivering letters, to running errands for people to buy corpse worm bread. Her task list quickly filled up. On the way to deliver the letter, he killed a few mice. On the way to buy worm bread, he bought wine for the blacksmith. In just 1 hour, she completed 17 tasks and earned 2 silver coins and a worn cloth bag, a space package with 6 grids that could stack up to 99 items of the same kind. However, the most important gains were not these. Rather than completing the mission, it would be more accurate to say that she was doing the mission while wandering the streets. Whenever she encountered an NPC using the God-stealing talent, she would secretly pay attention. Although the success rate was only 10%, after an hour of effort, she stole from more than 100 NPCs but only succeeded 3 times. Did my luck run out today when I drew the God of Thieves talent? She thought to herself. Her luck value was 8, but she only succeeded 3 times. Despite this, her harvest was still rich. Rune Backpack, a bag of money, 1 agility. Among them, the Rune Backpack is an exquisite palm-sized backpack with 24 slots. She quickly equipped it, and in addition to the 1 equipment slot, there were 2 package slots. This way, all items can be stored safely and easily brought into the real world later. I opened a bag of money and found 18 gold coins inside. This was a pleasant surprise. The exchange rate of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins was 1. Thinking about her previous life, she lived for 3 years and did a lot of immoral things with her skills, but there were only more than 300 gold coins in her account, which shows how precious gold coins are. After completing all the tasks, she did not take any new tasks, but went straight to the destination to learn skills. Nowadays, game time is limited. If you want to rise quickly, you must master skills as soon as possible. She knew clearly that those players who got ahead of others in the previous life were able to gain a place on the top 100 list because they learned skills from aliens during the internal test period. Now that she had money in her account, Yu Xuanga rushed to her destination. There are only 2 professional skill bars on her character panel, which means she can only learn 2 professions, but her life skills are not restricted. On the way, she took the opportunity to learn all the life skills she could find: cooking, elementary, fishing, elementary, first aid, elementary, Almost instantly, she transformed from someone who couldn't cook to an excellent cook. The food she made using her cooking skills could actually improve its attributes. Although the improvement was not significant, she still spent 1 gold coin without hesitation and learned all the recipes that could be learned. The first aid skill can make bandages, but Blue Star's modern medicine is not inferior in this regard. However, it is always good to learn something, which is better than nothing. She walked into the potion shop without hesitation, spent 5 gold coins to learn basic alchemy, and directly unlocked 8 potion recipes. She exclaimed, "These potion recipes could have been sold for 500 gold coins in my previous life." Of the remaining 13 gold coins, she did not hesitate to learn all the alchemy formulas that could be learned in elementary alchemy. In the end, there were only 6 gold coins left in the account. She quickly walked to the herbalist shop and bought the herbs she needed to make a primary healing potion. In large cities, the materials for this basic potion are not expensive. A minor healing potion costs 1 silver coin, while the herbs required to make the potion only cost 50 copper coins. She spent 4 gold coins to buy 400 herbs for primary healing potions and 400 herbs for primary mana potions, and used the remaining money to buy 3 herbs for primary invisibility potions. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and Yu Shuinga was penniless again. She had less than 4 hours of game time before the server was shut down. In her previous life, she had learned a blueprint. Although it was just a useless potion, once the Blue Star people learned the blueprint, they would master the refining method in their minds. Just recall the blueprint, like playing a refining video in your mind. And now, the character is still in the game. She only needs to click on the refining process, and the progress bar will move quickly. She can refine a bottle of medicine in less than 1 second. Without thinking, Yu Shuinga ran to the crucible in the corner of the potion shop and started refining. She used all her strength to refine all 800 herbs. Failures may occur occasionally during the initial refining process, but as proficiency increases, failures almost disappear. Today, her bag contains 397 bottles of minor healing potions, 392 bottles of minor mana potions, and 3 minor invisibility potions. During this process, she never stopped for a moment. Occasionally, when a strange customer came into the store, she would stop what she was doing and steal something. After all this effort, the level of alchemy quickly rose to the intermediate level, and I could finally learn new recipes. But at this time, she was faced with the problem of having no money, so she had to resort to borrowing secretly again. She can sell all potions except the invisibility potion to the potion shop owner. Although the selling price is 1 silver coin, the purchase price is only 80 copper coins. Even if she sold them all, it would only be over 6 gold coins, and to upgrade alchemy from elementary to intermediate level, she would need 100 gold coins. It seems that she can only transform herself into a street wanderer again and continue looking for opportunities in this dark city as a thief. Yu Shuinga strolled leisurely around the main city of the undead. He would not let go of any patrolling guards he saw and would sneak up on them when they got close. Her stealing distance is 1 meter, and as long as she can get close to the target, there is almost nothing she can't do. She even let the game character sneak up on the skinny beggar in the corner and touch him. What if I run into some hidden master? She muttered to herself. Yu Shuinga hung around from 6 in the morning until 7 when he finally stopped. There were still more than 2 hours left before the game was shut down. She counted the results of the battle. In addition to gaining some physical fitness, she also had a level 40 purple bow in her hand. This was something she stole from the innkeeper. Hey, purple equipment. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, but without any hesitation, she immediately controlled the character to walk to the weapon shop and sold the bow and arrow at a low price. The owner of the weapon shop obviously knew what was good. When he saw the bow and arrow, he kept complaining that the equipment was too risky and he couldn't afford it. But Yu Shuinga knew it very well. How could it be so exaggerated? She bargained down the price from 3,000 gold coins to 1,000 gold coins, as calmly as a well-trained veteran. No matter how many times the other party's dialogue box popped up, the price she entered always remained at 1,000. She knew that this kind of equipment was very hot, and it would be a blessing to sell it. Any delay would be a waste of precious time. 5 minutes later, when Yu Shuinga was about to take another step back, a notification of successful transaction suddenly popped up. She smiled, quickly controlled her character to run back to the alchemy instructor, and spent 100 gold coins without hesitation. She upgraded her alchemy to the intermediate level and then spent more than 200 gold coins to unlock all the recipes she could learn. Her next stop was the goblin living area, where she found a goblin engineer who was shorter than her knees and studied engineering. This was not an impulsive choice on her part, but the result of careful consideration. Especially for someone like her who values time, Engineering has endless uses. Basic engineering can be used to make guns, bullets, and explosives, the practicality of which is incomparable to ordinary equipment. She also knew where to get the blueprints for the repair robot, but the prerequisite was that she had to upgrade her engineering to the advanced level. Yu Shuanga quickly took out the money and lit up engineering. Then, she bought materials for making guns, bullets, and explosives, and skillfully made 10 guns, 5 bullets, and 100 packs of low-quality explosives on the goblin's workbench. Her engineering grade quickly rose to intermediate level. After upgrading again, she learned all the drawings that could light up without hesitation. In the end, she spent all the remaining 300 gold coins in her pocket on herbs, filling up the space in her backpack. After this series of operations, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu Shuanga looked up and saw Yu Xuanhuan still snoring on the bed not far away, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The sound of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo talking could be faintly heard outside the door. Yu Shuanga walked into Yu Xuanhuan's bathroom, turned on the faucet, and created the illusion that he was taking a shower. Then she returned to the bed and controlled the little man to walk straight to the center of the city of the dead. There, the luxurious palace where the lord of the city of the dead lived. The long-term wars between alien races made Yu Shuanga clearly realize that in this world, strength is supreme. There is no such thing as an incompetent noble in novels who relies on luck to get to the top. The throne of the city lord is won through hard work. Although she didn't know exactly how many cities the alien race had or how the classes were divided, she understood one thing. Those who could become the lord of a city were definitely top-notch strongmen. The little man she controlled was stopped by the guards outside the palace. A dialogue box popped up, and Yu Shuanga typed, "There is a problem with the anchor point." When she was selling purple weapons before, she discovered that the system automatically translated her conversations with the undead. The guard seemed unmoved, but soon her second input caught the attention of a higher-ranking soldier, and this time, she was led into the palace. At the top of the palace, the undead city lord in black armor stared at her coldly. A dialogue box popped up. "You said there's a problem with the anchor point?" Yu Shuanga input, "Yes, I am willing to guarantee the authenticity of this news with my life, but I need a reward." Yu Shuanga waited calmly, knowing in her heart that the other party might have treated her as a dead person. But precisely because she was already a dead object in the other party's eyes, the city lord did not deal with her immediately. Not long after, the sergeant came over and handed her an item. She opened it and saw 100 gold coins. Yu Shuanga couldn't help but be secretly shocked and felt quite disappointed. She thought she could get the equipment, but she was not picky. After all, it was just a good opportunity to get some free stuff. She continued typing, "This is confidential. I am only willing to reveal it to the city lord." Yu Shuanga tried to control the little man to get closer to the city lord. The level of the undead city lord was as high as 99. She, who was only level 1, was just an ant in his eyes, but no one stopped her from approaching. The screen suddenly went dark as if it had no power. Yu Shuanga looked up at the clock on the wall and saw that the hour hand was pointing to 9 o'clock. 7 hours had passed. Suddenly, the phone made a crackling sound. The screen quickly shattered, and the internal parts were damaged. Within just a few seconds, it caught fire. She hurriedly threw the phone to the ground, and it turned into a wisp of black smoke, as if it had never existed. Then, a backpack, a tattered cloth bag, and a bag with gold coins printed on it suddenly appeared on the ground. A familiar, character panel also appeared in her mind. When Yu Shuanga saw the glaring word S-level, his eyes instantly became hot. Even though the talent was incomplete, 3 of the 5 glowing skills were bright, which meant that none of the talents she stole were useless. She suppressed her inner excitement, glanced at Yu Xuanhuan who was still sleeping, and just wanted to laugh out loud. Then, she carefully stuffed the backpack into her clothes, feeling the amount of gold coins in the purse. Then she picked up Yu Xuanhuan's phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, confirmed that the game was not on his phone, covered him with a quilt, and quietly left the room. Downstairs, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo were busy in the kitchen. Yu Shuanga stood on the stairs, quietly listening to Yi Qiuguo complaining about why Yu Qingshan agreed to put the villa under her name, while Yu Qingshan was analyzing that Yu Shuanga could make a lot of money and a villa was just a small thing. She listened for a while and returned to her room expressionlessly. When she opened her panel again, what she saw made her lose her composure instantly. The thief of the god of thieves can also be the thief of the robbers. This one-time skill is still on. Her breathing began to quicken and her heart beat faster and faster. Could it be that the death of a game character means the end of one's life? If so, does that mean she can use this incredible skill once more? Yu Shuinga closed her eyes and tried to take a deep breath, but she couldn't calm down. She had never been so grateful for her decisive choice. As expected of a top-level gifted thief, she murmured softly, a hint of a smile on her lips. After calming down, she clicked on the new God-given talent, immortality. This means that as long as she is not completely destroyed, she has a chance to come back from death at least once a year. This is undoubtedly the talent she is most satisfied with. My life is too hard this time, Yu Shuinga whispered. A hint of coldness passed through her eyes, and the names of her enemies flashed through her mind, as if they had all turned into dust under her feet. She opened her backpack and found that her potions, weapons, and gold coins were all there, and even the talent of the undead race was unexpectedly blocked by her. If she still loses after such a start, she can only say, it's what she deserves. Standing outside on the street, she realized that her phone had turned to ashes. So I put on a mask and took my ID card to apply for a new phone card. Although she is in the entertainment industry, she is just a third-tier star. When she walks on the street, at most she will be recognized and take a few photos, but it will not cause a crowd. I bought a new cell phone and just inserted the new phone card when Lu Zhonglu called me. Yu Shuinga heard the anger in the other person's voice, but pretended to be unaware and simply asked for 3 days off. Lu Zhonglu on the other end of the phone was stunned by her frankness, and his tone was stuck for a moment. You don't want to be in this circle anymore? Yu Shuinga sighed softly. Give me 3 days. I really need to rest. Let's have a drink together in 3 days? The last sentence instantly dissipated Lu Zhongliu's anger. Thinking that Yu Shuinga would give an explanation to Mr. Lu in 3 days, he suppressed his anger and said, Okay, then you should have a good rest, and don't hold anything in. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shuinga drove out of the city. She recalled how she was discovered by a scout and entered the entertainment industry when she was a sophomore. Now she is 26 years old. Although she is only a little famous, she makes money quickly and does not have extravagant lifestyle. Even if she gave more than 70 million yuan to her parents and younger brother gradually, she still had more than 80 million yuan in her account. Even if she doesn't work, this money will be enough for her to spend for a lifetime. But she knew that the money would depreciate rapidly after the game invasion. As time goes by, more and more monsters are coming into the world, and there are more and more copies. Real currency will soon be replaced by gold, silver, and copper coins in the game. In her previous life, she witnessed all of this happen. She thought about this day in her previous life, when she was almost sent to the bald boss bed by Lu Zhonglu, but she still went to show Yu Xuanhuan the villa. But what she never expected was that a copy entrance would appear in the basement of the villa she gave to Yu Xuanhuan. I was really blind in my previous life? Yu Shuinga sneered in his heart. If real estate today is a symbol of wealth, then after the game is invaded, having an entrance to a dungeon unknown to outsiders is like holding a treasure mountain. The copy is a time-space gate for the advanced troops sent by alien races. Having an entrance to the copy that only oneself knows about is equivalent to having exclusive access to all the resources in it. Today, her goal is to buy this villa and register it under her own name. By noon, she had already settled the matter of the villa, and the formalities were handled neatly and efficiently. She went straight to the flower and bird market, bought a thrush, packed a few dishes on the way, and returned to the new villa under her name. As soon as she entered the door, she deleted all the records of Yu Qingshan, Yi Qiuhua, and Yu Xuanhuan's fingerprints and facial recognition in the door lock system without hesitation. After sitting down, he opened the packed food and broke the thrush's neck. Without any hesitation, she activated the skill. Only dead people will be obedient. Almost instantly, she felt a strange connection between herself and the thrush. As soon as she thought about it, the bird's tilted head straightened in an unnatural way, and then it suddenly spread its wings and flew up, as if an invisible hand was controlling it. Closing his eyes, Yu Shuinga saw the world from the perspective of the thrush. The huge living room, the empty sofa, everything was in sight. She ordered the thrush to fly around the room, and after confirming that everything was normal, she continued to eat and clean the room. She had never lived in this villa before, because she always wanted to live with her so-called family. But from today on, this is her own territory. She drove out again and bought some daily necessities and clothes. During the trip, she controlled the thrush to fly over the car. Before going to bed at night, she gave an order, fly non-stop, don't stop. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Yu Shuinga checked his mana and found that he had 20 points left. She spent 80 mana points to control a thrush to fly for 12 hours. So what if she controlled an adult? She pondered. On this day, she cleverly dealt with Yi Qiuhua's hint that you already have a house, but your brother still needs one. After returning to the villa, she sorted all the guns, bullets, and explosives into storage boxes and stacked them in a compartment of her gaming backpack. In order to ensure that she could take out the potion at any time, she also ordered a medicine cabinet used in a Chinese pharmacy and classified the herbs, healing potions, and mana potions one by one. Each drawer is labeled with the name of the herb, and the potions are neatly placed at the bottom. Only 5 of the 30 backpack slots are now in use: primary healing potion, primary mana potion, primary invisibility potion, inferior shotgun, and storage box. She looked around, determined in her heart. She had missed too many opportunities in her previous life, and this time, she would never let anyone or anything stop her from moving forward. Yu Xuanga used his disguise skills and used cash to go to the store to buy various tools: crossbows, long swords, electric batons, and other weapons needed for alchemy. After the disguise, not only her appearance and height changed, but even her hairstyle became shorter. The completely unfamiliar face in the mirror made her sigh that gaming talent was beyond any scientific explanation in the real world. Throughout the day, she also tested more features of the skill. Only dead people will be obedient. She found that the mana consumed in controlling the dead to remain still was almost negligible. When she commanded the dead thrush to stay quietly on the table, only 2 mana points were consumed for 12 hours. However, the bird's corpse had begun to emit a faint stench. It seems that although this skill can make the dead move, it cannot prevent the natural decay of the corpse. As it grew darker, Yu Xuanga drove to a shopping mall near Lu Hongxing's home. She used the thief god's innate skill, Armor Come, in the restroom of the mall and instantly disguised herself as another person. She changed into the clothes prepared in her backpack, adjusted her posture, and walked out of the cubicle. Seeing the completely unfamiliar self in the mirror, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This gaming talent is truly unparalleled." At this time, her thrush had been following Lu Hongxing, observing his movements since he got off work. Although he did not return to the villa tonight, Yu Xuanga didn't care about it. She had only one thought in her mind: to execute the plan. She took a taxi to the apartment building where Lu Hongxing lived and rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was a charming woman wearing a sexy suspender pajamas. She looked at her indifferently and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my boss, Lu Hongxing, to report some urgent work matters," Yu Xuanga said in a serious tone, with professional calmness in his tone. The woman nodded and motioned for her to enter the house. It seems that she is no stranger to this kind of emergency work. There was a sound of water coming from the bedroom, and Lu Hongxing was obviously taking a shower. Yu Xuanga smiled and said, "I'll wait for him in the study, okay? Just tell him that there's an agent named Lu who wants to see him for something important, and he'll understand." The woman seemed to have a mild temper. She led her into the study and even kindly poured her a glass of water. Yu Xuanga stood behind the door, took out the electric baton from the space, and held it in his hand. His heartbeat began to accelerate, but he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with excitement. She knew that she might be born to be adventurous. In her previous life, when she wandered between life and death countless times, what she felt was never pain, but a thrilling pleasure. Soon, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and the sound of a man and a woman talking could be faintly heard. A moment later, the door of the study was pushed open and a familiar figure appeared in front of her. In a flash, Yu Xuanga slammed the door shut with his left hand, and without hesitation, he pressed the electric baton in his right hand against Lu Hongxing's neck. The moment the electric current hit him, Lu Hongxing fell down with convulsions all over his body. Yu Xuanga had a blank expression on his face. He adjusted the power of the electric baton to maximum and continued to press it tightly against Lu Hongxing's heart until he was motionless. 5 minutes later, she glanced coldly at Lu Hongxing's body and tried to activate the skill. Only dead people will be obedient. The next second, Lu Hongxing's eyes slowly opened and his gaze was dull. Yu Xuanga smiled lightly, and with a thought, she controlled Lu Hongxing to stand up and escort her out of the study according to her instructions. Under the gaze of the charming woman, Lu Hongxing said goodbye to Yu Xuanga with a smile, and everything seemed normal. Yu Xuanga got on the car to the mall, and his disguise skill had 17 minutes left. She closed her eyes and continued to manipulate Lu Hongxing to say goodbye to the woman. She then sent a text message to Lu Zhenglu, asking her to meet in the company office. At this time, Lu Zhenglu was buying drinks in the supermarket, thinking about how to arrange Yu Xuanga's drinking plan tomorrow, so that Lu Hongxing could take action and clear himself. Yu Xuanga had actually always been good to her, giving her a high salary and good benefits, and he did not abandon her even after he became famous, but her request for a share of the profits was never met. However, the conditions offered by Lu Hongxing were too tempting. As long as Yu Xuanga is under control, she can be used to please the partners in the future. Not only can Lu Zhenglu get a share of the profits, but Lu Hongsheng also promises to let her guide several new talent shows. Just as she was imagining the future, a text message from Lu Hongsheng popped up on her phone. Lu Zhenglu had no doubts at all. After all, such matters were usually discussed face-to-face and no evidence would be left behind. After returning to the company, Lu Zhenglu also ordered midnight snacks for the young people who were working overtime, acting like a considerate agent. When she walked into Lu Hongsheng's office, she was humming a little tune happily. However, Yu Xuanga had already set up the plan. She had no interest in manipulating corpses to interact with enemies. After Lu Zhenglu walked into the office, she instructed Lu Hongsheng to quietly put a knife into Lu Zhengliu's hands. Lu Zhenglu looked at this sudden action blankly, not being able to react at all. This? The next moment, Lu Hongsheng held her hand tightly with his cold hand and ruthlessly stabbed the knife into his own abdomen. Lu Zhenglu was so terrified that he even forgot to scream. She watched helplessly as Lu Hongsheng used his already cold hands to force her to hold the knife handle, and blood slowly flowed out from the blade and slid through her fingers. Lu Hongsheng howled in pain and ran out, covering his bleeding abdomen. The panicked Lu Zhenglu had no time to think at all. Everything seemed like a dream. At this time, Yu Xuanga already felt his mana rapidly draining away, with 1 point consumed almost every minute, and now only the last 3 points were left. She gritted her teeth to ensure that Lu Hongsheng could complete the next action smoothly. Lu Hongsheng ran wildly in front of many interns, dragging his bloody body, and finally ran to the window. After making sure that there was no one downstairs, he jumped down. Yu Xuanga covered his dizzy head. After his magic power was exhausted, his mind went blank. Although she carried a mana potion with her, now that she was in her own home, she decided to let her mana restore automatically. She can recover 1 point per minute, and it will be fully recovered in more than 3 hours. If she continues to eat meat, she will be even faster, recovering 5 mana and health points per minute. The next morning, Yu Xuanga was awakened by a sudden doorbell ring. She opened the door and found a security guard and a pair of police officers standing outside. She quickly controlled the thrush to fly outside the house to stand guard, but with just the right amount of surprise on her face, she invited the police into the house. "Excuse me, do you know the relationship between Lu Hongsheng and Lu Zhenglu?" the police asked. Yu Xuanga pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I know. I also know that Lu Zhenglu once tried to plot against me." She knew that pretending to be clueless would only arouse more suspicion. Her recent uncharacteristic behavior, continuous leave, and living alone in a villa, once investigated, would inevitably put her in trouble, so she decided to take the initiative to disclose some information. The policeman did not show any obvious reaction, but continued to question for a few minutes before leaving. Just before they left, Yu Xuanga asked casually, "Did they commit any crime? This falls within the scope of investigation. Please wait patiently for notification." The police gave a standard answer. Yu Xuanga has always trusted Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua because of the experience a few years ago. At that time, she had just started her acting career, and her parents were in a not-so-serious car accident and had to stay in the hospital for more than half a month. Although she didn't rush back until the third day, her brother Yu Xuanhuan had been by their side taking care of them, which made her feel full of guilt and self-blame. However, on that day, her parents suddenly took out all their savings, 5 million, and handed it to her solemnly. "The accident happened too quickly. We don't know how long Mom and Dad can live. It's better to clarify some things as soon as possible," Yu Qingshan said earnestly. "We have given you all the money in the family. You will be the pillar of the family in the future." Therefore, in the following years, she often restrained herself. Although she gave away half of her earnings, she always remained calm and kept some in reserve. She once thought that she was too cold-blooded. After all, her parents had given her all their trust and savings, but she had kept something from them. It was not until the third year of the game invasion, when she was hunted down by the Su family and had nowhere to go, that she discovered the true secret of the Yu family. At that time, holding the idea that the most dangerous place is the safest place, she chose to hide back in the Yu family, but unexpectedly discovered a secret room at home. The Yu family had already bought 2 connected floors of a large flat in the city center, and even the house next door was the property of the Yu family. That room was used to store the Yu family's most precious treasures. The utility room was directly connected to the Yu family's own study and was used as a secret room. The secret room was filled with heavy gold bars, a full 300 kilograms. In addition, there were 13 boxes filled with various cultural relics, calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and jewelry. Yu Xuanga was shocked beyond words. Yu Qingshan has always presented himself as an ordinary professor, and on the surface he looks no different from an ordinary person. She never thought that the real wealth of the Yu family was inherited from the old Yu family through her father when the Yu family split up, and she was kept in the dark about this wealth for 3 years. The 300 kilograms of gold alone are worth more than 70 million, not to mention the antiques and collectibles that are priceless. But at that time, her parents told her that 5 million was all their assets, claiming that everything was given to her, and they only trusted her. Yu Shuinga held his head, his heart beating violently, and the pain was unbearable. She kept reminding herself to stay calm, not to be anxious, and not to blame herself, because they were too powerful. However, the more Yu Shuinga told herself this, the more her tears flowed. She knew that from this moment on, she could no longer trust anyone. Parents' seemingly warm entrustment is nothing but a carefully woven lie. If her loved ones could betray her so easily, how could she trust others? Yu Shuinga took a long breath and opened her eyes. She couldn't wait that long. She had to get those things tonight, or she might not be able to sleep well. She immediately drove out and went to the SF Express station to buy several of the largest cardboard boxes. After taking them home, she put them together and stuffed them neatly into the compartments of her backpack. Then, she drove to Yu's house openly. At this time, the news of Lu Hongxing jumping off the building had spread in the company group. She simply said a few words to Yu Qingshan and returned to her room in a bad mood. Ichiogwa wanted to say something several times but stopped herself, and finally couldn't help but call her, Sungu, your brother will bring his girlfriend back tomorrow to visit our home. Do you know? She is the youngest daughter of the Su family. Yu Shuinga forced a smile. Then you have to perform well. She caught a glimpse of Yu Xuanhuan from the corner of her eye, and seeing the slightly frowned look on his face, she couldn't help feeling nauseous. She never understood why Yu Xuanhuan described in the book actually regarded her as a paranoid sister who had abnormal feelings for him. Yu Shuinga believes that he has never crossed any boundaries, but the self described in the book seems to be a complete madman. She sneered in her heart and attributed it to the fact that the book was written to allow the male protagonist to stand on the moral high ground, so that he had to reluctantly kill a sister who was sincere to him and take the opportunity to seize her talent. All of this is just to pave the way for the male protagonist and make him appear pure and innocent. Yet she could see it all too clearly. He wanted her gift, so she had to die. Those descriptions that stigmatize her are just to make the male protagonist's behavior seem reasonable. Did Yu Xuanhuan really think that she regarded him as her own property? Who was the pervert? Yu Shuinga suppressed his nausea and agreed with Ichiogwa on a few words, deliberately not mentioning the matter of buying a house. But she was really curious. Su Beige is an award-winning actor. The Su family must be very rich, right? Can they really accept our family? Her doubts came from the heart, no acting required. Yu Shuinga asked in doubt. A wealthy family like the Su family, with assets worth at least tens of billions, can they really accept Yu Xuanhuan as a son-in-law? When mentioning this, Ichiogwa's expression stiffened slightly, and his voice lowered. So, you already have a house. Can you buy one for your brother as well? It will be a good addition to your wedding, and then you can transfer it back to your name after the wedding. Hearing this, Yu Shuinga held back his laughter and spread his hands in a helpless manner. I really have no money. Yu Shuinga said, I had invested all my savings in a project before. My friend said that the project would make a lot of money. That's why I came back that day and celebrated with my brother. When I make money, I will definitely buy another one, but I really have no money now. Yu Shuinga said. Ichiogwa was obviously moved by these words, and the anger on her face dissipated. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something else, but in the end she looked at Yu Qingshan in silence. Yu Shuinga knew that it was Yu Qingshan's turn to appear on the scene, but she didn't want to listen anymore, so she smiled and suggested, how about we sell my house and use the money to pay the down payment? They fell silent. Yu Shuinga sighed and pretended to be not doing well in his career. After briefly complaining about his agent's accident, he returned to his room with a sad face. When she passed the study, she deliberately opened the door, walked in and stuffed the white-boned thrush into a hidden corner. She had long since removed the meat from the bird, and now only a small skeleton remained. She picked up a book casually and just walked out of the study. She ran into Yu Qingshan standing outside the door, still with a kind smile on his face. But Yu Shuinga knew in her heart that he was just preventing her from discovering the secret of the study. She returned to her room expressionlessly and began doing bodyweight exercises on the carpet, while keeping a close eye on the thrush. She has not added the 5 attributes after the upgrade because some attributes can be improved through training. After exercising for an hour, Yu Shuinga took a shower. then sat down and began to record the secret information he knew in his previous life. Before she died, she knew that she was a vicious female supporting character in a novel about a male son-in-law. But after her rebirth, she had no clear idea about the specific plot in the book and only remembered the introduction of the character that had had a great impact on her. She is no longer the innocent person who is easily blinded by family affection. Tonight, her plan must succeed. Chapter 8. Clearing out the Yu family assets. Yu Xuanga meditated with her back against the bedroom door until 3 a.m. when she heard some noise outside the door. She immediately connected her vision to the thrush. After waiting for a while, Yu Qingshan appeared at the door of the study. He first rotated the middle of one of the legs of the desk, then stood on a chair, fumbled at the top of the bookcase for a while, and finally moved out all the books on the third layer of the bookcase and fiddled with it in the corner of the third layer. At this point, the bookcase opens to both sides, revealing an entrance that is wide enough for one person to pass through. After a while, Yu Qingshan came out holding a vase. After repeating the process in reverse, he closed the bookcase and carefully put the books back in place one by one. Just after Yu Qingshan returned to his room, Yu Xuanga got up almost immediately. There were no surveillance cameras in other places in the Yu family, but she didn't know if there would be any in the treasure room. To be on the safe side, she changed her clothes, put on gloves, and used her camouflage skills to transform herself into Yu Xuanhuan before walking lightly into the study. As long as you know the location and the sequence of the mechanisms, you can always try it out, and soon the wardrobe is opened. Yu Xuanga walked in quickly, leaving a thrush watching the door and chirping at any movement. After walking 2 meters, I arrived at another room. This should be the secret room converted from the utility room next door. This room had no door and seemed to have been sealed off intentionally, leaving only a passage leading to the study. The room was about the same size as the study and was filled with wooden boxes. She had seen these wooden boxes in her previous life. At that time, she had become a wanted criminal and had been on the run for nearly half a year, sleeping in the open air. But Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa were busy moving the treasures they had accumulated for half their lifetime into the living room, preparing to move into the new villa that Yu Xuanhuan had bought for them the next day. There was only joy and pride on their faces. Yu Xuanga took out the same cardboard box that he had prepared long ago, put the things in the wooden box into the cardboard, then pressed the cardboard, and with a thought, he stacked them into the space package, leaving only empty wooden boxes on the ground. After doing all this, she closed the secret room, returned to her room contentedly, changed her clothes, removed her disguise, and lay down with a smile. Finally, I can have a good sleep. On that day, Yu Xuanga got up early and went out for a run to exercise. She must be there when Su Yitong comes today. Because Su Yitong is also an internal test player, as the main wife of the male protagonist, how could she be bad? Although I don't understand why a rich girl would download a game without any promotion in the middle of the night. She could only guess whether it was because Yu Xuanhuan was playing at the time. So Su Yitong downloaded the game in order to play with her boyfriend? Or was it because she was lucky to be the heroine? During this period, the company called to inform her that the role she had played for less than 3 days was given to someone else. Yu Xuanga didn't care. She had more important things to do than the entertainment industry. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yu Xuanhuan brought Su Yitong to the door. Yu Xuanga had already hidden the hatred in her heart. She could even laugh when she saw Su Yitong. She admired herself, but there was nothing more. She couldn't say any flattering words. Even though her brother always said that he had a hard life in the Su family in his previous life, she couldn't please the Su family for her brother. She wasn't the one who would become the son-in-law. In the previous life, when Su Yitong came to her house, she was feeling upset because of Lu Hongxing's matter. She didn't know what happened to her in Su Yitong's eyes. It was probably because of her uneasy mood that day that when Yu Xuanhuan led her to believe that she was a sister who had abnormal feelings for her younger brother, Su Yitong believed it so easily. Today, Yu Xuanga had a blessing smile on his face the whole time, and even stole a glance at Su Yitong during the toast. Very good. Although she didn't steal it, she did use the skill. She can still clearly sense when it cannot be used or when it fails to be used. It seems that Su Yitong is already a player. Yu Xuanga stole 3 more times, and only stopped when his own health was reduced to 40. He succeeded once. When it seemed that the theft was successful, Yu Xuanga took the opportunity to check what he had stolen while lowering his head to eat. Be lucky. Su Yitong was a healer in her previous life. She thought that the attribute she could steal today would probably be intelligence, but she didn't expect that Su Yitong's highest attribute was actually luck, which couldn't be increased. And luck could also be stolen? Maybe at the beginning, Yu Xuanga was just using skills to waste blood in order to make things difficult for her enemies. But now she has made up her mind that even if she has to drink medicine, She must steal luck from Su Yidong until she can no longer steal it. This is extremely rare. No, it can even be said that this may be her only chance to steal some luck. Luck is the highest value in the attribute panel, which is already rare. After that, everyone starts to gain attribute points after upgrading, and the first level is 5 attribute points. If you just add your own advantageous attributes casually, this situation will basically not happen again. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't be impatient. She couldn't compare to the Su family in terms of power now. Although because of the passive effect of the God of Thieves, even if she stole Su Yidong's things at the moment, Su Yidong would only remember that he lost his things a day later. But the Su family is too powerful, and she will not only steal Su Yidong's things, but also Yu Xuanhuan and his brother's things. Every time the things are lost, Yu Xuanga will be present for a long time the day before, and she will secretly leave for a short time from time to drink healing potions. This is a flaw that can easily arouse suspicion. Naturally, one must be careful about this kind of thing from the first time one steals it, as Yu Xuanga never believes in luck. So for the next hour, Yu Xuanga acted as a mascot, saying a few words of blessing from time to time. Soon, after the meal, when several people sat down to chat, Yu Xuanga controlled the thrush to call his own cell phone with his spare phone, and then pretended to go out for work and left. She took the elevator downstairs and drove out of the community in broad daylight under surveillance. Half an hour later, Yu Xuanga, who had restored his health to full by eating dried meat, used his camouflage skill to transform himself into a middle-aged strong man, returned to the community again, and walked up the stairs to the floor where the Yu family was. Through the thrush left at Yu's house, she saw that there was no one on the first floor and several people were discussing something in the study room, who knew they had so many secrets. Through the thrush, she could only vaguely hear words like Yu family, Su family, and marry into the wife's family. There are no surveillance cameras in the corridor, but now everyone's security door has its own surveillance camera. Yu Xuanga took out a primary invisibility potion from his backpack and drank it. This potion can only make a person invisible for 5 minutes, and the cooling time is 7 minutes. One must pay attention to the time when using it. After drinking the potion, not only did her body become invisible, but the items she was carrying also became invisible. She walked over, took out the invisible key, and opened the door of the Yu family. The door opened a crack as if blown open by the wind, and then slowly closed. Yu Xuanga walked to the study room at the right time without even closing the door. Yu Qingshan was sitting behind the desk, while Li Qiuhua and others were sitting on the sofas, all of them with relaxed smiles on their faces. Yu Xuanga walked gently to Su Yitong's side, and the moment Yu Xuanhuan raised his hand to hug her shoulders, he started stealing non-stop. After stealing 4 times in a row, my face turned pale and my health dropped to 20. I took a bottle of primary healing potion and my health returned to 80. Let's continue. Stealing 3 times in a row. Success. Yu Xuanga took a look and felt ecstatic and lucky. Is this what they call the more you steal, the luckier you get? Yu Xuanga kept counting the time in her heart. There were still 2 minutes before her invisibility expired. She quietly left the room, walked to Yu Xuanhuan's bedroom, pulled open the bed sheet hanging beside the bed, and hid under his bed. At this time, the luck value in her personal panel has reached 10, with 2 more words at the end, full value. Not long after Yu Xuanga lay down, the invisibility potion lost its effect. She gnawed on dried meat to quickly replenish her blood, while quietly waiting for the primary healing potion to end. Under the effect of the meat, her blood volume could be restored by 5 points per minute. Minutes later, when the potion's cooling time ended, her health had recovered to 45. Yu Xuanga didn't rush to drink the medicine, but continued to eat the dried meat in the package. She could steal unscrupulously only when she was at a low level. When her level was high, her health would increase by thousands. Every time she stole from the same target, the percentage would be deducted. The primary healing potion only added 60 points. At that time, if she wanted to recover health quickly, she could only use intermediate, advanced potions, or even super potions. The cost of stealing one more time would become extremely expensive. Just when her health points recovered to 96, the door was opened and voices were heard. It's Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan. Chapter 9. The more you steal, the luckier you get. She said, what young couple wouldn't go to the bedroom to chat in private? The 2 of them hesitated and sat down on the edge of the bed, legs touching. Yu Xuanga had no distractions, not a single ripple in his heart, and started stealing. After stealing 4 times in a row, the health volume dropped to 16. The person on the bed had a yellow face, while the person under the bed had a pale face as if he had been dead for 3 days. After taking a bottle of medicine, she took small sips to finish it because she was afraid the noise would be too loud. HP restored to 76. Yu Shuinga never stopped eating jerky. Came 3 more times. Yu Shuinga's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. She said that she must have used up all her luck when she drew the God-given talent last time she entered the game. She stole hundreds of times in the game, but only succeeded a few times. Look at today. She stole so many times in total, and not only did she steal 2 points of luck, now she also stole a prop. Soros Suit Mask 1. Level 1. After using, you can disguise your character panel information. After using the prop, put it in the package to take effect. If the mask falls off, the disguise will be invalid. It cannot be detected successfully by props below level 1. Note: for each additional Soros suit collected, the concealment level will increase. After seeing this prop, Yu Shuinga was ecstatic, even happier than when she drew the luck value. Props are different from equipment. The effects of props are varied. Some need to be placed in a package to take effect, some need to be worn, and some have to meet strange requirements to take effect. However, they do not occupy the equipment bar, and some can be used in conjunction with equipment. After the ecstasy, fear came to my mind. This is a suit. Since there is a mask that can disguise the panel information, does it have the eye of Soros, or detection parts like glasses? Yu Shuinga breathed slowly, waiting for the primary healing potion to cool down. Fortunately, it was in broad daylight and the young couple was just kissing and didn't do anything else. Otherwise, she would have really dug through the floor. Maybe everyone's luck in a day is constant. After stealing 2 points of luck and a level 1 item, she lay under the bed for an hour. When she ran out of blood, she took drugs and ate meat. When she had blood back, she stole. At this moment, she truly understood the saying that loving stealing is like loving life. Finally stole another 1 point of charm. Yu Shuinga was not disappointed. Charm and luck are attributes that cannot be increased by attribute points. Naturally, the more rare things you have, the better. She didn't stop until the young couple left the room. The whole family soon went out together. Yu Shuinga guessed that they went out to eat. She didn't know whether they called her or not. Anyway, her phone was turned off and her game backpack was thrown away, so she just pretended not to know. When he crawled out from under the bed with a pale face and disheveled hair, Yu Shuinga felt that his conservative look might scare Ichiogwa to death, who had a weak heart. She still has 16 HP left, and is reluctant to drink the medicine. In order to steal Su Yidong's attributes and props and equipment today, she drank more than 20 bottles of primary healing potions and ate all the 20 kilograms of dried meat in the package. She felt that her face had grown bigger. Yu Shuinga went back to her bedroom and took a nap. She woke up only when the happy family of 3 came back. She looked at her talent and saw that armor had already been lit. She first used the camouflage skill to disguise herself as the strong man before, changed her clothes, and then drank the invisibility potion, walked out of the bedroom, went downstairs, and went out. The door closed so loudly that she left it ajar, waiting for the person inside to discover the situation. Then he ran straight to the stairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, the potion had worn off, but the vest was still there. Yu Shuinga calmly carried the toolbox and walked out of the community. Before Yu Shuinga even left the community, he used the Soros mask to change his player information. Her current real data is: character Yu Shuinga, level 00. God-given talent God of Thieves, level. God-given talent Immortality, level, incomplete. Race, human. Racial talent, feeding on the will of the undead. HP, 100. Magic, 100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 12. Luck, 10. Full value. Charm, 10. Full value. Available attribute points, 0. She couldn't be sure whether others could see the specific skills of her talent, but she made the changes anyway. The disguise character panel is: character Yu Shuinga, level 00. God-given talent broker, level. Race, human. Racial talent, feeding on the will of the undead. HP, 100. Magic, 100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 7. Lucky, 5. Charm, 9. Available attribute points, 0. The attributes became extremely mediocre, but her charm did not change much. When she recalled it now, she seemed to get more money than others even if she pretended to be a beggar when she was on the run. A person's temperament cannot be hidden. A charming guy is charming wherever he goes. Therefore, she did not intend to change the charm attribute too obviously. She temporarily changed her talent to a top-level broker, a very good talent that would not easily arouse the vigilance of others. If her god-stealing talent were to be made public, she would become the public enemy of all players, and no one would be willing to see someone who could steal their attribute values alive. She will modify it in the future after she obtains a more suitable God-given talent through the death imitation show. She placed the mask in the deepest part of the storage box. It would be her most precious prop for a long time to come. On the way home, Yu Shuanga kept thinking about whether he had any flaws, starting from the day he was reborn on the 22nd, thinking about every detail. The time of her rebirth that day was too close to the game's internal testing time. She had no time to plan. It was not easy to get home in time. If Yu Xuanhuan knew the meaning of that game, would he hate her? She didn't care about Yu Xuanhuan's hatred, but this was related to whether she could continue to hide in the camp of the male and female protagonists in the future. There were many opportunities that only the male and female protagonists could discover. Even if she couldn't ruin them, could she just take a sip of the soup and let them relax their vigilance? In the first 2 years after the game was invaded in her previous life, she would occasionally be taken by Yu Xuanhuan to some secret realms and dungeons that were fully controlled by the Su, Han, and Liang families. She really got a lot of good things from Yu Xuanhuan. Even though she now knows the locations of those dungeons and can sneak into those secret realms and dungeons with various potion skills, many good things cannot be obtained by a single person, especially those that require dozens or even hundreds of people to kill. Let her think about it. Think about how Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan had managed to win her trust over the years. Yes, every time they gained benefits from her, they would spend a little money, such as using the money she gave to her family to buy her a villa worth 30 million. For example, after a copy appeared in the villa she gave to Yu Xuanhuan also took her there. But he said that the copy had been taken away by the Liang family, and he only got the right to use it, so he could only take her there occasionally. Even when the three families of Su, Liang, and Han jointly hunted him down, he risked his life several times to tip him off, allowing him to escape several minor crises. Every time she avoided a crisis because of Yu Xuanhuan's reminder, she would trust Yu Xuanhuan more. But now she thought back. She had almost died several times, and it was only after she had escaped several small crises. So what about her? Should she give Yu Xuanhuan some sweet bait? After the game is invaded, relying on her own strength and Yu Xuanhuan's trust, she will have the opportunity to participate in some large-scale activities of the Su family and take the opportunity to cause trouble. There are still 2 internal tests. In fact, this is the best opportunity to tell Yu Xuanhuan the secret and then stop him secretly. I only said a few words from beginning to end. I can win his greatest trust while making him get nothing. But will this allow Yu Xuanhuan to turn the tide? In fact, she also knew that the safest thing to do was to kill Yu Xuanhuan immediately, but she really didn't want to do that. When she read novels before, she always laughed at why the protagonist didn't just kill his enemy as the first thing after rebirth. But when it happened to her, she realized that it was impossible to end the grudge with one sword. The overwhelming hatred in her heart could not be eliminated by simply killing Yu Xuanhuan. Sometimes letting your enemies die quickly and efficiently is actually a blessing to them. She could let Lu Jinglu fall into the quagmire and then forget about her temporarily, but she couldn't do that with Yu Xuanhuan. She didn't want to look forward, she wanted to look down. She wanted to step on Yu Xuanhuan tightly, so that he could only look at the soles of her shoes and watch him suffer. Only by giving him a tooth for a tooth could she relieve the hatred in her heart. And his 3 women and those 5 stupid brothers. Yu Xuanhuan is dead, and she has to look for him one by one. More importantly, killing Yu Xuanhuan is easy, but she cannot fight against the 3 families of Su, Liang, and Han at the same time by herself. The best way is naturally to infiltrate their inner circle and let them fight each other. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt that letting Yu Xuanhuan participate in the internal test in advance was too risky. There is a way. Yu Xuanhuan closed his eyes and tried hard to recall all the skills, props, equipment, and potions he had ever known. Chapter 10, Gear of Destiny. The case of Lu Zhenglu and Lu Hongsheng has reached a stalemate. Although the cause of Lu Hongsheng's death was detected to be unrelated to the knife wounds on his body and the fall from the building, so many people saw Lu Hongsheng escape from Lu Zhengliu's hands, and the blood on Lu Zhengliu's hands and her fingerprints on the handle of the knife could not be faked. Lu Zhenglu really couldn't leave for a while, not to mention that Lu Hongsheng's wife bluntly said that she wanted to put Lu Zhenglu in jail. This matter was too big, and it happened downstairs of the entertainment company. In just a few days, it had already tended to spread to the internet. Without an agent, no one cares about her, and the only pie in her hand was snatched away by a resourceful person. She is happy and at ease. The 2 most stupid people in this company, one is dead and the other is being tried. It was these 2 who worked together to create the negative information about the company in the previous life. The other senior executives wanted to pull them in, so why not target anyone else but their own artists? They didn't waste the money like that, but at that time, There was still half a year left in their contract, and Lu Zhenglu said that he wanted to terminate the contract and change employers, so those people remained silent and let these two people do it. Yu Shuanga plans to give up for half a year and wait for the contract to be terminated before retiring from the entertainment industry. She has been very busy recently. Yesterday, she was thinking about something that could help her gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust and suppress him. The first thing that should be ruled out is the possibility of memory modification. Even if she modified the memories of Yu Xuanhuan, or even Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo on the 22nd, the surveillance video could not be faked. Yu Xuanhuan was extremely suspicious and cautious to the core. As long as he became suspicious, he would definitely check the surveillance video of that day. After it conflicted with the false memory, not only would she not be able to gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust, but it would also become ironclad evidence that she had deliberately plotted against Yu Xuanhuan. In the previous life, the Su family, the Han family, and the Liang family all sent people to hunt him down. The most difficult one among them was not the Su family. Although the Su family sent many people, he could just hide from them. The most difficult one was actually the one sent by the Liang family. Not only was it because Liang Yuchuan had a vicious temper, but there was also someone in the Liang family whose talent was extremely disgusting. Whenever Yu Shuanga thought of that person now, he would feel dizzy and break out in cold sweats, as if he had spent the entire day in calculus class. Destiny Gear, level. Skill 1, Happy Again. Select a target, use the skill to rotate the gear of its destiny, modify the target's luck for the day. The modification lasts for 6 hours, and the cooldown time is 6 hours. You can choose whether to hide the modified destiny value from the target. Skill 2, Your combination is wrong, I don't like it. Select a target, use skills to rotate its gear of destiny, and swap the target's attribute item with the highest value and the attribute item with the lowest value. The swap lasts for 1 hour and the cooldown time is 6 hours. Although it's just level 1, it's really disgusting. In other words, it makes sense that a player could be rated as a level 1 player even though he has no offensive skills at all. During those days, if she was seen by this person, she would be unlucky for 6 hours. What's more important is that this change in luck value is not displayed on the person's data panel. She can see that her luck value has always been 8. Then suddenly bad luck struck. She would run into a dead end. Her disguise would be discovered. She would choke halfway through drinking from a blood bottle. Her magic would miss the target. Her gun would explode. And even magic missiles, which automatically track targets, would have 0 critical hits, even though her critical hit rate was 77 at the time. As a result, after firing 60 magic missiles, she didn't have a single critical hit. Is this a God-given talent? This is a God-given curse. She escaped for a whole year without being caught, but after this man came, she was captured alive in less than 7 days, all because of this God-given talent. But the question is that person a beta tester? There were 3 internal tests. In the first one, it was said that only a few hundred people logged in. In the second one, you told me and I told him. Even though the internal test was launched suddenly, after people discovered it, word spread quickly. Everyone who knew about the game flocked in. The number of people logging in reached tens of thousands. In the third internal test, hundreds of thousands more people created characters. No matter what, Yu Shuanga plans to find that person in the next few days. As long as he participates in the internal test, she will kill him as soon as possible. Then she would try whether this skill could have an impact on non-players. If it could, she would use it on Yu Xuanhuan. If Yu Xuanhuan could still draw a top-level talent from his previous life when his luck was extremely bad, then she would steal it on the spot and kill the male protagonist to put an end to it all. Even if she had to spend the rest of her life feeling resentful, she wanted to give Yu Xuanhuan a quick death. If the male protagonist could get a rubbish God-given talent, that would be the best. That person was easy to find. He was the Liang family's driver. Yu Shuanga knew where the Liang family's old house was. It was in one of the best locations in the villa area. After all, without enough power and financial resources, how could she be qualified to be the heroine in a male-oriented novel? She didn't rush to the Liang family, but started making potions at home. In addition to 20 bottles of primary invisibility potions, there are also more than 50 intermediate invisibility potions. Compared to the primary invisibility potion, which can only make you invisible for 5 minutes, this intermediate invisibility potion can make you invisible for 15 minutes, but the cooling time is also increased. After use, the cooling time is 20 minutes. She found a recipe for beef skewers in Cooking Elementary, made 297 servings of beef skewers, and put them in her backpack. She could chew 1 skewer for 1 minute, which was equivalent to slowly restoring 5 health points. This allowed her to store meat and practice her cooking skills. Now the 24 grid packages are filled with various sundries, clothes, and weapons, and the 6 tattered small bags are filled with food and potions that she may use at any time. Primary healing potion, primary mana potion, intermediate invisibility potion, beef kebabs, beef kebabs, beef kebabs. How could a woman who could be the male lead not be a beta player? The world does not revolve around Ushuainga, but the world definitely revolves around the male and female protagonists. Not only are the male and female protagonists beta testers, but the male protagonist brothers are also beta testers. Otherwise, how can they be called brothers with the male protagonist? That's great. She's the male protagonist's sister. Isolate her, right? The purpose of Ushuainga's visit to the Liang family this time was not only for the Gear of Fate, but also for the male protagonist's second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan. The hero's 3 beauties all have level 1 talents. It is said that his legal wife Su Yitong's God-given talent is related to healing. Later, she collected and learned various enhancement skills and could be called the strongest assistant. The second girlfriend Liang Yuchuan's God-given talent is also level 1, and it is also one of the only 2 level 100 talents that were made public later on the top 100 list. Water God, level, skill 1. Wherever there is water, there I am. Can transform into a water droplet and blend into the water. Skill 2, Hello Water. All water-related items and skills gain 50 points. Skill 3, Vampire. After use, there is a 20% chance to absorb 1 HP of the opponent. Skill 4, I, the Water God. Heals, passive when you become a water drop or are in water. Your injuries will slowly heal. Ushuainga coveted this talent, but she didn't plan to steal it. If Yuxuan could draw a level talent when his luck value was only 1, she would immediately use this skill to steal his talent and then kill him. If Yuxuan got an extremely ordinary talent, she would also keep the Thief of the God of Thief, or the Robber's Thief, to prevent him from making a comeback. Moreover, death in the game world can refresh the Thief of the God of Thieves, or the Thief of the Robber. As long as this skill has not been used, she can use it twice in the game. Naturally, it will not be wasted in reality. She wanted to try to steal the props from Liang Yuchuan. She didn't believe that the heroine would have no good things. Her villa worth 50 million is in the same area as the Liang family villa, not far away. In her previous life, Yuxuan hooked up with the Liang family by relying on the copy in that villa. Chapter 11. Gear of Destiny. Got it? Ushuainga used camouflage skills to go to the villa area that night. Ushuainga did not return to her own villa. She had too many strange skills, and she had no intention of returning to her nest with any traces since she set out. She hid in the woods in the villa area before her disguise failed and slept against a tree until 2 in the morning. When she woke up and saw that the date was only the 27th, she was stunned for a moment. She always felt that a long, long time had passed, but she didn't expect that even a week hadn't passed yet. After drinking a cup of iced coffee, Ushuainga put on a mask and wrapped all his hair with a swimming cap to ensure that not a single hair would fall. Finally, he put on gloves, drank the invisibility potion, and ran towards the Liang family 10 kilometers away, just to take advantage of every opportunity to exercise. She did try drinking the invisibility potion while sitting in a car to see if she could make the vehicle invisible as well, but perhaps the energy of the invisibility potion was limited, and the energy could not spread to wrap around large objects. She even tried electric bikes and bicycles, but both failed. A skateboard worked, but what's the difference between that thing and a bell? After running for kilometers, she hid in the bushes halfway while waiting for the potion to be finished. There was nothing she was reluctant to use. She learned alchemy to make her own potion just to drink it. When playing games, she is reluctant to use any good things. The better the things, the more reluctant she is to touch them. She will store them in her backpack until she quits the game. But in reality, as long as it can reduce the risk of her being discovered, she will use up all the resources at hand. The Liang family's villa can be called a manor. Compared with the Liang family's, his small villa worth 50 million can only be regarded as a scrap of this villa area, like the security booth at the gate of an ordinary community. There are various monitoring and sensing devices outside the large iron gate that is several meters high. After Ushuainga drank the primary virtualization potion that can make the human body virtual for 15 seconds, he walked directly through the iron gate and entered the Liang family manor. It took another 10 minutes of running before I entered the Liang family's main building. Ushuainga was truly convinced. Is he so generous that he would hunt me down for so long just for my level of talent? She first went to the 2 small buildings next door to find her Gear of Destiny. The driver and the nanny both lived in the Liang family. After all, the host family might need them at any time, so they had to come at a call, but their accommodation conditions were really good. She first hid in the utility room and waited for the invisibility potion to pass. After refilling a bottle, she continued her action. By using the virtualization potion in and out at all costs, Yu Shuanga soon found her own Gear of Destiny in the bedroom on the second floor of the annex building. She stood beside the bed, looked at the young man on the bed, and used, "I want this, this, and this." After the display showed that the use was successful but the stealing failed, she did not waste time continuing to use skills to steal props or attributes, but took out a knife from her backpack without hesitation and cut the young man's throat. The latter suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the two blood-stained white fingers that appeared out of thin air in horror, but could not make a sound. He had a bottle of primary healing potion in his hand, and Yu Shuanga picked up the potion with the tip of the knife and put it in her own hand. Soon, the person on the bed opened his eyes wide and fell silent. She touched the corpse and took out a 4-grid bag, a very ordinary shabby cloth bag. Almost all 2-grid and 4-grid bags were of this style. There were only 2 pitiful bottles of potion and a purse containing 2 silver coins in it. Yu Shuanga uses the skill, Death Imitation Show, on the corpse. Designate a target who died at your hands and imitate his or her divine talent. You can only designate one target at a time. After switching targets, the originally imitated divine talent disappears. Soon she could feel that she had gained a new God-given skill. Gear of Destiny, Level 1. While waiting for the cooldown, she used the Soros mask to modify her character panel information and changed her God-given talent to Gear of Destiny, Level 1. After finishing, she took off the gloves that were visible due to the blood, washed off the bloody smell on her hands with alcohol-based hand sanitizer, changed her gloves, drank the invisibility potion again, and headed to the main building. She found Liang Yuchuan's room in the same way. She crawled on the ground and crawled under the little princess bed. Her movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. It's only 4 o'clock now, and the young people from wealthy families are also young people. She doesn't believe that Liang Yuchuan can get up before 7 o'clock. She can probably steal for 3 hours. She first used Happy Again and Gear of Destiny on Liang Yuchuan to change her luck to 1, and then began the cycle of I want this, this, and this, eating meat and drinking medicine to replenish blood. I want this, and this. The gears of fate are so disgusting. It was worthy of being the God-given talent that had tormented her for so long. After luck was changed to 1, Yu Shuanga stole 2 items, a purse and 3 attributes in just 1 hour. Soros suit glasses, 2, Level 1. After wearing them, you can explore the target person's data panel. The specific information of God's talent cannot be explored. With each additional Soros suit collected, the amount of information that can be explored increases. Currently, the name and quantity of the target's equipment can be explored. It was the gold-framed glasses that Liang Yuchuan often wore in his previous life, and it turned out to be a detection prop. Although she had been with the male and female protagonists' team several times in her previous life, she was excluded. She was probably positioned as the male protagonist's extremely poor relative, so how could she be qualified to know the information of the male and female protagonists? Yu Shuanga put it in his backpack with great care. It was a treasure. There was no logo on the glasses. They were just ordinary styles. Moreover, when the glasses are added with a mask, the concealment function of the mask is also enhanced. Soros Suit Mask 2, Level 1. After using, you can disguise your character panel information. After using the prop, put it in the package to take effect. If the mask falls off, the disguise will be invalid. Currently, it cannot be successfully detected by props below Level 1. Note: every time you collect a Soros suit, the concealment level will increase. She even suspected that the last Soros prop was with the male protagonist's third girlfriend. Is this a suit? This is the status symbol of the heroines. Endless Coffee. Level contains an endless supply of coffee, 500 cups. Drinking it can restore a total of 500 mana points. A refill is available every 24 hours. This is almost equivalent to an infinite blue bottle. It can only be rated as a level mostly because it is too long. But this does not overlap with the mana potion. From a practical point of view, it is extremely precious. When her mana potion is cooling down, she can drink coffee to replenish her mana. There wasn't much money in the purse, only 3 gold coins. But something is better than nothing. As for the 3 attributes, they are all agility. In her previous life, Liang Yuchuan was an assassin because of her ability to blend into water. On rainy days, she was like a killing god, with 1 step for each person. No one could tell in which drop of rain she would appear. She was known as the god of assassins. She has a lot of say in Yu Shuan's team. Liang Yuchuan's brain is not normal either. She actually believed what Yu Shuan said, and thought she had a deformed love for her brother. She also tried to use her talents to replace her or Su Yitong just to be with Yu Shuan. She actually believed this kind of bullshit. Her wanted order was issued by Liang Yuchuan. Not only did she demand that she be killed alive, she also offered a reward for her own limbs. This was almost making it clear that as long as Yu Shuinga's limbs were chopped off and the person was guaranteed to be alive, she could sell Yu Shuinga for some money. Yu Shuinga suppressed his hatred and stole until 7 o'clock. She stopped only after getting 3 points of agility and 2 points of strength. Now her agility has reached 18 and her strength has reached 7. In total, I stole 8 attribute points from Liang Yuchuan, which is almost as much as the benefits of leveling up twice. Chapter 12. A little interest. After Yu Shuinga restored her health to full, she used her camouflage skill to disguise herself as Su Yitong. She didn't expect such a low-level frame-up to work, but it was better than using her own face. She put on a baseball cap to cover her swimming cap, took out an axe, and drank the primary invisibility potion. He carefully crawled out from under the bed and walked to the bedside. She originally wanted to chop off Liang Yuchuan's head, but she stopped after seeing a black metal collar on Liang Yuchuan's neck. Liang Yuchuan had been wearing this collar in his previous life. There was an equipment slot on his neck. With Liang Yuchuan's ability, it was impossible for him not to get a necklace-type equipment. So there was only one explanation, that this collar was the equipment, and it was of a high level. Why didn't she steal it? Even if it wasn't a collar, with her 7 points of strength, she wasn't sure she could chop off this metal collar, which looked of high quality, and Liang Yuchuan's neck with one axe. Yu Shuinga didn't hesitate. She aimed at Liang Yuchuan's right arm, jumped high, and chopped it down with all her strength. God of Assassins, huh? The axe instantly chopped off Liang Yuchuan's right forearm in less than 1 second. Blood splattered onto Yu Shuinga's face, revealing her eyes that were disguised as Su Yitong, and they met Liang Yuchuan's frightened and resentful eyes. Almost instantly, Liang Yuchuan used his skills to merge into the blood on the bed, leaving only a forearm on the bed. This is why Yu Shuinga gave up on killing Liang Yuchuan directly after he found out that he was not sure of chopping off Liang Yuchuan's head. She was too difficult to kill. No matter whether she turned into water and melted into the water or was in the water, she could slowly replenish blood. This was simply a, will fear make people lose consciousness? No. For people with fighting talent, fear and pain will only make people run for their lives at a faster speed. Not only that, there were several water cups in Liang Yuchuan's room, and even a few water bowls under the bed. Even if she stabbed Liang Yuchuan's heart or electrocuted him first, she would have a few seconds to escape. All I can say is that once the God-given talent reaches a certain level, there is no weak one. But if I can keep one arm, or even the right forearm, I won't lose anything. After the character is digitized, no matter how seriously injured, the wound can be healed by adding blood, but the missing body parts cannot be created out of thin air. If an arm or a leg is broken, the person will be in a disabled state unless these parts are retrieved and pieced together and blood is added. Now Liang Yuchuan has lost an arm, and this is just interest. Yu Shuinga put the remaining limbs into the game package, and then before the people outside broke in, she put on the Eye of Soros. The primary invisibility potion was still cooling down, so she drank the intermediate invisibility potion. The 2 potions naturally had 2 cooling times, and the parts of her body that were visible because of the blood became invisible again. After drinking a bottle of void potion, she walked out of the room slowly through the wall. Through the Eye of Soros, she saw the information of everyone coming and going in the villa. There are no players. Even Liang Yuchuan's brothers are not players at the moment. It is estimated that the earliest he could enter the game was during the second internal test with the help of Liang Yuchuan. Yu Shuinga ran out of the manor before the invisibility potion wore off. With an agility of 18, she could now run faster than the fastest sprinter. She ran all the way, and before her bottle of invisibility potion was finished, she ran out of the villa area. She did not return to her villa, but ran all the way to the nearest lake, maintaining Su Yitong's appearance, washed the blood off her body in the lake, took off her clothes, set fire to them directly by the lake and burned them to ashes, and then shoveled the layer of soil on the ground into the lake. He turned invisible again and ran towards the city. Liang Yuchuan's blood had been stained on her body, and she didn't know whether Liang Yuchuan could sense anything through the blood. The God-given talent was too incredible, and some things were not just on the skill panel. For example, her initial agility in her previous life was 5, but after obtaining the talent of the God of Thieves in this life, her initial agility is 11. Not only that, even without using any skills now, when she passes by someone, she can still steal the other person's mobile phone without being discovered by the other person. Her hands have also become extremely flexible and soft. These are all changes brought about by the skills. And as she stole more and more, her skills felt more and more fluid. Since Water God can control water, She doesn't dare to bet whether Liang Yuchuan can sense her own blood. Yu Shuanga didn't go home the whole day. After her disguise wore off, she wandered around wearing a hat, mask, and the Eye of Soros, acting like a street stalker again. She went wherever there were many people. After the cooling time of her disguise was up, she changed her clothes and disguised herself as a man, and went to take a shower in a rubbish hotel that didn't require an ID card to check in. In the end, he took a black car to the next city. In the middle of the process, she received a call from her new agent, who said that she wanted to talk to her about the next work arrangements. Yu Shuanga directly said that she was traveling and asked him to wait for 3 days. She was not sure whether she was competing with the heir in a battle of wits and courage, but she did not dare to gamble. She would rather act like a mentally retarded person than return to her old nest after doing something bad. This was her experience and intuition from years of escape. More importantly, she is extremely lucky now, and sometimes her intuition is just luck guiding her. As it turned out, Yu Shuanga made the right bet. After Yu Shuanga left, Liang Yuchuan switched forms, drank the primary healing potion, and was sent to the hospital by helicopter. This kind of injury could not be cured by a family doctor. She had been sensing her own blood on the plane. She could feel the scent of her blood leaving the manor and staying at the lake, but her perception range was too small. After the pain in her forearm was relieved and the bleeding was stopped, she took a helicopter to pursue the scent of her own blood. Just when Yu Shuanga left the city, the Liang family had already tracked them down to the urban area. Helicopters were flying openly over the city, and the Liang family was so powerful that they didn't even need to apply for flight routes. But the aura was too chaotic. Liang Yuchuan had only acquired the talent for less than a week, and being able to catch up to the city was already his limit. She pinched the wound tightly, even though it bled, but it couldn't suppress the pain in her heart. Only half of her right arm was left. She became disabled. Liang Yuchuan's eyes turned red with hatred. She remembered those eyes. She would definitely find her, definitely. Yu Shuanga was not idle in the city either. If her body had not been digitized, she would have been really afraid that she would have died suddenly. She went to the city for a very famous prop. After the game Invasion, some things on Earth had a chance to mutate. She even heard that a starch factory's machine mutated into a super powerful item that could mass-produce starch sausages that would give you strength within 5 minutes of eating them. Yu Shuanga didn't think about that kind of thing. Although she was selfish and wouldn't tell everyone about the game Invasion in advance, she wouldn't touch this kind of props that would obviously be more useful on the battlefield if it was in the hands of the officials. What she wanted was a cat bed in a pet hospital. This cat bed had been there since the pet hospital opened. All stray cats passing by the pet hospital could rest in this cat bed, and the doctor would clean it regularly. It was such a cat bed with a background that, after the game was invaded, it triggered the chance of mutation and became a level 1 item. Meow Meow Hotel, level place it at the door of your home. It has a chance to attract stray animals to visit. After the animal stays overnight, if you treat it sincerely, it will leave you one of its favorite recent collections as a thank you gift. Chapter 13 Why Not Kill Him? Although it was only vaguely described as a favorite recent collection, it was clear from the fact that it was a high-level item that the collection here was obviously not ordinary garbage like rat stones. In the previous life, this pet hospital rose rapidly thanks to this cat den. However, there were many people in the pet hospital, and they were gossipy. This cat den had been no secret for so many years, and it was soon discovered. Overnight, everyone in the pet hospital, from people to cats and dogs, was wiped out. Even the hamsters were killed. That's why she came early to take the cat bed. She really still has a conscience. Yu Shuanga patted herself and said, although you steal things and like to lie under the bed, you are really a good girl. Well, she admitted that even if the pet hospital had not been destroyed because of this cat litter, she would still have bought this cat litter. She wanted it, and she got it. She was not reborn to be a moral role model. The cat's bed is placed outside the pet hospital. Except when it is windy or rainy, even when the pet hospital is closed at night, this shabby gray cat's bed will remain outside. After nightfall, Yu Shuanga, using her camouflage skills, carried 2 luxurious cat tents and placed them one on the left and one on the right at the entrance of the pet hospital. Then she tucked the cat bed under her arm and returned to her rented car. She casually threw the cat bed into the passenger seat and moved all 10 boxes of high-end canned cat food she brought to the entrance of the pet hospital with a piece of paper on it, inviting all stray animals nearby to eat. She also opened tin cans on the spot and lined them up in a row at the hospital entrance. The next day, he disguised himself as another person, walked into the hospital and donated 2 million. The main focus is on forced buying and selling. When she walked out of the hospital, she could still hear the employees sighing that there were a lot of good people recently, but it was a pity that the cat bed was gone, and they all had feelings for it. Yu Shuinga was afraid of this. Although she could wait until the game was invaded before taking the cat bed, some things, once you develop feelings for them and then transform them into props or equipment, they can easily be bound. Once bound, only that person can use the item, and even if you kill the other person, you cannot unbind it. After getting the cat bed, she bought some materials for homemade bandages and the ingredients needed for cooking recipes, then returned to her 30 million villa, preparing to max out first aid, elementary, and cooking, elementary, in the next week so that she could directly learn the intermediate level during the second internal test. On the morning of the day she returned to the city from the city, Su Yitong went to the Yu family again. It was said that she came to the Yu family almost every day in the past few days. When she was in the city before, Ichogwa urged her to come back, saying that Su Yitong asked about her. Yu Shuinga felt that he was busier than when he was running for his life in his previous life. She was able to sleep 6 hours a day while she was running for her life. Early in the morning, she received a call from Ichogwa asking her to go home today. Yu Shuinga turned the steering wheel and went straight back to Yu's house without even going back to her own home. When she entered the door, it was obvious that she had rushed here without even going back to her own home. There was no clue in Su Yitong's expression. Yu Shuinga was an old actor, so naturally his emotions were even harder to tell. During the meal, Su Yitong was sitting next to her and accidentally touched the red wine glass, and the red wine spilled all over Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga seemed to react very quickly and stepped back, but it was too late. Su Yitong hurriedly apologized. Yu Shuinga smiled and waved his hand, saying it was okay, then went upstairs to wash up and change clothes. Naturally, she had an agility of 18 and there was no way she could dodge it. Su Yitong deliberately tested her reaction, so she deliberately gave her the reaction that an ordinary person would have. The matter was not a big deal, but it brought back many bad memories for Yu Shuinga. Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong are getting engaged on June 1st, Children's Day, right? She said that she would castrate Yu Xuanhuan before June, so that little Yu Xuanhuan could spend Children's Day away from his father. After dealing with Su Yitong, Yu Shuinga went to the agency again and said directly that he was going to quit the entertainment industry. Seeing that several senior executives didn't believe him, Yu Shuinga, based on the principle of less trouble is better, said directly that he could issue a statement of withdrawal from the entertainment industry now. Friends who often kill people know that there are psychological differences between those who have killed and those who have not. The average person's approach to dealing with a dispute is, just forget it. People who have killed others deal with disputes by thinking, why not just kill them? She has been really busy recently. The second internal test will be on June 6th. Not only does she want to max out her proficiency in intermediate alchemy and intermediate engineering before the second internal test, she also wants to get her cooking, fishing, and first aid to intermediate level. Although most of the materials contain magic power, which is not available in the real world today, there are still many recipes that can increase experience and can find alternative materials, such as the materials for making gunpowder in engineering, which she can find in reality. After she had gained all the experience she could, she still had to deal with Xiao Yu Sun Huan. I'm really busy and don't have time to kill someone. It was a matter of killing someone with a knife, but it was too troublesome to clean up the mess. Lu Zhenglu had just been released yesterday and could not leave the city in the short term. She even took time out of her busy schedule to find Lu Zhenglu and slap her in the face, because since she knew what Lu Zhenglu and Lu Hongsheng were planning, she could not act as if nothing had happened. Lu Zhengliu's life could not be taken now, and she wanted to keep the core of the matter and everyone's attention on Lu Hongsheng. Seeing that Yu Shuinga was so determined, the people sent by the company to negotiate also lost their temper. Since she didn't want to do the job anymore, how could they control her? The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. After all, she has been in the company for so many years and knows a lot of gossip about the company. In her previous life, the reason why Yu Shuinga endured it was because she didn't think about retiring from the entertainment industry. She was afraid that if she retired, no one in the family would make money, so she still wanted to turn the situation around, and often used her connections to introduce friends to Yu Shuanhuan. Being free from desires means being strong, which means having no worldly desires and being able to confront anyone. After confronting the top management several times, Yu Shuinga was fired from the agency. She was out of work after that. Half a year later, she found a lawyer to sign a contract and go through the procedures. During the whole month of March, Yu Shuinga never came out of her villa. She told Yu Qingshan, Ichiogwa, and Yu Xuanhuan that she was abandoned by the company and she was in great pain recently. She asked them not to disturb her and that she wanted to be alone. But in reality, he was setting up his own safe house. She can use the invisibility potion, and so can others. She found a decoration team in the neighboring city and renovated the top floor of her villa into a glass house of more than 200 square meters, which was filled with flowers and plants, and there was a sprinkler on top. At the innermost part of the glass house was a heavy wooden cabinet filled with potted plants. Then she found the plan and drawings herself and made a secret door on the wooden cabinet, which contained a rectangular compartment 7 meters long and 4 meters wide. Not only is there a bed for her to rest in the compartment, she also installed 2 hidden humidifiers, and the floor is also specially made with an extremely sensitive gravity sensor device, which will emit a light as long as a weight of more than 2 falls on it. If there is an invisibility potion, there must be a corresponding visibility potion. She filled the humidifier with the best intermediate visibility potion she could make. As long as the humidifier is turned on, the potion will turn into mist and fill the entire room. Although the effect is weakened and cannot make a person completely visible, it can show a person's outline, which is enough. Otherwise, using a garden sprinkler would be too extravagant. A small bottle would only take a few minutes to spray. She couldn't afford to waste time. But with a humidifier, a small bottle of revealing potion can be used for 8 hours. At the same time, she installed humidifiers in every corner of the house and placed revealing potions in them. The humidifier in the house will remain on whenever she is at home. Chapter 14. Let Xiao Yushu and Huan celebrate Children's Day in advance. After completing these arrangements, she began to focus on gaining her professional experience, and did not stop until her current experience points in alchemy and engineering reached the maximum. She placed the cat bed in the yard in front of the villa, and put a portion of meat with less oil and salt next to the cat bed every day. From today on, she wanted to cultivate a relationship with this cat bed. In early April, Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan's marriage was settled, and the two families had a dinner together. Yu Xuanga, as Yu Xuanhuan's sister, naturally went as well, and she kept a polite smile throughout. The Su family's upbringing cannot be said to be good, nor bad. They have basic manners, but no respect. In fact, he was just a son-in-law. To put it bluntly, Su Yidong only wanted the genes of Yu Xuanhuan's face. It was okay for her child to be stupid, but he couldn't be ugly. The two of them had to sign various prenuptial agreements. The Su family was an extremely large family. Even if the old couple and 3 children of the Su family were all dead, Yu Xuanhuan would not be able to control the Su family as a son-in-law. Yu Xuanga had also eaten this meal in her previous life. At that time, the Su family had a cold attitude and she felt sad for Yu Xuanhuan. But now, she concentrated on eating and kept smiling. After the meal, the Su family left, only Su Yidong stayed. Yu Xuanga also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan looked at Yu Xuanga with concern and asked tentatively, "Sister, are you unhappy that I'm getting married?" Seeing Su Yitong's expression was not right, Yu Xuanga wanted to ask Yu Xuanhuan if he had a grudge against him, or did he think that female competition would make him more attractive, and make Su Yitong feel threatened? Why was he so petty? She looked at Yu Xuanhuan, the bastard, in surprise. How could that be? Of course I'm happy. Yu Xuanhuan had a look on his face that said, "Stop pretending. Then why have you been?" Yu Xuanga smiled bitterly. "I'm really happy for you and Yitong, but my company has had some problems recently, and I am afraid I will be unemployed." Yu Xuanhuan was still a little bit unconvinced, but Yu Xuanga directly opened his bank account and held up the 30 million yuan in deposit in front of the people. "Look, aren't you anxious when you see this number?" Yu Xuanhuan couldn't hold back his smile. He wanted to say, "You're just saying that out of anger, I don't believe it." But Yu Xuanga's expression was too sincere. But Su Yidong really believed it. This amount of money was only her monthly pocket money. With only this little left, she should be anxious. The doubt that had just arisen in her heart completely dissipated. Yu Xuanhuan also saw Su Yitong's expression. He knew that he could not arouse Su Yitong's sympathy today. Forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. He smiled and took out his mobile phone to transfer money to Yu Xuanga. "Sister, it's okay. I will support you." Yu Xuanga was about to smile, but the next second, Su Yidong held Yu Xuanhuan's hand. She took out her cell phone, asked for Yu Xuanga's bank account, and transferred 20 million to her. "This is the pocket money Xuanhuan and I give to my sister." Yu Xuanga immediately withdrew her smile towards Yu Xuanhuan. She smiled at Su Yitong. "I have photos of Yu Xuanhuan from childhood to adulthood in my phone. I will send them all to you later. Don't worry, I will delete them after sending them to you. From now on, you are the only one in the world who has these photos." Su Yitong's smile became more sincere. "Possessive? Huh? Female rivalry? Huh? Treating me as part of your team? Huh?" Yu Xuanga watched as Yu Xuanhuan's smile became increasingly stiff. She said hello to Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, then waved goodbye and left, feeling refreshed. Only after the most important profession had been trained to the current maximum level did Yu Xuanga start to do things. She had not heard any news about the Liang family. After all, she and the Liang family were not from the same class. Even if the Su family knew, they would not tell the Yu family. She wasn't going to wait any longer. Yu Xuanhuan's thoughts today really disgusted her. It's not that Yu Xuanhuan has been unemployed in recent years. If he had been completely unemployed, Su Yidong would not have fallen in love with him. He is a game anchor. He is good-looking and has good skills. He has a lot of fans and receives hundreds of thousands of tips every month. He also has a small apartment that serves as a studio. She didn't plan to deal with Yu Xuanhuan herself. She knew a lot of fellow escapees when she was on the run in her previous life. She followed the method told by one of them and used camouflage skills to find the other side of the city. She used 50 kilograms of gold in exchange for a gun to blow up a person's throat without endangering his life. It was an extremely cost-effective deal. The gold was the same batch taken from Yu Qingshan's study. Using Yu Qingshan's money to kill Yu Qingshan's offspring. How brilliant. Worried that the people she invited could not match the aura of the male lead, Yu Xuanga also agreed on a time for the action when she paid the money. It would be on the morning of April 5th, right after Yu Xuanhuan went out. It would be best if not many people saw it, as she was still hoping that Yu Xuanhuan would marry into the Su family. On the night of April 4th, Yu Xuanga got up at 6 in the morning and went back to Yu's house to get 3 luxury bags she had bought before. She also drank a bottle of primary invisibility potion and primary virtuality potion, walked through the wall to Yu Xuanhuan's room, used the Gear of Destiny on the person on the bed, and changed his luck value to 1. Almost no one in the family knew she had come back, but if someone checked the surveillance cameras in the community or the elevator, they would see that she came at 6 o'clock and left in less than half an hour, carrying 3 designer bags. At 8 o'clock in the morning, she had just sold 3 bags to a secondhand store near her home when she heard 7 consecutive gunshots from across the street. Yu Sun-gu paused, thinking, no way. Could it be that even if she was lucky one, she couldn't hit the target? After a while, she received the message that the mission failed. Fuck, what the hell, 7 shots. He didn't hit any of them, but he was able to dodge them just by running around blindly. This is too weird. Are we filming a movie? I'm the best shooter. Do you know what a best shooter means? Is it too cruel? So even if he is lucky one, the hero's halo will do everything possible to protect him? After all, the hero can survive, be seriously injured, and go through hardships, but he can't become a eunuch. Yu Xuanga sent another message. Try using the knife. Don't be too harsh. Just cut in half. Question mark. Don't worry. The price won't change even if you cut it in half. How did he offend you? The Gun King asked respectfully. Hurry up. Otherwise, I won't pay the balance. Remember to take away what you cut and destroy it. Half an hour later, Yu Xuanga received a call from Ichiogwa. The woman hysterically asked her to come to the hospital quickly, saying that her brother had an accident. Yu Xuanga's face was expressionless under the mask, but her voice was worried and panicked. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hello? Mom? The call was answered by Yu Qingshan. His voice was filled with deep fatigue as he gave an address. Yu Xuanga was really surprised this time. This was the illegal clinic opened by another friend of hers who ran away. When people rushed to the clinic, Yu Xuanhuan had been out of the operating room for a long time. In the dim and small ward, Yu Qingshan was sitting by the bed smoking. Ichiogwa was still crying. When she saw Yu Xuanga coming in, she wanted to blame him, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out how to blame Yu Xuanga for having her son's penis cut in half. After a long pause, he could only utter, "Why did you come just now?" After saying that, she lay down on the bed and started crying again. Yu Xuanga's expression was heavy with grief, and there was a bit of disbelief in the grief, and even a trace of confusion that she didn't want to believe in reality. She was using her lifelong acting skills. This is impossible. Has he offended anyone? Yu Qingshan's thoughts were no longer here. The cigarette was almost burning his fingers, but he didn't even take a puff. Ichiogwa choked up and shook his head. He is so well behaved. How could he offend anyone? Yu Xuanga, can you still connect? Ichiogwa, that man had a gun in his hand. What a grudge he had. He didn't hit me at first, but he fired 7 more shots. Then he used a knife. He was so heartless. What a beast. Yu Xuanga, nice. The 50 kilograms of gold were not wasted. Chapter 15 short but cute. Xiao Yu was looking for pleasure, but half of it was gone. But it doesn't matter. Short ones are cute too. Yu Xuanga's voice became louder. How could a family like us possibly offend someone with a gun? These words woke the two of them up, and even the drowsy Yu Xuanhuan frowned slightly, as if he was about to wake up from a dream. Ichiogwa was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, looked at Yu Qingshan, and lowered her voice. Is it the Su family? Yu Qingshan shook his head and finally took a puff of his cigarette, but it's hard to say. Seeing that Yu Xuanhuan had already woken up, Yu Xuanga said, let's go out and talk so as not to wake Xuanhuan up. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa stood up and followed Yu Xuanga out of the ward. When they closed the door, she clearly saw that Yu Xuanhuan's hands were clenched into fists. After standing outside the ward, Yu Xuanga asked again, does our Yu family have any enemies? Yu Qingshan frowned. Why do you ask? Yu Xuanga said, I just feel that this way of hurting people is like hating our entire Yu family and wanting to cut off the Yu family's incense. Of course, it's not cut off now. There is still hope, right? What does the doctor say? There will still be a way out. Yu Qingshan took a puff of cigarette and said in a vicissitudes of life, I will investigate this matter. You should protect yourself. It's best for you to return to the Yu family for the time being. Hearing this, he sounded like an old father who cared for his daughter, but Yu Xuanga suspected that he was hoping to have someone to defend him when someone came to seek revenge. However, she did not agree. Brother is going to marry into the Su family, right? This old fox immediately sent Yu Xuanhuan to the Black Clinic, clearly wanting to hide it. It's too unusual for me to go back and live there now, so as not to arouse Su Yitong's suspicion. This was a good reason, and Yu Qingshan decisively took advantage of the situation and stopped persuading his daughter to go home. After staying for a while, Yu Xuanga left on the pretext of going home to make soup. She knew that Yu Xuanhuan was awake, but she really didn't want to act anymore. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud while talking, so she hurried away. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan are indeed alike. After the incident, their first reaction was to quickly conceal the matter, instead of thinking about the terrible consequences that would be caused if they were discovered marrying into the Su family. After Yu Xuanhuan woke up, Yu Qingshan sent Ichiogwa away, and the father and son began to talk. Yu Xuanga, who returned after drinking the invisibility potion, was not surprised by their behavior. In fact, she had never doubted whether she was Yu Qingshan's biological daughter because, well, after she was reborn, she took the time to do a paternity test and it turned out that she was indeed his biological daughter. Neither Yu Qingshan nor Yu Xuanhuan regarded women as trustworthy people. No matter how gentle they acted, they looked down on women. The interesting thing in the book is that he is a son-in-law, but in the extra story, after the three sons of the male protagonist became the rulers of the Su, Han, and Liang families respectively, they changed their surnames back to Yu at the same time. This is so cool and exciting. Ichiogwa's status might be a little higher than his, but that was only a little bit. She was mostly used as a gun by Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan looked at Yu Xuanhuan. Do you have any ideas? Yu Xuanhuan stared at the ceiling with dead eyes. Could it be Yu Xuanga's enemy? She might have caused trouble outside. Yu Qingshan sighed. How many times have I taught you to stay calm when encountering problems? Don't lose your temper. Losing your temper is something women do. Why don't you take action against her if she provokes you? Yu Sunhuan started to suspect another woman in the family. Is it because of mom's temper that caused the trouble? Yu Qingshan shook his head. I know everything about her. Yu Sunhuan closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently. After a long while, he continued in a hoarse voice. The Su family doesn't agree with my marrying into the family? It's hard to say, but they didn't have to do this. They rejected us directly at that time, and we didn't dare to entangle them. After a pause, Yu Qingshan said softly, have you ever messed with a woman? Don't you know a lot of messy ones at work? Yu Xuanhuan began to think carefully. He was sure that he had not offended anyone. He was friendly but distant to everyone. He only got closer to Su Yitong after he confirmed the other party's family background. He shook his head. Yu Qingshan patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand soothingly. The vase has been sold. Dad will reserve a villa for you before you get engaged. Yu Xuanhuan asked again. Is Yu Xuanga really out of money? Yu Qingshan. It should be. I found out that a murder happened in her company and her agent was involved. You know how much she trusts that Lu guy. I guess she's not in a good mood recently. When she gets better, I'll find a way to get her out to make money. Just focus on recovering and don't worry about these things. Yu Xuanhuan said without hope, in my situation. Yu Qingshan. The doctor said it won't affect your ability to have children. It's okay if it's a little shorter. The most important thing in this kind of thing is the technique. Yu Xuanga almost laughed out loud. Seeing that he couldn't hear any useful information, Yu Xuanga left the ward regretfully. After knowing that Yu Xuanhuan was short of a lesson, she felt that all her thoughts became clear. Yes, this is the road to revenge. She wanted Yu Xuanhuan to live in pain and fear every minute of every second. Marry into the Su family? You are not a complete man, yet you dare to marry Su Yitong, haha. She wanted to see what Yu Xuanhuan could do. She was not worried at all about making enemies with the Su family. She had turned the hero's luck value to 1. He is still an ordinary person now, but he was able to make the top 10 killers in the dungeon fail to kill Xiao Yu Xuanhuan even after firing 7 shots. In the end, he took a step back and only cut him in half before he succeeded. The Su family dared to harm the male protagonist? Just wait for bankruptcy. Wasn't she even more amazing in her previous life? She was chased by so many people for 7 days before she was caught when her luck value was 1. Could it be that she is the heroine? Yu Xuanga hummed a tune and returned to the villa. It's not that there is no spell in the game to heal broken limbs. Su Yidong knew this high-level spell in her previous life, but that was the 3rd year of the game invasion. At that time, the highest level of humans had reached level 25. Su Yidong became famous because of this spell, because she was the only one in the entire Blue Star who could cast it. It doesn't matter. Yu Xuanga has plenty of ways to prevent her from ever getting in touch with him in her lifetime. As for Yu Xuanhuan, he has had a hard time in the past 2 years. You won't buy a fake one to fool Su Yidong. Ha ha ha. After dealing with Xiao Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga began to make large purchases for the 2nd internal test of the game. Now that she has a backpack, she wants to try whether she can bring things from real life into the game and sell them for gold coins. Even if an item worth 10,000 can only be sold for 1 gold in the game, she will still make a profit. Less than half a year after the game was invaded, the money became waste paper. Even if she changed it into gold, it was better than waste paper. Although there was an essential difference between gold and gold coins, the latter contained a trace of magic and could not be faked. But some alien merchants who wandered between the two sides only to make money and had no racial honor would accept gold. Especially the goblins, they only care about money. They don't care whether you fight or die. They do all kinds of business, and you can even exchange gold for gold coins. 1 gold coin is less than 100, and for the goblin merchants, 300 gold can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. According to them, it was very costly for them to do business on Blue Star, and then they cited various additional fees such as battlefield subsidies, travel expenses for business trips to Blue Star, possible funeral expenses, the price that the goblins had to pay to make gold coins, etc. The current price of gold is about 500 per gram, with slight fluctuations, which means it costs 150,000 to buy a gold coin, but this is when the currency has not collapsed. When the goblin merchants appeared, the currency had already collapsed. Everyone used game currency for transactions, let alone exchanging currency for gold. Since the goblins could exchange gold for gold coins, gold was basically in a state of having a price but no market. However, this all happened after the game invasion. Now Yu Xuanga will naturally be prepared and exchange all the money in his hands into gold. Chapter 16. The son-in-law is engaged. She picked out 3 pieces of antiques, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings that she had searched for from the Yu family that she had seen in Yu Xuanhuan's hands in her previous life. These 3 pieces were very likely to have transformed into equipment or props, and she put the rest directly into her backpack and went to the port city. There was a mixed crowd there, and no one knew her. The power of the 3 families of Su, Han, and Liang was useless here. After arriving in Hong Kong, she threw all the things into an underground auction house. The commission was a bit high, but they specialized in auctioning things that could not be seen in public, and the buyers all knew about it. Most of them would keep the things they bought privately instead of showing them off blatantly. Because there are too many items, she has to wait for appraisal and auction, and find someone to exchange them for gold. It is extremely troublesome for her to exchange a large amount of gold by herself. White or black gold may be waiting to catch her. Sometimes she has to be wary of fishing, and sometimes she has to fight back and clean up the traces when she is targeted. Many times, crises were resolved by relying on guns and explosives made by engineers. They really work. Yu Xuanga left the city in mid-April and was busy until late May. After all the antique jewelry were sold out, she returned to the city with more than 3,200 kilograms of gold in her game backpack and 800 million Hong Kong dollars in her Hong Kong City account. During this time, she was wearing a detection prop, but no player saw her. More than 3,200 kilograms of gold can be exchanged for more than 5,000 gold, even according to the unscrupulous price marked by the goblins after the game invasion. If all goes well, not only will she not have to worry about learning professional formulas, she can also go to the game auction house to buy some skill books. This game has no professional divisions. No matter whether it is aliens or blue stars, there are no specific skills. There are only rough divisions among players, such as healing, agility, magic, melee, ranged, etc. The core of everyone is their own God-given talent, and all skills are matched around the God-given talent. Of course, there is also the free school that is messy and arbitrary, learning whatever is available and actually using it quite well in the end. Yu Xuanga hasn't touched his own 50 million yet. She planned to see how much the gold could be exchanged for before deciding what to do with the remaining money. During this period, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua looked for her all over the world. Yu Shuinga said that she was traveling in Italy and was worried that she would die before she spent all her money. She was so choked that she was speechless. She also didn't understand what these two people wanted her to do. Was it the turn of the son-in-law's family to interfere in the engagement? In the days before the first of the month, Yu Shuinga bought all kinds of odds and ends, from electrical appliances to alcohol and food. When she dragged the trailer full of express deliveries back to the villa, the security guard asked her if the end of the world was coming. Yu Shuinga could only say that he had just moved in and the house was empty, and sent the person away. After the game invasion, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are not only not in short supply, but are even more abundant, so there is no need to stock up at all. On the day when Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan were officially engaged, her game package was only half filled. Yu Shuinga put on a very plain makeup and wore a decent and low-key blue casual suit. When she arrived at the hotel, she clearly saw the satisfaction in Su Yidong's eyes. Female competition warning. How stupid do you have to be to think that your boyfriend's sister would like your boyfriend? Yu Shuinga smiled and shook hands with his brother's wife, then put down the gift money, said a few polite words, and went in to find Yu Qingshan and the others. She felt like she almost didn't know Yu Xuanhuan anymore. In just a short time, he changed from a shy little puppy to a gloomy puppy. It's just half of it. Is that a big deal? Really unsatisfied. But the Yu family has strong genes, and they become more beautiful when they are gloomy. But it's also good in the novel about a son-in-law. Su Yitong's eyes were shining when she looked at Yu Xuanhuan. Although Yu Shuinga has been a celebrity for many years, those present were either rich daughters or noble ladies. Some people recognized Yu Shuinga but did not come up to greet her. Yu Shuinga was happy to be alone, as she was really tired of killing people in Gangxing. She really didn't want to kill again in the short term. I don't know if it's because Yu Shuinga's temperament has changed after killing so many people. She used to have the gentle and kind temperament of Bai Yueguang, but now she walks in wearing a suit, exuding the aura that this woman is not a good person. Yu Qingshan squinted his eyes and stared at her for a while. Then he leaned close to her and asked in a gentle voice, "Why have you changed so much recently? Did something happen to you? Tell Daddy." Yu Shuinga said immediately, "I met a mafia boyfriend in Italy and followed him around for half a month. Isn't that cool?" Yu Qingshan, "This is obviously a joke, so just listen to it." Yu Sun Gu put her palm up at the corner of her mouth and whispered, "I got a gun. A real thing." She picked it up after killing someone. There were 17 guns of various types and bullets. It was a pity that she didn't destroy the person's lair. She didn't have enough firepower, and she didn't dare to go in with her flesh and blood. She would see when she had some skills. This should be true. Yu Qingshan pursed his lips and said, "Give it to Dad later. Dad will keep it for you. This thing is illegal." "Oh, if you want it, then take it. It's against the law. If you are caught, will you go to jail for me?" Yu Shuinga responded obediently, "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." The engagement party was hosted by the Su family, and the Yu family members were as obedient as quails. They didn't even have the chance to speak on stage. Yu Shuinga glanced at Yu Qingshan's expression. Well, he still looked like a handsome and elegant professor. As for Yi Qiuhua, although she is sometimes irritable at home, she was able to give birth to a beautiful woman like Yu Shuinga and a little eunuch like Yu Xuanhuan, so she must be good-looking. She is still quite intimidating when she smiles quietly. Yu Shuinga lowered her head to eat, thinking in her mind how to make Yu Xuanhuan miss the second internal test. She planned to tell Yu Xuanhuan about the existence of this game after participating in the second internal test, and then wait with him for the illusory third internal test. Give him hope, then let him despair. The first internal test was handled too roughly because of the time constraints and her lack of ability at the time. The second internal test naturally had to be smoother to be worthy of her ability. She didn't want Yu Xuanhuan to get into trouble in the Yu family again. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy for this little bastard to be exposed if he suspected the women in the family first after something happened? However, given Yu Xuanhuan's current situation, he is probably still honing his skills and is not yet eligible to live in the Su family. The son-in-law who lost half of his penis didn't know who to call whom wife when they hugged each other. Yu Shuinga didn't think of a solution until he left the manor. Thanks to her years of life on the run, she knew a lot of fellow escapees, and it was still a small shop that took on private work and still did business in cash. She asked someone to hire a few young girls and boys to go to Yu's house, pretending to be Yu Xuanhuan's illegitimate fans, and asked him why he didn't inform everyone after getting married, and why he was being unreasonable and hysterical. She killed another little sparrow and used the skill, "Only dead people will be obedient," to control it to fly outside the window of the Yu family and guard it. They started coming to the house on the 4th, but they didn't stick to Yu Shuinga's plan. Yu Xuanhuan moved to a nearby hotel on the evening of the 4th. That same night, she used the anonymous phone card she bought in Gangxing to call someone she met when she bought gold in Gangxing. She gave that person Yu Xuanhuan's phone number, WeChat, and even email address, and asked him to send pornographic messages to this person 24 hours a day, starting from tomorrow morning for the next month, asking people to add him as a friend and ask him if he wanted to do it, and then hang up on him. So from that day on, Yu Xuanhuan's cell phone became a sex machine. The second internal test will start at 6:06 a.m. on June 6th. At 3 a.m. on the same day, Yu Xuinga, using camouflage skills, arrived outside the hotel. She turned into a nearby narrow alley, stood in a blind spot in the surveillance camera, drank an intermediate invisibility potion, then walked into the hotel and climbed up the stairs to the 27th floor where Yu Xuanhuan was. Chapter 17 Second Internal Test. She had never asked the Yu family where Yu Xuanhuan lived. She had obtained this information by tracking her little sparrow. Before Yu Xuanhuan entered the hotel, the little sparrow crawled into his sweatshirt hood and followed him all the way into the room. It was now hiding in a potted plant in the room. Worried that the smell of decay would spread from the little sparrow, Yu Xuinga would replace the little sparrow with a new one every day these days. After drinking the virtualization potion, Yu Xuinga successfully entered Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room. Even if she was operating multiple lines, she still had to personally check that Yu Xuanhuan did not enter the game before she could feel at ease. In the hotel room, Yu Xuanhuan was lying on the bed with a frown on his face, turning over from time to time, and it was impossible to tell whether he was asleep or not. There was a mobile phone lying in the corner of the room. Judging from the holes on the wallpaper, it was probably hit by something. Yu Xuinga walked over and took a look. He couldn't make out the brand, so he guessed it was a gift from Su Yitong. It was some high-end phone, but the screen wasn't even broken. I guess when Yu Xuanhuan marries into the Su family, she will not only be able to use a high-end mobile phone, but also enjoy a special dedicated line service and will never receive spam messages again. She stared at Yu Xuanhuan, and when he turned over again with his back to her, Yu Xuinga picked up the phone with her toes, put it into her backpack, and then used the virtualization potion to go to the next room, which was a room she had booked in advance with a Hong Kong guy using his identity information. Yu Xuinga took out her cell phone. She was still invisible, so she wasn't worried about the high-tech features of the phone being able to record her appearance. She turned the phone over and found a shallow dent in the upper left corner of the phone. It was probably this corner that hit the wall. She aimed the dent at the wall and smashed it down with great force. The phone made a click sound and half of the screen shattered. The screen automatically lit up to display the date, but at this time half of the screen had turned into a green and purple color screen. Yu Xuinga put the phone into his backpack and went back to Yu Xuanhuan's room. At this time, Yu Xuanhuan still had his back to the door. Yu Xuinga walked to the place where the phone had just fallen and put the broken phone back in its original place intact. Then, leave quietly. She had imagined dozens or even hundreds of situations before she came, but she didn't expect that this was the simplest one. She even imagined that what if Yu Xuanhuan not only did not lose control of his emotions because of the information, but instead became more and more excited as he read it and started to practice his skills, and at 6 o'clock he suddenly had the idea of looking for a game to play? She even prepared for the worst-case scenario of knocking Yu Xuanhuan unconscious. At exactly 12 o'clock, Yu Xuinga returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room again. The broken phone was still lying on the floor. Yu Xuanhuan covered his head and didn't know whether he was asleep or not. Yu Xuinga threw a gear of destiny to the person on the bed, making his luck become one, and then returned to the next room to prepare for the second internal test. At 6:06, Yu Xuinga found Warcraft, the Rift of Terror, on time, and clicked to download it immediately. After entering the character selection interface, she saw familiar undead spirits, but there was an additional message next to Guuin wanted. Yu Xuinga touched the secret pocket in her clothes and found that the two backpacks inside were gone, but the undead figure on the screen had two familiar backpacks hanging on his waist. She tried to use the God Thief's armor, disguise skill, trying to transform herself into a short goblin. Soon, Yu Xuinga in reality changed. His body shrank, his skin turned green, and his ears became bigger. At the same time, the undead on the screen also changed synchronously. Yu Xuinga entered the game immediately. No matter where she was after entering the game, she only had 1 hour to disguise herself, and she had to figure out her situation within 1 hour. The screen lit up, and the little goblin was standing in a cemetery. She adjusted the game perspective and saw that the city of the dead was not far away. She immediately controlled the game character to run towards the city of the dead, and occasionally she would speed up and run towards some low-level monsters when she passed by them. In less than 5 minutes, she was standing at the city gate. Hanging at the gate was a portrait of her original undead character. Fortunately, when she created the character, she felt uncomfortable because the undead character looked 80% like herself, so she would click on random every time she created a character. Although the thief's disguise skill lasts for a short time, it cannot be seen through by any prop skills. Yushuinga entered the city easily. She went straight to the goblin area, found the goblin owner in the goblin shop, and asked him if he accepted gold. Goblin, time is money. If you have gold, why don't you make it into gold coins yourself? Didn't your mentor teach you that? Yushuinga's breathing quickened. She typed in the dialogue box, "Excuse me, sir, can you teach me the relevant skills? I am willing to pay for your precious time." The other party directly sent a transaction column, which showed that he wanted 100 gold. Yushuinga didn't even dare to bargain for such a precious opportunity. She just took out the 100 gold that the Lord of the Undead City had given her and gave it to him. Gnome Robert teaches you alchemy, elementary. She clicked to view the skill details. Alchemy, level, Goblin exclusive, infuse magic into a gold coin to make it a unique gold coin. Proficiency, 0. Feature 1. Every time a gold coin is minted, 20 gold will be automatically extracted and sent to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce through the void as tax. Feature 2. Money can buy everything, but in order to maintain market stability, each goblin can only produce a maximum of 3 gold coins per day for his own use. Yushuinga immediately took out a 500 gold bar from the package and clicked it. It said, "For production." After she clicked on all the productions, she saw a golden light emanating from between the character's hands. The progress bar moved 1 line per second. Soon, there were 3 more gold coins in the package, and the gold bar that had previously shown 500 now only had 140. Proficiency also increased by 3 points. This means that Yushuinga can make her own gold coins in the future, and after refining 10,000 gold coins, as long as she can get the blueprint or find a goblin willing to teach her skills, she can learn intermediate gold casting. Although she could only make 3 pieces a day, this number was already terrifying. Although she could steal a dozen gold coins at any time after coming here, and even get 100 gold coins from the undead city lord, in the real world, she used to play dungeons. Even at the end of the second year, the dungeons were very advanced. She fought for a whole day, but her pure currency income was less than 1 gold coin. Yushuinga did not delay any longer. She suppressed her chaotic thoughts in her heart, took out several large storage boxes from the package, and asked the goblin if he wanted to accept them. After the goblin looked around the large storage boxes for a few times, he said that the electrical appliances and various toys were rubbish and offered a maximum of 2 silver coins for each box. However, he offered 12 gold coins for the 2 large storage boxes of white and red wine. Yushuinga sold all 55 boxes of wine for 330 gold, and also sold the junk, getting less than 1 gold. Then he took out 10 kilograms of gold and asked how many gold coins it could be exchanged for. She now only has a few gold coins she got from Suitong, which is far from enough to learn skills. The goblins offered a ratio of 200 gold for 1 gold coin. Yushuinga spent 5 minutes bargaining but could only get the price down to 180 for 1 gold. She knew that the price could still be lowered, but she only had half an hour left to disguise herself. She decisively took out all the gold she had on her, including the 3,216 kilograms of gold she got in Hong Kong City and the gold she got from the Yu family, totaling 3,240 kilograms of gold, which she exchanged for 6,000 gold from the goblins. This is almost all the gold reserves that a small or medium-sized guild had in the previous life. Then Yushuinga went straight to the goblin engineering master next to him, upgraded engineering to advanced level, and clicked to learn all the more than 100 new recipes. Then he went straight to the alchemy shop and did the same operation, upgrading alchemy to advanced level, and learned all the more than 100 new recipes. She was timid when choosing courses at school, but she was very eager to learn when playing games. Chapter 18. She must get this skill. After memorizing the ingredients for the advanced invisibility potion, Yushuinga went directly to the herbal medicine store next door and bought 6 slots of herbs. It was not that she did not want to buy more, but the operation in the game was rigid. She could not save space in her backpack by stuffing different things into the storage box and then stacking them. She still had to leave a few slots in her backpack to go to the auction house. Yushuinga almost raced against time. There are only 23 minutes left to disguise. She rushed to the auction house, and when she passed by a restaurant, she went in and upgraded her cooking to the intermediate level, learning more than 100 new recipes. At this time, she still had 4,286 gold left. Standing in front of the auction house, I typed in the keyword, Soros. No. Yu Shuinga didn't even have time to complain and immediately changed the word package. Then she spent 800 gold to buy two 36-slot packages, which were the backpacks with the most slots she could find. At the moment of payment, a notification popped up in the game mailbox saying that she had a new package. She clicked to receive it and found two 36-slot bags in her bag. She transferred the contents of the original game package into this package and quickly continued shopping. The God of Thieves talent meant that she could choose any career direction, be it strength, agility, or magic, but there was no time for her to choose now, so naturally she could only buy a few skills that she was familiar with. However, she soon saw a skill that attracted all her attention: Apparition. Phantom Shift. Level after using, you can reach any place you have been to. The distance of movement is affected by the caster's intelligence. No cooldown, casting time 0 seconds. Each use consumes 1 mana. Gold. And there is only one skill book like this in the entire auction house. This skill book really touched Yu Shuinga's heart. No cooldown and very short casting time. This means that the skill is essentially uninterruptible, and she can use it as many times as she wants as long as she has the mana. The obsession with "no one in the world can catch me" is almost engraved in Yu Shuinga's bones. She almost immediately put aside all her stockpiling plans. She had to get this skill. She had never heard of this skill in her previous life. Yu Xuanhuan and his group could get whatever they wanted, and even when going to the dungeon, they had to take public transportation. However, Yu Shuinga's disguise lasted only 16 minutes. Yu Shuinga spent 200 gold to buy a blue necklace. This necklace has only one function: shorten the cooling time by 15. This effect is effective for all items and potion equipment. In the previous life, 200 gold could at least buy a level 10 top-quality small blue equipment with 3 attributes. Yu Shuinga felt that he was getting too proud. Then search for the skill, Illusion Spell. Illusion Spell. Level after using it, you can hide your tracks and you will not be seen by the naked eye. No cooldown time, consumes 10 mana points per minute after use. It cannot be seen by the naked eye, which means it can be detected by skills or props, but it is enough for now. Invisibility potions are useful, but their cooldown time is too long. It is not enough to just use primary and intermediate invisibility potions back and forth. Illusion Spell is only at level 1, because it is a very useless skill. Once it is above level 10, each skill has its own detection methods. However, it is very useful in today's real world. You can get this skill book for only 120 gold. Finally, she spent another 50 gold to buy a book called Fainting Level, which can make people fall into a short sleep, and a bottle of sleeping potion that can make people sleep for 6 hours. After buying these 4 things, Yu Shuinga immediately ran out of the city. Almost before her disguise expired, she left the Undercity and ran to the cemetery where she was when she logged in. Yu Shuinga received the items in the mail into the package, clicked to learn the skill book, put on the necklace, and then exited the game. This time the phone did not turn into black smoke, but when she exited, 2 bags appeared on the ground, one black and one white. They were her new 36 grid bags. A cold necklace slowly emerged around her neck, and methods of using 2 more spells appeared in her mind. Yu Shuinga used the illusion spell on herself and felt cold all over, as if a layer of ice water was sliding over her body, and then she could no longer see her body. Time was precious, so she drank the void potion and returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room. Yu Xuanhuan actually woke up and was squatting on the ground trying to turn on the phone that he had broken. Seeing his irritated look, Yu Shuinga was a little scared. Is this the male protagonist? Even when his phone was half empty and yellow things kept popping up on it, he could still play with it on a whim? Just as she was thinking about it, she found that Yu Xuanhuan actually walked to the suitcase and started looking for something. Yu Shuinga was sharp enough to notice the tablet computer and laptop in his suitcase. Oh shit, I was careless. There's also a tablet. Okay, this is how you play it, right? Yu Shuinga did not hesitate and used the Feint skill on Yu Xuanhuan. This skill was originally prepared for Yu Xuanhuan. She would be away from the hotel for a long time now and could not keep an eye on Yu Xuanhuan. After Yu Xuanhuan fell to the ground, Yu Shuinga walked over and poured the sleeping potion into Yu Xuanhuan's mouth, making sure he swallowed it all before leaving the hotel. The disillusionment spell consumed 10 mana points per minute, and she kept chewing dried meat in her mouth, adding and subtracting, so it only consumed 5 mana points per minute. It will take minutes for all your mana to be used up, but at this time, drinking a bottle of primary mana potion can restore 60 points. With the addition of the invisibility potion, she can remain invisible for a long time without having to find a place to hide while the potion is cooling down. Yu Shuinga ran directly towards the Su family's manor. Where can I find a lot of gold? Besides the bank, It's the Su family's treasure room. All the secrets that must not be known and all the property that needs to be protected are there. The reason why Yu Shuinga knew this was because the evil formation that could deprive others of their God-given talents was in that treasure room. Now 7 points. After wearing the necklace that shortens the cooling time, Jialai's cooling time is shortened to 5 hours and 6 minutes, and she can use the disguise skill again to enter the game at 12:12. The second internal test ended at 13 minutes. She only had 4 hours. At this time, no matter whether she can get gold from the Su family or not, she will find a safe place to enter the game and use the disguise skill to enter the city again. Although she is willing to change her original plan in order to change her shape, she will not fight to the death. She had originally planned to go to the wild to fight monsters and level up after stocking up on goods, but now she simply had to replace the time she spent fighting monsters in the wild with time spent clearing the Su family dungeon. It was impossible to run to the Su family's house. The Su family's manor was a 2-hour drive from the city center. The last time she ran all the way from the Liang family to the city center, she almost died. She called the best shooter who had failed to hit Yu Xuanhuan with 7 shots and asked him to help her find a brother who could drive fast and was willing to earn extra money to deliver a double-door refrigerator in the alley next to the hotel to the villa area in the suburbs. She would give him 50,000 yuan if he could reach the destination in an hour and a half, and an extra 10,000 yuan for every minute he arrived early. Even though the Gun King could make 50 kilograms of gold at a time, he still knew many brothers who had principles and were willing to break the law but didn't want to see blood. After Yu Shuinga repeatedly assured him that there were no body parts in the refrigerator, he immediately agreed to take the order. 10 minutes later, a black pickup truck stopped at the entrance of the alley. 2 people got out of the car, looked around at the entrance of the alley, and soon found the refrigerator that the employer mentioned. After working together to load the refrigerator into the car, they started driving. The refrigerator was placed in the woods outside the villa area. Yu Shuinga, who had hitchhiked with the refrigerator, put the refrigerator back into his backpack. As usual, he put on his swimming cap to ensure that his hair would not fall out, put on his mask and gloves, cast the illusion spell again, and ran towards the Su family. Chapter 19. What Bao wants, Bao gets. He walked into the Su family's house smoothly, and with the help of the virtual potion, he followed the memory of his previous life and found the entrance to the treasure room in the study in the main building of the Su family manor. Then he went all the way down, and there were all kinds of sophisticated technological equipment along the way. She was even prepared that if the heat-sensing device could detect her, she would just rush in, steal the things, and leave. But fortunately, there is no solution to magic, and only magic can defeat magic. She felt like she had walked several meters down and passed 3 doors. Just when she reached the last door, an alarm suddenly sounded around her. She looked at the tiles under her feet, clicked her tongue, and instantly guessed that there was probably a pressure-sensing device inside. She no longer hesitated, drank a bottle of void potion, walked through the ancient and exquisite door, and entered the treasure room. The treasure room is no smaller than the manor on the ground. It is divided into various areas to store books, jewelry, antiques, and gold. Yu Shuinga ran all the way over and was soon dazzled by the golden color. In a small glass room, gold bricks were neatly stacked. Each gold brick was slightly smaller than a mobile phone, but half a finger thick. She had handled so much gold recently that she estimated at a glance that this gold brick was about 10 kilograms. Who said that wealthy families don't have much liquidity? Yes, there is not much liquid capital, so people have stored it in gold. She quickly ran in and put the gold bricks into the space package. Fortunately, she bought a new bag, and now 44 of the 72 backpack compartments are empty. In other words, if she filled it up, she could hold 44, for a total of 4,356 gold bricks. If she could slow down and put the gold bricks in the storage box, she could pack more, but there was not enough time. Soon there were noises coming from outside, including the sound of a door opening, the sound of guns being loaded, and so on, and they were getting closer and closer. Yu Shuinga almost lay on the pile of gold bricks to put them into his backpack. Just as the large number of people outside rushed in, Yu Shuinga stopped immediately. Even though there were still 20 grids empty, she decisively withdrew and left the room containing gold, drank the virtualization potion, and ran out. Yu Shuinga is greedy, but she knows how to restrain herself and make choices. Sure enough, just as she ran to the gate, a row of bodyguards with guns, under the order of the head of the Su family, fired at the room where the gold was stored, even if it meant damaging the gold and decorations inside. There was a faint sound of electricity flowing on the ground outside the door. Yu Shuinga stopped suddenly, took out 10 packets of explosives she had made from her bag, lit a few of them and threw them all into the corridor in front. She then hid behind the door. 5 seconds later, there were several loud noises in succession. When she looked again, the ground was black and there was nothing there. She continued to rush out. Although the virtualization potion can only make the body virtual for 15 seconds each time, its cooling time is also short, only 30 seconds. Fortunately, the Su family obviously trusts technology more than bodyguards. The group of people who rushed into the basement earlier were probably the Su family's confidants, and not many people came in afterwards. Yu Xuanga did not run out of the manor, but went to Su Yitong's room. As soon as I entered, I saw Su Beige, Su Jinxian, and Su Yitong sitting in the bedroom playing games. Even though there was such a big commotion below, the three of them remained unmoved. I don't know whether they believed in the ability of the head of the Su family, or were reluctant to give up this life-changing game. Yu Xuanga didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and fired 3 shots, causing the man to fall to the ground unconscious. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 fell down one after another. While several people were falling to the ground, Yu Xuanga was still thinking about checking their mobile phones, but the screen of his mobile phone also went black. It seems that games connect to people's spirits, which makes sense. Otherwise, how could the skills she learned in the game be synchronized with reality? Immediately afterwards, 2 packages appeared in front of Su Yitong. There was an unexpected surprise. She walked forward and stuffed the 2 packages into her arms. Although there were only 2 package slots on her waist, just like equipment, it was not that she could not carry more, but only 2 of them would be effective. It was like if a person wanted to, she could put on more than a dozen vests, but because there was only 1 equipment slot on the upper body, she could only choose one to make it effective. Now she can carry Su Yitong's package on her body, but she can't sense it. She wanted to hide here for a while, but now that she got Su Yitong's bag, Yu Xuanga didn't dare to gamble. She never thought that the package could drop in this way. Even if she had the talent of a thief, she could only steal 1 piece of equipment or prop in the package. She could even steal the other person's backpack in the package, but she couldn't steal the package of the person's current equipment. You can knock a person unconscious and forcibly strip off his equipment, but if you want to get the package a person is wearing, you can only kill him, otherwise you will touch nothing but air. Yu Xuanga took out an axe from his bag, shook it, and walked up to the 3 people. Liang Yuchuan gave her an arm as interest. What did these 3 people give? Just 1 ear. Since you believe whatever Yu Xuanhuan says, it's not too much to take 1 of your ears, right? Yu Xuanga took out the butcher knife he had bought and squatted down beside Su Yitong. As soon as he lifted her hair, he saw the blue diamond earring on her right ear. Yu Xuanga's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the ear and cut it off. The severe pain interrupted the drowsy effect. Su Yitong was awakened by the pain, covering his ears and screaming, but she looked around and saw no one. After drinking the invisibility potion and the void potion, Yu Xuanga took the ear and the blue diamond earring and ran away. On the way, he took off the bloody gloves and put them into his bag together with the earring. Then he ran all the way to the Han family not far away and went into the nanny's room in the annex building of the Han family manor. There was no one in the room. Well, it was already 11, which was the busiest time for the nanny. Not sure whether there was any surveillance camera in the nanny's room, Yu Xuanga crawled under the bed and lay down as if he was familiar with the place. It's still reassuring here. This is also a sunroom, which makes it more comfortable. Yu Xuanga, who was lying under the bed, opened the game on time, disguised himself as a goblin, and ran to find his goblin teacher. 1 grid was filled with gold bricks, and another grid was filled with 15 gold bricks, which added up to 2,193 gold bricks, or 21,930 kilograms. After she found the goblin teacher and proposed to exchange all of them for gold bricks, the goblins were silent for a few seconds. The goblin's words popped up in the dialogue box. I don't have so many gold coins, my friend. Yu Xuanga was really angry. I worked so hard to make money, and you told me that you can't even take out 6 gold coins? Yudahayan, you don't even have 6 gold? Goblin, do you have any? Yu Xuanga, you are being sarcastic, aren't you? Yudahayan, and how many do you have, my friend? Goblin, 2. Yuan, don't you have any friends? The goblin was silent again. Say something, husband. After a long time, the goblin said, I won't change it. Yuan, I am your most loyal friend. Goblin, how disgusting. Yudaharan, then let's exchange for 2 gold first. Goblin, well, my disgusting friend. Yu Xuanga endured it. She found the goblin engineer again and asked to exchange gold coins, but he ignored her. Yudahayan, teacher? The goblin was pounding away intently at a brass pipe. Gu Wuan controlled the little man to move closer. Teacher? When she called teacher for the 3rd time in the dialogue box. Finally, a reply came in the dialogue box. The little goblin on the screen was furious. No money. I have no money. Ask, ask, ask. Can't you see I ignored you? All my money is used for research. If you really want me to be your teacher, then give me more tuition. If you don't have any, go find that guy Bill. Yu Shuinga, sorry for interrupting you. 10 minutes after entering the game, Yu Shuinga ran to the auction house with 2 gold coins, cursing. The first thing to do is to spend 10,000 gold to buy the double-level apparition. Then the shopping spree began. Chapter 20 Crazy Shopping. Animagus. Level can transform into any animal you have petted within 7 natural days. Cannot be seen through by skills or items below level. Skills are interrupted when receiving any damage. Skills other than God-given talents cannot be used while transformed. No cooldown. Each use consumes 50 mana points. There are a lot of restrictions, but they are very practical, and the last one. Unable to use skills other than God-given talents is so wonderful. This skill was born for her. Gold bought it. Shadow Control. Level, 2,500 gold. You can control the shadow to move freely. The shadow can use all the skills of the main body, but all attributes are only 20 of the main body. It is a perfect skill to seduce people. Buy. Fountain of Light. Level after use. A wellhead is created that lasts for 3 minutes. The gushing spring water has the effect of restoring life. Each spring water can restore 1 health point. The skill cooldown time is 30 minutes, and each use consumes 1 mana. A life-saving item that can not only save herself, but with this skill, she will not be easily abandoned as long as she is in a team. Even the male and female protagonists will not easily attack her. 3,000 gold, buy it. Ice Flower Seal. Level create a snowflake flying towards the target, freezing it within 3 seconds after contacting the target. The freezing effect is affected by the caster's intelligence. Chanting time 2 seconds, cooling time 30 seconds, each use consumes 50 mana points. Although ice control skills can be restrained by fire spells, there is nothing we can do about it as most skills restrain each other. And it's only 103 gold, so I bought it. Magic Missile. Level guides magic missiles to fly towards the target. No chanting time, no cooldown time, and consumes 10 mana points per second. An instant spell that does not require chanting, 97 gold, buy it. God of Food's Drool Bag. Level when you wear this item to eat. All the benefits of the food will be doubled. An old item that can be used again, 700 gold, buy it. Percy's Cat Toy. Level it has no special effect, but cats are crazy about it and it will attract cats. It is perfect for use with your own Meow Meow hotel, and it is not expensive, only 17 gold, buy it. Compass. Level it can help you detect unknown treasures within 1 kilometer and guide you to find it. 1 kilometer, the distance is a bit short, 80 gold, get it. Magician's Denture. Level contains 1 cubic meter of space, takes up one of your tooth sockets, can hide all the things you don't want others to know. The equipment or props placed inside cannot be detected by any skills or props, but cannot be used either. A must-have for the rich. Yu Shuinga thought he had too many good things, so 999 gold was acceptable. Alchemy Set. Level increases your alchemy success rate and has a 1% chance to upgrade your potion by 1 level. Alchemy Notes. When reading, you have a chance to understand an alchemy formula that you have not learned. The formula level is at most 1 level higher than your alchemy level, only effective once every 30 natural days. Engineering Notes. When reading, you have a chance to understand an engineering formula that you have not learned. The formula level is at most 1 level higher than your engineering level, only effective once every 30 natural days. The alchemy set is not expensive, only 50 gold, and the 2 notebooks at the back cost a total of 2,000 gold. But 2,000 gold is not expensive. She now has advanced alchemy and engineering. Reading this note will give her a chance to comprehend master-level alchemical formulas. It is almost a treasure trove that she carries with her. It is worth it even if she can only comprehend it once a month. She also found the cooking notes, which was much cheaper, only 350 gold. Take them all. Money only makes sense when it is exchanged for resources, otherwise it is just waste paper. The 2 gold I got from the goblin, plus the 3116 gold that I didn't use up when I came here in the morning, a total of 23,116 gold. After buying all these, I only have 220 gold left. Most of the skills available in the dungeon after the game invasion are level 100. Since she can buy them, she would naturally buy the ones she cannot get. Therefore, she only bought 2 level 100 spells, 1 control and 1 attack, which are enough. The focus was on those top skills and useful props that she had never come into contact with until her death in her previous life. The time spent shopping really flies. After receiving the package and clicking to learn all the skills, Yu Shuinga left the auction house with a sense of unfulfilled desire. There are 18 minutes left before the internal test ends. She ran to the herbal medicine shop and filled more than 30 backpack slots with herbs before leaving. Yu Shuinga stood not far from the palace of the undead and looked at the palace. Ever since she stole the God-given talent of the undead city lord last time, the guards outside the palace had increased hundreds of times. The only thing these undead soldiers had to do was hold hands to surround the palace. But it doesn't matter. Yu Shuinga kept his goblin skin and walked to the teleportation array of the city of the undead. He used the last 5 gold coins on him to choose teleportation and arrived at one of the main cities of the elves, Blood Moon City. Yu Shuinga stood in front of the elf main city and pointed out to the elf guard captain, who was carrying a gorgeous bow and arrow, that there was a problem with the anchor point. When she wanted to see the city lord, the other party took out a bow and arrow and drew it at her. At that moment, Yu Shuinga's mind was almost blank. Almost at the moment when the villain's name turned red, she did not hesitate and immediately used the thief of the god of thief, which can also be the thief of the robber. Gambling on the name of the thief god, you tried to steal the god-given talent of Elfera, the chief guard of Blood Moon City. Successful steal. You are dead. The screen went black. Soon it lit up again, and this time there was only a ghostly goblin standing in the cemetery on the screen. There are 2 choices in the upper right corner. Either go find your own corpse to be resurrected weekly, or wait for automatic resurrection. The resurrection countdown is 47:36. Yu Shuinga held the phone without moving, waiting quietly until the time reached 13 minutes. The cell phone turned into black smoke, leaving only 2 packages on the ground. She looked at her hands. Good. She didn't turn into a ghost. Even though she already knew that she wouldn't die in the internal beta test, she was still shocked for a moment when she saw her character turned into a ghost. The first thing Yu Shuinga did after she felt relieved was to modify her panel information and hide her new God-given talent. Then she stuffed the bag into the inner pocket of her clothes and drank the invisibility potion. The skills she had learned emerged in her mind, and the spells, gestures, and how to operate and mobilize her own magic power were as if engraved in her mind. She could sense a small area centered on herself, but most of the area seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. She could only sense a small part very clearly, and this small part was crooked, like today's route shown on a running track. Whenever she wanted, she could use magic to instantly move to these locations in the area, and it was obvious that these were places she had set foot on before. Chapter 21. Revenge every day, happy every day. She concentrated on feeling a few distinctive buildings and estimated that the farthest distance she could move was 10. Her current intelligence value is exactly 10, and all magic skills are affected by intelligence. It is estimated that as her intelligence value increases, her movable distance will also increase. But it doesn't matter. Can't she just use spells a few more times? She opened her eyes and raised her hand. Apparat. Yu Shuinga appeared in Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room, and the latter still had his head buried in the suitcase. To be on the safe side, Yu Shuinga used his stealing skills on Yu Xuanhuan. Skills cannot be used. Yu Shuinga felt relieved and used apparition to leave again. She had to do something wicked again. Otherwise, she would be sorry for always worrying about this bastard. She maintained her phantom state and appeared outside the AIDS Prevention and Control Center, checking her character panel while waiting for people to come to work. When she saw that the thief's steal, which can also be the robber's steal, was still usable, she was completely relieved. It was a pity that she couldn't use this skill to steal and steal again and again in the game. Below, God-given talent, immortality, there is another God-given talent. God-given talent sharpshooter. You were born for shooting. All shooting weapons are like extensions of your arms. The moment you pick them up, you can kill gods. A true sharpshooter does not need to take the initiative. She does not need to do anything to be very powerful. Skill 1. You are too weak. Passive, you can keenly detect the enemy's weaknesses during combat. Skill 2. Guaranteed critical hit. Passive 7 is a magical number. Shooting actions related to 7 will definitely critical hit. Skill 3. I'm going to get serious. Passive, as long as you aim at an enemy for more than 3 seconds, the attack will hit the enemy. Even if it is blocked, it will try its best to complete its mission until the weapon you fired is destroyed. Skill 4. I am terrifyingly strong now. After turning on this state, every arrow, crossbow, or bullet you shoot will be randomly accompanied by magic energy of any attribute of ice, fire, or thunder, consuming 10 mana points per second. Each time it is turned on and off, it will enter a cooling time, which lasts for 5 minutes. Yu Shuinga took a deep breath. It was true that he was very powerful without having to do anything. He had 4 skills, 3 of which were passive. None of them are useless. Skill 1 can help her fight better. and its practicality is not affected whether she uses a bow or not. Skill 2 means that the 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th arrows shot every day will be critical hits, which means that every 7 attacks will be critical hits. Skill 3 is excellent. It comes with missiles. Skill 4, Burst Skill. Yu Xuanga currently has no career plan, but this talent is so strong that she would be sorry for not practicing it. Considering that guns make too much noise, she immediately decided to get a bow or crossbow to practice first. Yu Xuanga planned his skills and equipment in his mind, and familiarized himself with the new skills he had learned. He also wore glasses to observe passers-by, trying to discover new players. I stood at the door until after 3 o'clock before I got a few tubes of blood. Before leaving, he poured a bottle of primary healing potion into the other person's mouth. We can only replenish his blood. Curing the disease is not something the blood bottle can do. After the game was invaded in the previous life, the bodies of people with serious illnesses were digitized, and the diseases directly affected their data. People with disabled bodies had less blood, and if they were seriously ill, they would continue to lose blood. The speed of blood loss was determined by the severity of the disease, as if someone had cast a spell that caused them to lose blood continuously. It's easy to stay alive. Just keep drinking healing potions, or be cured by the top-level healing technique that can cure terminal illnesses. She is looking forward to Yu Xuanhuan's gamification status. When she brought back to Yu Xuanhuan's room, Yu Xuanhuan was gone. Yu Xuanga was not disappointed. She returned to her villa, put the cat toys in the Meow Meow Hotel, then took a good bath and had a good sleep. I slept until 2 a.m. Get up, use the disguise skill, the illusion spell, and teleport to Yu Xuanhuan's room with the syringe. Very good. It turns out that when the game was not in beta, the male protagonist would go to bed early and get up early. She first used a Gear of Fortune on Yu Xuanhuan to change his luck to 1, and then stepped forward to insert the needle into the hero's blood vessel. But every time the needle was aimed at the blood vessel and was about to go in, Yu Xuanhuan would feel itchy here or there. After failing to pierce the target after more than 10 attempts, Yu Xuanhuan was either scratching his ears or his hair, and later on, he also scratched his butt and toes. I scratched every place on my body that could be scratched. Yu Xuanga was numb. Are you pretending to sleep? Seeing Yu Xuanhuan's eyelids move, Yu Xuanga hit Yu Xuanhuan directly, knocking him to the ground. Yu Xuanhuan tilted his head and finally calmed down. 3 injections in a row. She tried to steal again, but the skill still couldn't be used. Yu Xuanhuan was still not a player. Only then did she return to the villa with satisfaction and clarity of mind. After destroying the syringe, she began to think about how to deal with the remaining limbs in the package. She had originally planned to throw it into the game to be eaten by monsters last night, but she has never been idle since she entered the game. It would be inappropriate to throw it to a funeral home or a pig farm. No matter how immoral she was, she didn't want to involve ordinary people. Finally decided to find a place to burn it. Strike while the iron is hot. We are still in the stage of camouflage and should not waste it. Yu Xuanga teleported to the beach where she had been when filming before. There were not many people on the beach at this time, and it was not the right time for a field battle. She took out the small parts of Su Liang and the other man, and 10 bags of explosives, buried them together with the 2 small parts, then ignited the explosives and teleported 100 meters away. After the explosion subsided, Yu Xuanga returned to the crime scene, piled up all the debris and bones he could find, and blew it up again. Finally, he picked up the iron bucket and used a shovel to shovel all the ashes and black pieces he could find on the land into the bucket and dumped it all into the sea. Comfortable. Just kill it. Feel good for a minute. Take revenge every day and feel happy every day. She stood on the beach, playing with the earrings, feeling extremely happy. This thing was a token that could start a series of quests. After completing the quests, she would be able to learn a top-level healing technique that could cure all diseases and restore 70 HP with 1 damage. She had looked for that top-level healing technique at the auction house, but couldn't find it. After crushing some of his enemies to dust, Yu Xuanga went home to sleep. When he closed his eyes in bed, he suddenly thought, damn it, why didn't she use magic missiles? I forgot I was a magician. Chapter 22 Acting Until You Break Your Heart. Yu Xuanga will be performing a big play in a few days. But before that, she went to the hospital to have a tooth extracted, and then installed the magician's dentures in the empty space. As soon as the denture touched the tooth socket where the anesthetic had not yet worn off, it took root firmly in the ground. The second thing was that she had to find a way to solve the problem of the secret room in the Yu family's study. She didn't expect Yu Qingshan to be so useless that he hadn't discovered it for so long. In this case, if she said that she was a second-time internal test player, Even a pig would know who transported the treasure out. On the 8th of the month, Yu Shuinga had to go to Hong Kong again. According to the photos of the antique jewelry he had sold before, he asked someone to urgently make a batch of fake ones that were 80% similar to the originals, and also got 300 kilograms of fake gold bars. He used the game backpack and apparition to get them all back to Yu Qingshan's study. Anyway, there is no need for money at home in the near future. When I escaped back in my previous life, the old couple were still moving these treasures. In his previous life, Yu Sun Huan kept asking him for money, but that was because he became a beta test player and needed a lot of money. But in this life, he is just an ordinary ninth warrior. Why would he need money? After a lot of back and forth, it was already number 10 when it was done. On this day, Yu Shuinga not only called Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua to the hotel where Yu Xuanhuan was staying, she even wanted to call Su Yitong to the hotel as well, but the latter had lost one of her ears and was in no mood to pay attention to her. Okay, it doesn't matter if the heroine doesn't come. It's okay if I can't get the heroine's trust, and it's also okay to create a rift in the relationship between the hero and heroine. Yu Xuanhuan sat on the edge of the bed with drooping eyebrows and a well-behaved expression on her face, which said, "Although I'm in a bad mood, I will cooperate with whatever my sister wants me to do." After everyone was done, Yu Shuinga made sure the hotel room door was tightly closed, then returned to the others and said in a low voice mysteriously, "I found a way that might be able to cure my brother." In a word, two people in the room who appeared gentle on the surface but were impatient in their hearts, and one person who was impatient both on the surface and on the inside, looked at her with wide eyes. Yu Shuinga said that she was bored while waiting for someone a few days ago, so she downloaded a game to play. However, she only played for 2 hours before the game disappeared, along with her phone. Most importantly, she took all the items and skills in the game out with her. She also searched for the game in front of several people, but found nothing. Not only Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, but even Yi Qiugwa's breathing slowed down. She had a bad temper and was always impulsive, but she knew Yu Shuinga's character and knew that he would not joke about big things. Yu Shuinga lowered his voice even more, then took out a tattered gray bag from his pocket, a 4-grid bag he got from the previous owner of Gear of Destiny. Then, in front of several people, she took out 3 lunchboxes that were much larger than the gray bag itself, and then took out a glass test tube the size of her little finger, which was filled with liquid that looked like a red gem. She handed the bottle of medicine to Yu Xuanhuan. "This is the healing potion in the game. Come on, drink it and see if it can cure it." Yu Xuanhuan took the bottle of medicine with trembling hands. He looked at Yu Shuinga with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes: disbelief, emotion, gratitude, and jealousy. Yu Shuinga said anxiously, "Try it now." Yi Qiugwa was even more anxious than her and kept urging Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Qingshan clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to rush over and pour the medicine into Yu Xuanhuan's mouth. Yu Xuanhuan tilted his head back and drank the bottle of medicine, and then nothing happened. He stared at his pants with a gloomy face. Still a 9-year-old boy. What a sin. I have never seen a male protagonist in a male-oriented novel with a single-digit number of characters. What is the difference between rounding and 0? At this moment, Yu Xuanhuan was glad that she was an actor. She forced a smile and advised, "Even if this doesn't work, but we know about this magical thing. I can catch up this time, and you can catch up next time if you have a chance." Without waiting for them to speak, she continued, "I wanted to call Yitong here today, just to have her go and find out. This game is so magical. I'm definitely not the only one. The Su family is powerful, and they must have more information than us ordinary people." After Yu Sunhuan calmed down, he asked, "So what skills did you get?" "It's not a skill. It's a talent you draw. It can make a person lucky or unlucky, and it changes a person's luck value. It can only be used once a day." She smiled and said, "Do you want to try it? I can make your luck 10, which is the highest." She has decided to disguise her God-given talent as the Gear of Destiny in the future. This talent is so practical. Not only can it change other people's luck, but she can also choose whether to hide it from the target. This is simply a great skill for doing bad things. It hides it when people are unlucky and shows it when they do good things. It's perfect. Yu Xuanhuan had mixed emotions for a moment. This talent sounded very useful, but it wasn't a ridiculously strong skill that could make a world of difference between people. But he also regretted why it wasn't a healing skill. But all these emotions passed in a flash. The jealousy faded, and what was left was only emotion, real emotion. Yu Shuinga was actually willing to tell them such a big secret. Even though Yu Shuinga always held back and refused to give them all the money he earned, at this moment, these grudges began to dissipate. He thought, "Forget it. I won't let Su Yitong suppress her anymore. I'll find other ways to increase Su Yitong's sense of crisis." Yu Qingshan was also in a complicated mood. How could this kind of adventure not happen to his son? But then he felt warm in his heart. He knew that if it was Yu Xuanhuan who had this kind of adventure, he might give him a sip of soup, but he would never tell him everything without reservation. Ichiogwa was the same. On the one hand, he felt regretful that the baby was not a son, but on the other hand, he was so moved that his heart was burning with emotion. He muttered to himself, "What a silly girl." She told her family everything. Yu Xuanga opened a few bags of food and asked everyone to eat together and chat while eating. Then he smiled embarrassedly and put the bags away, meaning that he would not share them. Unlike the past when he felt uncomfortable, Yu Xuanga used to give money to his family often. However, in the eyes of Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, who knew the family financial situation, that little bit of money could not prove anything. Yu Xuanga's reservation only made them think that Yu Xuanga was an ungrateful person. They always felt that Yu Xuanga was keeping something from his family and was on guard against them. But now that Yu Xuanga shared such an adventure with them and showed a little reservation, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan did not think that she had not done enough. They just sighed helplessly in their hearts that their daughter and sister were still so stingy. Yu Xuanga didn't have the ability to read minds, so she couldn't figure out what the old man and the young boy were thinking, but she followed her plan and remained vigilant at all times. In her previous life, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa both became players after the game was officially invaded, and their talents were ordinary, but she was determined to kill them immediately if they won the talent lottery. Chapter 23. Whether it is or not, it is probably. During the meal, without Yu Xuanga saying anything, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa asked Yu Xuanhuan to find Su Yitong to find out the news. Yu Xuanga advised, "But don't alarm her. What if she is already a player? If you ask her this, she might think you are doubting her and testing her, which would hurt her feelings." Yu Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly. Yu Qingshan asked more detailed information about the game, and Yu Xuanga told him everything she could, saying that it was difficult to make money in the game. She played for 2 hours and only earned 2 silver coins and a broken back. She bought the bottle of healing potion when she was about to go out of town to fight monsters, but she had just bought it, and the game was gone before she even bought a weapon. Yu Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, "This game should appear again, but I don't know what the rules are." Yu Xuanga shook his head. "I can't find it online. I just had a sudden urge to search for the World of Warcraft we played in high school that day, and I found a game with a similar name, so I downloaded it to play. But this game doesn't even have any advertisements, and no one is discussing it online." Yu Qingshan commented, "This is normal. Everyone would keep this kind of thing secret. At most, they would tell their family members." Ichiogwa said, "Should we stock up on something? I feel like things are going to get messy." The whole family discussed for a long time before they dispersed. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but Yu Xuanga really felt that Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan treated her better. They used to be very close to her, but after she was reborn and woke up, she always felt that it was a bit deliberate when she listened and watched again. Now, this kind of intimacy seemed to have a sense of being a family. A few days later, the family reunited in the hotel again. This time, Yu Xuanhuan brought news that Su Yitong's ears had been cut off. Without Yu Xuanga saying anything, Ichiogwa said, "Then was that thing done to you by an enemy of the Su family? I didn't have the chance to do anything to her before, so I could only take it out on you." Yu Xuanhuan's expression showed that he obviously thought so too, but he pursed his lips tightly, not wanting to be the bad guy who presumed to speculate about others. Yu Xuanga advised, "No matter whether it is true or not, we will soon become a family. It will be safer for you to go to the Su family than to stay outside. Whether she is or not, it is most likely true, but just treat her as if she is not, right?" Yu Xuanhuan did feel uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that it must be the Su family's fault that implicated him, but he was also worried. If it was done by the Su family's enemies, did Su Yitong know that he was... He suddenly thought of the inexplicable fainting he had experienced on the morning of the 6th. He thought it was because of his unstable schedule and low blood sugar during that period, but what if it was the enemy of the Su family who didn't want to see him playing that game? No, that's not right. He didn't even know about the game at that time. He just wanted to watch some short videos to kill time on a whim. Yu Xuanhuan sat back on the sofa in frustration, just like what Yu Xuanga said. No matter if it was true or not, what else could he do? Although everything went smoothly, Yu Xuanga was not without worries. Alchemy is clearly stated to be exclusive to goblins, so even if she learns it, it will turn gray after she leaves the game. She must use the disguise skill to transform into a goblin before this skill will light up. The disguise skill is extremely useful, but it also has a long cooldown time and can only be used 4 times a day at most. In order not to affect daily use, Yu Xuanga has been turning into a green goblin 10 minutes before going to bed in recent days, sitting on the edge of the bed and rubbing 3 gold coins before going to sleep, so that when he wakes up in the morning, the cool-down time is just over. After becoming a goblin, she not only collects gold coins as usual, but she will also turn invisible and apparate to the bedrooms of Su Yidong and Liang Yuchuan, stealing a little, not much, just one for each person, and then go home with the remaining 60 health to catch up on some sleep. But after only 2 days of stealing, she discovered that Su Yidong's bedroom, no, almost the entire Su family was equipped with mist spray equipment. Not only the garden and the interior of the villa, but even all the rooms had such devices. She almost teleported away from the Su family the moment she discovered the mist in the room, and then as soon as she returned home, she found that her invisibility potion had lost its effect, and she could already see her own body. That's a lot of money. How many revealing potions do you have to use every day? No, these people are not afraid of mold on their furniture. No matter how fine and light the mist is, no matter how high-end the furniture is, it can't withstand 24-hour spraying, right? But it didn't matter. She drank the invisibility potion and returned to the Su family. This time, she landed directly under Su Yitong's bed. It didn't matter even if she became visible here. She could just steal and leave. She looked out from under the bed and felt relieved when she found that there was no chaos in the Su family. It seemed that she had not been discovered just now. I just don't know if there is any surveillance camera in Su Yidong's bedroom, but it doesn't matter even if she is photographed. She is so cautious that she not only disguises herself first and then drinks the invisibility potion, she even wears a swimming cap and a mask before disguising herself. Since she needs to turn into a goblin to rub gold coins, she goes to the Su and Liang families in the form of a goblin every day. Because of what happened to the Su family, when she went to Liang Yuchuan's house, she moved directly to the bottom of Liang Yuchuan's bed, and then found herself next to Liang Yuchuan's bed. When she looked down, she found that the bed had been changed and the bottom of the bed was sealed. Fortunately, the Liang family had not used the invisibility spray yet. After stealing from Liang Yuchuan, she walked around the cloakroom in Liang Yuchuan's bedroom, which was considered as opening the map. Next time, she would move directly here. Yu Xuanga insisted on going to the Su and Liang families to punch in every day. After a month, he succeeded twice. He stole 1 point of intelligence from Su Yidong and 1 point of strength from Liang Yuchuan. Now Yu Xuanga's attributes are Strength, 7, Constitution 7, Intelligence, 10, Agility, 18, Luck, 10, full value, Charm, 10, full value. Besides this, the most worrying thing is her professional skills. She knew that many equipment or props in the game would mutate after being invaded, but there were priorities, and those things would not run away. The most important thing for her now was to practice alchemy and engineering. These days, Yu Xuanga stayed in the villa with a very regular schedule. In the morning, she gained experience in alchemy. In the afternoon, she gained experience in engineering, and for 3 meals a day, she gained experience in cooking skills. Then she specially made a portion of meat and put it next to the cat's bed. Since she used cat toys, cats would stay in the cat bed at the door of her villa almost every night. At night, I practiced archery on the 2nd floor of the villa and read alchemy notes or engineering notes before going to bed. On weekends, I will go to the lake in the villa area to practice fishing. After the game invasion, the fish in many waters have mutated. Only when the fishing level is high enough can you catch higher quality fish. Unfortunately, her alchemy soon got stuck at the advanced level, 77. The herbs needed to upgrade alchemy to the advanced level could not be replaced in reality. She could only use those bought from the game, but now all the materials were used up. Chapter 24. Silly but cute? In the game, when making a potion, she would have successfully brewed it once the progress bar was completed. However, when she made a potion in real life, she had to follow the instructional video in her mind step by step. Sometimes, a bottle of advanced potion would take more than an hour to boil. She had to figure out how to handle the ingredients, how to control the temperature, when to stir, and when to add the next ingredient. However, even though she believed she had done every step exactly the same, it still showed as a failure. But occasionally, even if it failed, she would still get 1 extra experience point. She wasn't so serious before the college entrance examination. The same is true for engineering, where the advanced and junior levels of these 2 majors are completely different worlds. The elementary and intermediate levels are like Western medicine. Ding is ding and Mao is Mao. Once you have learned the corresponding knowledge and see the data, you just need to study hard. No matter how difficult it is, the correct answer is the correct answer. Once a disease is confirmed, no matter who comes, you will all have the same disease. For advanced professions like Chinese medicine, every doctor has a different answer, and sometimes the treatment plans are diametrically opposed, but they can all cure the disease because the relationship between the medicinal materials is unclear. Sometimes each video is different. This time the teacher added 20 grams of magic grass powder first, and the next time she added only 18 grams. The next time, she changed to another herb because she accidentally added a little more of another herb because of shaking hands. But it doesn't matter, changing the herb, the effect is the same after the two herbs are blended. At first, Yu Shuanga wanted to curse. It was too unprofessional, and what a load of crap. But later, Yu Shuanga even forgot about gaining experience. Sometimes she would watch the alchemy videos in her mind for a whole day and forget to practice engineering. She felt that the female undead mentor in the video was like an orchestra conductor who was in charge of all the medicinal properties and was not bound by rigid formulas. Sometimes, slight mistakes in her hands could create surprises. In July, Yu Shuanga completely stopped refining high-level potions. She planned to relearn and refine all the basic and intermediate formulas. She couldn't help but recall the interview she saw that year. The player in the interview said solemnly, "The professional skills learned during the internal test are the real treasure of the internal test. I can sew blue and even purple equipment not because of my talent, but because of the sewing knowledge I learned from the alien teacher. Yes, he will always be my teacher. Even if we meet on the battlefield in the future and we fight to the death, even if you call me a traitor, I will still say that the alien is my teacher." However, on July 1st, Su Yitong suddenly said that she would treat all members of the Yu family to a meal. The eldest lady's invitation was not an invitation, but a notification, so Yu Shuanga packed up and went to the restaurant. She was not the last one to arrive when she walked into the private room. Yu Qingshan and Yi Xiaoguo were already sitting inside. Before coming, Yu Shuanga not only checked his character panel and put all his equipment and props into his bag, but also stuffed the 236 slot bags into the magician's dentures. Now he only has a 4-slot bag on him. After waiting for another half an hour, the door of the private room was opened by the bodyguard, and Su Yitong, wearing a monocle, walked in first. Yu Shuanga, Yu Qingshan, and Yi Xiaoguo stood up and greeted them with a smile. Su Yitong changed her hairstyle. Her original long black straight hair exposed her ears, but now it was wavy with a 2:8 ratio. Of course, the 8:8 ratio was to cover up the empty right side of her head. Maybe it was because she was in a bad mood recently, but her expression was no longer as elegant and calm as before, but rather a little dull, which echoed the gloom on Yu Xuanhuan's face beside her. It's hilarious. The male lead became 9 warriors, and the female lead became an ear. Who dares to say they are not a perfect match? Yu Shuanga didn't go to look at Su Yitong's new glasses. She guessed that it was probably a prop. Otherwise, people without ears would psychologically reject glasses that need to be hung on the ears, and it would be a kind of psychological torture every time they took them off and put them on again. Even if it's a monocle. Su Yitong's glasses are indeed a detection item. Although they are not as good as the Soros mask she got before, they are also a high-end item. Detection equipment is rare, and finding a high-end one is already a reward for the third branch of the Su family who privately gathered more than a dozen people to participate in the internal test. In fact, it was a real surprise that she got the level props in the first internal test. Her 2 brothers. Never mind, let's not mention the last internal test. When I mention the internal test, I think of ears. The first thing she did after entering the room was to use detection on Yu Shuanga, but what she saw was what Yu Shuanga wanted her to see. Character Yu Shuanga, level 00. God-given talent, cannot be detected. Race, human. Racial talent, unable to detect. HP, 100. Magic, 100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 7. Lucky. Charm. Yu Shuanga had no idea that Su Yitong's glasses were so rubbish. Her series of smooth and handsome operations were like showing them to a blind person. When Su Yitong saw the experience of 0, she believed most of what Yu Xuanhuan said. Yu Shuanga watched Su Yitong's expression soften, and Yu Xuanhuan beside him winked at him. Yu Shuanga. Damn it. Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong had been trying to find out any information indirectly recently, but failed. Yesterday, he just admitted directly that he knew about the game, and it was Yu Shuanga who told him. He would have stopped talking here and didn't think about helping Yu Shuanga explain why she didn't tell Su Yitong. But unexpectedly, Su Yitong asked Yu Shuanga when she told him, and Yu Xuanhuan said it happened on the 9th or 10th. Su Yitong's expression immediately eased, and she said that Yu Shuanga had sent her a message that day asking her to go to the hotel, saying that he had something important to tell her and Yu Xuanhuan, but she had something else to do at the time so she didn't go. Her ear was gone, and half of the gold in her family was gone. So how could she have the mood to meet a son-in-law's sister? Yu Sunhuan immediately said, yes, She did say that she invited you. She only trusts us family members. Yitong, we are family, right? Because of this incident, Su Yitong no longer had any opinion about Yu Xuanhuan, although she still felt that she was a little silly in her heart. How could she tell such a thing to someone who hadn't married her brother yet? Putting herself in her shoes, she only told her family and confidants. Thinking of this, she felt that Yu Xuanga was cutely silly and treated her as a family member. I came here today just to confirm the truthfulness of what this person said. Although I tried it a few months ago, I didn't use any detection props at that time. Although the God-given talent could not be found, the experience value was only 0. It seemed that she really did not have much time to play, just as she said. However, Su Yitong did not tell Yu Xuanhuan that she had participated in the internal test. Such things were better not to be told. If the other party heard it from someone else first, it would more or less hurt the feelings. Although she did not take Yu Xuanhuan seriously yet, there was no need to make trouble. As for whether Yu Xuanhuan would find out that she had been hiding something from him in the future, the eldest lady didn't care. She really liked Yu Xuanhuan's face, but that was all. Chapter 25 Purchase. At the end of dinner, Su Yitong did not tell them that she was already a player, but agreed to tell them any news. She was also to be informed if Yu Xuanga entered the game again. She was also busy going back to set up the Su family's defense system. Recently, her attribute value decreased by 1 point. Her brother said that it might be temporary and the game was unstable, but she didn't think so. Otherwise, why didn't her two brothers lose attribute points? After sending Su Yitong to the car, Yu Xuanhuan returned to the private room with a slightly cold expression. Yu Xuanga asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Yu Xuanhuan shook his head and whispered, "She must be a player. She is hiding it from us." Yu Qingshan, "What do you mean? Do you have evidence?" Yu Xuanhuan pursed her lips and said, "Her ear was injured." "Well, the entire right ear is gone. It was still there on the 6th, but when we met again on the 14th, she had changed her hairstyle. She didn't put on any bandages or medicine. She probably used something from the game. Can the healing potion heal the wound after drinking it?" Yu Xuanga spread his hands. "I only have that one bottle. I gave it to you. I haven't drunk it myself." Yu Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. "Why don't you buy a few more bottles?" After saying that, he sighed in his heart that he was really starting to treat Yu Xuanga as his own. "Do you want to knock me? Do you hear me? Do you want to knock me? Do you believe me? I will ask someone to cut you in half again, so that you will only have 4 centimeters left." Yu Xuanga kept smiling and drank a glass of Coke angrily. After dealing with Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga did not rush back to the villa to study. Su Yitong's glasses today gave her a great sense of crisis. The Soros mask can no longer give him a sense of security, although props below the current level cannot see through the modified information of the mask. But what if? What if someone is so lucky that they get the level 1 exploration item in the first internal test? Intellectually, she knew it was impossible. The best detection tool she had ever seen in her previous life was only level 1, the same level as the Soros glasses. But she didn't dare to gamble. She felt uneasy at the thought that someone might be able to detect her talent. Where are the rare detection props and equipment that were promised? How come Liang Yuchuan got a level 1 in the first internal test, and Su Yitong, got a detection prop of unknown level in the second internal test? She didn't even dare to think about it. Someone used a level 1 detection item to detect her. The next second, her personal panel light screen lit up above her head. When she looked closely, she found that the number of God-given talents was almost catching up with the number of attributes. Yu Xuanga couldn't sleep until midnight and couldn't fall asleep at all. She simply got up and started packing. She decided to try to find the male protagonist's third woman tomorrow. The Soros mask is with the main wife. The glasses are with the second one, and the last part might be with the youngest one. She naturally knew the protagonist's concubine. This concubine only lost because she appeared late, but her power was no less than that of the Su and Liang families. The Han family's power was in the city. In the second year of the game invasion, the Han family was driven out of the city by several other families and retreated to the city where they had laid out their plan long ago. She wanted to ask, "Does the city collect junk? You can return it if you want. But it's not even daybreak yet." After Yu Xuanga came back, she didn't rub today's gold coins. She simply turned into a goblin, made today's 3 gold coins, and then went invisible under Su Yitong's bed. Well, there was no one there. She looked around and decided, forget it, the 2 brothers of the Su family would be fine too. After all, a thief never leaves empty-handed. She has been very bold recently. After discovering that the Su family's invisibility potion is only elementary, she drinks the advanced invisibility potion from time to time and wanders around the Su family. She turned into the floor where her 2 brothers were. She had thought about stealing from them before, But one of them was a domineering boss and the other was an athlete, and they were basically not at home all year round. Today, the second brother, Su Jinxian, was there, and this was the first time she saw him at home since the second internal test. Su Jinxian was an archer in his previous life. He was a top archer athlete before the game invasion. After the game was introduced, he became the top combat force of the Su family in just 1 month. How can the male protagonist of Zue Su not be bullied by others? Su Jinxian is the one in the Su family who likes to bully the male protagonist the most, and he steps on him from time to time. There are excellent sisters-in-law in female-oriented novels, and there are excellent brothers-in-law in novels about sons-in-law. They could maintain basic etiquette before marriage, but after marriage, I feel uncomfortable no matter how I look at it. But the male protagonist is protected by the female protagonist, and sometimes Su Jinxian can't do too much, so he comes at himself. Yu Xuanga. What does the divine gold have to do with her? Yu Xuanhuan would occasionally take Yu Xuanga to participate in Su family's team activities, under the pretext of repaying his sister, but now Yu Xuanga always felt that this was pushing her out to help him attract fire. When fighting monsters, Su Jinxian would ask her to go to the front to lure the monsters, and sometimes the arrows would even miss the target. The speed was very slow, and it seemed that anyone could easily dodge it, but she would be hurt by the monster because she was trying to dodge the arrow. It's not that she has no temper. In her previous life, after every team battle, she would tell Yu Xuanhuan not to call her next time. Even though the Su family would allocate materials or equipment to her according to her contribution when doing dungeons, and many of these things were very precious, it was not impossible for her to spend more time on them. Every time this happened, Yu Xuanhuan would give her his share of the spoils, saying sorry, that he just wanted to help his sister, and that he really wanted to have his family around him, etc. Then he would complain to her about Su Jinxian, and even talk about Su Jinxuan's skills and personality, asking her to stay away, etc. Yu Xuanga felt touched and helpless at the time, but more of it was anger. You were wronged, and you want me to be wrong too, right? Are you marrying into the family, or am I marrying into the family? But now that she has seen through Yu Xuanhuan's true nature and examined these strange behaviors in detail, she couldn't help but wonder if Yu Xuanhuan was trying to stir up her hatred for Su Jinxian and guide her to play Su Jinxian and replace him. Later, when she found that she didn't follow his guidance, he stopped letting her participate in Su's family activities. Then, could it be that the conflict between her and the Liang and Han families was also instigated by Yu Xuanhuan? Tom, if that's the case, you should just tell me no. She just doesn't actively harm others, but she has no moral bottom line. If you keep persuading her, won't she agree? Yu Xuanga looked at Su Jinxian lying on the bed and became angrier the more he thought about it. Anyway, the Olympics have passed, and the next Olympics will be in 1980, which is long gone. Yu Xuanga didn't have to carry a heavy mental burden when she took action. She first used Gear of Destiny on Su Jinxian to change his luck to 1, and then began to use I want this, and this, continuously. She didn't plan to sleep tonight. After dealing with Su Jinxian, she would go to see Liang Yuchuan, then go straight home and drive to the airport. After stealing for more than an hour, she managed to steal 3 points of agility and 1 point of intelligence from Su Jinxian, and she stopped when she was satisfied. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 18. The attribute of agility alone is comparable to that of a level 2 player with all agility added. But she is only level 0 now. Chapter 26 Han Family. Yu Xuanga didn't want to kill Su Jinxian because Su Jinxian later died at the hands of the male protagonist. He liked Liang Yuchuan, so shouldn't he die? Not only that, but he caused a lot of trouble for the hero before his death, framing, exploiting, sneering, stealing the hero's things, etc. It's like a gender-swapped female version of the sister-in-law. After stealing 4 attributes, Yu Xuanga immediately started to look for any equipment on Su Jinxian. She actually found a white cloth belt, which improved her physical condition after she put it on. It's not that she looked down on the bonus, but the belt was too dirty. It looked like a butcher had been killing pigs for 10 years, and the lard had soaked it through and then dried it with wind. This is a cloth belt. It looks like a leather belt when pulled out. Forget it. She couldn't be so arrogant. She threw the belt into her backpack. It could be sold for at least a few dozen silver coins. After leaving the Su family, Yu Xuanga rushed to Liang Yuchuan's cloakroom. Recently, the Liang family also installed a visible potion spray device, but like the Su family, it was a primary visible potion. After all, the entire manor is sprayed with potions every day, and the consumption is astonishing. Where do so many intermediate potions come from? Liang Yuchuan has been having a hard time recently because she knows that modern technology cannot cure her hand, and she is unwilling to use a prosthesis, so she has been frantically looking for players. Not only that, but also got many of the Liang family's confidants to join the game. At the same time, she also suspected that it was related to Liang Hui. Otherwise, why did Liang Hui also die on the day when her hand was cut off? Because she had the Soros glasses, she naturally knew that the other party was also a player, but she just didn't expose it. However, they sent people to check all the people Liang Hui had met recently, but found nothing. Things were not making any progress. During the second internal test, she discovered that her game character was also missing an arm. Liang Yuchuan's recent mental state was extremely terrible. Except for her family, almost no one dared to approach her. After stealing for more than an hour, Liang Yuchuan also shipped the goods, physique. She immediately returned to her villa, drank a large cup of coffee, made 3 large bowls of meat and vegetables, and placed them in front of the cat's bed. After patting the 3 cats' heads, she walked out of the villa and drove to the airport herself. Although she can apparate directly to the airport, as long as she is not doing anything bad, she will pretend that she does not have this skill when doing anything, so that anyone who wants to check her whereabouts will be able to find out. At the airport, she told Yu Qingshan and others that she was going to Beijing. She found information about a suspected player on the forum and went to look for him. Yu Qingshan and his companions believed it without a doubt. While waiting for the flight, she was watching the video of the undead female mentor refining elementary potions in her mind with her eyes closed. A cautious voice came from beside her. It was a young girl, asking her if she was Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga was stunned for a moment, and the faces of various enemies and escaped friends from his previous life flashed through his mind, but none of them matched. The long silence made the girl feel a little panicked. She thought she had upset Yu Shuinga. She apologized. "I'm sorry. I disturbed you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. I haven't heard from you for a long time." "Ah, are you a fan?" Such a distant thing. Such a pure and clumsy love. Yu Shuinga pulled down his mask, chatted with the girl for a few words, and invited her to have a cup of coffee, but having seen all kinds of strange and bizarre God-given talents, she refused to sign. Yu Shuinga was still thinking about this matter until he got on the plane. The troubles in the entertainment industry seemed like things that happened hundreds of years ago. Even the fact that Lu Zhenglu sent her to a dead man's bed seemed like child's play when she recalled it now. She was almost tricked into sleeping with an interracial couple, Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai. Although Su Yitong is also a bad person, most of her methods are to use her power to coerce others. She doesn't resort to despicable means, such as letting others snatch her resources, buying up all the materials available on the market when she knows what materials she urgently needs, and forcibly snatching away her high-level mission items, etc. Liang Yuchuan is vicious. She hates people who would rather use their hands than their mouths. There is no need to beat around the bush. For her, directly hurting the other person's body is much more effective than any psychological torture. Her life motto is that it is better to torture the body than to torture the heart. The Han family's brother and sister are sinister and vicious. On the surface, they are affectionate with you, but in fact, they are very mean and have even tried to contract you to be their slave. Everyone is seriously ill. Yu Xuanhuan is a son-in-law of 3 surnames, and I am the heroine of a story about 3 surnames, right? She couldn't understand why these 3 women didn't fight each other when they had so much free time, but instead took it out on herself. Not only them, but also the male friends of the male protagonist. She suspected that Yu Xuanhuan did something in the middle, but she had no evidence. I can no longer remember the details of the book I read on my deathbed, but even if I did remember, the content was embellished. The book is not important. Her feelings are the most important, and the Han sisters must take good care of her. Yu Shuinga stood in the city and called the Gun King, asking if he knew how to get to the secret passage in the city. "Gun King, go to the bank first, then walk north for a kilometer. There is a McDonald's there. After you go in, tell them you want a Crazy Wednesday combo. If they say they don't have it, then you can ask for a $2 cone. If you don't want a cone, they will just put the ice cream in a cup and they will take you there." Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga. Why can we enter the secret passage in the city just by finding the back door of the bar? Gun King. Because the market you entered wasn't really a dark market at that time. Yu Shuinga covered her pig brain, unable to believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She has already hired someone to kill someone, and she still says it's not a dark market? Gun King. Well, it was a coincidence that you met me at that time. I just went upstairs to buy coffee. If you want to find the secret passage in the city, you have to go to the coffee shop and say you want a 2-pack of black coffee. They say they don't have such a big cup. Then you say you brought beans. They say then take out the beans, and you give them a 1 gold bean, and they will take you in. Yu Shuinga was silent for a long time, then sighed. People in the capital are still sincere. Gun King, well, I'll wait for your call. Then he hung up. Why are you still flirting? Yu Shuinga sneered. Who wants to call you? A few minutes later, Yu Shuinga squatted on the curb and called the Gun King. She wanted to have a drink to relieve her sorrow. Gun King, what's the matter? Didn't you go in? Yu Shuinga looked at Mac and Wang across the street. Well, he took me to a door and then glared at me. I was sensible. Of course I was sensible. I took out a wad of cash and gave it to him, but he didn't want it and kicked me out. Gun King, they don't take cash either, only gold, 2 for each. Yu Shuinga? Why didn't you say anything just now? Gun King, let you feel the sincerity of the capital. Yu Shuinga. Chapter 27 Soros, gather together. After getting the news about the Han family, Yu Shuinga went out and found a massage parlor directly. She ordered a 3-hour package and got some sleep while getting a massage. She didn't plan to sleep tonight. We are in a hurry, so we need to finish it quickly so that we can go back and continue our alchemy class. Today is July 3rd, and the third internal test will be on October 10th. She wants to improve her alchemy as much as possible. As expected of Masseur number 88, such a good number would only be given to the truly strong. Yu Shuinga slept for 3 hours during the massage, but had the illusion that she had rested for a whole night. She glanced at the masseur and thought that after the game was invaded, this person's massage skills might be digitized into skills. Yu Shuinga did not look for a hotel. She could pay to stay overnight at the massage parlor. After making sure that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, she booked the massage room and asked the waiter to wake her up at 8 o'clock the next morning. After the clerk left, Yu Shuinga checked carefully again to make sure there were no cameras. She locked the room, put her bag on the massage bed, went to the bathroom, used the disillusionment spell, and then disillusioned to a SF Express station not far from the entrance to the dark market. It was not a good habit to have someone run errands to deliver goods to the crime scene every time. She did not like people knowing her habits. She directly obtained the express delivery transportation schedule. At this time every day, a transport truck would stop at this station, unload the goods at this station, and continue to drive. The 7th station is the closest to the Han family, only 5. Although it was a bit troublesome, she had never been to the Han family before, so she couldn't use the apparition function. Without a clear image in her mind, she was afraid that she would hit Han Qianshan. By riding a Rail SF express car, Yu Shuinga arrived at the Han family, outside the manor before dark. Nowadays, if you don't live in a manor, you are not qualified to be the wife of a son-in-law, right? Yu Shuinga took a deep breath and quickly found Han Qianshan with his rich experience in burglary. As for Han Qianhai, he is the relative of the male and female protagonists just like herself, but the treatment she receives and Han Qianhai's are incomparable. Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai are truly like brothers. Even if Han Qianshan really falls in love with Yu Xuanhuan later, she will not hurt Han Qianhai for Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Shuinga must have been so envious in his previous life. Today's mission is mainly about Soros, not revenge. Yu Shuinga walked straight into Han Qianshan's room with the help of the potion and got in skillfully. Damn, Han Qianshan's bed is solid, with wood underneath. Yu Shuinga sat cross-legged at the end of the bed and could only say that it was a good thing that she had learned the illusion spell. She lowered her eyes and did not look at Han Qianshan. Sometimes people are very magical. They can keenly perceive other people's gazes even in their dreams. As usual, he used Gear of Destiny to whet Han Qianshan's appetite, reduced Han Qianshan's luck to 1, then used another shot to make him faint on the ground for insurance, and then began to drink primary healing potions regardless of the cost, using I want this, and this on Han Qianshan. Intelligence. Intelligence. Soros hat. Stop it. She had actually seen this hat in her previous life. It turned out that this was the last part of Soros' suit. No, this thing is really a standard feature for the heroine, right? She couldn't wait to check out the Soros hat. Soros set hat, 3, level 1 even fortune tellers who can travel through the long river of fate. Well, I mean if their skills and items are at level 1 or below, cannot know your whereabouts. You must wear it to take effect. When she took out the Soros suit glasses and Soros suit mask and put them together with the top hat, the black top hat, gold-framed glasses, and silver mask emitted a faint glow, and then slowly turned into a small and exquisite silver pocket watch. Soros time. You don't need to know who I am, where I am, or what I am doing. I'm in a hurry. Skill 1, disguise. As long as you want, you can disguise all your information. Skill 2, exploration. As long as you want, you can explore everything you want to know. Exploring detailed information consumes 10 mana points per second, and you can turn on the energy saving mode to only display basic information about characters and items, consuming 1 mana point per minute. Skill 3, Stealth. You will not be able to be divined by anyone or anything, and when someone tries to divine your whereabouts, you will sense their presence. Soros is the strongest. Even if the level comes, they can only see a fog. I am talking about Soros. Set skill, I'm in a hurry. After use, you will be teleported to wherever you can see, no more than 5 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Great Harvest. Ushuainga breathed slowly and immediately turned on the energy-saving mode of exploration. Now, she found that the players in her field of vision were just like when she was playing games. A line of blue glowing fonts appeared above their heads, with their names, levels, and health and mana percentages. For example, above Han Xinshan's head is Han Xinshan level. Ushuainga suppressed his excitement and used his skills on Han Xinshan several more times. Constitution. Get out. Then he went to Han Xianhai's room downstairs. The Gear of Fate is still cooling down, so I can only give the unconscious thief god a set meal. I was busy until dawn and only gained 2 points of physical strength. When she left the Han family manor, her main data was as follows. Health, 150 mana, 200. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 21. Luck, 10, full value. Charm, 10, full value. Her health finally began to increase. Constitution is a comprehensive attribute, which is related to her vitality, defense, magic resistance, mental resistance, life recovery speed, etc. Her initial constitution was only 6. Previously, when her constitution increased, her health did not change, but when her constitution exceeded 10, every increase of 1 point of constitution would increase her health by 50 points, and every upgrade would also increase. But the growth value during the upgrade is not fixed. People with high constitution will have a higher constitution bonus when upgrading. The same goes for mana. Due to the increase in intelligence, the mana is now as high as 300. Ushuainga hung the pocket watch around her neck and hid it in her underwear. If possible, she would have made a small pocket with a combination lock on her underwear and locked the pocket watch in it. Although the disguise information still only needs to be placed in the bag to take effect, it must be worn if you want to avoid divination. What's more, you must wear it if you want to use prop skills. Soros's suit skills are too practical, and she can't not use them. Because she hitchhiked all the way to the Han family, she had seen the maps along the way. Even though the Han family was more than 30 kilometers away from the massage parlor, she could apparate there. Now that her intelligence was 14 points, she could move 14 kilometers each time. After 3 apparitions, Ushuainga returned to the bathroom of the massage parlor. Take a shower, change clothes, unlock the door, and go to bed to avoid sudden death. When the waiter came in to wake her up, she simply pressed 3 more times and went out for lunch at noon. She had to think about what gift to leave for Han Xianshan and Han Xianhai. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the slave formation she had carved on her back. It was Yushuan Huan who arrived and saved her at that time, but now her pig brain has been upgraded. When she thinks about it with the second version of the pig brain, she feels something is wrong. Hey, why didn't you come earlier or later? You came only after she finished drawing the formation and reciting the spell? I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear to kill Han Xianshan with one blow. One must torture, and then kill before one's thoughts become clear. Otherwise, there will always be a feeling of emptiness as if you have been hungry for 10 days and walked into a buffet restaurant, but ended up eating a lot of chicken and vegetable salad for the sake of health. The enemy was killed with one blow, and she would occasionally sit up in the middle of the night and slap herself for the rest of her life. No, you just killed him like that? Chapter 28 Living Bodhisattva. Like to use Shu and Huan? Or do something illegal to the Han siblings? Unexpectedly, the tomato mechanism does not allow it. Ushuainga thought that since she was here, she couldn't just sit around. Whenever she had free time, she felt itchy in her bones. She even suspected that she was sick. She went to the dark market to ask a doctor, but the doctor in that black clinic had no medical ethics and said that she was not sick, but was just a slut. Ushuainga, damn, you have such a poisonous tongue. No wonder you can't be a serious doctor. But there is only one hospital here with rich medical services. She left 2 strands of hair, one after she used her camouflage skills and the other her own, so that the doctor could check it. While waiting for the results, she planned to look for the mutation props in the city that she had heard of in her previous life. I won't consider items that are too big, that can be mass-produced for use on the battlefield, or that are extremely precious to a private individual. It would be best if the owner has a grudge against me. But I didn't think about it after drinking a cup of coffee in the cafe, because if a mutant item can become famous, it is either because it is powerful enough and changes the owner's life, or the owner suffers because of this thing. She didn't want to touch the former, and the latter was really rare. The national order did not collapse. Although there was darkness everywhere, the country as a whole was united in resisting the alien race. Moreover, severe punishments were used in troubled times. The force that destroyed the pet hospital later paid a heavy price. After thinking about it, I thought of the protagonist's brother, a man named Yidong. This person knew Yu Xuanhuan before the game invasion. They were both game anchors and friends. After the third internal test, she ran to the city to join the male protagonist and even pursued herself during that time. At that time, she didn't understand why a man who had nothing felt so superior in front of her. There is no care and love, just a mouth, and after I rejected it, I still feel that I am ungrateful. In this case, constantly saying, "I like you to be my girlfriend," is not called pursuit, it is called harassment. Although Yu Xuanhuan didn't speak up for him, he didn't stop him either. Now that I think about it, it was probably because they were both players at the time. So they looked down on ordinary people? Yidong's God-given talent is actually not that strong. It's just a mere one. In the team of male and female protagonists everywhere, it is really not good enough. Their own level talents are stronger than his. But Yidong has a prop that mutated after the game was invaded, allowing him to stay with the male protagonist. It is a small figurine that he has been playing with for many years. After the mutation, this small figurine directly became his contracted pet. It can grow bigger and serve as a puppet or a soldier, and can also use skills. Its attributes are 80 of the owners, and it can be resurrected even after death. The best part is that the contract objects, like the bound equipment and props, cannot be stolen, even if the owner dies. She was not going to snatch this thing from Yidong. Although Yidong was an idiot, he was just teasing her with his words, and his attitude was a little bad. He just looked at her with a lewd look. He just told the male protagonist from time to time that he was too lenient with his sister. When she and a few other people went to lure monsters with the puppet protected everyone but himself. The crime does not warrant death. Yu Xuanga considers himself to be a very tolerant person. I will take revenge if there is a grudge, but I will not wipe out an entire family for no reason. So she went to Yidong's house and found the familiar little figurine, a little man in fancy clothes and holding a sword. She took out a dagger, chopped off the little man's 2 arms, shaved his hair, and then left Yidong's house with these odds and ends. When passing by the alley, he crushed the 2 cute little arms, the little sword and the scalp, and scattered the ashes into the trash can. Why? Yu Xuanga stood on the side of the road and sighed while looking at the road. She is probably what is called a living bodhisattva. It was late at night, and Yu Xuanga, who had completely lost his sleep, appeared in Han Qianshan's room again. It's already 2 o'clock, and this person is still awake? Although Yu Xuanga used the invisibility spell, he felt it was not safe, so he quickly bought another bottle of invisibility potion. Then she watched Han Qianshan smashing things there. After a while, Han Qianhai also came in, and both of them looked very bad. Have you found out? No, only the 2 of us have lost some attributes. My top hat is gone too. It must be a skill that allows me to steal things. Don't let me know who this bitch is. I'm going to skin him alive. What if he comes to steal again? We don't know if the attribute points can be restored. I have inquired about the Yu and Li families, and nothing like this has happened. Yu Xuanga felt happy watching this. The more irritable these 2 people were, the more it showed that he was doing the right thing. When she heard the name Yu family, her heart skipped a beat. Is this Yu Qingshan's family? But it was none of her business. After she was reborn, she took the time to check and found that she, Yu Qingshan, Ichiogua, and Yu Xuanhuan were truly a family. The dream of the real daughter was completely shattered. Yu Xuanga simply stood in the corner with her eyes closed until Han Qianhai left. She waited for a while and made sure that Han Qianshan was asleep before she fainted. After all, there is a difference between fainting in your sleep and fainting while awake. In the former, you will only doubt that you slept like a pig, but in the latter, you will remember it when you wake up the next day. Because the tomato mechanism doesn't allow it, she can only steal some attributes and equipment. Yu Xuanga stayed in the city for a week and waited for the results. The similarity between her disguised hair and her real hair was only 99, which was basically the similarity between 2 strangers. It seemed that she would not have to wear a swimming cap when using the camouflage skill in the future. During this period, Yu Xuanga was not idle either. He had to go to the Han family every night, rain or shine. She swore that she would be a good person from now on. She would not cause trouble or mess with others, and she would study hard. Then, as soon as I arrived at the airport, I saw Yu Xuanhuan waiting outside to greet me. Yu Xuanga. Sometimes she really admires Yu Xuanhuan's service attitude. No wonder 3 women were fighting over him. She said yesterday at noon that she would be back tomorrow, but where was Yu Xuanhuan? He had a little stubble on his face, his eyes were tired but shiny, and he was holding a cold breakfast in his hands. The details, everything is a signal of, although I don't know what time your flight is, I came to the airport early to wait for you. Why don't you just ask me what time I'll arrive? Chapter 29 Moving. Yu Xiuanga was so moved that tears came out. She was so sleepy from holding back her yawns. Let's go home. I found someone who looks like a player, but I haven't met him yet. Maybe you know him. On the way, she told the news she had gathered. It's not good to ask about this kind of thing openly, and everyone is hiding it. We didn't actually meet the person we met this time, and we were both on guard against each other. Later, I changed the direction to ask if there was anything strange, and then I found out one thing. Do you know a game anchor named Yixue Jidong? Has his gaming skills suddenly become very good recently? Yu Xuanwan's eyes lit up. Yes, we are good friends and have known each other for a long time. Not long ago, we talked about him in our game group and said that he seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. Yu Xuanga. Well, later when that player was chatting with me, he also talked about Yidong, saying that he suspected that he had skills related to sound. I watched his live broadcast replay, and every time he shouted, "Stand up and hold on, I believe in you," and so on, his team would suddenly become very powerful. Yu Xuanhuan. What the hell? Yu Xuanga explained. I told you about God-given talents, right? God-given talents are all kinds of strange. I can control people's luck for a short period of time, so other players may be able to use sound to affect others. On the way home, Yu Xuanga left Yidong's matter to Yu Xuanhuan and ignored it. Now Yu Xuanhuan is still an ordinary person. This time, the ordinary person in front of Yidong has changed from himself to him. It depends on his own ability whether he can become a good brother with Yidong from friends. Yu Xuanga didn't let Yu Xuanhuan send her back to the small villa. She didn't like these outsiders setting foot in her territory. She planned to sell the villa after a while and buy a small apartment where the entrance to the copy would appear. Afterwards, whether you exchange resources with the official or keep them for yourself, it is a good choice. After having a meal at Yu's house, she refused Yu Xuanhuan's offer to send her back to the villa and went home by herself. Then I started to study in seclusion. I can only say that I wasn't a top student before, and that was because I didn't choose the right major. Over the next period of time, Yu Xuanga carefully and almost devoutly read through all the elementary and intermediate alchemy recipes. Each recipe came with an alchemy video, and she tried hard to remember every move of the undead mentor. After she finished reading the 400 recipes for both the elementary and intermediate levels, and then started watching it a second time from the beginning, she discovered that the undead female instructor in the video would occasionally say a word or two to explain. Yu Xuanga. Teacher, you have aided the enemy. Perhaps in the eyes of true scholars, there is no difference between the Blue Star people and any other race other than the undead. Just like the goblins do not care about war and glory, but only care about money and business. When their professional skills reach the legendary level, all they see is the inheritance of their skills. She didn't think too much about it, but cherished it all. Occasionally when I get into a dead end, I cook a meal for the cats outside. Meow Meow Hotel is worthy of its name. Cats come and go, but no cat stays for a long time. A cat will not stay for more than 3 days at most. There are also wild cats resident in this villa area, but they only come to eat occasionally and will not stay. Although Yu Xuanga likes cats, she has no plans to keep one. She is too busy and has to go out to do things from time to time. How can she have the time to keep a pet that needs constant care? This kind of relationship is pretty good. She only needs to practice her cooking skills every day by cooking more meat with less salt and seasoning and putting it outside. She can touch and hug different cats, but she doesn't have to be responsible. Open cat-owning relationship. The food made for cats. Although the ingredients are the most common meat in the real world, there are also beneficial effects after eating. Some will increase strength for a short period of time after eating, and some will increase movement speed, but they all taste very good, and both the cat and Yu Xuanga like it very much. Although the skills learned from the other world are also taught to you little by playing videos in your mind, it is still different from watching the video and doing it yourself. After all, the former is directly projected into the human mind, saving the reaction time, but also constantly strengthening the memory. In just half a year, Yu Xuanga went from being a person with no cooking skills to a chef who was proficient in hundreds of recipes. Once she learns one thing, she learns everything. Now, even if she doesn't follow the recipe, the dishes she cooks with any combination taste just fine, except that there is no beneficial effect. She hasn't eaten takeout for a long time, because the food she cooks herself tastes much better than the food bought outside. And the effect of several dishes is that, no matter what you do, you will become more focused after eating them. But even if the effect only lasts for a few minutes, She finds that her learning efficiency is higher in these few minutes. She can easily discover details in the alchemy videos that she had previously overlooked. Yu Shuanga simply spent half a day baking more than 1,000 small cookies that can increase concentration when eaten and learned while eating them. In that month, Yu Shuanga took the time to return to the company to formally terminate the contract, and then issued a statement to quit the circle. It is better for her now to stay away from the public eye. What she said to Yu Xuanhuan before, that Yidong was found to be abnormal, was not false. Look, aren't people in Yu Xuanhuan's game group also discussing Yidong's changes? Ordinary people may think this kind of change is just gossip, but players can quickly associate it with the game. She suspected that in his previous life, Yidong suddenly moved to the city to find Yu Xuanhuan. Maybe it was because he was discovered, so he came to find a friend he trusted to stick together. The news of Yu Xuanga's retirement from the entertainment industry has been a hot topic on the internet for a few days. People dug up the fact that someone in her agency had died not long ago and her agent was also involved, and some speculated whether she had been hurt. Yu Xuanga picked out and answered all the questions she could. It was one thing that she didn't care about these false reputations, but that didn't mean she was willing to bear a bad reputation for no reason and have people guess some obscene things about her. I'm fine. I'm not hurt. I just feel tired and want to take some time off to live the life I really want. I didn't get rich overnight, nor did I marry into a wealthy family. I just calculated my savings and found that it was enough for me to spend. Yes, the person in the picture who is selling the bags is me. I don't like these things, but I just need them because of my job as a celebrity. Now that I have retired, I can naturally sell these unnecessary things. If I really was so short of money that I couldn't make a living, I wouldn't have quit the entertainment industry. Thank you for your concern. The company is good. We can part ways amicably. I don't have a boyfriend who is a second-generation rich man. I don't plan to fall in love or get married. I'm not interested in spending other people's money. My money is only enough for me. Yu Xuanga acted confidently, as if she was not the one who went to the Su family to steal the gold not long ago. Chapter 30. Retirement. In less than 2 days, Yu Xuanga's news was overshadowed by other events. This is exactly what she wanted to see. There were a few colleagues in her friend list who sent her messages asking if she had encountered any problems, and Yu Xuanga responded to them one by one. Of all the people she knew, the most anxious ones were Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo. They thought that what she said before about her work not going well was only temporary. After all, in the entertainment industry, sometimes when you become obscure, you lose your job, but when you become a hot topic, you will have it again. But they didn't expect that Yu Xuanga really retired. That night, the two of them took Yu Xuanhuan to Yu Xuanga's villa. When they found that they could not get in by scanning their fingerprints, they looked at each other unhappily, but they both held back and said nothing. After entering the room, they were only concerned about what she would do in the future. Yu Xuanga took the initiative to explain the fingerprint password lock. The investment I mentioned in the first half of the year was to listen to a friend and invest in a suburban villa. The address is a bit remote. They said that the area is planned and may be demolished. In the end, there was no news. I don't have any money on hand now, so I plan to sell this villa for some money. The agent has brought people to see it in the past few days. You also know that I am actually quite frugal. The money I have earned in these years, plus the money from selling this villa, is enough for me to spend for a while. Next, I want to focus on finding players to see if I can find treatment and help Xuanhuan. After saying this, the expressions of Yu Xuanhuan and the other two softened, and Yu Xuanhuan was even in a better mood. Yu Xuanga took her affairs so seriously, and he felt that this sister was really sensible when it came to big things. Several people asked about the address of the big villa, and Yu Xuanga did not hide it. She either didn't tell it, or if she did, she wouldn't tell a low-level lie and give others a handle. The location of the villa is indeed very remote, almost connected to the sea. Yu Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, although it's a bit remote, the people who live in that area are extraordinary. He had wanted a house there before. Even the cheapest one cost more than 50 million. Although it was very shabby compared to the nearby manors, like a security booth, it was close to the water and had great value. Even though he would move into the Su family after marrying Su Yitong, he still wanted to leave a way out for himself. Yu Xuanga also cooked a meal for the few people, saying that it was the cooking skills she learned in the game. In order to avoid eating from the same dish with Yu Xuanhuan, she divided the rice and soup into 4 plates before bringing them out of the kitchen, one for each person, and no one was allowed to take other people's food. After a lot of deception, Yu Qingshan came with the mood of, this child will not be an unemployed vagrant, and I have to support him in the future. And when he left, he gave Yu Xuanga 500,000 pocket money before leaving. Yi Qiuguo was also happy. Although she was always used as a gun by Yu Qingshan because of her quick temper, she had learned Yu Qingshan's tricks over the years. She said, "We have been looking for a house for your brother recently. Although he wants to marry into the Su family, he must have his own home before getting married to have confidence. He can also relax and play games occasionally. Don't worry, we have prepared a room for you. You can go home anytime. There will always be a place for you at home." Yu Shuinga accompanied them all the way to the car. She kept smiling even when the back of the car disappeared from her sight. She did not perform the smile-making trick until she returned to the house and closed the door. Then she threw away the tableware used by Yu Xuanhuan and the others. Today, she finally found an opportunity to foreshadow the fact that she had another villa. Even if it was exposed in the future, she would not be considered to have concealed it from Yu Xuanhuan. Investing? I just don't know where Yu Xuanhuan will buy a house. I probably won't buy a house near Su's house. Otherwise, what's the point of having a house right under other people's noses? After that day, every time Yu Shuinga put the meat outside, she would tell the cats that she was moving, and then tell them the address of her 50 million villa. She didn't know if the cats could understand. This small villa was sold in the middle of the month. After all, it was 95% new, and someone had moved in early to help absorb the formaldehyde. Although it was a bit out of the way, it was a villa with tasteful decoration, and one could move in directly after buying it. Moreover, housing prices have been soaring recently, so buy early and enjoy early. He moved all his belongings to his big villa that day, and also moved the Miao Miao Hotel to the backyard of the villa. Then she spent more than 10 million to buy a small house in the city center. Yu Shuinga sighed. If it wasn't for the entrance to the dungeon, she really wouldn't be willing to spend the money. She really didn't care whether it was in the city center or not. She was allergic to the hustle and bustle now. As soon as the villa was sold, Yu Qingshan came to her to borrow money. "Yu Shuinga, are you a dog? You have such a keen nose. Installed surveillance in my home?" Yu Shuinga asked directly. "How did you know I moved? You are so well informed." Yu Qingshan really wasn't installing surveillance. "Seeing that you've had so many steps on WeChat in the past 2 days, Dad knew you were busy moving." Yu Shuinga slapped his thigh suddenly. "Turn off WeChat step counting immediately." She transferred 888 to Lao Deng. "I'm busy looking for players. Thank you for your concern, Dad." He reminded me of such a big loophole. "Yu Qingshan, I give you 100,000 or 500,000, and you only give me 888 as pocket money? Why is my daughter becoming more and more stingy?" Yu Shuinga asked. "Don't you have enough money to buy a house for your brother? Then why don't we sell the 2 floors of our house in the city center?" Yu Qingshan, "That's our Yu family's old house. How can we sell it?" Yu Shuinga thought, "Come on, we only moved in when I was 8 years old. How can there be an old house that is more than 10 years old?" Yu Qingshan talked about borrowing money for a while, and finally dragged Ichiogwa to join in the fun. Yu Shuinga simply said, "I'm really panicking because I have no income now. Besides, what if I meet someone who can cure my brother? How can I find him if I have no money?" The 2 old men were convinced. Yu Qingshan would try his best to get something if there was none, and forget it if there was none. The vase was sold for a lot of money, and with the family savings, it was enough to buy Yu Xuanhuan a good house. But Yu Xuanhuan wanted a house near Yu Shuinga's big villa. Yu Qingshan thought about it and said, "Why don't you sell the villa you invested in to your brother?" Yu Shuinga, "Okay, if you want, 70 million. When she went to Hong Kong to sell antiques, she checked the vase that Yu Qingshan took out of the secret room. It was worth at least 20 million. Add the 70 million she gave over the years, and even if she deducted the 30 million she gave to buy a villa for herself, it would still be nearly 50 million. Besides, didn't Yu Xuanhuan, that useless guy, make any money over the years? Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa both had jobs, so why didn't they make any money over the years? She would never believe, even if she was beaten to death, that Yu Qingshan would devote himself to Yu Xuanhuan without reservation. Yu Qingshan, the cheapest villa in that area is only 50 million, right? Didn't Su Yitong give you 20 million before? Yu Shuinga said in a sad tone. That's the pocket money my sister-in-law gave me. Wait, Dad, you don't want me to give the villa directly to my brother, do you? Yu Qingshan said hurriedly, no. Why would Dad do this? The best way to deal with a hypocritical person is to speak directly to him. Yu Qingshan hung up the phone quickly, regretting that he had given Yu Xuanhuan too much of a treat. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Yu Xuanhuan buy a villa for Yu Shuinga. Not only did he fail to leverage and make big money, but he also lost half of what he had earned from Yu Shuinga. How did you suddenly get it? But thinking that Yu Shuinga told them immediately after her adventure, Yu Qingshan could only sigh. It was not that his daughter had become smart, but that she loved money too much. After losing her income, she became more and more stingy day by day. Chapter 31. A Gamble. When the month was almost over, Yushuanga had watched the elementary and intermediate alchemy videos for the 7th time. On this day, she found that she did nothing but watched alchemy videos for a few hours, and her alchemy experience increased. Although it only increased by 1 point in a few hours, it was a change. Yushuanga began to refine the primary magic potion again. Then she found that the feeling was indeed different. Unlike in the past when she had to follow the videos to make potions, she was now much freer when making potions. Yes, she was freer. Sometimes she could even deviate from the steps in the videos. Although the potion she made was not much different from the original version, she had a feeling that at this moment she had truly entered the door of alchemy. In the early morning, Yushuanga turned into a goblin, made 3 gold coins, and then went to sleep. She hadn't gone to Su Yidong and Liang Yuchuan's house to get the wool recently. She didn't know if it was because the attribute value was getting lower and lower. She couldn't get anything even after a month of getting the wool. It was impossible for her to lie under people's beds all night long, drinking medicine and stealing. If she didn't lack medicine, she wouldn't waste it like this. The primary healing potions in the early stage of the game were very valuable. Yushuanga simply stopped trying to take advantage of the situation, had a good sleep, recovered his energy, and continued studying efficiently the next day. But Yushuanga's good mood came to an abrupt end at the beginning of September. Because Yushuan moved to the same villa area, only 2 kilometers away from her villa. Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa even invited her to go to the new villa to have a greenhouse meal. Wow, this security booth is much bigger than their own. The house is bare, with no home appliances, and meals are delivered after orders are placed from the restaurant. Yushuanga looked happy for her brother. Before Ichiogwa and Yu Qingshan could speak, she said, "I'll take care of the home appliances. Isn't it just a little sweet treat?" If she was asked to give Yushuan something in the game, she would not be willing to give it to him in advance, even if it was Su Jinshuan's white cloth belt, but how many millions? By next year, this price would not even be enough to buy a small blue outfit. Sooner or later, she would get double the money back from Yushuan. She looked at Yushuan's condition and found nothing unusual. She couldn't tell for a moment whether Yushuan had been hit or not. But Yushuanga did not deliberately avoid the dishes that Yushuan had picked up. Although she would avoid them if she could, when she couldn't avoid eating from the same dish, she would never let herself be exposed in such a small matter. Many things fail because of small details. In less than a week, Yushuanga found a professional team to come to Yushuan's villa to measure the dimensions and match the home appliances. She didn't show up in person because she was worried that the 2 silver coins would compete with each other, so she asked her to buy the best and most expensive ones. "So the best and most expensive villa is yours?" Yushuanga bought the best furniture for his villa, and then sent all the obsolete electrical appliances and furniture that could be used to the small apartment, and sold those that could not fit in. She had spent most of it, leaving about 1 million yuan, enough for her to officially invade the game. She still has 800 million in her account in Hong Kong. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Yu Qingshan was so rich, but he used 5 million to cheat me out of it. After realizing that he would never be able to gain maximum experience in advanced alchemy before the 3rd internal test, Yushuanga decided not to push himself so hard. She planned to spend the 800 million Hong Kong dollars as much as possible in the near future. There was no need to spend money on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She also didn't need to think about a house with a copy entrance for the time being. 2 entrances were the limit of what she could protect. The copy can be refreshed at any time, but due to the different sizes, the rules faced by the aliens inside are also different. In the smaller and lower level copies, the low-level aliens in it can leave the copy and come to the blue star as long as they survive for more than 24 hours. In the more complex copies, the aliens have to survive for a longer time, which may be 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, or even several years before they can enter the reality. The more powerful the alien is, the more stringent the requirements for entering the blue star. The entrances to many copies were exposed because no one discovered them for a long time, which allowed alien races to enter the blue planet. Gold? She saw that there were still 1,473 gold bricks left, more than 10,000 kilograms. She could only wait for the next internal test and then look for the goblins in Blood Moon City. If that didn't work, she could only wait for the goblin merchants. It turns out that having too much money can also be a problem. The profit from hoarding various potions or raw materials for special items is not great, and she does not intend to make a fortune from the national disaster. After all, this is a war for the entire Blue Star. She cannot make selfless contributions, but she also cannot do such an unethical thing as dragging the team down. Well, since we can't stockpile goods and sell them at a higher price, there's no point in making this little money. It would be better to go to a few more cities and find goblins to sell gold bricks to. After much thought, Yu Shuinga decided to go to Hong Kong City again. She wanted to buy weapons, old and well-maintained bows and crossbows, or the best firearms available on the market. Once the game was invaded, she would make money if there was any anomaly. 100 million Hong Kong dollars, when converted into gold, is less than 3,000 kilograms. 3,000 kilograms of gold, even at the exchange rate of 180 to 1 gold coin, is only about 8,000 gold coins, which can be used to buy famous bows and guns, at least dozens of them. In the previous life, there was a legendary weapon that came from a weapon collector. After the game was invaded, the knife he wiped every day mutated into a top-grade weapon with 3 entries. The equipment requirements are still rare and only require attributes. If the attributes meet the standards, you can equip it. There is no requirement for the level. A guild offered 3,000 gold for it, but he refused to sell it. Even though it was a level 20 legendary weapon, this price was already sky-high. The Su family also wanted to buy it, but was rejected. However, not long after, Yu Shuinga saw the knife in Su Bei's hand. After telling the Yu family the universal excuse that he was going to Gangqing to look for players, Yu Shuinga flew to Gangqing that night, found the broker, and asked him to help him keep an eye out for famous swords, bows, crossbows, and top-level firearms. She even used her pocket watch to check on the other party to make sure that this broker was an ordinary broker, not one with a divine gift. If she used 100 million to buy raw materials such as herbs, cloth, and furs, she would have to buy a warehouse to store them. She could also exchange them for weapons and top-notch firearms with history or stories that were as valuable as antiques. 100 million seems like 8,000 yuan. She bought 3 famous bows and 5 crossbows, spending 100 million Hong Kong dollars. After the news that a big client who collected bows and crossbows had come to Gangqing spread, Yu Shuinga stayed there for another week and collected 15 bows and 21 crossbows one after another. In the end, a total of 500 million Hong Kong dollars was spent to buy 21 bows and 27 crossbows. Maybe it was because of her luck, but she also bought 2 meteorite pistols. This was the weapon she had been looking forward to the most. Although she had never heard of a pistol that mutated into a top-grade weapon in her previous life, she couldn't know everything after all, and smart people would keep good things hidden. Moreover, many weapons have level requirements after mutation, and the game upgrades slowly, so they may not be used immediately after mutation, and it is possible that they may not be discovered. Chapter 32, Meteorite Desert Eagle. The real meteorite pistol was made by an American gun factory using a meteorite that is estimated to be 4.5 billion years old. There are only 2 of them in the world, and they are priced at $4 million. Many wealthy people cannot buy them, because they were donated directly to American museums after they were made. But if there is a demand, someone will do it. No matter how rare meteorites are, they do exist. With the help of a broker, Yu Shuinga bought the meteorite pistol that he had spent a lot of money to have custom made from a wealthy businessman. Just one pistol cost 60 million, and he did not bargain. Because he was obsessed with firearms at the time, it took a lot of energy just to buy the meteorites, and meteorites are much more expensive than gold. Not only that, he also had to find a professional craftsman to customize it, because what he wanted was not a model, but a real, usable gun like the original meteorite pistol. Not to mention that he customized the meteorite pistol into his favorite Desert Eagle, and the 0-inch caliber bullet with the most shocking ballistic performance and lethality. The only problem is that the magazine capacity is a bit small, with only 7 rounds in one magazine. When rich people sell something, they are always reluctant to do so, as if they are about to regret it at any time. They don't understand why they suddenly want to sell it. He asked Yu Shuinga that if he wanted to buy them, he must buy both together because they formed a pair. Money can't buy what you love. Even though the price was far higher than its value, Yu Shuinga paid it without hesitation. The meteorite Desert Eagle is gray-silver all over. The unique texture of the meteorite and the rugged appearance of the Desert Eagle made Yu Shuinga fall in love with it at first sight. Most importantly, this bullet is in her engineering formula. Then he carried the box back to the hotel and immediately put it into the magician's dentures. Although that man emphasized that the radiation from the meteorite was very weak, Yu Shuinga's mind was full of the rich businessman's bald head. She studied engineering, so even though she probably wouldn't be able to reach a high level before the 3rd internal test, she still had no problem repairing guns. Yu Shuinga spent 600 million on bows, crossbows, and guns alone. After being introduced by someone, she spent nearly 2 million to find someone to customize 10,000 arrows of different models, 50,000 crossbow arrows of different models, and 7,000 bullets suitable for the Desert Eagle. I won't do it for any more people. With the last 100 million, she bought some swords, spears, and shields. Except for the meteorite Desert Eagle, the rest of the weapons totaled 60 pieces. She customized 60 weapon boxes of the same model and stacked them in her backpack. Of these 60 weapons, if she could mutate a few of them, she would not lose out. Even a purple weapon may not necessarily be sold at a high price of 3,000 gold. After all, this kind of thing is also divided into levels. The price of a level 10 legendary weapon and a level 20 legendary weapon can differ by several times. However, this kind of thing is priceless. Even if you can afford the price, people may not be willing to sell it to you. Although Yu Xuanga stayed in Hong Kong City for most of September, she did not miss out on alchemy. She handed over the trivial matters to the broker and was only responsible for looking at the information he submitted after summarizing it, and then going to take a look at the weapons. If she liked them, she would pay and go through the procedures. Every time after getting weapons, he would drive out for a drive, and when he came back the weapons were gone. The brokers were sensible and never interfered with unnecessary matters. She regarded stockpiling weapons as a way to relax her mind, and her alchemy experience increased faster, from 5 points per day to 7 points per day. But it still couldn't catch up with the third internal test. Speaking of internal testing, the third internal testing was on October 10th, and Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan held their wedding on October 18th. She was also amazed. They were worthy of being the male and female protagonists. They got engaged a few days before the second internal testing and got married after the third internal testing. The game is the witness of your happiness, right? Yu Xuanga was determined to make sure Yu Xuanhuan would not miss even the third internal test. On the first of the month, Yu Xuanga rushed back to the city. The first thing was to add more meals to Miao Miao Hotel. She was away these days and couldn't cook, so she put a self-service feeder next to the cat's bed. Although it was not as delicious as the meal she cooked, it contained the best cat food. After she put the broth she made for the cats on the ground, she sat on the steps in the backyard and watched a calico and a tabby cat fighting over food. Although she hadn't seen any cats bring her anything for such a long time, she gradually came to regard entertaining cats as a way to relieve stress. Many times when she was thinking about something, she liked to think while looking at strange cats. Now Yu Xuanhuan has moved into the villa area, where strangers cannot enter or leave. Yu Xuanhuan's mobile phone has been encrypted by Su Yitong, and the method used in the second internal test is no longer effective. Not many people knew about Yu Xuanhuan's move. Even though his good friend Yidong had moved to the city, Yu Xuanhuan only lent Yidong the small apartment he used for work. It was not like he brought Yidong back to the Yu family like he did in his previous life, so he couldn't easily put the blame on others. After much thought, Yu Xuanga decided to make an alibi for herself during those days. After all, she could apparate. The primary mana potion could replenish 60 mana, and endless coffee could restore 500 mana points. Combined with her base mana, which increases to 200 as her intelligence increases, she can go anywhere as long as she can hold on. Of course, this is only in theory. She is not sure whether her body and mind can handle it. On the evening of the 15th, she went to the Yu family villa, which was said to be Yu Xuanhuan's villa, but Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua had moved in. She said that she wanted to go to Jiangxing recently, and the others were used to her traveling around the world recently. However, Yu Xuanga didn't come here to talk about this. She said in a serious tone, "I found out that the first internal test was on February 2nd, and the second internal test was on June 6th. I and other players suspect that if there is a third internal test, the time will be so special. I haven't heard of any internal test on September 9th, but there will be internal tests on October 10th, November 11th, and so on. These special times may have internal tests at any time. You must watch your phone 24 hours a day on these special days, understand?" Yu Xuanhuan was touched. For the first time, he felt a little bit of sisterly love for Yu Xuanga. Not to mention Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua were no less generous. Although his daughter was stingy, she was really generous when it came to big things. Yu Xuanhuan nodded seriously. "I understand." He held Yu Xuanga's hand and said sincerely, "Thank you." Su Yidong didn't tell him anything. He didn't believe that the Su family, with such a huge influence, couldn't collect this information, but Yu Xuanga came to remind him specifically after he got the news. Yu Xuanga patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand and said, "We are all players in the family, so you have more confidence in the Su family. Remember, don't have any fluke mentality. There is only one day like this in a month. Don't be lazy, and don't be mushy. I'm leaving now." Yu Xuanhuan sent Yu Xuanga all the way back to her villa before leaving. Chapter 33: The Third Internal Test. As soon as the people left, Yu Xuanga turned on all the humidifiers with visibility potion in her room. She not only added high-level visibility potion, but also made sure that the amount of potion inside was enough for the humidifiers to work for 1 week. Then she drove out of the city and drove all the way to Jiangxing, which was 4,000 kilometers away from the city. She would not take the highway if she could avoid it, and would take the small road if she could. The main reason was that she would take the highway all the way, and the place where she would apparate would be on the highway. What if she was hit by a car as soon as she landed? She was afraid that she would die with regrets. She just treated it as opening a map. If she walked through it now, she would be able to teleport to more places in the future. Fortunately, she has traveled around for acting over the years and has been to most cities. Yu Shuinga really couldn't hold on halfway through the drive. Not only did she put on the white belt for physical fitness that she got from Su Jinxian, she also had to stop from time to time to make herself a meal to restore her energy. Finally, she arrived in Xinjiang City on the morning of the 9th. She didn't care about anything else and first found a hotel to take a good shower and have a good sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 1st, Yu Shuinga made a video call to Ichiogwa, showed Ichiogwa and Yu Qingshan the scenery of Xinjiang City, asked them if they wanted Xinjiang City specialties, and reminded them to let his younger brother keep an eye on the phone today, and they also had to keep it, and then chatted for another 10 minutes before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shuinga began to move towards the city, more than 4,000 kilometers. Her current intelligence is 14, and she can only move a maximum of 14 kilometers each time. Since this 4,000 kilometers is not a high speed and not the shortest distance, she conservatively estimates that she will have to move it 300 times, and she has to maintain the state of the disillusionment spell during this period. After the apparition shifted, Yu Shuinga felt a little dizzy. After the apparition shifted, Yu Shuinga felt like vomiting. She stopped to drink some coffee to replenish her mana and eat food that could boost her mental strength, times 150 times. After that, Yu Shuinga lay on the ground and vomited for a long time. It was not yet 8 o'clock, but Yu Shuinga not only did not feel relieved, but felt a chill in his heart. She had left home so long in advance, even taking her rest time into account, but an accident still happened. It was as if there was an invisible force preventing her from returning to the city smoothly, especially after she was halfway through the journey. Her apparition would always deviate a little. Obviously, one apparition could move a straight line distance of 14, but she would deviate to the left, and then to the left again, as if she was trapped in a ghost wall. Yu Shuinga gritted his teeth and continued. Yu Xuanhuan's luck is not bad, but she is also extremely lucky now. She had to crawl back to the city today, and she killed Yu Xuanhuan directly without stopping him from entering the game. After this apparition, she was still more than 500 kilometers away from the city. Yu Shuinga suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There is a new word, weakness, next to the character's status. Next 24, her attributes are reduced by 20. Okay. Yu Shuinga shoveled the blood on the ground into a bag and put it into his backpack, then swallowed the blood in his mouth with the coffee that replenished his magic power. Point. Still in time. 7 points. When Yu Shuinga entered the city, she replenished her magic power and was ready to make Yu Xuanhuan faint as soon as she entered his villa. 10 points. With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, Yu Shuinga moved to Yu Xuanhuan's room. There's no one in the room. Yu Shuinga's eyes were full of anger. But the angrier she is and the more urgent the situation is, the calmer she becomes. Even though her whole body and mind were in fear, terror, and regret, her mind and heart were calm. She took out her cell phone and used her data to download Warcraft, the Rift of Terror. Yes, Yu Xuanhuan would not want his God-given talent to be known by others, even if that person is his parents. So where will it be? Yu family? At 1500 hours, Yu Shuinga, who was in invisible state, appeared in Yu Xuanhuan's room in the Yu family. No one? Yu Xuanhuan's apartment? No, it's impossible that Yidong is there. So, Yu Shuinga walked out of the room, came to the Yu family study, drank the virtualization potion, and passed through the wall. In the secret room of the Yu family, Yu Xuanhuan was sitting on a wooden box, looking at his mobile phone with an ecstatic expression. Yu Shuinga walked over, and at this moment, he saw the moon rushing towards the screen. At this moment, Yu Shuinga's soul was screaming crazily, "Kill him now, or he will fly into the sky." But the next second, she herself was surprised by her own calm greed and madness. She thought, maybe all the words she used to persuade herself were just excuses, such as not letting him have too much fun and an eye for an eye? None of them. Maybe she had been coveting Yu Xuanhuan's God-given talent since the moment she drew the God of Thieves. No, even in her previous life. Even if he didn't tell anyone about all of his God-given skills, that was a God-given talent that would attract the 3 great families to fight for it. That was a God-given talent that would make the 3 geniuses and the 3 great families willing to put aside their pride and live in peace with him. She didn't believe that Yu Xuanhuan was so charming that 3 top white, rich and beautiful women would forget their dignity and pride to share him. She used the Gear of Destiny on Yu Xuanhuan almost instantly, changing his luck value, and then left her own shadow, letting her shadow merge into Yu Xuanhuan's shadow. Then she walked out of the secret room and returned to her bedroom. Across the wall, she opened her own game. At the same time, through the shadow's perspective, she saw Yu Xuanhuan's game interface and his God-given talent, God of Cookery, level. She felt like her mind was split into two halves. One side was as calm as ice, while the other side was clamoring with fear, madness, and greed. Yu Xuanhuan's figurine appeared in Silvermoon City, the main city of the Blood Elves. Yu Xuanga logged into his game and used disguise to disguise himself as a blood elf. He then walked through the city gate with a wanted poster. There was an undead and a goblin on it, both of whom looked familiar. She uses teleport to transport the game character to Silvermoon City. It's the third internal test, and the number of people landing is 10,000 times more than before. The city is extremely lively and almost crowded. If it weren't for the fact that the large alien forces cannot be deployed now, it is estimated that these main cities will not be able to accommodate so many people. Yu Xuanhuan's little man stood in the huge city and looked around curiously. He passed by an inn, an herbalist, a weapons shop, and he passed by the statue of the Elf King. Yu Xuanga followed his footsteps and walked through the same hotels and shops and passed by the same statue of the Elf King. She passed by Yu Xuanhuan, and she used detection on the little blood elf with long silver hair. Character seeking pleasure. God-given talent? The next second, she used her skills without hesitation. She wants to steal Yu Xuanhuan's God-given talent. You are trying to steal the talent of the elf players for pleasure by risking your life to be called the God of Thieves. Theft successful. The target's God-given talent level is detected to be too high. Theft interrupted. Yu Xuanga walked towards the city gate and at the same time opened his task panel. I saw that the skill 2 in A God of Thieves, the God of Thieves thief is also the robber's thief, has turned into an unusable dark gray. And below, immortality. There is a new God-given talent, God of Food, level, incomplete. When expanded, there are 5 skills, but only 2 of them are lit up at this time. When she stole the skills from the undead city lord, she managed to steal 3 skills at a time, but Yu Xuanhuan, whose luck was 1, only stole 2 skills at a time. She did not read the skill description carefully, but walked out of the city and found the cemetery closest to Silvermoon City. Then she clicked on the explosives in the package and threw them all at the character's feet. After a few seconds, the screen fell dark. You are dead. Chapter 34, God of Food, SS? Steal. The next second, the screen lit up, and a blood elf in ghost form appeared in the cemetery, and her bloody corpse was lying on the ground 1 step away. She walked over, and the screen showed weak resurrection, and she clicked to confirm. Then the character turned from virtual to real, and the word next to his name, which was originally weak, became severe weakness. With a countdown behind it, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. All of her attribute values are only 40 as before. Yu Xuanga walked into Silvermoon City again. Through the shadow, I saw Yu Xuanhuan accepting tasks, and the first task was a series of high-level tasks. A few minutes later, Yu Xuanga found Yu Xuanhuan again by looking at the building on the screen. You are trying to steal the talent of the elf players for pleasure by risking your life to be called the God of Thieves. Theft successful. The target's God-given talent level is detected to be too high. Theft interrupted. Yu Xuanga looked at the time. It was 10. It was too late, and she was now severely weak. If she died again, she didn't know what would happen. She didn't want to take the gamble. She didn't want to die for her greed. Even though the status of the game character has not yet been reflected in her body, after hundreds of apparitions, she is on the verge of collapse both physically and mentally. Yu Xuanga controlled the little man and walked to the goblin area. It was really hard to find a rich goblin, so she looked for more than a dozen goblins, exchanging a little from this one and a little from that one, slowly accumulating the money and wasting some time before she got 1 gold. At this point, she only had 5 minutes left to disguise herself. Yu Xuanga immediately found the nearest city gate and ran out, but considering his weak condition at the moment, he did not dare to run too far. Instead, he stood by the city wall between the 2 gates. Then I chose to go offline. She closed her eyes. The feeling of severe weakness almost overwhelmed her, but she didn't care and didn't even look at the package, pocket watch and dentures on the ground. Instead, he immediately opened his character panel. Character, Yu Xuanga, level 0, severe weakness, 47. God-given talent God of Thieves, level. God-given talent Immortality, level, incomplete. God-given talent God of Food, level, incomplete. God-given talent sharpshooter, level, race, human, racial talent, feeding on the will of the undead, health, 60, mana, 80, strength, 8, constitution 1-1, intelligence, 14, agility, 21, luck, 10, full value, charm, 10, full value. She clicked on God of Cookery with trembling hands. God of Cookery, level, even God is just an ingredient in your hands. Skill 1, what's called God of Cookery. All dishes you make have a 20% chance of triggering a critical hit when the score is higher than 80 points. For every 1 point increase in the score, the chance of triggering a critical hit after eating by others also increases by 1. After triggering a critical hit, the effect of eating doubles. If it is your own recipe, as long as the score is higher than 80, the effect of eating by others will definitely double. As the maker of food, all the food you cook will be 3 times more effective when eaten. Skill 2, who is Hannibal? Cook any target into 38 different delicacies, and if each dish scores above 90 points, eat all 38 delicacies by yourself, and you will randomly learn one of his skills during his lifetime. Each target can only be triggered once. Skill 3, yes, I am a top-notch chef. The food you cook is a delicacy. Food that is completely made by you and has a score of 95 or above has a 20% chance of randomly increasing an attribute value by 1 point after consumption. Each target can only be triggered once a day. Skill 4, look, there's a pot here. The God of Cookery will not get a bad review. Mark a person who trusts you and transfer all the negative emotions of the eater towards you to the marked target. Skill 5, you want to get something for free? Passive, no one can enjoy the food of the God of Cookery for free. If you do not explicitly state that you are treating the guest, and the guest does not pay for the dish before or after eating the food you cooked, then for a period of time, his luck will be used by you until he pays for the damn meal. 5. Just like the undead city lords, immortality, a total of 5 skills. Skills 1234 are all lit. Only skill 5 is dark gray. Only then did Yushunga feel like she was alive again, as if she was trapped in deep water, unable to breathe or move, and at this moment, she finally broke free and rushed out of the water. And she finally understood why Yushun treated her like that in his previous life, why he worked so hard to win her trust, and why his women and brothers were so hostile to her. I see. Very good, you. Soon, Huan. But she did not forgive or let it go. Yes, those people bullied and schemed against her because Yushun diverted their negative emotions towards him. But weren't they the ones who put the malice into action? She will not forgive anyone who hurt her in her previous life for any reason. Everyone can betray her, but she cannot betray herself, and cannot betray the suffering she has endured. Yushunga drank the blood bottle with trembling hands, but her health was still at 40. It was estimated that before the countdown ended, her health limit would only be the original 40. But now she just feels refreshed. She feels that she is in the best condition ever. She put on the necklace that reduced her cooling time and crawled under the bed to rest. She is too tired, but she didn't dare fall asleep. Instead, she closed her eyes and kept observing what Yushun was doing through her shadow. She had just seen Yushun's original luck value, which was the same as her current luck value, both 10. Although he didn't pay attention to his God-given talent for a while because of his God-stealing talent, he remembered his skill 5. You want to get something for free? So he used the remaining money to buy a large amount of ingredients and started cooking. He only cooked those low-level recipes. He had just started learning to cook, so he didn't worry about becoming a chef god. Most of the food he made was not even passed. He placed the cooked food directly on the ground, allowing passers-by and players to eat it if they wanted. At first, his luck was average, but as more and more people ate his food, he was like a cheat. He completed the task in less than 2 hours and got 3 gold and a small green outfit. He learned cooking, and soon after, he found a money bag in the city sewer with more than 300 gold. He used these gold coins to learn jewelry processing and alchemy. Yushunga just watched Yushun absorb the luck of others to offset his own luck value that he had changed. Chapter 35. Let the world have more AI. Cooling is complete. Yushunga opened his game immediately. There are only 54 minutes left until the end of the 3rd internal test. After Yushunga came online, she first disguised herself as a goblin, then returned to the city, learned all the special dishes of Silvermoon City in the restaurant of Silvermoon City, and then teleported herself to Bloodmoon City where she had stayed before. Then she found a rich goblin, and after much persuasion, she finally exchanged 1 gold. After checking the time, it was still enough, so she spent some time to exchange 800 gold from several other poor goblins. At this point, She had 20,800 gold obtained from the two elf main cities, plus 378 gold accumulated from making 3 gold every day from June 7th to October 10th. After deducting the money for teleportation and learning recipes, she still had 21,108 gold and 1,084 gold bricks obtained from the Su family. She spent money to learn the special menus of the Blood Moon City restaurant before returning to the City of the Undead where she first learned alchemy. She walked into the alchemy shop and looked at the figure busy behind the crucible and test tube. She walked over and typed the word teacher in the input box. The undead female mentor kept moving, but suddenly issued her a task. Alchemist Master Hufflepuff asked you to make 10 primary potions and 10 intermediate potions. She didn't say whether she wanted 10 identical ones, but Yushuinga understood that she was testing herself. But this game has a progress bar. I can't tell it. After thinking for a moment, she submitted the 20 bottles of different kinds of potions that she had made recently and felt the best. Teacher, this is my recent achievement. On the screen, the undead female mentor stopped shaking the test tube and took the potion from Yushuinga. After a few minutes, the task was shown as completed. The mission reward is a book. Hufflepuff's Alchemy Notebook. Hufflepuff's Alchemy Notebook. Level Master Alchemist Hufflepuff's Notes. Recording her experience and insights during her promotion from Senior Alchemist to Master Alchemist. You cannot understand the formula from it, but maybe you can get something more precious. They innovate in alchemy for glory, but I am different. I just want to make more money to buy wine. So my potion is the most special, and the potion with my name on it always sells the best. After all this time, they still don't understand that there is no future in generating electricity for love. Hufflepuff. After Yushuinga silently read the introduction of this prop, he took out 2,000 gold and handed it to Hufflepuff. I may not be able to come here again in the future. Before he clicked send, the 2,000 gold had already been taken away by Hufflepuff. Yushuinga. The next second, Hufflepuff threw a dark green cloth bag over. Hufflepuff Potion Bag, 0. Level Hufflepuff always has the same number of orders. This is a small gadget that Hufflepuff uses to store ordered potions. The maximum stacking size is 999. The biggest surprise is not only that it can be stacked up to 999 times, but also that it is a prop item and does not occupy the backpack slot. Then, there is a pop-up window. Do you want to bind? Yushuinga was ecstatic, and she immediately nodded yes. This time she learned her lesson and first typed, Teacher, I'm just buying you some wine. You don't have to give me anything else. I really like alchemy. And then after sending it, she generously took out another 1,000 gold and gave it to Hufflepuff. Seeing that Hufflepuff really had no intention of giving her anything, Yushuinga smiled and turned away. She had to hurry to the auction house. Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan's wedding will be held in a few days. After all, family members are different from guests. You can give cash gifts at an engagement, but it is better to give gifts at a wedding. What's more, Su Yitong gave her 20 million last time, so she couldn't be stingy. She didn't even feel that there was anything aggrieved about this. She thought that she had taken so many attribute points from Su Yitong, as well as level up items and an ear, but Su Yitong didn't even know who her enemy was and still gave her money to spend. When she thought that 80% of Yu Xuanhuan's God-given talent was basically wasted, she didn't feel any aggrieved at all. It is difficult to impress Su Yitong by giving her real-life things, but she is unwilling to give her really good things in the game. But she thought of something good. Bed of the Pleasure which increased the intimacy between couples, allowing lovers sleeping on this bed to enjoy the ultimate pleasure, and no one is allowed to say no. What a great thing. It's useless, but it's a top-notch prop. And it's super cheap, only 20 gold. Bought it. Let the world have more AI. Binding Stone. Level after use, you can bind an item of equipment to your soul. It cannot be lost or stolen by anyone, not even the god of thieves himself. When your soul dissipates, it will turn to ashes and return to the embrace of the void. Yushuinga. Targeting me, right? But others need it, and you need it too. For 1 gold, Yushuinga directly bought 50. Jinhua went down without blinking. Then Yushuinga started buying cooking recipes. She bought all the ones that were available at the auction house that she had not learned. I was worried that I would buy duplicates, so I bought one for her to learn from. These are all preparations centered around the god of cookery talent. Even though the low-level recipes are not very useful, the more she learns, the more helpful it will be for her to create her own recipes in the future. After finishing the god of cookery, you will have the talent of sharpshooter. Explosive Arrow. Level fires explosive arrows that explode upon hitting the target, causing damage to the target and enemies within 2 meters around the target. Each use consumes 100 mana points, and there is no cooldown. Push Shot. Level the weapon you launch can generate energy waves to repel the enemy. Each use consumes 30 mana points and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Soul Resistance, passive, permanently provides a soul level defense, can be immune to mind control skills, and reduce the damage of mental attacks by 30. One attacks in groups, one repels, and one is immune to mind control. Originally, after buying the group attack, knockback and control, Yu Xuanga wanted to buy another attack method, but he didn't expect to see soul resistance. Even though its price was as high as 1, even more expensive than Apparition, Yu Xuanga bought it without hesitation. What she wants is high-end skills. Explosive arrows cost 450 gold, push shots cost 130 gold, plus the 3,000 gold given to Hufflepuff Minter before, 5,000 gold for binding stones, 20 gold for beds, and 485 gold for purchasing and learning recipes. She now has only 23 gold left. Yu Xuanga is satisfied. This is how money should be spent. Yu Xuanga passed by an herbal medicine shop, spent his last 23 gold coins on buying the herbs needed for the advanced reappearance potion, and then left the city of the undead. Then she went offline and canceled the shadow in the treasure room. It was only 17 points at this time. Chapter 36: The Sweet Taste of Revenge. Yu Xuanga put away all her equipment and ate a chocolate puff she had cooked herself, a very simple dish. She found that since she had the talent of the god of cookery, there would be a score behind the rating of the food, which was probably a unique evaluation system of the god of cookery. Chocolate puff. Grade restores a total of 30 health points in 5 seconds. If you spend 10 seconds tasting it, you will be fully fed and increase your constitution by 3 points, which lasts for 5 minutes. A simple low-level dessert. But with the god of food talent, the effect of eating is directly multiplied by 3. After eating this puff, her physical fitness increased by 9. Constitution was originally 11. Now that column has become Constitution 20. Although her blood volume did not increase, she instantly felt less weak, and she drank another glass of milk that could increase her mental strength. It's a bit of a pity that it only tripled. It seems that after triggering the god of cookery's buff, the effect of god of cookery's saliva bag can no longer be triggered. However, this thing is a good cover. A few minutes later, Yu Xuanga disappeared from Yu's house, and after several teleportations, she returned to her villa. Then she was not in a hurry to contact Yu Xuanhuan and the others. Anyway, after the internal test, everyone's mobile phone-connected SIM cards will turn into gray smoke and disappear, and there will be a period of loss of connection. Yu Xuanga locked the door and had a good sleep. After sleeping until the cooldown of her disguise skill was over again, she disguised herself as an elderly person and then teleported to the bathroom in the airport. After finding the flight to Xinjiang, she went to the toilet for a while. After using the disillusion charm to turn invisible, she entered the pet oxygen cabin of the plane, walked to the innermost part, used Animagus to transform into a kitten, found a gap to hide, and finally rested. The first thing she did was to bind the Soros pocket watch with the binding stone. Only then did she lie down with peace of mind. The plane also made a layover midway. We took off and arrived in Xinjiang at 9 o'clock the next morning. After landing, she returned to her hotel, then walked out of the hotel's main entrance and went to a nearby business office to buy a replacement phone card. I bought a new mobile phone, and the first thing I did after turning it on was to ask Yu Xuanhuan in the group whether he had succeeded yesterday. Yu Xuanhuan is not online yet. Only Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa were in the group. After the two of them talked for a few words, Yu Xuanga directly made a video call and asked them if they had played yesterday. Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa both had red faces and nodded repeatedly. They kept caring about Yu Xuanga on the phone, praising her for being thoughtful and for thinking about her parents. Yu Xuanga felt bitter in her heart. She had been so good to them in her previous life, but did she get a single good word from them? No. She admitted that she couldn't give everything to others, not even her biological parents and brothers, but she would always think of them when she got something good. She gave everything she could. Equipment that can be sold for resources. Because they said they needed it, she gave it to them. She gave them pets that could increase their combat power. They said they didn't dare to go out to fight for fear of no one to protect them. There was a high-level mission item that was in short supply outside, and because Su Yitong wanted it, they helped her to knock herself out. Knowing that Uncle Yang Yuchuan's God-given talent was the property of absorbing his bed partner, she still persuaded herself to marry him. Yu Xuanga wiped his red eyes, smiled, and said to the people on the screen, "Okay, as long as you're fine." Seeing that their daughter was moved by their sweet words, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa hung up the phone with satisfaction. As long as you were satisfied, Yu Xuanga sniffed and smiled, then began to eat the mutton in front of her with big mouthfuls. She felt that this was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten since her rebirth. Where is Yu Xuanhuan? He was so tired after losing his temper and throwing things last night that he fell asleep. No matter how powerful the thief god's passive ability is, it can't defeat the owner of this thing who is thinking about it all the time. Almost immediately after the internal test ended, Yu Xuanhuan began to try to call upon his God-given talent. Then exhaled. Oh my god, there is only one of the 5 shiny skills left, and the first 4 most important ones are all gray. What is the most painful thing? It is to lose something immediately before you even enjoy it. Class. Now there is nothing left. Yu Xuanhuan immediately lost control and smashed everything that could be smashed in the secret room. Jewels. Broken. Antique. Smashed. Calligraphy and painting. Tear it up. Gold bars. Throw them on the ground and step on them. He had never been so broken in his life. He knew that he was like a madman at this moment, but he didn't care. He just felt that he was not far from going crazy. Even if he drew a level 100 at first, or even just a level 100, he wouldn't go crazy. It was not enough for him to smash everything in the treasure room. He also came out and smashed everything that could be smashed in the study and living room. After finally getting tired of smashing, Yu Xuanhuan lay down in despair, and then fell asleep in despair. After Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa received Yu Xuanga's call, they searched all over the world for their son. After searching for a while, they found Yu's house. When they opened the door, they saw this scene. The floor was in a mess and their son was sleeping on the floor. Ichiogwa woke up his son and asked him, but he didn't say anything. Where is Yu Qingshan? Following the crime scene all the way up to the study, he saw antiques and calligraphy and paintings scattered all over the floor in his treasure room. He suddenly bent over and cried. When Yu Xuanga received Ichiogwa's call, she was changing hotels. Before the weakness period was over, she would stay in the hotel opposite the police station. Upon hearing that Lao Ding and Xiao Ding at home were both hospitalized, Yu Xuanga asked anxiously, "Is it serious? I hope they are okay." Ichiogwa, your dad just fainted. Do you have any medicine? To be honest, she also wanted to faint when she saw the antique fragments on the ground. You think that's ginseng? Yu Xuanga said, yes, I've learned how to make it. Ask Xuanhuan if he has any more. Let him use it first. Then the family won't be short of this medicine in the future. Anyway, Yu Xuanhuan also learned alchemy, so she could win some favor by bringing it up on her own initiative. Ever since she stole Yu Xuanhuan's God-given talent, the overwhelming hatred in her heart has been dissipated by a small amount, and she can now treat revenge as a game. Of course, her real life, the thief of the god of thieves, who can also be the thief of the robber, will still be kept for Yu Xuanhuan forever to prevent him from making a comeback until he dies. After chatting for a few more sentences, Yu Xuanga hung up the phone. Then he stayed in the hotel and didn't come out. The curtains and windows were also open to ensure that the police officer on the other side would hear me if I shouted. She sat by the window of the hotel and read Hufflepuff's alchemy notebook. She ordered takeout for all 3 meals, but actually she didn't eat the takeout when it arrived. She only ate the food in her bag. Sometimes she felt like she had returned to the time of escape in her previous life. It was not until the afternoon of the 12th that Yu Xuanga walked out of the hotel after her severe weakness completely ended and her life force and all data returned to normal. There was no need for her to drive back, so she simply paid someone to drive her back to the city, and she flew home herself. Chapter 37. The calculation of the previous life. They arrived in the city on the morning of the 15th and went straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. The old man was still lying there. As for Yu Xuanhuan, he was not lying there. He was going to get married in a few days and was dragged by Su Yitong to rehearse. It was also the first time that Yu Xuanga heard that one had to rehearse for a wedding. When they arrived at the hospital, they stuffed 2 bottles of primary treatment medicine into Yu Qingshan's hands. Yu Qingshan was still staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Ichiogwa pried open his mouth and poured the medicine into his mouth. Yu Qingshan didn't react at all. Yu Xuanga watched coldly, thinking that the old man had become a vegetable. She pulled Ichiogwa aside and asked him in a low voice what was going on. Ichiogwa hesitated and didn't know what to say. He had kept this matter a secret from his daughter for so many years, and it would really hurt her feelings to tell her about it suddenly, so he just said that he didn't know either. Yu Xuanga didn't really care. The main reason for her trip was to investigate the 2 people's divine talents. In her previous life, she didn't have any detection props, and all the information she knew was either observed by herself or told by others. Ichiogwa said in her previous life that her God-given talent was related to cooking. The food she made had a chance of increasing a person's attributes, but the chance was only 5%. She also said at the time that Ichiogwa and Yu Xuanhuan were indeed mother and son, and their God-given talents were all related to cooking. But now it seems that Ichiogwa's God-given talent is related to fire. As he speaks more and more, the damage of fire-related skills will be increased, and it will be reset every day. She almost instantly understood why Ichigua always asked her to go home for dinner in her previous life. Every time she went back, the food was already prepared. The dishes tasted average, but the ingredients were very high quality. She was the type of person who would at least return 4 or 5 points if others treated her 10 points well. So after every meal, she would leave something for Ichigua and Yu Qingshan. No wonder. All this should be to compliment Yu Xuanhuan's god of cookery talent, right? The high-quality ingredients are destined to give this dish a high rating, but the average taste means the rating is average. As long as the rating does not exceed 80, the critical hit of the eating effect will not be triggered, and I will not associate these dishes with Yu Xuanhuan, let alone attribute points. This way, he could not only feel moved and give back to his family, but he would not really profit from it. Not only that, but he also unknowingly paid invisible luck to Yu Xuanhuan as food money. Looking back now, she would be unlucky for a while every time she went home after dinner. She even thought that she was really incompatible with her hometown. On the other hand, Yu Xuanhuan did not completely lie to her. He said that his talent was that the beneficial effect of the food he made would be doubled after consumption, and she indeed doubled her benefit after eating it. Sometimes, Yu Xuanhuan would even specially make homemade food for her, so that the effect of her consumption would be doubled by 100%. However, after eating it for 2 years, she had never gained any attribute points. It's really amazing. He pushed the limits of various skills, won my trust while calculating against me, and didn't let me get any real benefits. Yu Xuanga said that he had failed in his studies. He was not surprised that Yu Xuanhuan envied his luck. She had always had good luck since she was a child. Her initial luck value in the game was 8, which was higher than most people. Although he didn't know why he, who had good luck, would still miss the game beta test. She missed the first game beta because she was tricked by Lu Zhonglu. But I missed it the second and third time too. What was I doing on June 6th and October 10th in my previous life? It was such a long time ago that Yu Xuanga probably doesn't remember it clearly. But these 2 days are so special. Not only are they the internal testing time, but they are also close to Yu Xuanhuan's engagement and wedding day. She quickly remembered something. Although she couldn't remember what she did on the specific day, she could still remember a period of time. She remembered that a few days after Yu Xuanhuan got engaged, he suddenly called her one morning and said that he had found a project for her using the Su family's relationship and asked her to meet the other party. She remembered that when she was picked up by the driver of the Su family that day, she looked outside through the car window and it was just dawn. Before Yu Xuanhuan got married, he often asked her to accompany him in rehearsals. Later, he even asked her to go to the wedding scene every day to help him watch over it. Even though it was the Su family who were doing the work and it was not her turn to intervene, she remembered that she was very annoyed during that time because she had nothing to do at the scene, and every time she wanted to play with her mobile phone to kill time, she would be dragged by the Su family to see the arrangements. Yu Xuanga stood in the bathroom of the ward, clenching his fists tightly. So he had been plotting against me since so early on? Yu Xuanga stared at the water falling into the pool, and the hatred that had been dissipated by stealing Yu Xuanhuan's god of cookery talent came over him again. Why? Not only didn't you tell her this, but you also let her miss it again and again. She turned off the faucet and looked at herself in the mirror calmly. Why should she spend time thinking about the reasons why her enemies harmed her? There is no need and no point. She just needs to return them one by one. Yu Xuanga said hello to Yu Qingshan, who was lying on the bed, and left. Yu Qingshan's talent is called Liar. Every time he tells a lie, his attack power will increase by 0, which will reset every day. Not only that, he can also identify lies. This was exactly what he told himself in his previous life, and he actually didn't lie. But sometimes the worst lie is the truth. He doesn't need to fight. How many lies has he told Yu Xuanga? Where can she verify them? This family. Yu Xuanga walked out of the hospital and stood in the sun, still feeling the coldness seeping out from between his bones. How come she is the biological daughter of this family? Forget it. Think about your own actions. She wasn't much better. They are all insidious and cunning things. Yu Qingshan's old silver coin, Ichigua's stupid silver coin, Yu Xuanhuan's small silver coin, and her beautiful silver coin. And there is the idiot Ichigua. Let's love each other and live together. At 12 a.m., Yu Xuanga followed Yu Xuanhuan to the place where he and Su Yitong were rehearsing their wedding. She looked at Yu Xuanhuan from afar. He was clearly smiling, and it seemed that he didn't show any pain at all, no despair, no anger, and no grief. But Yu Xuanga became happier and happier as she watched. The more successfully she suppressed her emotions, the better. Just like her, every time after she smiled at Yu Xuanhuan and the others, she would retaliate more fiercely. She was waiting for the day when he would explode. After appreciating Yu Xuanhuan's performance and mask enough, she pulled Su Yitong to a corner and said to her mysteriously, "I have a wedding gift for you. It's something from the game. Where can I give it to you?" Su Yitong was also a little curious when she heard it. At that time, the things in the game were still very rare. She pulled Yu Xuanga to the dressing room. Yu Xuanga waved and asked Yu Xuanhuan to come over. Then after arriving at the dressing room, Yu Xuanga took out the bed that made people's faces turn yellow. The information of the ownerless game props can be known by just touching it. Su Yitong thanked him without any emotion on her face, but her eyes were shining. Yu Xuanhuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a little embarrassing, this thing, well, it hit the spot. He needed it, urgently. After several days of gloom, Yu Xuanga brought him the only good news in these days. Yu Xuanhuan looked at Yu Xuanga with gratitude. Chapter 38, SS level to SB level. After Yu Xuanga wished them both a happy wedding, she proposed to leave. Su Yitong not only personally sent her to the door, but also asked the Su family driver to take her home. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with this wedding gift, and was also satisfied with Yu Xuanga's consideration. The next day, Yu Xuanga was unexpectedly invited by Su Yitong to a new villa in the Su family manor. This was her and Yu Xuanhuan's new home. She had previously thought that people from other branches of the Su family lived in this villa, but she didn't expect that it was a new house prepared for Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan. As soon as she walked in, she found a light blue light under her feet. Not only that, she also smelled the scent of the visibility potion, but could not find any water mist. It seemed that the technology had been used for a comprehensive upgrade. Su Yitong explained, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's pressure sensing. It's harmless." Yu Xuanga understood. She had been engaged in collecting weapons in September and hadn't been to the Su family for a long time. She estimated that the main building of the Su family was also covered with such things. Most likely, the Liang family had also found various ways to deal with it. She immediately decided that she would not go to the Su family and the Liang family in the short term. After all, if there is something that can be sensed, there will naturally be a corresponding capture device. After Yu Xuanga finished visiting the bridal chamber, she was invited to stay for a meal before leaving. Now she knew how much Su Yitong liked the gift. Before leaving, Yu Xuanga said to Su Yitong, "On the day you come to pick up your bride, I will use my talent to change your fate to the full value. Don't worry." These words made Su Yitong's expression stiff for a moment. Her luck used to be a full value of 10, but later it inexplicably became 8. She doubted everyone at the time and even went to Yu's house to test whether Yu Xuanga was a player and whether he had any God-given talent that could curse people. But she quickly adjusted her mood, waved her hand, and asked the Su family driver to take her home. At the same time, a car followed behind, which was full of gifts for Yu Xuanga. When Yu Xuanga went to the Yu family villa for dinner in the evening, he praised Su Yitong highly. If it were in the past, Yu Xuanhuan would definitely ask her to use her skills on him. As for whether Yu Xuanga, who had already promised Su Yitong, would find it difficult to do so, that was none of his business. But now Yu Xuanhuan has not recovered from the fact that his God-given talent has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. It was already a sign of his strength that he could force himself to attend the wedding rehearsal. Yu Qingshan ate his meal in small bites, his mind wandering, giving people the feeling that his soul was dead. Although Ichiogwa knew that there were treasures at home, Yu Qingshan had only taken her to see them once. She didn't know exactly how much those treasures were worth, so although she was heartbroken, the blow she suffered was not that great. She was a very understanding woman, and as long as her husband, son, and daughter were all good, she felt that her life was happy. For a moment, there were only 2 women talking at the table, and the 2 grown men were mechanically stuffing food into their mouths. On the wedding day, Yu Xuanhuan sat in the master bedroom of his villa waiting for Su Yitong to pick him up. Yu Xuanga and Yu Qingshan specially invited people from other branches of the Yu family to help support the situation and stop the Su family. After a little commotion, they let them in. After using the Gear of Destiny, you can choose whether to hide the luck value from the target. It's okay if you do bad things normally, but if you modify someone's luck to a higher level, of course you have to show it to the other person. Moreover, Yu Xuanga had no intention of causing trouble on such a day. As the male and female protagonists, Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan would not be too unlucky even if their luck value became 1. For example, Yu Xuanhuan's luck value was 1, and the Gun King couldn't hit little Yu Xuanhuan even after firing 7 shots. In the end, he could only be cut in half. It was so unreasonable. There were many more people coming to the wedding banquet this time than the last time. She even saw Yang Yuchuan, who was wearing a long black glove on his right hand that reached the middle of his upper arm. It should be a prosthetic limb, otherwise it would not be necessary. She looked at Su Yitong with cold scrutiny. There were endless ways to play games. Although she was almost blinded by hatred at the time and quickly matched those eyes with the youngest daughter of the third branch of the Su family, a big family does not just rush out to do things. After Liang Yuchuan and the Liang family sat down to discuss, everyone felt that something was wrong. Not to mention that the Su family and the Liang family have no grudges against each other. There is only a little friction in business. There is no need to create such a blood feud. Even if Liang Yuchuan offended Su Yitong at some point, and Su Yitong wanted to deal with Liang Yuchuan, why would she come in person? To put it another way, Su Yitong was just going to do something big, but Su Yitong didn't know Liang Yuchuan's ability. So why did she only cut off Liang Yuchuan's arm and spared him alive? And then she even stared at Liang Yuchuan? If I had just had a couple of drinks before going out, I wouldn't have done this. But no matter how rational he was, Liang Yuchuan could not forget those eyes even when he closed his eyes. The Liang family came today not only to maintain superficial peace, but also because the head of the Liang family, Liang Yuchuan's uncle, planned to investigate for a while longer. If the murderer could not be found, they would find a chance to have a good talk with the person in charge of the Su family about this matter. Yu Xuanga only glanced at Liang Yuchuan roughly, as if she was just curious about today's guest. She concentrated on eating, laughing when she should laugh, and clapping when she should applaud. She was just an ordinary relative of the son-in-law. Even though people would peek at her from time to time because of her full charm, she remained quiet and never showed off. Then, this ordinary son-in-law relied on the detection skill of his pocket watch to steal from all the 37 players at the banquet. These were all her acquaintances from her previous life. The more she stole, the angrier she became. Almost every one of them had a conflict with her. In the past, she couldn't help but wonder if she was just naturally likable. But now she understood that this was because Yu Xuanhuan was using her as a tank, attracting hatred and standing in the front to fight monsters when fighting monsters. After the meal, Yu Xuanga stole 2 points of constitution, 2 points of strength, and 1 point of intelligence. After the show, Yu Xuanga very tactfully took Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua home, and did not make trouble in the bridal chamber. If the Su family members made trouble, it was because they were close family members, but if the Yu family members made trouble, it would be outrageous. They'd better not get involved. But they were in-laws after all, so the Su family still sent a driver to take them home. On the way, Yu Qingshan, who had been forcing himself to smile all day, was finally able to be himself again. He leaned back in the back seat and looked out the window anxiously. Yu Xuanga asked a few questions, but Yu Qingshan didn't say anything, so she, understandingly, stopped asking. After returning to her villa, Yu Xuanga added a few dishes to the Miao Miao Inn in the backyard. Ever since she got the talent of the god of cookery, she had inexplicably developed obsessive-compulsive disorder when cooking. She would be unhappy if the vegetables were not cut well, she would be irritated if the heat was not enough, and she would feel that she was not good enough if the dishes she cooked got low scores. Chapter 39. If you are not my biological child, then who is? But Yu Xuanga is not averse to the perfectionism brought about by the god of cookery talent. This talent can only be put to good use if you cook carefully. But she was not in a hurry. She had been in a state of extreme anxiety since the first internal test. She dared not relax for a moment, as if there was a beast chasing her. Now that the biggest threat was in hand, she could slow down appropriately. At least, she had to sleep for 6 hours a day. Lying in bed, the humidifier at the bedside sprayed out a mist of advanced revealing potion. Yu Xuanga looked at his current attributes. Strength, 8. Constitution, 1-1. Intelligence, 14. Agility, 21. People who are healthy and have exercise habits mostly have a starting value of 7. Of course, intelligence is affected by IQ. The initial value of strength and physique for men who exercise may even be as high as 10. The agility value of runners or parkour enthusiasts is also far more than 7. But even if calculated according to those highest values, Yu Xuanga's current attributes are comparable to those of a level 6 player. However, she is actually only level 0, and her experience only comes from the dozen or so small tasks she completed during the first internal test and Hufflepuff's task, but the experience points are very small. The game will officially launch in February next year. Yu Xuanga didn't plan to give any hints to her superiors. Although the plan had been completed now, it didn't matter whether she was a good person or not. But the problem was that there was no need. During the third internal test, hundreds of thousands of people logged into the game. Although most people would want to hide when they got an adventure, there would always be someone who would do otherwise. Some people want to show off after gaining abilities, while others want to complete things they have not completed before after gaining abilities. It can't be hidden. It can't be hidden at all. These people will soon be exposed. This was the case in the previous life. Strange news often occurred at the end of 2078, and even news spread a month or two before the game invasion. Moreover, Ushuainga felt that the official should have received the information long ago. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, some were official people. Otherwise, they would not have reacted so quickly in their previous life. After stockpiling what he should stockpiled, snatching what he should snatch, and spending what he should spend, Ushuainga plans to systematically learn fighting and shooting next, and spend the rest of his time practicing his profession and cooking. She is actually quite good at both close combat and long-range shooting. During the last year of her escape, she had honed her close combat skills through repeated life-and-death struggles. They were all killing skills. Each move was not meant to be cool, but aimed at vital points, elbowing the throat, poking the eyes, punching the kidneys, elbowing the heart, etc. It was not that she disliked these skills as useless or ugly. She wanted to learn more. Otherwise, no matter how high the stats are, she won't be able to use them and won't be able to truly unleash their power. A martial art that can form its own faction must have its advantages, and she wants to study it systematically. As for long-range shooting, all her shooting in her previous life was magic. She threw arcane missiles, ice balls, fireballs, and magic balls based entirely on her feelings. Perhaps she was really talented. In addition, her acting talent allowed her to store 3 talents of other people. With the coordination of various skills, she was able to escape for a whole year without being caught. But doesn't she have the God-given talent of sharpshooter now? If she doesn't practice shooting well, she would be wasting this talent and her agility of 21. Ushuainga still had enough money to enroll in the class. In the morning, she learned fighting skills, such as how to exert force better, which parts of the body can be used as weapons, how to break free after being restricted in movement, etc. In the afternoon, she practiced shooting, learning how to control the shooting distance, calculate the wind direction, etc. Unlike the wild path in his previous life, Ushuainga now feels that there are new changes every day. Those physical data are no longer just numbers. She is more flexible and agile, and can exert greater power. The shooting coaches were all shocked by her talent. On her first day, she didn't hold the bow in the standard posture. It was obvious that she had learned this from Chindu. In less than a week, she could hit the target 100% of the time within a range of 30 meters. If they didn't know that she was actually 26 years old, they would have wanted to recommend her to try for the national team. It's just a little strange. After shooting a few arrows, I always miss once. I don't know if it's because girls don't have enough strength. It wasn't that Ushuainga didn't have enough strength. She just didn't want to expose the fact that her 7th shot would definitely be a critical hit. So every time she shot the 7th arrow, she would deliberately only pull the bowstring a little bit, letting the arrow fly out limply. Ushuainga knew her own business. It was okay if she was given time to aim, but if she fired rapidly, she could only guarantee a hit rate of 60%. The hit rate for shooting at moving targets was even lower, not to mention shooting while she was running. But she did not lose heart, because everything had just begun. Ushuainga was busy here, while Yu Qingshan finally recovered and sealed up the fragments. He was also optimistic. His son didn't lose his life, even though he lost half of his penis. His daughter was still helping him find a treatment. Maybe she has the skills to repair things? Believe in miracles. So from that day on, Yu Qingshan also began to ask around for information about players. Ichiogwa became the happiest person in the family besides Ushuainga. Her son married into a wealthy family, and her whole family had adventures. She couldn't think of any reason to be unhappy. As for what surname her grandchildren would have in the future, she didn't really care. It was impossible for them to have the surname E anyway, so what surname would make a difference? She felt that she was sober. She is the kind of smart woman that people on the internet talk about, who is very clear about life. The only regret is that her daughter doesn't give her money to spend. Ushuainga was also convinced. His son had married into a wealthy family, but he still came to him, an unemployed vagrant, to ask for money. Happy Chiogwa, Ushuainga's daughter, my mother fell in love with a bag and was shy. Ushuainga simply long pressed the message, clicked, quote, and then tagged Ushuan Yu Sun Gu, Yu Sun Huan, my brother, I'm shy because I saw a gun. Click on the rich son-in-law to make him explode some gold coins. Ushuan Huan is indeed not short of money, or rather the Su family is a wealthy family. Ever since he married into the Su family and became a member of the family, 5 million yuan would be transferred directly to his card every month as pocket money. He eats and lives at home, and someone will buy or customize clothes for him. This 5 million yuan is pure pocket money. Soft rice is really delicious. Moreover, his wedding night went smoothly. The bed that Yu Shuinga gave him was indeed something special. After turning off the lights, they slept on it until dawn. I forgot about the almost dead thing. And Su Yitong was also very satisfied. Although she didn't know if it was her illusion, she always felt that something was not right. But she didn't think about it too much. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanhuan generously transferred 500,000 yuan to each of the two women in his family. Then he asked the two to help him find out more about the God-given talents, especially to find out if there was anyone who was unable to use the God-given talents after obtaining them. Naturally, the two of them agreed readily and said in the group, "Okay, boss, don't worry. I'll take care of this." The service attitude is as good as Haidaleo. Yu Qingshan also followed suit and transferred money to the two women, asking them to help him find out if there were any skills or props to repair items. The two of them fill the screen again. Okay, thank you, boss. Please leave it to me." Then the two women turned around and forgot about it. A week later, Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan asked in the group if there was any news, but neither of them said a word, and both mother and daughter pretended to be dead. Yu Xuinga pointed at the mobile phone chat group and scolded himself. Yu Xuinga, if you say you are not the biological child, then who is? Chapter 40 Training. Yu Xuinga thought that he couldn't make the person angry, but finally he still made a scene. Yu Xuinga, just tell me whether the bed is easy to use or not. Yu Xuanhuan, it's okay. Yu Xuinga, right? Good things and good news are not that easy to find. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua both asked what kind of bed it was. Yu Xuinga posted the information about the bed in the group, saying it was a wedding gift from him. Happy Qiugua. Any more? Mom wants some too. Your dad needs some too. Depressed Qingshan. Yu Xuinga, I thought it was cabbage, but it's super expensive. It's dozens of gold coins. If you look at how much money you can exchange for 1 gold, you will know the price of this bed. Yu Qingshan has heard a lot recently. Recently, the price of silver coins is 10,000 each, and the price of gold coins has been hyped up. Depressed Qingshan, I heard that it takes 1 million to exchange for 1 gold coin, but I haven't heard of anyone actually exchanging it. Happy Qiugua, a bed worth tens of millions? Damn, you can buy a house with this amount. You are not generous when you should be generous, and you are so willing to spend money when you shouldn't. Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuinga, thank you, sister. If you have anything similar, please buy it for me first, and I will transfer the money to you later. Yu Xuinga, isn't the happiness of Qiugua more important to the rich woman than the house? Those who understand will understand. Yi Qiugua didn't say anything. Even if she did, Yu Xuinga would have no place to get her a bed like the one she had. If only I had known, I would have stocked up on a few more of these beds. Once the auction house function is opened after the game is invaded, wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of money by reselling this bed? After turning off her phone, Yu Xuinga was in a trance for a while. For a few seconds, she actually felt happy. Sometimes she even suspected that her previous life was a dream. If she had not endured the pain of being nailed to the ground and bleeding to wait for Yu Xuanhuan in her previous life, and if that book had not appeared in her mind at her deathbed, she would have believed them even if she was reborn. What an ordinary yet happy family. The mother has a quick temper but is easily satisfied, and sometimes looks innocent and cute. The father is gentle and good-tempered, and treats his children equally. They gave all their savings to their daughter, and after making money, the daughter gave back to her family, giving money to her parents and her younger brother, and then the younger brother saved his share and bought her a villa. After the world changed, her younger brother would occasionally take her to join the wealthy team to fight monsters in dungeons. Even if her wife's family was hunting her down, her younger brother would take the risk to inform her. In my previous life, I was deceived by this false sense of happiness, so I always wronged myself. Yu Xuinga looked at the chat interface for a long time before she came back to her senses. Then she was shocked to realize that she had actually chatted calmly with this group of people for such a long time. It turned out that revenge makes people gentle. When she was just reborn, no matter how much she persuaded herself to be patient, her attitude could not really improve. After Yu Xuinga put his phone into his gaming backpack, he went out to practice shooting. Now she was wearing a sports bra and a tight vest on her upper body, and long pants on her lower body. In her pocket was a small torn bag with 4 compartments, which contained 2 tubes of primary healing potions, a roll of first aid bandage that could continuously replenish blood after use, and a mobile phone. 236 grid bags, potion bags, and other props are placed in the magician's dentures. The most important and bound Soros pocket watch was hung around her neck openly and secured inside her tight clothes. Once bound, it cannot be lost or stolen, which means that anyone who touches this pocket watch will only touch air, except its owner. From the outside, others would think she was wearing a silver necklace, and even if they accidentally touched her chest, they wouldn't feel anything. She was about to move, but suddenly paused. The coach looked at her curiously. Yu Shuinga smiled and said that she thought of something. Just now, for a moment, she felt that someone was trying to divine her information, but was blocked by Soros's pocket watch. Through the mist in her mind, she seemed to have passed through the galaxy of time and space and saw the person who was trying to divine her, a young man with a crew cut. After class, Yu Shuinga went to a nearby restaurant to eat. I don't know if it's because of her full charm or because she has been through so much, but now her temperament is more charming than ever. The mysteriousness of the god of thieves, the immortal coldness of the undead, the flamboyance and sharpness of the sharpshooter, the down-to-earthness and friendliness of the god of food, and her own restraint and madness. With all these different auras blending together, coupled with her already exquisite, outstanding, gentle, and intellectual face, whenever Yu Shuinga shows up outside, passers-by will unconsciously follow her with their eyes. In fact, she had this feeling a long time ago. Even though she tried to keep a low profile on the day of Su Yitong's wedding banquet, there were still people who stole glances at her from time to time. However, those present that day were either rich or noble, and they felt that their status was higher than hers, so they could not make the move to chat with her at the wedding. But after the wedding, Yu Shuinga disappeared. She was either in class or at home cooking. She did not answer unknown calls and ignored strangers who added her as a friend. Sometimes she could feel someone taking pictures of her while she was eating. This is also something that is inevitable in this era. And because she retired from the entertainment industry and had no rivals, when news about her appeared on the internet, everyone's comments were truly made by passers-by this time, and most of the comments were good. So much so that she has become a little popular from time to time recently, but Yu Shuinga ignored it and did not hype it up. Her life was just practicing fighting, shooting, and eating, and she gradually disappeared again. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhonglu came to her and wanted to work with her again and return to the entertainment industry together. Yu Shuinga almost forgot about this bastard. She first checked to make sure that this person was not a player, and then kicked him out without hesitation. By the way, she gave her a Gear of Destiny and changed her luck value to 1. At present, the case of Lu Hongsheng is still under investigation for those who have conflicts with Lu Hongsha. Even after the game incident came to light and Lu Zhengliu's suspicion was completely ruled out, no one turned their attention to Yu Shuinga. One reason was that Lu Hongsheng had not taken action against Yu Shuinga at that time, so there was no conflict between the two. The other reason was that Lu Zhenglu was still alive and well. Although she was used as a gun, everyone thought that this was just a shield casually pulled up by the murderer. But if Lu Zhenglu is also dead, then it's hard to say. Yu Shuinga did not look for a teacher to teach her how to cook. She had never been very fond of cooking before, and because of the cooking skills in the game, she could only cook for herself from time to time, but she also had to practice hard. She was afraid of irritating Yu Xuanhuan's sensitive nerves, and she also did not want to be exposed on this issue after working so hard for so long. Moreover, the cooking videos that come with the cooking skills are extremely detailed, and many processing methods are different from real cooking techniques, so there is no need to find a teacher. Recently, more and more cats come to the backyard of the villa to stay and eat. Fortunately, it is autumn and winter now, and the cats are not noisy. Yu Shuinga's villa is relatively remote, so no one has discovered it. Chapter 41. Earn extra money with the Gear of Destiny. The weather was good today, and Yu Shuinga did not go out to do any work. Instead, she asked her aunt to come to her house to clean up. By the way, she cleaned the cat's nest by herself. During this time, she not only found out whether the ant was a player, but also hid her shadow in the ant's shadow as a spy. After all, there are too many secrets nowadays. If she is sent by someone else and installs a surveillance camera in her home, she will be exposed. Yu Shuinga felt that she would never be cured of the paranoia she developed while escaping. She would be suspicious of everyone who approached her, but she loved her paranoia. She only regretted not buying the cleaning skill so that she wouldn't have to invite strangers to her home. Although he didn't know what this cat bed could bring to him, he was able to develop a pet hospital into a small force in his previous life, and it was also a top-level prop. Yu Shuinga had already made up his mind that as long as the cat bed mutated after the game invasion, he would immediately bind it with the binding stone. Just gold. When the cat beds were being dried, there were 7 or 8 cats lying on the ground in the backyard basking in the sun. In the past, she was busy all day long. Even when she was daydreaming in the backyard, she was mostly organizing her thoughts. She had no time to observe these cats. She just had a general idea that the cats in the backyard were always coming and going, and none of them stayed permanently. But today she discovered that she seemed to have seen 2 cats before, either in August or when she was still in the 30 million villa. Anyway, she had definitely seen them. a fat raccoon with snow-white legs, and a fat black and white cow. She silently memorized the appearance of the two cats. The aunt cleaned up the house for a whole day. Yu Shuinga didn't want to let too many people into her house, so she only hired her, but she paid a high price. She paid her 10,000 yuan to clean and tidy up the entire villa. It was a big order. So many ants rushed to come. Working for one day was better than working for half a month in other houses. Yu Shuinga checked and found it was indeed clean, so she simply paid the money and sent her aunt out. But I refused the aunt's request to add her on WeChat and never mentioned asking her to come next time. She would definitely ask someone else to come and clean the house next time. If I always asked the same person to come, it would be easy for him to be bribed. The experiences of her previous life are her most precious wealth. Just after sending my aunt away, I received a message from Su Yitong. The eldest lady's time was precious, so she went straight to the point without even a word of greeting. She asked her if she was willing to use the God-given skills to make money. Every time she used her God-given talent to do something for the Su family would give her 100. Yu Shuinga was not surprised that Su Yitong came to her. She had taken the initiative to offer to use this skill on the day of Su Yitong's wedding because she planned to make money with it. It would be a waste not to make this money, as it will take another half a year for the money to collapse. However, she is not willing to make enemies with others for the Su family, nor is she willing to become a thorn in the eyes of others. Yu Shuinga, I only accept orders to change a person's luck value to the full value of 10, and I do not accept orders to change the luck value to 1. She didn't even mention the middle values of 2. Isn't the biggest function of this skill to harm and help people? Who wants those middle numbers? Su Yitong also understood what she meant. It was too cheap to buy a shield with 1 million yuan. She readily told the time and said that someone would pick her up that day. Yu Shuinga was not worried that Su Yitong was just giving a verbal promise. The Su family was still guaranteed to do things in this regard. The closer they were to their own people, the more willing they would pay them. Even if they wanted to suppress them privately later, that was a matter for the future. But Ding was Ding, Mao was Mao. As long as they helped the Su family would definitely pay them. They would not be so petty as to let others feel that after becoming a member of the Su family, they could not earn anything. Yu Shuinga specially set aside half a day that day. At the appointed time, the Su family's car stopped outside Yu Shuinga's villa. After Yu Shuinga got in the car, he found Su Yitong was also there. During the conversation, she tactfully gave him a heads up. Although I can modify my luck value, luck is not destiny. Many things cannot be changed by luck alone. Su Yitong nodded. Don't worry. She herself went from being a lucky 10 to a lucky 8, so she naturally understood the subtle difference. Her life did not change much because of this, and it was still going smoothly, but not as smooth as before. If she quantified it before, if she wanted 1, she would get 1 or even 2 in the end. But now if she wants 1, she will only get 1. She wanted to convince herself that it was all a psychological effect, but when her luck was digitized, she realized that there were some things she couldn't deceive. The destination was a private room in a restaurant. After pushing the door open, Yu Shuinga had an indifferent expression, as if she didn't know or care who the people in the room were, even though in her previous life this woman had taken the opportunity to practice sparring with her to step on her face countless times and humiliate her. Su Yitong pointed at a young man with a crew cut sitting next to Liang Yuchuan and asked Su Yitong to use the Gear of Destiny on him. Yu Shuinga didn't ask anything and didn't care about anything. He stretched out 5 fingers to the young man, closed his eyes, and said after a few seconds, "Okay." The young man with a crew cut looked at the luck on his data panel, which turned into 10, and nodded slightly to Liang Yuchuan. Yu Shuinga smiled and nodded at a few people and prepared to leave. Su Yitong did not keep her and stood at the door of the private room and asked someone to send Yu Shuinga home. As soon as I got on the car, the transfer information arrived. In the car, Yu Shuinga once again felt that someone was fortune-telling about him, and it was still the young man with a crew cut. She sneered in her heart. It seems that the Liang family and the Su family are cooperating. The Liang family and the Su family did cooperate. Not long after Su Yitong got married, the Liang family and the Su family had a secret conversation. The Su family was shocked that someone actually broke into the Liang family and chopped off half of Liang Yuchuan's arm. The Liang family was even more shocked because not only had the ear of the third daughter of the Su family been chopped off, but a large number of gold bricks were also stolen from the Su family's treasury. This is embarrassing. When the Liang family came, no matter how rational they were still a little angry deep down. Maybe it was the Su family who had offended them, and the other party wanted to use the Liang family to take revenge on the Su family, so they sneaked into the Liang family and chopped off Liang Yuchuan's hand. As a result, the Su family was not much better off. The Su family was also in a delicate mood. Although Su Yitong was injured, she only lost an ear. Although her hearing was affected, it was not as serious as losing half an arm. If she covered it, no one would even notice that she was missing an ear. As for the gold bricks, although it was very painful, the Su family was rich and powerful, and they would not be seriously injured because of this little stock. Originally, family disgrace should not be made public, but although the Liang family came to discuss the matter in the tone, if the Su family did not give a reason, just based on Liang Yuchuan's statement that he saw the murderer was Su Yitong, the Liang family would attack the Su family. The two families looked at each other in silence. Chapter 42 Costumes. Liang Yuchuan and Su Yitong both had gloomy faces and were in a very bad mood. They both felt ashamed. It's not just because they are now physically disabled, but also because the murderer is obviously making fun of them. He used extremely crude frame-up methods to make the two victims face each other and let the two families tell their experiences. That person must be very proud of himself. The Liang family has been focusing on the development of the game recently. All members of the Liang family have entered the game. After the internal test ended, they have been looking for information about players, trying to find those players with divine talents and divination-related skills. The evidence has disappeared, so they can only seek power from the mysterious side. But when they finally found one not long ago, they discovered that the other party could not do divination at all. Now that the two families sat down to talk, they came to the conclusion that this person must be someone who had a grudge against both the Su and Liang families. As for the driver of the Liang family who died, he was most likely a minor character who cooperated with the murderer and was then silenced. So the elders went to check for people who had grudges against both the Su and Liang families, while the younger generations worked together to use the power of their God-given talents to find clues. So Su Yitong went to find Yu Shuinga and added a lucky event to the player whose God-given talent was divination, just to see if it could help. But the result is obvious, it still failed. Although the young man with the crew cut didn't predict anything, he had average luck on weekdays, but on that day he was extremely lucky. He bought a lottery ticket from a lottery shop on his way home and won a prize. This was immediately reported to Liang Yuchuan, who found out about it and naturally told Su Yitong during the conversation, because she wanted to find out about Yu Shuinga. This God-given talent was not bad, and there would always be a time when she would need it. Liang Yuchuan actually knew about this talent a long time ago. She had the Eye of Soros at the beginning, and after the first internal test, she checked the entire Liang family. Naturally, she discovered the driver Liang Hui's divine talent. However, she did not make it public at the time. She only told the head of the family about the game. At the same time, she observed whether Liang Hui would have any inappropriate thoughts because of the encounter. As a result, before she could find out anything, the man died. However, even though she heard a divine talent with the same name and ability from Yu Shuinga, Liang Yuchuan did not doubt anything. After all, it's just a level 1 talent, and he's a player who just participated in the second internal test. In Liang Yuchuan's opinion, just like the settings of some games, after the owner of the God-given talent dies, the Gear of Destiny will return to the card pool and be redrawn by others, or this kind of low-level talent is not unique at all. Not everyone can be like her, a chosen one, who can draw a level 1 God-given talent. Among the nearly 1,000 players in the Liang family, there is only one player of her level 1 so far. Most importantly, the Liang family had already proven one thing long ago. God-given talents could not be snatched away by killing their owners. Therefore, she did not connect Yu Shuinga, a little person she had never met, with her own affairs. In the evening, Yu Shuinga received a message from Su Yitong. Let's cooperate more in the future. Yu Shuinga was not surprised by Su Yitong's reaction. 1 million in exchange for 6 hours of luck was really not expensive. The next day she went out with the money and rented a small cruise ship to go to the sea. The sea was a good place to escape by teleportation. It was as safe and hidden as a safe house. Not only did she not have to worry about being seen, but she could also move here directly after killing someone to erase the clues and then go back. Later, Su Yitong would come to her from time to use her skills on people. Of course, she would not hide her skills when she used them on these people. She wanted to use a loudspeaker to shout, "I have changed your luck value to 10. As time went by, his fame spread among the wealthy circles, but at the same time, Yu Shuinga's rules also spread, which was to only bring good luck to people and never bring bad luck to them. In fact, she could have said that her skill could only increase people's luck values, but that would be too flawless and harmless and would easily arouse suspicion. Besides, she would need to use this skill to modify the monster's luck values in future battles, so she had no intention of hiding it from the beginning. Yu Shuinga's rules did indeed extinguish the ill will of many people. In addition, when someone approached her privately and offered her a huge sum of 20 million yuan, she was not allowed to make an exception. Over time, everyone believed it and thought that this person was really smart, sensible, and cautious. More importantly, no matter what, this person is still half a member of the Su family, so it is not easy to touch him. Yu Shuinga never thought that the skills that killed him in his previous life could make money for him in this life. With the end of the third internal test, Yu Shuinga no longer worried about being discovered as a player by others. The Su family and those who needed her God-given talent would protect her. Her God-given talent is not threatening but unique enough. Just like divination, it may be used one day. Moreover, this person is not hiding it and does this business openly. She can be contacted anytime when needed. Even if she is needed as cannon fodder, it is not her turn to be pushed out. More importantly, there are many players with no background at all, so there is no need to go to great lengths to catch someone who has transactions with the major families. Yu Shuinga makes money much faster than when she was a celebrity. When she trades with people, she only asks for money. Even if any one of these people can collect weapons more easily than her, she would rather take the trouble and buy them herself after getting the money. What if it mutates? It's like buying a lottery ticket. Someone owes her $2, and she asks someone to buy her a lottery ticket and pay it back to her, and then she wins the jackpot. People would not think that Yu Shuinga was foresight. They would only think that Yu Shuinga had robbed them of their good fortune. If they really found out that the weapon traded to her had mutated after the game invasion, it would be fine if it was just ordinary, but if it had better properties, she might be asked to return it. Yu Shuinga felt that if it were him, he would probably be so angry that he would die. She now spends 2 hours every day using this skill to earn extra money, and then saves all the money, preparing to make another trip to Sawadaka at the end of November. There are a lot of weird things there, and she wants to get some and stockpile them to bet on mutation. But before that, she planned to buy back one of her old costumes. When she first debuted, she played a supporting role as a secret guard who was madly in love with the male lead in a drama. There were only 36 episodes in total, and she was wearing black clothes and black boots in 35 of them. It was a low-cost costume drama, but it unexpectedly became a small hit, and she became famous because of it, and gradually moved up from a newcomer to a third-tier star. Most hit dramas have the habit of selling the protagonist's costumes to make money. This set of clothes was bought by one of her fans. In her previous life, she was exposed for all kinds of negative news. The fan was sad and stopped being a fan, so he sold the clothes. After the game invasion, the clothes that were bought by others were transformed into a top-quality small blue outfit. Chapter 43. The silver coins are coming again. As for why Yu Shuinga knew it so clearly, it was because the dress had gone around in circles and ended up in her hands in an extremely dramatic way 2 years later. When she first started to escape and was being chased, she killed a pursuer and found this dress when searching the man's equipment. She also found the name she had left on the back of the collar. That was her first time filming. Even though the dress had no special features and could only be described as good quality, after all, the actress would have to wear it for a few months. Even though she was not a big star, she still held high hopes for the future and embroidered her name on the back collar of the black dress with black thread. Originally, she had no intention of looking for that dress in her life. After all, she was not attacked but retired gracefully. That fan wouldn't be so sad that he would quit and sell the dress, right? She was cold enough to quit directly, and she wouldn't snatch the opportunity from her own fans. But unexpectedly, when she was playing with her phone that day, it was just a coincidence that Big Data pushed the video of the man selling clothes to her. There were only a few pictures. The first one was a photo of himself eating in a restaurant after training, and the next few were clothes. He said that he had run out of living expenses recently and wanted to sell the scenes that he had filmed for 20,000 yuan. They were the costumes used by Yu Shuinga in the play. Yu Shuinga immediately sent her a private message using his main account, saying that although he had retired from the entertainment industry, he missed the past very much. ABA. After playing the emotional card, he played the God of Wealth card, and she was willing to spend 50,000 to buy the costume. I don't know if that fan felt guilty or was embarrassed after being discovered that he had stopped following the original poster, but he actually changed his mind and said he would not sell it. Yu Shuinga added another God of Wealth card, 100,000. I'm sorry, sister. I want to sell it because I'm really short of money. It's not that I don't like you anymore. 150,000, baby. I really miss it. I don't know if it was the power of the God of Wealth card or the word baby, but the other party decided to quit while he was ahead. Early this morning, Yu Shuinga drove himself to pick up the clothes and brought them home. Then it was washed and disinfected and hung in the cloakroom. This is a completely black modified version of Hanfu. It is not complicated. It is just a black outer robe with a wide belt. The actor can wear his own clothes inside. He puts the robe on and ties the belt to start dressing up. Little blue outfit. The little blue suit that has been with her on the run for a whole year. After all the twists and turns, it's still you. She wanted to find a good tailor to embroider some dark patterns on the dress. Maybe it could be upgraded to a higher level when it mutated. But after thinking about it, she gave up. It was better to protect her capital. What if the dress could not mutate because of her small change? Ever since Yu Xuanga started making money again, earning 100 yuan for each order, his family members became jealous again. The happy Chiogua asked her to give him some money to spend, and the depressed Qingshan also asked her to give him some money to spend. Yu Xuanga tagged Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanga, Yu Xuanhuan, all my money is earned from your wife. Can't your God-given skills make money? This one sentence almost made Yu Xuanhuan depressed again. His God-given talent? Never mind, let's not talk about it. Yu Xuanga, I still have a great use for the money. I am planning to buy some weapons. Do you want the happy Chiogua and the depressed Qingshan? Happy Chiogua, that bed. Is it really impossible to buy it? Depressed Qingshan, what do you mean? Happy Chiogua, I just want to ask. Depressed Qingshan, does Yu Xuanga have in-game weapons? Yu Xuanga, no, I have never seen it. Who would sell this thing? Yu Xuanhuan, have you seen it in the Su family? Yu Xuanhuan, I have seen it, but it's not my turn. The topic immediately turned to games. A few days later, Yu Xuanhuan said in the group that Su Yitong was on a business trip and he was going back to his parents' home for a few days. Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga, come to my house for dinner tonight. Hee, the little silver coins are here, right? Is this your meal? Yu Xuanga immediately exited the chat software and booked a flight to Saudi Ka. Not long after Yu Xuanhuan sent this message, Yu Xuanga sent his location at the airport. Yu Xuanga positioning information. Yu Xuanga, you're too late. I've already planned to go to Sawadika to see if there's anything interesting there. Let's talk about it when I come back. I'll bring you gifts. Then it shut down. Yu Xuanhuan stood in the kitchen with a gloomy face. He didn't want to do this, but he really couldn't think of a way out of the situation. After the third internal test, Su Yitong asked him if he had become a player. How could he say that he was not a player? The difference between being a player and not being a player was really too big. He was worried that Su Yitong would look down on him even more. And just after he said that he had indeed participated in the game internal test, Su Yitong's next question was to ask him what God-given talent he had drawn. In fact, since everyone knows that everyone has God-given talents, people generally don't ask others what their God-given talents are, unless it is needed for cooperation or job hunting, or the other party actively tells you. This is a rule that even people with the lowest emotional intelligence automatically understand and follow. Even when Yu Xuanga took the initiative to confess his God-given talent to Yu Xuanhuan and the others, Yu Xuanhuan was too embarrassed to ask in detail whether Yu Xuanga's talent had any other skills besides changing other people's luck. Asking once can be intimate, but asking again will seem like you are trying to pry into other people's privacy and hidden cards. But Su Yitong did not have this concern. She would not ask her friends about their God-given talents, but Yu Xuanhuan was her husband and her property, so she certainly had the right to know. Just like when the Su family asked their employees to participate in the internal test, they would ask them about their God-given talents one by one. It was natural and justified. Yu Xuanhuan naturally understood the message contained therein. He dared to bet that even if Su Yitong looked down on the Yu family as her in-laws, she would not ask Yu Xuanga about his God-given talent, but she could ask herself directly, because in Su Yitong's eyes, she had the right to control everything about herself. Yu Xuanhuan didn't show any displeasure on his face at the time. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said that he had drawn a very good talent, but it was sealed. Then, under Su Yitong's questioning, Yu Xuanhuan said that he had drawn a level 1 God-given talent, but after coming out of the game, several of the skills turned gray. He avoided the main point and mentioned a few skills that could no longer be used. Su Yitong didn't say whether he believed it or not, but his expression was obviously more serious. At that time, Yu Xuanhuan was under pressure that might cause Su Yitong's displeasure and did not say what the effect of the only talent skill he could use now was. Instead, he quickly changed the subject and mentioned the professional skills he had learned. He said that he would make jewelry and potions for Su Yitong in the future, and finally talked about Yu Xuanga's talent skills. So if it weren't for him, how could Yu Xuanga have the opportunity to make so much money? What a pity. It ran so fast. Chapter 44 Happy again. Yu Xuanhuan sighed and thought of how Yu Xuanga told them immediately after discovering the game, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that he ran away. He was just too anxious. He has so many choices, there is no need to take action against Yu Xuanga. Thinking about how lucky he became in the game by making food for passers-by, Yu Xuanhuan decided to come a few more times. It was almost the end of the year, and there were so many banquets at the Su family. If he could make something to put on the banquet, aren't those who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth much luckier than Yu Shuinga? But it would be better to keep this matter secret from the Su family. Even though he was sure that if he told Su Yidong about the effect of his skill, Su Yidong would definitely help him, but he still wanted to keep it a secret and didn't want to tell it unless it was absolutely necessary. But the ingredients bought today couldn't be wasted. The figures of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua flashed quickly in his mind. The next second, Yu Xuanhuan thought of Yidong, who still lived in his apartment. He smiled and started cooking. Yidong had lived with him for so long and had not paid the rent yet. Yu Shuinga didn't know that her good brother was not only not angry, but was also glad that she ran away. Even if she knew, she would not be moved. What kind of kindness can a wicked person have? He is just treating her as a reserve food. After arriving in Sawadika, she first used her camouflage skills to transform into a bald man, then found a tour guide and asked her to take her to purchase some weird things. She had money, but the things had to be weird, and the more vintage the better. The tour guide's smile became more sincere, and he thought that he had been taken advantage of again. Then the next second, Yu Shuinga took out a pocket pistol with his right hand, put it against her temple, and took out a thick stack of US dollars with his left hand. Do you want this or this? The tour guide laughed in a way that was uglier than crying and told the truth. But this thing is not real. Yu Shuinga put away his gun and calmly but seriously put forward his request. It can be a place where a murder has occurred, a place with a long history, or a place with many stories. As long as you help me find it seriously, I will give you a bonus for everyone you find. The minimum is 500 US dollars. If I am satisfied, I will increase it. There is no upper limit. Seeing that Yu Shuinga was gentle and didn't look like a madman who might lose his mind and kill people at any time, the tour guide also calmed down and said with certainty, I can only promise that I will tell you everything I have found out, but I can't guarantee that it will be really useful. Yu Shuinga smiled and took out a few US dollars and handed them to her. Okay, I will stay here for a week. It's up to you how much you can earn. She didn't believe these things before, but after the game was invaded, many props were related to this kind of metaphysics. There were also such things in China. The accumulated incense ashes in ancient temples, the cushions used for many years by real monks, and so on, all had changes, but later they were all official things, mostly used to protect ordinary people, or used by the official troops. She should spend her time and energy to search among the people. This kind of metaphysical stuff has a very long history in China, and the scammers are experienced in counterfeiting. She knows she can't beat them, and it would be too conspicuous for her to collect it herself. She enjoyed the protection of half of the Su family, which had its pros and cons. No one would touch her easily, but her every move would be noticed by people with ulterior motives. Other small families and forces all wanted to know how big families like the Su and Liang families would respond. Most of the energy will be spent on the important figures of the Su family, but Yu Shuinga, who has recently had business dealings with the wealthy, can also be observed. Although no one will be sent to follow Yu Shuinga 24 hours a day, the fact that she spends a long time and energy collecting things related to metaphysics will definitely be noticed by others. If such things with a long history or stories mutate in the future, her behavior will be worthy of scrutiny. After arriving in Sawadika, there is of course the possibility of further pursuit, but all trivial matters will be handed over to the tour guide after disguise, and Yu Shuinga will visit scenic spots and buy things like a tourist. Maybe Yu Shuinga was overthinking again, but she was used to being cautious and only hated herself for not thinking enough. It's another exhilarating battle of wits and courage with the air. Is this the camera from a horror movie? Yu Shuinga, who was disguised as a bald man, was playing with an ordinary Polaroid camera. Which horror movie? The tour guide rubbed his hands and said with a wry smile, We didn't finish filming because the group of college students said that they encountered something scary while filming, so they didn't dare to continue filming, so they stopped. Yu Shuinga put down the Polaroid camera without comment and looked at the other things on the table. A worn and blood-stained Buddha amulet. It is said that a woman who was seeking marriage got this amulet and got married soon after she returned. Then she found out that the man was a scumbag and killed him in anger. A wolf's tooth, which is said to have come from a wolf that had eaten many people. A veil worn by a Thai princess hundreds of years ago. And a small piece of durian shell. Yu Shuinga controlled his expression, pointed at the durian shell, and said, Then may I ask, what is its tortuous and touching story and background? She leaned over to smell it and could still smell the fresh scent of durian. Does this tour guide think that his gun is empty? The tour guide gestured excitedly, saying that the durian shell was incredible. Usually when picking durian, one person cuts it on the tree and another person catches it on the ground. As a result, The durian was not caught and hit the person on the forehead, killing him on the spot. The durian didn't even penetrate his head because his head was broken at that time. Everyone was busy crying, shouting, and clasping their hands together at the time, and no one cared about the durian. Later, the bloody durian was picked up by a nearby child and taken home. The child ate the flesh, but a small piece of durian shell was preserved. Yu Shuinga, the child you were talking about is not you, right? Tour guide, it's not me, it's my child. Yu Shuinga. She was wrong. How could she think that just because she couldn't beat the scammers at home, she could beat the scammers abroad? There are many scammers in China, but people at least respect your IQ. There are not only many scammers abroad, but they will also treat you as a fool and fool you. The guns don't work. Yu Shuinga waved her hand tiredly, took out $2,500 and put it on the table, and swept the pile of junk on the table into her black backpack. She decided to interrupt her plan, buy a few latex mattresses, and return home. She is tired, so she might as well use this time to train well and fight after the game is invaded. Less than a week after being abroad, Yu Shuinga returned to his homeland. She still has nearly 30 million yuan in her hands, but has nowhere to spend it, which is really worrying. She decided to use all the money to buy gold. When others asked her about it, she had an easy reason. She felt that the world would be dominated by gamers in the future and money would depreciate, so it would be safer to exchange it for gold. Chapter 45. Xiao Deng and Lao Deng are both useless. Yu Shuinga also took the time to visit the Yu family villa, put the latex mattress she brought for Ichiogwa in the living room, then rejected Ichiogwa's invitation to stay for dinner and went straight to the gold shop. Before, when Yu Xuanhuan was not a player, she could of course eat at the Yu family, but now that Yu Xuanhuan has a, 1/5 of the god of cookery talent, she doesn't want to eat a single grain of rice from the Yu family. From that day on, whenever someone came to Yu Shuinga to use the Gear of Destiny, she would only accept gold. 1 million yuan would be equivalent to about 3.8 jin of gold at the current gold price, so she simply rounded off the amount and asked for 4 jin of gold. Su Yidong. It was the first time she heard of such rounding off, and now she felt a little nauseous when she heard the word gold. But rich people don't mind this little money. After modifying their luck, many people were a little worried at first. Is this borrowing their future luck in advance? They are lucky now, but will be unlucky in the future. In fact, many people are waiting and watching. However, as time goes by, everyone finds that it has no effect. Moreover, even if your luck gets better, only makes your wishes come true within a certain range, and it will not make you achieve your goals without any effort. The effect is probably like when a headwind turns into a tailwind when a person is trying to reach the sky. For example, the young man with a crew cut who won the lottery, after he scratched out 1 million for the first time that day, he immediately bought 10 more tickets, and then he never won again. Yu Shuinga's divinely gifted skill not only did not slow down in sales, but even more people came to buy it. People didn't need it every day, but when they encountered a big event, they wanted to buy something to make them feel at ease and smooth, and feel that everything went smoothly as if with divine help. Isn't this much more useful than a fortune tree or a feng shui ornament? During this period, Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Ichiogwa wanted to use the back door and asked her to give them a happy again, to let them feel the happiness of Lucky 10. Yu Shuinga agreed to this little thing very readily. There are only 24 hours in a day, and this skill has a cooldown of 6 hours each time it is used. Most of the powerful people, except those who need to give birth in the middle of the night, want to be lucky during the day. Even if Chinese people like to talk about things at the dinner table, they need her blessing before dinner at the latest. She usually takes 2 orders every day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. This allows her to earn money without affecting her classes. Customers are picked up and dropped off by car, and after using the Gear of Destiny, she can ask the driver to take her directly to her class. The underworld time late at night can be left to the Yu family. Yu Xuanhuan couldn't come over at night. As a brother who loved his sister, he couldn't make such a daring request as asking his sister to come over at night to use a skill for him and then go back. But Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, who live in the same villa complex, can do it. In the first half of the month, the two of them took the trouble to walk to the door of Yu Shuinga's villa every day and asked her to use her skills on one of them. It was just a matter of waving his hand, so Yu Shuinga didn't worry that they would be able to change their fate in just a few hours. Ichiogwa also said that Yu Shuinga was no longer close to them and did not even record their fingerprints in the villa. Yu Shuinga said that now that she has retired from the entertainment industry and can date, she might bring a boy home in the future, but she was worried that it would be inconvenient. Ichiogwa chuckled and said, "I understand." He stopped asking questions and nudged Yu Qingshan with his elbow the next second. "Why don't we go back to Zijing Road and live there for a while? Don't you always say you're afraid of being disturbed by the kids?" Yu Shuinga. Is this an excuse I can accept? Yu Shuinga frowned as he escorted the man out of the villa yard, pretending not to notice Yu Qingshan's bitter expression. Neither Xiao Deng nor Lao Deng can do it. TSK. Through day-to-day training, Yu Shuinga has not only learned how to exert force more efficiently, but also corrected many bad close combat habits with the help of his coach. Her current strength attribute is 10. In the past, even if she tried her best, she could only exert a strength of 6. But now that she has learned the technique of exerting strength, she can at least exert 90% of her strength. Although she mainly attacks from a distance, close combat ability is also very important. She can't be useless once someone gets close to her. She has also learned a lot of moves, such as horizontal elbow, jumping elbow, covering elbow, top elbow, elbow strike, flipping elbow, butterfly elbow. Yu Shuinga just felt that she was terrifyingly strong now. She had learned all the knowledge, but the rest required long-term practice, so she changed teachers and started learning how to use a dagger. Similarly, she also learned all the knowledge related to bows and arrows. The rest depended on day-to-day practice and comprehension. Yu Shuinga also began to learn the shooting techniques of crossbows and firearms. The affairs of the Sawadika kingdom made her heart, which had been floating in the air, fall down again. She has already stockpiled a lot of weapons. Instead of gambling on those illusory mutations with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000, it is better to study hard. That's true, but everyone has a gambling mentality. Every day after class and dinner, Yu Shuinga would go to the antique street on her way to stroll around. She would buy any broken things and take home a bunch of junk. One time, when she let Ichiogwa into the house to help her clean up the house, Ichiogwa saw the pile of junk that even Yu Shuinga herself was too lazy to put into her gaming backpack, and said that when she got old, she would definitely be tricked into buying health products. The male lead failed, the third female lead was addicted, and she gambled. Everyone has a bright future. But there was one person who looked like he was about to break. That day, Yu Shuinga received a call from Yu Xuanhuan, asking her if she had time in the evening to help him modify the luck value of a friend of his. He would pay her 5 kilograms of gold at a time. Why not? It was a no-cost business, and she would get the money from Yu Xuanhuan, so of course she agreed. But she was on guard, worried that Yu Xuanhuan would ask her to have dinner, so she spoke first. Let's be clear, it's impossible for me to use this skill on your friend without charging you, but I'll treat you tonight. Open a bottle of good wine. A restaurant with an average cost of 1 renminbi per person, plus a bottle of wine worth 200,000 renminbi, only adds up to 1 pound of gold. Yu Shuinga smoothed his hair in the rearview mirror and nodded to himself in the mirror. You are so generous. Then she turned the steering wheel and drove to the Yu family villa, bringing Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa along. Although she didn't know who Yu Xuanhuan's friend was, she could guess with her toes that it was probably one of his brothers, and she didn't want to have dinner with them alone. This silly little brother acts like he's taking his girlfriend to meet his parents. Every time he makes friends with someone, he likes to bring that friend home for dinner, then points at her, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, and says, I'll take you to meet my family. In fact, Yu Xuanhuan would bring at least 2 different brothers home for dinner every semester, and each of them was tall, rich, and handsome. Yu Shuinga always felt that he either had a problem with his brain or was just kidding. Later I discovered that this is called wisdom, because those brothers and friends were all moved to tears and gave Yu Xuanhuan a lot of help. Yu Shuinga found it difficult to describe Yu Xuanhuan. Perhaps the reason why he had so many benefactors was not just luck. Chapter 46, The Preciousness of the Gear of Destiny. Not to mention Yu Shuinga, Ichiogwa, and Yu Qingshan are used to it. Yu Qingshan always takes out the wine he just bought recently and says that this is the good wine that his uncle has been reluctant to drink. Since you are a friend who is looking for fun, then my uncle will treat you as half a son. Come on, let's have a drink together. Neither the cups nor the lines were changed. When they arrived at the private room, they saw that it was Yidong, the person Yu Shuinga had met at the city hall meeting not long ago. But this man looked haggard and seemed about to break. Although his eyes lit up after seeing Yu Shuinga, he soon became depressed again. He was really unlucky recently. He never won a game. Even if he was in a favorable situation, he would lose due to various accidents. The incident of deceiving fans was also a big deal. The people he offended in the city also came to him. Even if he hid at home and did nothing, he would choke when eating. After everyone was seated, Yu Xuanhuan acted more anxious than Yidong, the person involved, and directly took out a 5 small gold brick and handed it to Yu Shuinga. Sister, please help my friend. He has been so unlucky recently. Yu Shuinga did not refuse. She was worried that Yu Xuanhuan would take advantage of the situation and not even give her a push or pull process. As soon as she said he didn't need it, he would take the gold bricks back. Yu Shuinga dodged Ichiogwa's high-frequency elbow attacks, put the gold bricks away directly, and then used her skills on Yidong. How can someone who can hang out with the male protagonist have bad luck? Yu Xuanga understood immediately that most likely he had eaten the food cooked by Yu Xuanhuan but had not paid for it. Other people's free dining means eating without paying, but Yu Xuanhuan's free dining means that the freeloader secretly cooks for you and is afraid that you will pay. And paying him to modify Yidong's luck value was a sweet treat he gave Yidong, a timely help, which made Yidong trust and appreciate him more. TSK, I've used this trick on her all my life. But after seeing with his own eyes that Yu Xuanhuan was plotting against his brother who was as close as a brother in his previous life, Yu Xuanga felt that he had come to the right place today, and he might even be able to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Yu Xuanga quickly changed Yidong's luck to 10, allowing him to feel the charm of happy again. Looking at Yu Xuanhuan's attitude, Yidong is afraid that he will patronize his business often in the future. Even if the game is invaded in the future, I will still be able to make money with this skill. Do you need to feel happy again after opening the treasure chest? Even though Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga, and even Su Yidong all have full luck, among the 3 of them, 2 are the male and female protagonists, and the other one relied on acquired development to increase her luck from 8 to 10. Most ordinary people have a luck value of 5. Yu Xuanga has recently modified the luck values of so many people and has also read the information of many people through the Soros Pocket Watch. Even many successful and famous bigwigs who could only be seen on TV in the past have a luck value of only 7. Of course, this is understandable. After all, for those who can reach the top of the pyramid, they rely on their brains, family background, emotional intelligence, and hard work. Luck is just the icing on the cake. But things like opening treasure chests in games have nothing to do with brain power, family background, or appearance. It's purely a matter of luck. In his previous life, the Liang family had always kept Liang Hui's God-given talent a secret. It was even very likely that they specially prepared props for Liang Hui to hide his God-given talent, so it was not discovered by anyone. Because even she had heard that the Liang family had a high chance of getting good stuff after each dungeon, unlike other families, even the Su family, where only Su Yidong could get good stuff every time she opened a box. After the dungeon started, outsiders were not allowed to enter, and it was impossible to let the eldest lady come to open a box after the dungeon was finished. Thanks to their extremely high treasure opening rate, the Liang family's development is only slightly worse than that of the Su family, but no one knows the reason. It was only after Liang Hui used the Gear of Destiny skill intensively that Yu Xuanga was able to guess the effect of his God-given talent skill based on his own experience. Finally, when Liang Hui caught him, he asked him for confirmation. Seeing that she had guessed most of his God-given talent, Liang Hui admitted it. Anyway, this guy would be dead soon. Thinking about it this way, Miss Liang spent a lot of money to capture her, but was intercepted by the Su family in the end. Yu Xuanga has made up his mind to use this God-given skill to benefit the players in the city. As long as this skill is well controlled, you can make money 4 times a day. Successful people don't stay up late to work, but players will stay up late to play games. The charging standards still need to be rethought. It cannot be as cheap as it is now, but it cannot be too excessive either, otherwise it will arouse people's envy and lead to targeted attacks. Yu Xuanga was in a trance throughout the entire meal, perfecting his Gear of Destiny, money-making plan in his mind. At the dinner table, Yu Xuanga's attitude towards Yidong was very cold, but Yidong did not dare to say much. After all, although he had not yet felt the charm of Lucky 10, Yu Xuanga was also a player, and he could not tell whether he would need to use her God-given talent in the future. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he would endure it. At most, he would just mutter in his heart that this woman was not sensible enough. Yu Xuanga didn't care about Yidong's thoughts. It was true that she wanted to develop Yidong into a client, but this business was asked by Yidong, not by her. She didn't lack clients. Yu Xuanhuan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yu Xuanga's attitude. This was good, wasn't it? Yu Xuanga's attitude would highlight how good he, as a brother, was to Yidong. It was already very late when he got home, but Yu Xuanga still worked for another hour to cook for the cat in the backyard. As the weather got colder, there were more and more cats in the backyard, so she simply customized a small pet villa in the backyard and put the cat bed inside. She also covered the floor of the wooden house with heating pads. With so many cats here, she couldn't just watch the strong ones sleep in the bed while the weak ones had to freeze outside. The faucet in the backyard has also been replaced with a sensor-activated one, which will produce water whenever a cat passes by. Other than that, there wasn't really much more she could do. Yu Xuanga squatted in front of the French window between the backyard and the villa, shaking his finger at a calico cat that kept tapping on the door and window with its paw pads to get in, and said, "Don't even think about it. Meow." Impossible. She stood up and left grimly. In the past few days, Yu Shuinga has been decorating the cat's backyard. She bought some cat toys and a cat climbing frame, and installed an automatically retractable roof on top to block the rain on rainy days and not affect the cats basking in the sun when the sun is out. She attributed her behavior to her fear that the cat's nest would not mutate, which was why she was so enthusiastic and proactive, and it was definitely not because she was conquered by the cat. While she was busy, she was thinking about the pricing of Gear of Destiny. After the game invasion, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was suffering from paranoia again. The more she thought about the skill Gear of Destiny, the more she felt that its dangerousness was not much better than roleplay. It is not without reason that such a God-given talent that can only change the luck value and exchange the other party's attribute items can be rated. Chapter 47. Someone is coming. Although everyone tacitly did not touch her, and even Su Yidong did not think of declaring her to belong to the Su family, that was because this skill was not very useful at present. Just like a master of metaphysics who went around making people rich, people valued her but did not really take her seriously, like a small toy. But things will be different once the game is invaded. If the value of the items gained by one faction after each dungeon is 30, or even 10, higher than those gained by other factions, they will be able to leave the other faction far behind in the long run. Currently, players don't earn enough money, so her asking price is not high. But as players become more powerful and earn more money in the future, the price of her skill will definitely increase. She either doesn't need it, or she has to strike a good balance and let those big forces balance each other and reach a tacit understanding that no one should touch her. Since she had to strike a balance, she couldn't be too greedy. If she dared to ask for a share of the final profits from the other team, she wouldn't survive more than 3 days. But if it was a bargain, she wouldn't accept it. She admitted that no matter how restrained and cautious she was essentially a greedy person. But this problem is easy to solve. It just depends on whether her talent is spread. Just as she was thinking about it, she received a call from the security guard saying that 2 people were looking for her. They claimed to be the people who had played games with her on October 10th. The security guard's tone was very strange. He probably didn't expect that people who live in a big villa would also play games and meet in person. Yu Shuinga understood. It's the player. She was not afraid. Since the other party came to visit her formally in broad daylight, no matter what their purpose was, at least they were showing goodwill. She asked someone to bring them in. The visitors were a man and a woman, dressed casually, but judging from their posture and demeanor, they were most likely members of the team. She led them into the house, sat them down, served them 2 glasses of water, and then asked them straight away why they came. The woman with a ponytail said, "Hello, my name is Zhao Shuang, and we are from the country." After hearing that the person coming was an official, Yu Shuinga said to himself, "I finally waited for this." She already had the answer to her own problem. How to balance it? Isn't it enough to find a stronger one to restrain it? Yu Shuinga nodded. What a coincidence, me too. Zhao Shuang laughed for no apparent reason at Yu Shuinga's joke, but her expression also relaxed a little. She was originally worried that the other party was the type who would become pretentious after having an adventure, but now it seems that at least he is not too hostile to the authorities on the surface. You must understand what I mean. Yu Shuinga took the initiative in the topic. You need my God-given talent and want to cooperate with me? The word cooperation made the man with a buzz cut feel heavy in his heart. Of course, they didn't want cooperation, but to recruit people. Cooperation meant equality, profit sharing, and payment for every use. But he also knew that moral kidnapping was the dumbest way. Besides, the idea that this game might be the beginning of an alien invasion was just a speculation, and there was no evidence to support it. Wu Qingbai still couldn't help but said stupidly, "Miss Yu, have you ever thought about serving the country?" Yu Shuinga, I paid my taxes. Wu Qingbai. Zhao Shuang smiled again. She cleared her throat and calmed down. She and Wu Qingbai had talked to at least 800 players recently. Yu Shuinga was neither the one with the best nor the worst attitude, but she was definitely the calmest one. After hearing their identities, he felt neither excitement nor resistance, neither a sense of superiority nor fear. This was a determined person. Zhao Shuang immediately threw away all the words she had thought of before and asked directly, "How does Miss Yu want to cooperate?" Yu Shuinga said, "I can use the Gear of Destiny 4 times a day to modify a person's luck. I am willing to sell you 3 of the times. I don't care how you use it, or who you cooperate with or talk to. However, I can't stay here every day. I think you can find out where I am. After I retired from the entertainment industry, I like to travel besides attending classes and training." Zhao Shuang did not mention how to solve this problem, but asked, "What's the price?" Yu Shuinga asked for a sky-high price, 3 gold per time. And when the player's level is higher and the income is higher, she will raise the price. Wu Qingbai, this is considered high income, and you have to pay 45% tax, every time. Yu Shuinga. Zhao Shuiying. Yu Shuinga picked up the coffee cup and said, "It's getting late. Get out now. Get out as far as you can." Zhao Shuiying picked up the water cup in front of Wu Qingbai and stuffed it into his hand. "Shut up." Zhao Shuiying began to bargain. "This price is too high. Although we have more people, you have played this game before and know how hard it is to make money." Yu Shuinga. The talents bestowed by God are varied and strange, and it is not certain that some of them can make money. She was not saying this casually. Although she had never seen them, there were God of food, God of thieves, and God of water. So why couldn't there be a God of wealth? Zhao Shuiying's expression remained calm. Even if Yu Shuinga had guessed correctly, she did not reveal any flaws. There were a total of 520,000 official players, among whom there were naturally some God-given talents related to making money, but that was only a level talent, not a money-printing machine. The price of gold is too expensive, and they are not without players with luck 10, even if there are only 2 of them. Next, Zhao Shuiying and Wu Qingbai took turns lobbying Yu Shuinga to lower the price, with one tough and one gentle attitude. From time to time, Wu Qingbai would deliberately do something stupid to ease the atmosphere. It was obvious that they were old partners and old actors. Yu Shuinga didn't care about this matter at first, but the other party's determined attitude finally made her curious. "Can you tell me why you need my talent so much? Scientific research? International affairs?" Zhao Shuiying and Wu Qingbai shook their heads, their attitude clear that they couldn't say anything. Yu Shuinga couldn't even read any information from the 2 people's faces. Even though she had occasionally followed giants like the Su and Liang families to fight in her previous life, she didn't know much more than ordinary people. She saw many things on the news, such as the time and number of people in the internal test, and those ordinary items that had undergone abnormal changes. She had no way of knowing the real inside story. So what exactly happened that made this group of people need her God-given talent so much? Scientific research may require a little luck, but it must rely on a genius mind and a long scientific research process, and does not require long-term cooperation. International events? Well, that's even more outrageous. Then it can only be related to the game. Crafting equipment? A copy? She even made a bolder guess, wondering if someone had a way to enter the game? Yes. Who said there are only 3 closed beta tests? Who said you can't enter the game after the closed beta test is over? In the previous life, the official power has always crushed the major families or chaebol. Is it really just relying on righteousness and numbers? She doesn't believe it. Not to mention others, just talking about Su Beige and Liang Yuchuan's uncle. I'm afraid they dream of becoming the king. Yu Shuinga's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. She sat up straight and stared at the 2 people opposite her, Wu Qingbai and Zhao Shuiying. "Don't do this, I'm scared." Chapter 48. Could it be a scam? Yu Shuinga's attitude changed 180 degrees. She took the water in front of the 2 people and asked, "Coffee, juice, or tea?" Zhao Shuiying, "It's over. I have a bad feeling." Wu Qingbai clenched his fist and coughed twice. "Don't do this, we are scared." Yu Shuinga made 2 cups of the best coffee for the guests, and took out a few plates of snacks that he had made with the highest ratings, but not exceeding 80 from his gaming backpack, and placed them on the table. "I apologize for the poor hospitality just now." Zhao Shuiying, "Just tell me straight." Yu Shuinga, "Then I'll be frank. Do you have a way to enter the game?" Zhao Shuiying and Wu Qingbai looked like they had been punched. The situation they least wanted to see had happened. Yu Shuinga's talent was too special and their attitudes were so obvious. It was not surprising that she could guess it. Soon, the 2 of them looked serious. Wu Qingbai said, "If you want to know more, you must join us. Don't worry, we will offer you good treatment and give you the greatest freedom within the rules and regulations." Treatment means that her contribution must be greater than her income, and freedom within rules and regulations is no freedom. She had seen through the 2 actors' tricks. Yu Shuinga shook her head regretfully. "It seems that we can't reach an agreement on cooperation. It's a straightforward attitude that there's no room for negotiation." Zhao Shuiying took out her cell phone. "Would it be convenient for me to make a call?" Yu Shuinga raised his hand. "Whatever you want." After Zhao Shuiying left, Wu Qingbai asked seriously, "Can I ask why you don't want to join us? Do you not believe in us, or are you unwilling to do so?" Yu Shuinga said, "I don't believe it, and I don't want to." She said frankly, "I know this game is unusual, and I know you are great, but where there are many people there will be factional disputes and the distribution of interests. Do you dare to say there won't be? My previous crappy company was divided into 3 major factions. I can't play that. Wu Qingbai, what about the Su family? Yu Xuanga, I have never thought about joining the Su family. I have never thought about joining any forces. I am fighting alone as a free man. Although there are many risks, and I will never get the real good stuff and inside information, it is better than wasting time on intrigues. Wu Qingbai was silent. He could not refute Yu Xuanga. Where there are many people, there are bound to be disputes and factions. Even if everyone has the same goal, and even if some people have no selfish motives, but their ideas about doing things are different, several factions will naturally be formed. Hardliners, moderates, radicals, and each of them has their own differences. Not to mention, it is impossible for people to be without selfish motives. Crisis means change, and there are always people who want to start over. Even he and Zhao Shuang are not from the same faction. The purpose of their teaming up is not only to cooperate but also to supervise and restrain each other. To be honest, he was also annoyed and had not wanted to do this for a long time. However, if he fought alone, he would be in Yu Xuanga's current situation, knowing nothing and not being able to access the real good things. Just as the two fell into silence, Zhao Shuang came back and said to Yu Xuanga, whether we can reach a cooperation in the end or not, you need to pay the amount of the Gear of Destiny once before we can tell you this news. Yu Xuanga never cared about necessary expenses. Okay. Zhao Shuang took out a transparent crystal the size of a blueberry and handed it to Yu Xuanga. Skill storage stone, one time. Use a skill on the crystal stone to store the skill for others to use. Just crush it when you want to use it. Producer. Yi Chong? Yu Xuanga had seen skill stones in her previous life, but she didn't know much about them. They were not something she would consume. After all, it was too extravagant to spend dozens of silver coins, or even a few gold coins to buy a skill that could only be used once. This was the first time she saw a blank. She used Happy Again on the crystal and saw red mist spreading inside the crystal, turning the entire crystal red. From a distance, it looked like a small ball of red mist. She checked her skills and found that Happy Again had entered the cooling time. It doesn't seem like it allows people to skip the cooldown, but it can ensure that some skills with a limited number of uses will not be wasted. She immediately asked, how much is this crystal? Zhao Shuang smiled, put the red mist crystal stone away, and smiled like a top seller on WeChat. 3 gold each. Yu Xuanga. Retribution comes so quickly. 1 gold crystal was naturally a joke. Zhao Shuang said, if you want to buy it, I'll give you a friendly price. 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals. Yu Xuanga didn't say anything. She was thinking about whether she should find a way to make this. It was too much of a loss to always buy it from others. Zhao Shuang didn't care about Yu Xuanga's silence. She began to pay. We do have a way to enter the game. It's our body that goes there. It's different from playing the game during the internal test. If you die after entering, you will really die. We can also take you in and even provide you with protection, but you need to pay for all these with the amount of the Gear of Destiny. The positions of the two parties to the transaction were reversed in an instant. Yu Xuanga was not in a hurry. She just felt excited. There really was a way to get there. Where is it going to land? Zhao Shuang, one of us bought a small house in the city of the dead, Undercity. His talent is that he can open a portal that can send us to Undercity. Well, that's good. The lair of our mortal enemy. Zhao Shuang watched Yu Xuanga's expression change from excitement to calmness. Why? You don't like it? I like it. The game character looks different from her in real life, and she also has the ability to disguise herself. Yu Xuanga asked, then how do we get out? Zhao Shuang, this involves another charging item. We can turn everyone into cute little animals, and another player who can disguise himself as a ghost will take us out of the city. Yu Xuanga can transform into an animal, and she can disguise herself, but if she doesn't want to expose these skills, she has to spend money. She covered her forehead. She had a headache, as if she had signed up for a 0 yuan tour group and was happily traveling, but was dragged to the destination and forced to spend money. The smile on Zhao Shuang's face became brighter and brighter, and even Wu Qingbai next to her smiled happily. Yu Xuanga, is there a time limit? After I go there, can I stay as long as I want? Zhao Shuang, yes, but no matter whether you go back or forward, every time you use our portal, you will need to pay 50 Gear of Destiny skill crystals. Of course, we will provide the crystals. This price is quite expensive, but this is a monopoly industry, and if she doesn't join the other party, she will naturally have to pay more, which is reasonable. However, as long as you can enter that world, it means great wealth, and the more expensive ticket price is worth it. Chapter 49, Smuggling to Zealand Star. Happy Again. The cooldown time for one use is 6 hours, but she has a necklace that reduces the cooldown time by 15. So, in fact, She can use it once every 306 minutes. Theoretically, as long as she can accurately grasp the cooldown time every time, she only needs less than 11 days of skill quota to exchange for a chance to go to another world. This price is completely acceptable to Yu Xuanga. If she owned this store, she would probably also offer such a price, which would be worthy of the preciousness of this opportunity, but not too high a price, and she could also establish a good relationship with the other party. Yu Xuanga said, I just need you to turn me into an animal and take me out of the city. How much is this? Zhao Shuang, 5 skill crystals. Yu Xuanga asked one last question. If that person dies, can we still come back? Zhao Shuang, well, this involves another charging item. Yu Xuanga, why don't you just leave? I'll pretend you haven't been here today. Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai stood up together. Okay. Yu Xuanga raised his hand. Let's talk nicely. Wu Qingbai, you don't want to hear it even if I tell you. Yu Xuanga, I am the heroine who has returned from rebirth to write a revenge story. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, I am really angry. Zhao Shuang, we have a skill crystal for the portal here. You can crush it and come back by yourself. It's safe and worry-free. One crystal only costs 52. Yu Xuanga, do you accept gold coins? Zhao Shuang, no. I'll only take your skill crystals. Yu Xuanga, can I get a loan? That is, I'll go there first, and I'll pay a few pills back from time to time. Zhao Shuang, of course. If you are taking out a loan, your situation is special, so you must make sure to pay it back every 3 days, at least 10 crystals at a time. And you need to pay an extra 5 crystals as interest. Yu Xuanga, are you really from the country? Wu Qingbai, it's absolutely genuine. Yu Xuanga, she always felt that she had encountered a fraud gang. Smuggling. No, the teleportation fee is 50 crystals. The cost of transforming into an animal and sending it out of the city is 5 crystals. The cost of teleporting back is 52 crystals, and the loan fee is 5 crystals. After sending the people away, Yu Xuanga sat alone on the sofa, holding 112 blank skill crystals, a loan contract and a confidentiality contract in his hands. The confidentiality contract was very detailed. Not only did it require that no one be told that they could enter the game, but also that player-related information could not be disclosed after being caught in the other world. Every time someone reported someone, they would be banned for a few days. Zhao Shuang said that this was a product of God's gift, and Yu Xuanga had seen it in her previous life. After checking, she found that there were no traps and the terms were not harsh, so she signed it. Why did it suddenly become like this? It seems that she is still a lone wolf, but now she is a lone wolf with huge loans. She was planning to sell this skill for 3 gold coins each time, 108 times. Wouldn't that be 500 gold coins if rounded up? Yu Xuanga wiped his face and thought that he must make back his money this time before coming back. She first spent a few days investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai, and was completely relieved only after confirming that they were truly official. She directly posted a vague message on her moments, and those who understood would understand. Lucky 10 has been taken away by the official and will no longer be sold to the public. She went to bake cat biscuits for the cats in the backyard, which were tastier and more nutritious than cat food. She didn't stop until all 5 feeders were full. She put out food every 3 hours, and the stored food was enough for the cats to eat for a month. Finally, I said it again in the family group. Only Ichogwa, the idlest one in the group, replied immediately, while the other 2 probably turned on the do not disturb mode. Yu Xuanga, my skills can only be used by the people of the country recently. I will be on a business trip for more than a month and I am not allowed to tell you about my itinerary. Happy Chogwa. Ah, do people give me money? Yu Xuanga, what do you think? Happy Autumn Fruit. I said people can't not give. Yu Xuanga, not paying me, but asking me to pay taxes. Happy Chiogua, how can this be possible? Is there still any law? Yu Xuanga, that's it. After talking nonsense for a few truths, Yu Xuanga changed into clothes that were convenient for movement. She wore long sleeves, long pants and boots. The clothes were light and soft. She didn't ask for windproof or waterproof clothes, but only required that there would be no friction sound when she moved. Then she checked her weapons, potions, and food again. After confirming that they were all correct, she drove to the address Zhao Shuang gave her. A portal would be open there tonight. Yu Xuanga walked into the top floor of the library wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. The place was already full of people, most of whom were wearing masks and sunglasses like her, not wanting others to see their true appearance. There was a dining table in the corner, filled with food and drinks, but Yu Xuanga didn't go there. She had a trauma and would never eat anything for free in her life. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening that a man in military uniform came in and explained the old rules to the hundreds of people present. Those who follow the team must obey orders. If they disobey orders more than 3 times, we have the right to kill them. For cooperative players who are not with the team, you can move freely after leaving the city. You can also seek shelter from us when you encounter a crisis, but I think you all understand the price. We are only generous to our own people. For some friends who have taken out loans, I hope you can repay them on time, otherwise it will be difficult for us to cooperate again in the future. I hope everyone will abide by the terms of the confidentiality agreement. It is a product of God's gift. I believe everyone would not want to know the consequences of violating the terms. Everyone understand? Yu Shuinga followed the crowd and shouted, I understand. He had the illusion that he was participating in military training. Su Yitong only found out about Yu Shuinga after the meeting. She frowned slightly. This skill was actually taken away by the official. She felt unhappy that something of hers was taken away from her. But she quickly controlled her emotions and started thinking about why the authorities needed to use the God-given talent, Gear of Destiny. When she returned home for dinner in the evening, she asked Yu Xuanhuan if he knew about this. Yu Xuanhuan directly showed her the group chat. Su Yitong's gaze lingered for a moment on the line. I will be on a business trip for a month, and I am not allowed to disclose my itinerary. She asked, You really didn't give me any money? Yu Sunhuan shrugged. It should be true. Although she is a bit stingy, she would not lie about this. Su Yitong nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. She soon put it behind her. She just thought that the authorities needed Lucky Tin to do something special, just like what she and Liang Yuchuan did in order to make divination more successful. This skill is indeed useful. She has actually been considering taking Yu Shuinga into the Su family recently, but she is still thinking about which branch of the family to marry Yu Shuinga. She is not worthy of Yu Shuinga, who is too outstanding. But if she is not so good, she will lose face. After all, Yu Shuinga is still her husband's sister. Unfortunately, it's too late. Never mind, it's just a level 1 talent anyway. Chapter 50. I am the heroine of a revenge story. Yu Shuinga didn't know that Su Yitong actually wanted her to marry into the Su family and work for the family, but it didn't matter if she knew it. She should have been angry in her previous life. The Su family is sometimes very funny. If you work for the Su family, the closer you are to the core, the better the treatment, which motivates everyone to climb up. But if you marry into the Su family and become a daughter-in-law or son-in-law of the Su family, then it's over. You've worked for nothing. You are already a member of the Su family. Why do you want this and that when you work for your own family? No way. You married into the Su family just for their gold coins, right? In her previous life, after she became famous with her God-given talent, Su Yitong wanted her to marry those members of the Su family who were all vicious. However, Yu Shuinga didn't have a good impression of the Su family just by looking at the life Yu Xuanhuan lived. If Liang Yuchuan and Han Xianshan hadn't joined the game later, the Liang and Han families were not much less powerful than the Su family, and it was hard to say what Yu Xuanhuan's status and treatment would have been. And what kind of things were those that Su Yitong introduced? How could Yu Shuinga agree to it? As a result, in Su Yitong's eyes, the consequence of her repeated refusal was that she was thinking of Yu Xuanhuan. Dirty imagination. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the portal lit up on time, and everyone lined up to go in one by one. After each person passed, they had to wait for 2 minutes before the next person was allowed to go in. After Yu Shuinga stepped through the blue light gate, he found himself in a dim little room with only one candle lit. There were 2 people standing in the room, a short-haired woman and a man in military uniform who had come in to talk. At this time, the man in military uniform had changed into a gray robe. The short-haired woman waved at Yu Shuinga and asked her to come over. Come here. I'll turn you into a small animal. Yu Shuinga looked at her warily. Where are those people from before? Even if they were turned into small animals and sent out of the city, it wouldn't happen so quickly. The short-haired woman smiled and turned sideways, revealing a small glass box behind her. The box was full of cockroaches, stacked layer upon layer. Countless cockroaches were trying hard to climb up by stepping on other cockroaches. No one wanted to be crushed under other cockroaches. This is the little animal you were talking about? Wait, what did Zhao Shuang say originally? We can turn everyone into cute little animals. Yu Shuinga was numb. I am the heroine of a revenge story who has been reborn. The short-haired woman said gently, Come on. Yu Shuinga took a big step back. Wait, I'm going to. No, I have props that can turn into small animals. Real cute small animals. It doesn't matter. She has many cards up her sleeve. No one knows how many small animals she can turn into. The trump card is to make your life better. Yu Shuinga raised his hand to stop the short-haired woman from approaching. Can I change myself? The short-haired woman stood there regretfully. Of course. Yu Shuinga was about to transform when he suddenly asked, do I still need to pay back the 5 crystals I paid for this transformation service in the loan contract? The short-haired woman smiled, knowing that she was probably a player who used her skills to exchange for the qualification to enter the city. The 5 crystals are mainly for the cost of escorting you out of the city. Turning into an animal is just a free benefit. Yu Shuinga gritted his teeth. Okay, you guys have so many tricks. Just wait for me. She turned into a fat cow cat that she had touched recently and walked to the corner, only to find that a black dog was squatting there. The dog looked at her with pity and understanding. Yu Shuinga. For the next period of time, Yu Shuinga finally understood why the queue to enter was so slow. After knowing that they would be turned into cockroaches, most people had to go through a process of shock, questioning, struggle, resistance, and compromise. Only a few people had probably been here before, so they behaved very calmly. But when they saw the black dog and the cow cat in the corner, they all looked at them with sour eyes again and again. Yu Shuinga waited patiently, during which time he kept feeling the breath of the other world. The air here seemed to contain magic. Ever since she became a player, she could feel the energy in her body, and even feel the magic flowing through her body every time she used a skill, but those feelings had never been as clear as they were at this moment. It was as if a lens that had been shrouded in fog was suddenly polished, and the world became clear. She even had the illusion that she could instantly cast the Ice Flower seal without chanting any spell. Players passed by Yu Shuinga one by one, but she did not use the skill of stealing the god. When she was just reborn, she wanted to steal a dog when she passed by. But since she stole Yu Xuanhuan's god of food talent, the hostility in her heart has been greatly reduced. There are so many powerful aliens, she doesn't need to steal from her compatriots. What's more, there are the 3 families of Su, Liang, and Han. She has many enemies, and there is no need for her to attack those who have not provoked her. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. There was also an orange cat on the right side of Yu Shuinga. That was the short-haired woman. The man in military uniform had already put away the cockroach box. After using props to transform himself into a ghost, he led 2 cats and a dog out. There are all kinds of weird people in Undercity, including trolls, blood elves, dwarves, and goblins, and no one cares about a few ordinary pets. The group quickly left the city. Yu Shuinga followed closely behind the captain, following him as he skillfully bypassed the territories of wild wolves, goblins, and other lower creatures. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a big tree a little far away from Undercity. Looking back, they could only vaguely see the spire of the Palace of the Dead. The detection function of Soros's pocket watch is really powerful. In Yu Shuinga's eyes, a line of words appeared outside the big tree. A transformed magical residence. The captain knocked on the door and whispered a secret code. A light flashed under the feet of Yu Shuinga and his companions. After a few seconds, a door appeared in the big tree that several people could hug. A man wearing glasses opened the door and let them in. I don't know what kind of technology was used inside, but it looked to be about the size of a football field. There were 2 rows of tents inside, and at a rough glance, there seemed to be nearly 100 tents. The orange cat turned back into the short-haired woman. She said to the cat and dog on the ground, "This is our base. You can come here to pay back your loan." What a cold sentence. Yu Shuinga nodded her cat head, and then felt a little silly. She returned to her human form, put on her mask and hat, and asked, "Are there any other services here?" The short-haired woman took out the box of cockroaches and restored them one by one into human form while saying to everyone, "If you find that you can't survive here, you can come here and continue to cooperate with us. Of course, you have to follow our instructions. As for the rest, here is the bill. You can take a look." Yu Shuinga took the paper handed over by the man with glasses and saw that it was filled with charges, from treatment to accommodation, from medicine to help with disguise, and even if you get lost and can't find the camp, you can contact them and pay them to send someone to pick you up. The scariest thing is that at least half of the items have prices that require negotiation. Chapter 51 Treehouse Base. Yu Shuinga, how much does it cost to stay here? It only costs 2 silver coins, but it would be more cost-effective if you pay with skill crystals. The man with glasses took out a list and asked, "What's your name?" "You can tell me quietly." This is targeted killing of people, an alternative form of big data. Yu Shuinga understood. She has to think of a solution and can't be so passive. Damn it. The clever rabbit has developed this thing into an industry so quickly, and it is so fair and justified, and it doesn't even offend people. Considering that it was getting late, Yu Shuinga decided to stay overnight. As for those who had joined the official army, they all followed the man in military uniform out and probably had other places to live. After spending 2 silver coins, Yu Shuinga moved into the tent. There was nothing inside except a sleeping bag. Yu Shuinga dragged the sleeping bag, which she didn't know if it had been slept in by others, to the side, took out her own toiletries and sleeping bag, and after a simple wash, she spent her first night here in the alien world. She was also woken up by the timer alarm in the middle of the night and got up to make a skill crystal for the Destiny gear. After waking up the next day, she received the teleportation stone from the man with glasses in advance based on her loan contract. After crushing it, she can directly return to Blue Star. Teleportation stone, 1 time. After crushing it, it can teleport you to Lane 51 Shersha Road, the teleportation array. Array activation time, 1 second. Producer, Mingcheng? What a high-end item, and what a promising name for a teleportation array. Yu Shuinga asked carefully. After this is activated, do I go back directly? Or does the portal open after 1 second and I still need to walk into it? Man with glasses, wait for 1 second to start up, then you will be teleported away by the formation. After that, he took out something that looked like a water ball and said, if you can't find the contact point, you can crush this water ball and our people will pick you up at the nearest contact point, but they will charge a certain fee each time. In your case, let me see, you need to pay 3 skill stones for each pickup. She has fallen into the devil's den. Yu Shuinga took the water ball, smiled politely but awkwardly, thanked him, put on his hood, covered his mouth and nose with a mask, took out the crossbow and left the treehouse. She didn't count on the teleportation stone to escape because she had apparition, which only took 0 seconds to cast. She just needed to move quickly to a safe place. But if she was forbidden to cast spells or use magic, she would need to use the teleportation stone. She needed to go back to Undercity, as this was related to her future plans. Should she focus on hunting in the wild, or return to the city to practice and learn various professions and engage in reselling? After killing several inevitable wild wolves, Yu Shuinga had arrived at the cemetery near Undercity. Then she turned into a cowcat and ran towards Undercity. If you are not sure whether there will be any players following you, turning into a cowcat is a relatively safe option. In the game, it always seemed that the character only ran for a while before entering the city, but now she was in another world, and it took her more than half an hour to run to the gate of Undercity. Looking up, she saw the wanted poster of her game character still hanging on the city wall. The guards did not stop a harmless kitten, and Yu Shuinga successfully entered Undercity. The kitten was too small for the huge alien main city. She walked around and around along the wall. She was in a hurry during the previous internal test, so except for the first time she came, she spent a few hours wandering around the street to get the startup capital, and she never walked around properly since then. She had spent all her gold coins at the end of the last internal test. Now she only has the gold coin she made herself. From October 11th to yesterday, December 16th, she would occasionally be lazy and not go to class, but she insisted on turning into a goblin to rub gold coins every day. After deducting the silver coins I spent on accommodation yesterday, I currently have 200 gold and 70 silver coins left. Enough to spend, but not rich. The main reason is that the official base is too scary, as if you have entered a scenic spot. On second thought, isn't this a tourist attraction? Ordinary players who are not rich or powerful will not spend money to come here. Yu Shuinga passed by the alchemy shop and glanced at the undead female Minter Hufflepuff, who was still brewing potions in the old place. She went to the goblin area again, and she suddenly realized that she couldn't understand what the aliens were saying. When playing games, translated text will automatically appear below. In her previous life, everyone used a translator made by engineers to communicate with foreigners. This thing was not expensive, and it would work just by clipping it on clothes. Over time, she actually forgot about the language problem and the existence of such a thing as a translator. She crawled in through the sewer, sprinkled the area with visibility potion, waited for a minute, then disguised herself as a goblin and changed into a robe that matched the alien aesthetic. She first made today's 3 gold coins, and then took out the official price list. When she turned to the end, she found that there was indeed a translator for sale, 2 gold each. How shady. How much do players earn in a day at this time? They dare to sell it for 2 gold. Cursing, she emerged from the sewers and headed for the goblin district. She found that she could understand those strange languages this time, but when she tried to whisper a few words, she found that she was still speaking Chinese. Yu Shuinga didn't care, but walked to the goblin engineer's shop, took out the materials and made a translator. This thing is a recipe for intermediate engineering. The materials are not expensive, and a batch of all the ingredients only costs 27 silver coins. After the things were made, she could communicate with the goblins. Unfortunately, the goblins here had been drained dry, and no one was willing to exchange gold bricks with her. Although she could make a profit from the price difference, she had no money to spend. Old Bill, who used to be the richest man, was so poor recently that he didn't even have money to drink. Yushuanga's herbs had not been used up yet. She thought she would never be able to enter the game to learn skills again, so she focused on practical training. Finally, she went to the auction house and spent 5 gold to buy the skill book of Clean Up level, and spent another 18 gold to buy Water Making level. After solving the cleaning and water making skills that she had always regretted not buying, Yushuanga immediately went into the sewer, turned back into a cow cat, and left the city. She plans to upgrade. She believed that the official was ahead of her. Although she would not lose in terms of attribute points alone, if she wanted to participate in some large-scale official activities, she had to at least reach the threshold. After Yushuanga returned to the cemetery, she turned back into human form. The 3 years of experience in her previous life meant that she didn't need to do any mental preparation to kill monsters, but she hadn't had a high-intensity battle for a long time, so she needed to warm up today. Yushuanga walked for more than 10 minutes in the direction away from the treehouse, stronghold in Undercity before he encountered a monster. Skeleton Wolf, Level 2, HP, 200. Chapter 52, Leveling Up. This is the product of a wild wolf being sucked of flesh and blood by low-level undead. It looks like a wolf skeleton and moves quickly, but does not know magic and has low attack power. It is easy to deal with and is perfect for her warm-up. Yushuanga took out a crossbow and aimed to shoot. A normal attack could take away 50 points of its health, and a critical hit could take away 100 points. Using the skill of Explosive Arrow could not only kill the monster instantly, but also cause 50 damage to the monsters next to it. Even though she was using the most common crossbow, she was extremely efficient in killing monsters thanks to her attribute bonuses and the skill of ensuring a critical hit every 7 hits. Moreover, before the battle, she picked up a food that could increase her movement speed by 15% and ate it. After triggering the triple critical strike, her movement speed could be increased by almost half. Even if she attracted more monsters, she could react quickly and dodge them. After warming up, Yushuanga started to lure monsters. After attracting more than a dozen skeleton wolves, he began to concentrate on killing them. She played from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and drank coffee when her mana ran out. She didn't stop for 2 hours, and her experience points dropped from 0 to 0. Yushuanga stopped and made the skill crystal of Gear of Destiny, and took out a rice bowl that increased attack speed as a meal. She didn't feel that she had little experience. On the contrary, this was the normal leveling speed of the game. It was even fast. After all, she had no shortage of weapons, food, and potions to replenish her health and mana. If you go to play a dungeon, it should be faster. After all, the monsters there are more concentrated, and there will be experience rewards after killing them. Generally speaking, high-level players who work hard enough and are lucky enough can level up once a month at the fastest, and that is if they have no shortage of dungeons and resources. Ordinary players will be slower. Although less experience may be required in the early stage, everyone has fewer means of attack. In the later stage, more means of attack will appear, but more experience is required for upgrading. When she died in her previous life, it was already the end of the 3rd year of the game invasion. The top person on the level list was only level 27, and people like Su Yidong and Yushuanhuan, who had both luck and power, were only level 25. There is a reason why the alien planet is linked to the blue planet in the form of a game, because the world here is like a huge playground. Monsters will drop items on the ground after they die. The drop rate of skeleton wolves is extremely low. About 1 out of 10 monsters will drop something, mostly a few copper coins. After 2 hours, she also got a physical bone wristband. This is because she has such a high drop rate due to her luck of 10. Yushuanga didn't think it was too little. She picked up all the copper coins that fell and put on the wristband. In the real world, she would even dislike that Su Jinxuan's belt was dirty, but after the battle began, she stopped being pretentious. Occasionally, she would pick up arrows that fell with copper coins, but she would not go out of her way to pick up arrows that were stuck in monster corpses or fell far away. These things can be bought in stores. 1 silver coin can buy a tube of 99 arrows, and they can also be customized in the real world. You can buy a very good quality arrow for less than 10 yuan. She agreed with the goblin's frequent saying, "Time is money." There was a crunching sound under my feet, and when I looked down, I saw a copper coin. Yushuanga bent down honestly and picked it up. Time is money. Well, if you have nothing to do, you might as well just sit there doing nothing. Actual combat is the best way to hone a person. Yushuanga had practiced moving target shooting in the archery hall for a long time before making some progress, but he made rapid progress this afternoon. After becoming thoroughly familiar with the rhythm of the battle, Yu Xuanga began to walk into the forest. The monsters there were slightly more powerful. Some of them were level 3. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xing Minglang, who was in charge of the time period from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., had just switched shifts with his colleagues when a secret signal was heard outside the treehouse base. He pressed the bell on the table, and the props outside the house were activated. After confirming that the other party was a human, Xing Minglang stepped forward and opened the door of the wooden house and found that it was the cow cat. No, it was a player with very special skills. He invited the person in and said, "Did you have a good harvest today?" Yu Xuanga cleaned himself up and cleaned off all the blood stains on his body. He replied casually that it was okay, and then asked, "Do you accept translators?" Xing Minglang, "You are an intermediate in engineering?" Yu Xuanga, "Yeah." Xing Minglang, "That's amazing. We won't accept it." Yu Xuanga. She finally understood that this place was a place where one could only leave but not enter. She silently took out 2 silver coins to prepare to stay overnight. This price was stuck in the lone wolf's psychological bottom line. Her income from killing monsters today was 2 silver and 67 bronze. As a result, Xing Minglang was still not satisfied. You can subscribe to a monthly plan. As long as you pay a skill crystal, you can live here for free for a month. Not only will we provide 3 meals, but we will also provide 1 free treatment every day. A crystal gold. Staying for a month includes 3 meals and 1 treatment, which doesn't sound expensive. But Yu Xuanga still decided to pay the money. In her eyes, the skills of the Gear of Destiny were much more valuable than gold coins. She cleared the monsters from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m., excluding the time for eating and resting, which made a total of 10 hours of clearing and obtained 3 pieces of equipment. That's the charm of Lucky 10. In her previous life, when her luck was 8, she would often spend the whole day alone killing monsters. Most of the time, she would only get 1 piece of equipment in a day. If she was very lucky, she would get 2 pieces, but such days were few and far between. But these 2 points of luck seemed to make a world of difference. But Yu Xuanga didn't feel like he was losing out by selling more than 100 Destiny Gear skill stones to the official. Equipment is divided into 5 grades: inferior, ordinary, excellent, rare, legendary, and epic. Inferior and ordinary level equipment do not have light, but starting from the excellent level, the equipment will emit a faint light. Excellent level equipment emits green light, rare level blue, legendary level purple, and epic level orange. There are also sets that are independent of these grades. With set bonuses, they may be stronger than epic levels, but if it is just parts, it may not be as good as legendary level. Just like Yu Xuanga's Soros, it is both when assembled and separated. The grade only represents the quality of the equipment and is not equal to the level of the equipment. For example, the auction house has level 5 legendary equipment. Equipment below level 5 is not worth much. Even level 5 purple equipment can only be sold for a few dozen gold. But with more equipment and improved overall strength, you can naturally kill monsters and level up more efficiently. All we can say is that Yu Xuanga and the official authorities each got what they needed and cooperated on an equal footing, with no one taking advantage of the other. She also doesn't think the official will save this skill for use until level 10 or even later. Although the things that come out of that will definitely be better, if you are 1 step slow, all steps will be slow. If you develop the habit of saving good things for later, it will easily lead to a lack of future. Chapter 53 Leveling 2. Putting the 2 silver coins on the table, Yu Xuanga chose to set up a tent and have a rest. She had rich experience in camping in the wild, and her bag was filled with all kinds of fully functional camping equipment. She lit the coal, set up a small pot, and made herself a pot of meat chopped noodles that would restore her energy and make her no longer tired. Different aromas can also be smelled from the nearby tents. Skilled players will learn to cook, which is not only related to their endurance when fighting monsters outside, but also can provide multiple skills to make money. Not all beta testers have money to learn cooking, so the food they make in the future can be sold to players who don't know how to cook. Yu Xuanga divided out a portion of the pork chop noodles and carried 2 portions to the front desk. Then she saw a circle of people surrounding the man with glasses. There was a lot of food in front of him. When she saw someone else carrying food over, someone waved at her enthusiastically. Come on, come on. We're all here to get information. Come together." Yu Xuanga smiled, walked over and sat down, putting the pork chop noodles in the middle of the food. "Will you charge me?" A girl next to him looked at Yu Xuanga's face in amazement. She recognized Yu Xuanga. She had seen Yu Xuanga's plays before. She was the one who asked Yu Xuanga to sit over. She said, "He wants to take it, but we are just chatting." Xing Minglang said helplessly, "I can't say anything. We have rules, and most of the money we earn is for those ordinary people." A young man sitting next to him stuffed a chicken nugget into his mouth, blocking his mouth. I know. Didn't they say nothing? Everyone may be a little selfish, but they are not completely heartless. Even Yu Shuinga is not stingy. Otherwise, to put it bluntly, if she had no bottom line, she could just follow Zhao Shuang in stealth and always find a player who would cooperate with them. Then, she could follow that player to find a way to enter the portal, turn invisible, transform into an animal, or hide in pockets. As long as her mind was slipping, she could always find a loophole. The communication between players will last until 12 o'clock. Yu Shuinga has learned about many places where the monsters are of high level and it is best not to go. Another box of cockroaches arrived halfway through, led by the short-haired woman and the man in military uniform with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Seeing them chatting, the short-haired woman came over and had a glass of wine. But no matter how warm and friendly the people present were, Yu Shuinga only ate the food he brought from beginning to end. In order to avoid colliding with other players, Yu Shuinga went out to fight monsters at 6 o'clock the next morning. She gained 1 experience point yesterday, but her efficiency was still a little low. Today she planned to go deep into the forest to look for level 4 monsters. She changed into a bow and arrow. The bow takes longer to draw, but it is not as fast as a crossbow. However, the bow is more lethal. The equipment she has now, in addition to a necklace that reduces the cooling time, are physical wrist guards, a physical belt, intelligence cloth boots, and agility cloth vest. Character Yu Shuinga, level 01. Health, 350. Mana, 400. Strength, 10. Constitution 1-3. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. When she was having dinner yesterday, she checked the data of all the players present. They were all level 0, and most of their individual attributes were 5 points. The total of all attribute points was in the range of 25. In contrast, her 4 attributes added up to 59, which was about 30 more attribute points, which was a difference of 6 levels. What does it mean for her to bully the monsters again? Yesterday's moving target shooting training could barely be considered a warm-up, but today she wanted to train herself to be able to hit the monster's vital points. Among the sharpshooter's talents, there is a passive skill, You Are Too Weak, passive. During battle, you can keenly detect the enemy's weaknesses. She found that every time she entered combat, she could see a red dot appear on the monster's body. She knew that was the vital point, but the battle changed rapidly and it was difficult for her to hit it. Soon, she found traces of spider silk, and following the silk, she saw a poisonous spider weaving a web between the tree branches. Yu Shuinga aimed and shot, and the sharp arrow broke through the wind and pierced the spider's abdomen. The next second, the opponent's name and health amount appeared above his head. Poisonous spider, level 4, HP, 270. The spider's mouthparts spit out green venom, and when its abdomen contracted slightly, Yu Shuinga had already dodged. At the same time, he spread out his 5 fingers, and a magic missile that could automatically lock onto the target without aiming flew over. As soon as she stood still, he immediately stopped casting magic, drew his bow, aimed and shot. When Yu Shuinga had basically no openings, this was a skill she had practiced in her previous life. Even if she rolled to avoid the skill, even if she fell face down in embarrassment, even if she turned around and ran away, she would use the skill to bite a piece of flesh off the opponent. Unlike those elite players who like ultimate skills, Yu Shuinga prefers skills with short casting time, short cooldown time, and the ability to cast while moving. No matter how powerful the damage is, it is all in vain if you can't hit the target. Most ultimate skills have long casting times and are too easy to be interrupted. And once they are dodged, it is no different from wasting mana to set off fireworks. A magic missile only damages 5 points of the spider's health each time it hits it, which is less than the 60 points of health she can deal with 1 arrow. However, the magic missile has a fast firing speed and can release 2 points of magic energy almost per second. It does not require chanting and can be fired and interrupted at any time, making it most suitable for firing while dodging and running. In her previous life, many pursuers died not from her ultimate move, but from her magic missiles. 2 more arrows were fired, and the spider flew towards Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga used Push Shot to push the spider away, and then 2 more arrows, plus a few magic missiles, and the level 4 spider's health returned to 0. Yu Shuinga walked over while keeping his bow drawn, and flipped the spider over with his feet, revealing a pair of boots glowing green underneath. As expected of her, the product was shipped so quickly. She picked up the boots. Spider silk boots, excellent. Bonus attribute, intelligence. Magic attribute, movement speed. Good, 2 bonuses. She immediately found a safe place to put on her boots. Looking at the experience value again, with the experience bonus of killing monsters above the level, her experience directly increased by 0, which means that killing 100 spiders can increase 1 experience, which is much faster than killing skeleton wolves. But that's not enough. She wants to kill higher level monsters. Even though the God of Thieves, I want this, and this, has a rule that prohibits targeting lives weaker than oneself, meaning that she cannot steal items and attributes from people with a lower level than herself, she never thought of suppressing her level just for this matter. Chapter 54. She is strong. She can't hide it. She kept struggling in order to make her life better, so that Yu Xuanhuan would always look up to her. She wanted to suppress him and wait until the day she had vented enough anger before killing him. Even though she has been holding back from falling out with the male and female protagonists, it is also for the purpose of making better use of them to stab them in the back and use the least amount of effort to overthrow the 3 behemoths of Su, Liang, and Han. But there are many ways to hide behind someone. You can be a rat in the gutter, or you can be a strong person whom they look up to and respect. In her previous life, her attribute levels were not outstanding, and she relied entirely on her practical talent to make her way. Yu Xuanhuan only took her to team battles occasionally, allowing her to vent her anger on those who had negative emotions towards her. It was obviously not feasible to follow this route in this life. She could give Yu Xuanhuan some sweetness to make him trust her more, but she could not stand the slightest grievance. She planned to make herself a strong external aid, so that when the Su, Han, and Liang families encounter difficulties, they would think of her first because they had a good relationship with them. Only in this way could she sneak in and cause trouble. You have to hide when you need to hide, but you have to be strong when you need to be strong. What's more, she can't hide her strength at all. Yu Xuanga held his forehead, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Her attribute points and levels can be disguised, but the damage cannot be disguised. With this arrow, the damage is much higher than that of others. Anyone who is interested can find out with a quick calculation. Relying on the detection function of Soro's pocket watch, Yu Xuanga avoided and stayed away from all the big trees with the words "A transformed magical residence" written on them. She was surprised to find that there were quite a few. After walking through the spider's territory, passing the level 5 monster's territory, and only reaching the level 7 monster's territory, Yu Xuanga could no longer see the treehouse. It seems that the authorities can only go so far with the help of modern technology and teamwork, but I don't know when they got here and what level they are now. After Yu Xuanga walked deeper into the forest for a while, he found today's target, Living Dead. 0 dead, level 8, HP, 890. It's a bit like the zombies in movies and TV shows. Yu Xuanga had killed these things for a long time in his previous life. They are not living people, nor dead people, let alone undead. They are a bit like vegetative people in the real world. However, this kind of monster can only be found in places where undead people are active. They are undead people who failed to resurrect, and they are of all races. But strictly speaking, the undead itself is a group that exists in all races, including blood elves, undead, trolls, undead goblins, undead tauren, undead, etc. As long as you die and are willing to give up your original beliefs and be resurrected by the real undead with the power of darkness, then you are the undead. The living dead in front of Yu Xuanga could no longer recognize his original face. His limbs were twisted, and there was still some flesh and blood at the corners of his mouth. Yu Xuanga immediately drew his bow. Under the level suppression, even though Yu Xuanga's attributes are now comparable to level 6, Yu Xuanga's normal attacks can only cause 10 points of damage each time, which is completely scratching the monster. But although the zombies have high attack power, they move very slowly. She used Ice Flower Seal to shoot out a stream of snowflakes. This skill was activated instantly, but it took 3 seconds to take effect. Snowflakes fell on the zombie, and after 3 seconds the zombie was frozen in place. Yu Xuanga released her own shadow, and she let the shadow continue to attack with the shadow bow in her hand. After the ice patterns on the monster's body shattered and broke free, she let the shadow go forward to attract the monster's attention. The shadow walked the monster in front, and she shot the monster's vital points from behind. Under the bombardment of various skills, Yu Xuanga used nearly 50 arrows to knock down the monster, and her experience value increased by 0, which is 10 times that of the spider. Of course, it takes 10 times as long to kill a monster as it does a spider. But this kind of thing is not a simple addition. There is actually no challenge or difficulty for her to kill spiders, and she cannot achieve the purpose of training herself at all. Although the zombies also rely on skill control and shadow-pulling monsters, what if there are 1 or 2 more? She had been on the run most of the time in her previous life, and she rarely put herself in a situation where she was besieged. Her best record was fighting 1 against 3 and killing 3 members of the Liang family who were chasing her relentlessly. They were ordered to take away one of Yu Shuinga's arms before they could complete the task. It was also that time that she was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and she lay in the sewer for several days. To put it another way, putting aside the purpose of training, the zombies are level 6 after all, and they drop much more things than spiders. She picked up the 4 copper coins on the ground and decided that this would be her leveling point for the next period of time. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yu Shuinga finished her work. Holding the fried meat cutlet she made which could continuously restore mana after use, she rushed out of the forest while eating. She was sure that she could deal with 3 zombies at the same time and without any injuries, but this was not enough. She planned to change into better equipment and buy more arrows so that she could train and save her life at the same time. When Yu Shuinga ran to the edge of the forest, she turned into a cowcat, and then turned into a goblin after entering the sewer of Undercity. After making today's 3 gold coins and changing her clothes, she went straight to the auction house. After clipping the translator on her ear, the translator extended a blue magic light curtain to block Yu Shuinga's eyes. When she looked at the product information in the auction house, she could understand it. She didn't buy 2 good ones because they would be difficult to sell when they become obsolete. Players don't have much money at the beginning, so even if the item is worth the price, others can't afford it. Green equipment below level 1 is very good, with high cost effectiveness, easy to resell, and not expensive. You can buy one for less than 1 gold. Helmet, shoulder armor, chest armor, gloves, belt, pants, boots, not counting necklaces and rings, there are a total of 7 equipment slots. Yu Shuinga spent 7 gold and 21 silver to buy a set of small green clothes with good attributes. The bonus attributes of each piece are all above 5, and all of them increase physical fitness. In the low-level period, a lone wolf could only earn about 3 silver coins in a day of killing monsters, excluding equipment and other items dropped, and 1 gold a month. In her previous life, she was lucky and hardworking, but it was only in the 3rd month that she collected a set of green clothes. Yu Xuanhuan also found all kinds of excuses to exchange her excellent leather boots for a piece of junk green clothes. But in fact, the boots are unique. There is a letter hidden in the sole, which is related to a task in the Liang family copy. The Liang family has been looking for the boots, but they are afraid of attracting the attention of other families, so they dare not look for it in a high-profile manner. When Yu Xuanhuan found out, he exchanged his boots for Liang Yuchuan's. If things ended here, Yu Shuinga wouldn't be so hateful. It's because she didn't know the true value of the item. It's like buying an antique. Others know the true value of your item, and if someone has the ability to exchange it for it, that's someone else's ability. Chapter 55, Busy, but I don't know what I'm busy with. To be fair, if she knew that Yu Xuanhuan had a seemingly ordinary treasure that could bring her huge benefits, she might also find a way to get it. The only difference would probably be that she would find a way to compensate Yu Xuanhuan a little afterwards. But Yu Xuanhuan was different. Not only did he not give compensation, he also passed the buck. After selling the boots, the Liang family's strength increased greatly because of this copy, but the Su family and the Han family hated him because of this. Yu Xuanhuan stood in front of him and gave all kinds of benefits to the Su and Han families in order to save him. After she heard Yu Xuanhuan say that the reason why the Su and Han families were angry with her was because she was the original owner of the Liang family's boots, she was speechless. Although she wanted to say that she had given the boots to Yu Xuanhuan, the Han and Su families' difficulties were real, and Yu Xuanhuan's sacrifices for her were also real. Yu Xuanhuan also said that he had already explained it, but Su Yitong was reluctant to touch him. The Han family would not touch him for the sake of the Su family, so they all came for her, but he would try his best to protect her. Yu Shuinga was very moved at that time. Now when I think back on it, I just want to curse. If you didn't tell them that the boots belonged to me, how could they find me? Thinking of Yu Xuanhuan and the others, my originally good mood turned bad again. Yu Shuinga walked to the weapon shop expressionlessly and bought a special quiver. It didn't have any special features, but it could hold 999 arrows. After she replenished the arrows, she immediately left the city. After returning to the territory of the living dead, Yu Shuinga was already dressed in black, with a faint green glow in the black. Physical headband, physical exquisite leather armor, physical animal hide breeches, physical bone shoulder pads, physical fallen knight's corset, physical wolfskin gloves, physical wolfskin boots. Yu Shuinga is really, really strong this time, terrifyingly so. Character Yu Shuinga, level 01. Health. Mana, 350. Strength, 10. Constitution 1-3. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. Lucky, 10. Charm 10. She can do whatever she wants. But as long as the enemy is not above level 10, she can't be killed in seconds. As long as she can't be killed in seconds, she can escape. Yu Xuanga did not summon a shadow, but instead provoked the 5 zombies with a crossbow in his hand, and then dodged their siege while attacking their vital points. In less than 5 minutes, Yu Xuanga was sweating profusely. The zombies' attack speed is slow, but there is no such problem when there are 5 of them together. Although they react slowly, they still have the awareness of the battle in front of them. 3 of them attack her head, throat, and heart at the same time, and 2 attack her lower body. It is easy to hide, so Yu Xuanga bends down and raises her legs. But you have to shoot while dodging. The crossbow arrow broke through the air. The monster chopped down, and Yu Xuanga blocked it with one hand and supported himself with the other hand while turning around. For a moment, Yu Xuanga suspected that if someone passed by, he would definitely shout, "Stop fighting. If you want to fight, go to the dance studio." In short, everyone on the field is busy, but no one knows what they're busy with. Yu Xuanga could see red dots on the monster's body, between its eyebrows, throat, and heart. The red dots would sometimes move to the side or other locations as the monster waved its arms. But she could see and even react, but she didn't have time to attack. Every time she raised her crossbow and was about to aim, another attack came and she had to dodge again. In less than half an hour, Yu Xuanga had been hit more than 20 times. In fact, if she concentrated on hiding, she was confident that she would be safe, but she didn't. She forced herself to recall again and again the days when she was hunted like a dog, and forced herself to recall her past life when she was deceived. She had to force herself to always be vigilant, and always maintain the sense of urgency and crisis as if a knife was hanging over her head when she was just reborn. Is revenge over after I grab the god of cookery? No, it's just the beginning. A week later, an agile and nimble figure dodged the pursuit and blockade of 7 monsters, and then suddenly rushed towards the tree trunk, stepped on the tree trunk and ran upwards a few steps. He stepped hard and used the force to fly over the heads of the monsters. He turned around in the air and drew his bow and shot quickly. Before the person landed on the ground, 3 arrows had already flown out, piercing the throat, heart, or eyes of the 3 monsters respectively, hitting the vital points and directly triggering a critical hit. After landing, she quickly knelt on one knee and 3 crossbow arrows flew out one after another. Before the monster turned around, she had leaned against the tree trunk to protect her back, switched to bow and arrow, and several arrows hit the vital points. The monsters, which had been hit countless times, fell down almost at the same time. Yu Xuanga looked at the experience value and confirmed that it had increased by 0 before she went forward to search the corpse. The copper coins scattered on the ground piled together, and most of them quickly merged into a silver coin. She picked up the silver coin and a dozen other copper coins. This is the 10th day since she came to the other world. Her experience has now reached 47. She was completely unable to fight back at the beginning, but later she could occasionally fight back with a crossbow with an extremely fast shooting speed, and now she can use a bow. At first, she was stuck for several days when she switched from a crossbow to a bow. It was when she was having dinner at the treehouse that she met the short-haired woman. The woman saw her bow that was covered with scratches and sat down to chat with her for a few words. Even though she possessed the 4 divine talents, Yu Xuanga would not think that others were inferior to her. After discovering that the other party was very familiar with the bow, she told the other party about her troubles in battle. Unexpectedly, the short-haired woman just said, "Why do you always pull it to the full extent?" Yu Xuanga wanted to say that he could easily pull it to the maximum, but he was stunned the next second. She bought the short-haired woman a drink. From that day on, she seemed to have become enlightened. Not only with the bow, but also when she was dodging, she no longer sought to inflict maximum damage every time. Nor did she seek to dodge with large movements every time. Although this was 100% safe, it actually consumed too much physical strength. She even laughed at herself. It was obvious that when she learned magic, she didn't pursue the maximum power, but was more interested in the skill of fast casting speed. She believed that only hitting the target was considered a success, and she forgot how to pick up the bow. She didn't plan to look for more powerful monsters. She was very satisfied with the current leveling speed and training venue. She planned to increase the number to 8 tomorrow. She has been very busy again recently. I trained and leveled up during the day, rushed back to the treehouse base before dark, and after dinner I lay in the tent and watched alchemy videos. There will be a small trading market between players, right in the corner of the treehouse base, where most people barter. Although the official base sells things at a high price, they will not prohibit players from trading privately. Yu Xuanga used a translator made from intermediate engineering to exchange for a pair of agility earrings from a jewelry processing player. Although this thing can be made by basic jewelry processing, the materials are expensive and the cost of jewelry processing upgrades is much higher than alchemy. Various gems are needed. If the agility earrings are sold at a low price, the other party will definitely not be willing, but if they are sold at a high price, no one will buy them. Why not buy other equipment with this money? After all, only a few people have full 7 equipment slots these days. Chapter 56 Invitation. There is basically no such thing in the number 0003 stronghold where Xingminglang is located. No, it can be said that it has not been seen in any of the strongholds that Yu Xuanga has visited recently. She is the only one who is wearing all 7 pieces of equipment. She did not cover up, nor would she take off her equipment. At the end of her training every day, her health was only 100 or 200. Without the physical fitness added by the equipment, her defense would be greatly reduced. Even if she only had 10 health points left, it was about the same as other players, and she did not feel safe. The primary healing potion can only add 60 blood points, and the intermediate healing potion can add a little more blood, but it is only 240. It is better to go back and eat more meals that can slowly add blood. Returning to the nearest base, Yu Xuanga didn't recognize the employees there, but those who could work in the base were obviously trained, and were gentle and polite to everyone. And it was obvious that the information was also communicated. Yu Xuanga handed the skill crystal of the Gear of Destiny to the other party, watched the other party take out a workbook similar to the one in other bases, turned to the page that belonged to her, and wrote down her repayment at the back. She will be able to pay it back in 2 days. Yu Xuanga walked into the rest area of the base with satisfaction. She first prepared a dish for herself that would help her recover 600 health points per minute after triggering her God of Food talent. After eating, she immediately went to the flea market in the corner of the base. She hadn't thought about selling her equipment. She had gotten some good stuff these days, like a crossbow today. Tired Sigh, rare. Bonus attributes, physical fitness and intelligence. Magic attributes, damage, attack speed. Equipment requirements, level constitution. It's a pity that you have to be level 3 to use it. Equipment above rare level has equipment requirements. All the good stuff she has obtained in the past few days are like this, either with higher attribute requirements or higher level requirements. However, she did not plan to sell these good things. Cats have their ways, mice have their ways. She did not believe that these players could not go to the auction house. She even knew that there were players who could disguise themselves as purchasing agents, helping other players who could not enter the city to buy various materials or equipment. Of course, the official will not miss such a good opportunity. They can guarantee the players, but they will take a 1% commission, which is really a rip-off. Yu Xuanga planned to keep the rare equipment for herself, but she sold all the equipment below this level. She spread a cloth and placed today's goods on it. Exquisite leather armor, excellent. Bonus attribute, intelligence. Magic attribute, magic damage. She didn't need any attribute bonuses other than constitution in the short term. These days, she only got a constitution enhancing glove and replaced it with the wolfskin gloves she had originally had. She sold all the other equipment. Yu Xuanga did not try to keep a low profile. Her destiny would start to move sooner or later, so she showed off her good luck without any hesitation. People in the nearby strongholds have also gotten used to it. This man comes every day to sell equipment, sometimes 1 piece, sometimes 2 pieces. The official ones have bought quite a few. Soon, the equipment was sold for 90 silver. Yu Xuanga didn't think it was too little. She had emptied all the goblins, and her daily income was only 3 gold coins made by herself. In addition, she could earn about 50 silver coins every day by killing monsters of higher levels. There were so many things she wanted to buy. She had already planned to go to another main city to exchange money with goblins tomorrow, and it would be best if she could exchange all the gold bricks she had. After Yu Xuanga put away the cloth, several figures appeared in front of her, 3 men and 2 women. They squatted down, chatted for a few words, and then invited her to join their team in a friendly manner. Yu Xuanga was not surprised. In the past few days, someone invited her to join their team almost every day. They envied her luck, but also valued her strength. Yu Xuanga refused as usual, but this time the man had perseverance and followed her back to the tent, and even wanted to go into the tent to talk to her. Yu Xuanga simply stopped, looked back at the few people, and asked directly, "I can earn 1 piece of equipment by myself. Why should I share it with you?" The leading man smiled. "If we team up, we can fight higher-level monsters." Yu Xuanga didn't want to waste any more words, but seeing that there were several teams nearby looking over here, she explained a few more words. "How do we divide the higher-level equipment? According to contribution? What about invisible things like luck? I said that I was lucky to get the equipment, and I want to get a bigger share. Can you accept it?" The man said softly, Everyone should be fair when forming a team. If there is no fairness, a team will not go far. Yu Shuinga, well, you mean to split it equally. According to your fairness standard, everyone gets one share. Then I can get one piece of equipment by myself, and I can only get 1/6 of it if I team up with you. What am I trying to gain? The man's eyes were dark, but his smile was still gentle. But luck is really hard to calculate. Yu Shuinga laughed. It's hard to calculate. So why did you invite me? After driving a few people away, Yu Shuinga recalled their expressions and estimated that things would not be peaceful from now on. At the beginning, we were lucky and everyone could restrain themselves even if they were tempted. But after these days, my daily gains were equivalent to what others gained in 3 days. How could I resist? At 6 o'clock the next morning, as soon as Yu Shuinga walked out of the base, he felt someone following him. When she looked back, it was the 5 people from yesterday. When they saw that she had discovered them, they were not embarrassed. Instead, they smiled at her and kept following her. After passing through the spider's territory, the 5 people stopped. They didn't dare to go any further. 5 level 0 players could barely kill a level 4 spider, but a level 5 one might not be able to do that. The tall and thin man frowned and asked the leading man, "What should we do?" The leading man said, "Let's go and talk to them." A few people turned and left, but what they didn't notice was that a small spider was lying on a big tree not far away. Yu Shuinga immediately turned into a bird and flew up, following behind the few people. She hadn't touched the cow-cat for 7 days, but because she had an animagus, she had long since developed the habit of touching small animals whenever she saw them. When she was in the real world, she made sure to touch them again every few days to ensure that there were 3 animal forms available for her to change into: land, sea, and air. Yu Shuinga followed the few people carefully, and soon they arrived at a cave. The people went in, and Yu Shuinga immediately landed on the ground and turned into a spider, running wildly on his 8 short legs, barely keeping up with the people. Soon, voices were heard from the front. Yu Shuinga climbed up the rock wall and continued to climb inwards. He soon saw a small wild stronghold where a dozen players had just woken up. Yu Shuinga counted and found that there were 21 people in total, including the 5-member team she was following. Chapter 57. Attributes Soar. A sturdy man asked, "How is it?" The tall and thin man in the 5-man team shook his head. "No." The sturdy man laughed and said, "It's obvious that he won't agree, but Suji still insisted on talking to him first. Is that interesting?" The leader of the 5-man team, Suji, said, "We have to give people a chance." The sturdy man groaned, "You are so hypocritical. You are obviously the most ruthless one, but you always have to talk to others first, as if you really become a good person." The other players were obviously used to the 2 people's quarrels, and they all went about their own business. Suji, "Okay, let's get started. She will be back before dark. Is everything ready?" The muscular man said, "Well, don't worry. I guarantee she won't die. But what if the authorities find out?" Suji smiled politely. "So what if they found out? Would you still want to kill more than a dozen of us players just for a useless person?" The sturdy man chuckled and said, "Can you keep her legs first? I'll play with them for a bit before I chop them off. I've never played with a female star before." Suji, "Okay. Boss, I want one too." "I want one too." Suji said good-temperedly, "Okay, it's all right. You can chop it when you're done playing." Yu Shuinga lay on the wall calmly. She had already guessed what these people were going to do. It was nothing more than cutting off her legs and then healing herself. From then on, she would have to be kept by them like a dog and act as a mascot. No, maybe he won't even leave hands for himself. After all, having hands means being able to use skills. Yu Shuinga remained calm. She first quickly climbed out of the cave and took off all her equipment. Her upper limit of health dropped to 250. Then she ate a high-end dish that could restore 600 health points per minute after triple the critical hit. Then she turned into a spider again and quickly climbed back to the rock wall above the heads of several people. Fortunately, the cave was not high, and these people were within the range of her skills when they stood up. "I want this, and this." Yu Shuinga is like a person who is addicted to coffee and finally gets to drink his coffee. This skill is the most comfortable to use. Even if repeated stealing consumes 20 points of health, that is only 50 points of health. At a recovery speed of 10 points of health per second, Yu Shuinga can recover to full health in 25 seconds. While chatting, the group of people were preparing something to deal with Yu Shuinga, a large iron cage. "You said she's so lucky. How much is her luck worth?" "It can't be 10, right? Maybe it's a God-given talent? Can't you find out?" "Those people are too tight-lipped." "It's okay. It's better to be strict." We can't find out her God-given talent. If we don't prove our God-given talent, won't they tell others? That's true, but if we are discovered, won't we be severely punished? Then keep her here from now on. What a pity. It would be nice if we could have more fun. Ha ha ha, you can still play even if you don't have legs. Ha ha ha, that's right. Not everyone is as diligent as you, Shuinga. Although the game is fun, when it becomes a reality and you feel pain when you are hurt and die when you are killed, you will feel scared even if you are no longer immortal. What's more, players currently have few means of attack and can only rely on their own God-given talents. Yu Shuinga had been stealing for a whole hour, but this group of people hadn't left yet. This hour was an extremely efficient hour. Although she had never stopped stealing from Su Yidong and Liang Yuchuan before, and had been drinking healing potions to replenish their blood, the healing potions were limited. Even if she invested regardless of the cost, and ate meat to replenish her blood while drinking potions, she actually didn't use her skills very often. But today, she has the talent of a god of food, and her cooking skills are also advanced. She can increase her health by 10 points per second, but using a skill consumes 50 points of health. So, if one faucet is draining water and the other is filling water, how long will it take for the pool to? Yu Shuinga started to lose focus as she continued stealing. She didn't stop until these people split into several teams and left the cave. At the end, she had 5 more items in her backpack and her attribute points increased by 17 points. Although the probability of stealing items is twice that of stealing attribute points, today's players don't have much in their hands. Yu Shuinga's attributes now: Health, 350. Mana, 650. Strength, 10. Constitution 1-3. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. Lucky, 10. Charm 10. With 17 more attribute points, her attributes are already comparable to those of a level 9 player. These are not bad people. They are a group of fat sheep. But this is not the end yet. Yu Shuinga didn't think that stealing all the attribute points would be enough to complete his revenge. Although those people's words did not cause any ripples in her heart, it did not mean that she was not angry. She had no doubt that these people would put those words into action. Yu Shuinga turned into a bird and flew in the direction the last team left. He soon found them by following the noise. Several people were besieging the poisonous spiders with guns equipped with silencers. After transforming, the Animagus cannot use any skills other than the God-given talent. Yu Shuinga is not in a hurry to transform back. She can just give it an experiment. She used the Soros pocket watch to detect the data of the man standing in the front with a shield. Strength, 7. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 5. Lucky, 5. Charm, 3. Yu Shuinga seized the opportunity, and at the moment when the spider was gathering strength to hit the shield, she used skill 2. Your combination is wrong. I don't like it. On the man holding the shield, which he had not used since obtaining Gear of Destiny. Use the skill to rotate the target Gear of Destiny, swapping the target's highest attribute item with the lowest attribute item. The swap lasts for 1 hour, and the cooldown time is 6 hours. Yu Shuinga only felt that the strength and agility in his field of vision flashed as if they were out of contact, and the next second the strength became 4 and the agility became 7. She was a little disappointed. It seemed that charm, an attribute that could not be increased, could not be converted. But on second thought, if it could be converted, the Gear of Destiny would be worth more than 1 level. At least it would be worth 1. In the later stages, everyone will add points to their attributes, even those players who like to add points to an extreme level. Because of the wearing requirements of many equipments, they will more or less add some other attributes. After the level goes up, most of the attributes will exceed double digits. Only luck and charm have a maximum of only 10. Because of the sudden drop in strength, the shield man was unable to defend himself and was knocked away. He cursed in horror. He didn't know what happened today. He felt a little defenseless from the beginning, and now he was knocked away directly. Once the formation was disrupted, the others also became confused. Chapter 58 Exploration. While Yu Shuinga canceled the Animagus transformation, he quickly used Armor to transform himself into a goblin and then cast an illusion spell on himself. Almost in an instant, only one person on the ground was seen out of the corner of her eye, but she only felt as if a figure appeared on the tree and disappeared the next second. She first flew an ice flower seal towards the person standing at the back, and then drew her bow and shot an arrow using push shot. A wave of energy pushed the 5 people towards the direction of the spider as the arrow was shot, and this skill also stunned them for 3 seconds. A few seconds was enough for the spider's legs to pierce through both of them. Then she split into a shadow, which flew into the field and hugged the 2 people in the middle. Even if the two of them had woken up from their dizziness, it was too late. With the perfect cooperation between Ushuainga and Spider, a team was quickly wiped out. The poisonous spider will start to enjoy the food after killing the player. Ushuainga did not move. This place was only 5 minutes away from the nearest treehouse base. She retracted her shadow, turned into a bird and flew to another tree, then turned into a small spider and hid in the gap between the trees, an excellent visual blind spot. I just don't know if the opponent has detection skills. Although Animagus can only block the detection of most skills and props, even if I am discovered, I still have a layer of goblin vest under my spider vest. After waiting patiently for a while, he saw a group of people coming from a certain direction. They cooperated tacitly to kill the spider that was eating. Ushuainga looked at his pocket watch and found that only 7 minutes had passed from the time the team was wiped out to the time they arrived. The men stopped beside the 5 bodies. One of them looked in all 4 directions and said, "No one." A long-haired woman squatted down and looked through it. "It looks like a mistake." After saying that, she touched the blood with her fingers and closed her eyes, obviously using a skill. Ushuainga narrowed her eyes on the tree. At this moment, many plans flashed through her mind. What if her skill could directly display the murderer's information? What if her skill could see the scene before the death of the deceased? What if her skill could check the memory of the deceased? Ushuainga didn't think she was wrong, but she couldn't figure out the official's thoughts and style of doing things. It wasn't chaotic yet, and it wasn't to the point where severe punishments were used in times of trouble. What was the official's attitude towards the fighting between players? It was hard to say. After the woman used her skills on the blood of the 5 people one by one, she shook her head and said, "Behind them." There was energy from that direction that hit them, making them dizzy for a few seconds. She was frozen by someone's skill before she died. These 2 people were hugged by a black shadow. The buzz-cut guy tilted his head and asked the person who said, "No one," at the beginning, "There was no one when we got here, right?" The man, "Well, I used the skill before the spider was killed, and I didn't see any player information." They chatted for a while, and finally wrote down the information about these skills and left. Ushuainga did not rush to move, but waited quietly for another half an hour. During this period, the official team came back twice. Ushuainga was too lazy to watch anymore, so he turned into a bird and flew away. She was very sure that there were no official traces left on her. After all, she had been on the run for many years. Although she was familiar with various tracking methods, she was definitely better than most people, not to mention that she had the habit of checking every day. So how did the authorities know that these players had died? God-given talent? She suddenly thought of the water balls distributed to them at the base. It was said that if they got lost, if they crushed them, someone would come and lead them back to the base. She threw the water balls away the next day because she disliked the water balls taking up space. It seems that most of them are. It's a bit troublesome. However, Ushuainga had no intention of stopping. She used the disillusionment charm and searched the woods for a long time before she found the other team. This time she didn't use a bow and arrow, but took out the grenades she bought when she was collecting weapons before, and fired 3 of them directly. Ushuainga was happy, his mood was relaxed, and his thoughts were clear. Those few words like, I want one too, boss, I want one too. I can still play even if I lose my legs are all here. The 2 teams were gone, and Ushuainga was going to have lunch. She cleaned herself up, changed her clothes, and made today's gold coins. Then she walked into the nearest stronghold with her longbow on her back. Just after she finished her meal, she saw the 5-member official team she had met not long ago also walked in. She looked at them curiously for a few more times and continued to eat the meal in her hand. After finishing eating, he walked over to the men, squatted down and asked, "Would you like to take the equipment?" The 5 people were not surprised, as they had all heard of Ushuainga, the lucky female star. Official insiders like them knew even more, and they had even used the skill crystal of Happy Again. The long-haired woman asked curiously, "What equipment?" Ushuainga took out the rare equipment that he had obtained when he fought the zombies before, a pair of boots. Shadow rare. Bonus attributes, intelligence and constitution. Magic attribute, magic damage critical damage. Equipment requirements, intelligence and agility. For equipment above the rare level, there are generally 2 requirements, one for level and one for attributes. But sometimes both require attributes. Although this situation is actually also an invisible requirement for level, the highest initial attribute of ordinary people is only 10, with 5 attribute points at level 1, intelligence greater than 19, and agility greater than 12. Those who have these attribute points must be at least level 3. But if the attributes added by other equipment can make the attribute value meet the standard, it means that you can wear good equipment in advance. Therefore, General equipment requirements only require equipment with attributes that meet the requirements, which is 20% to 30% more expensive than equipment with required levels. This was originally a piece of equipment that was going to be sold. Even though she needed physical fitness recently due to training, she was also planning to go the archer route later. She needed agility more than intelligence. Several people sat up straight, and even when they saw the equipment requirements, they were not disappointed. They arrived early and are now at level 2. Although they are still a long way from level 3, it will only take a month or two. Yu Shuinga definitely couldn't sell it for more than the auction house, and she didn't want gold coins. I want to exchange it for skill crystals. Long-haired woman, blank? You can go to the exchange point to exchange it directly. Yu Shuinga, they only accept my innate skill crystals in exchange for blank crystals, but I want to exchange with you. I should be able to get more. Several people looked at each other. This was not considered a violation of the rules. There was no rule prohibiting them from exchanging items with players using the blank skill crystals they bought. The man with the buzz cut asked, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Yu Shuinga, 50 blank skill crystals. The 5 people stood up immediately. Yu Shuinga, 40. The 5 of them didn't even turn their heads. Yu Shuinga, 30. The 5 people started chatting loudly. What are we having for lunch? Didn't we just finish eating? Oh, I forgot what we had just eaten. How could you forget? I was scared by the price. Yu Shuinga, come back. Let's talk sincerely. Whoever is not sincere is a dog. All 5 of them turned around. Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga pinched her boots and wanted to regret it a little. She should find a few dumber ones to replace them. No matter how top-grade these boots are, they are still low-grade goods and cannot be sold at a high price. They would only fetch a little over 3 gold in the auction house. What Yu Shuinga wanted more was information. The several exchanges she had attended before were all as a free man and a lone wolf. Insiders have their own circle, and they get discounts when exchanging with official bases, so they rarely trade with lone wolf players. Chapter 59. That's it? She asked a few people, "Do you have any discounts for exchanging blank skill crystals internally?" She had asked at the exchange point before, and she could only exchange with her own skill crystals, and they did not accept coins for purchase. Several people did not hide the fact that the official benefits themselves were meant to attract more players to join the official team. They took the initiative to explain, "Yes, we will give out one for free every 3 days. If you want to buy it from us with in-game currency, it will be 60 silver per piece. This is a hard rule, that's the price." At that time, the exchange rate that Zhao Shuang gave her was 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals. Isn't that exactly 3 gold? A friendly price? After Yu Shuinga finished her complaints, she put away her boots. The 5 people on the opposite side opened their mouths. Seeing that a word was about to come out of their mouths, Yu Shuinga flipped her palm and took out the happy again skill crystal she made today. Want to exchange? One with a skill, in exchange for your 7 blank ones. The 5 of them quickly shut up and swallowed one. The long-haired woman bargained, "It's too expensive. You can only exchange 5 at the official exchange point. How come we only have 7? Yu Shuinga, then how much do you want to exchange my skill crystals for at the official exchange point? Several people shut up. Yu Shuinga realized that it seemed that the inside was also very dark. Yu Shuinga, want to exchange? I have 2 here. If you want to exchange them all, I will sell you my pair of boots for 3 gold. Long-haired woman, my friend, that's not how this business works. Yu Shuinga stood up immediately. Long-haired woman, didn't you say that anyone who is not sincere is a dog? Yu Shuinga, woof. Do you want to change? 5-man team. A few minutes later, Yu Shuinga left with 3 gold and 14 blank skill crystals. Yu Shuinga still had one thing to confirm, so she found the staff at the exchange point and asked directly, "Do you have a way to exchange gold coins from there?" The staff at this location is a cute girl with a bob haircut. She smiled and said, "This involves one of our charging items." Yu Shuinga raised his hand. "Who is Zhao Shuang to you?" The girl's smile became more genuine. "It's my sister. My name is Zhao Xianin." Yu Shuinga's face fell. "The case is solved. You continue." Zhao Xianin said, "There are 3 ways, but they all require signing a contract. The first way is to give us 10% of all the gold coins you exchange. The second way is to give us 30%, and the third way does not require any share, but you need to join our team for 1 year, during which time you can enjoy all the benefits that regular staff can enjoy." Yu Shuinga did not get excited and say that they were heartless. Instead, she frowned and pondered. She knew what it meant to be able to exchange for gold coins. She just felt that the higher she went in this life, the more she knew. Many things that she was puzzled about in her previous life gradually had answers in this life. For example, why Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong are so lucky and successful, but they are still not the most powerful in the country. Why the three families of Su, Han, and Liang are so prosperous, but still dare not blatantly break the law. Even if they want to hunt her down, they have to list the crimes for her first. Why in the third year of her escape, she heard that the people of Blue Star were organizing a counterattack and dropping anchors on Zealand Star for counterattack. She suddenly felt that many of her previous ideas were somewhat ridiculous, such as not cooking herbs and not competing with the government, not being able to make selfless contributions but not dragging Blue Star down, etc. She was silent for a long time, sighed, and finally drifted away. She said, "What if the method I know to exchange gold coins overlaps with what you told me? Do I have to share the profits with you if I exchange gold coins with my own method in the future?" Zhao Xianin's eyes lit up, and she said, "It will be clearly stated in the contract. If you have already exchanged gold coins using the method we told you before the contract is signed, then the contract will be invalid. You don't have to share the profits from exchanging gold coins in the future. You can also sell us the method you know." Yu Xuanga thought for a long time and felt that she still had to buy another channel to exchange gold coins. How could she dare to compete with the state machine alone? So she chose the first one. Zhao Xianin found someone to take her shift and then took Yu Xuanga to the reception room on the second floor of the base, where there was a wooden table and 4 tree stumps, and someone was already waiting for them. Not long after they sat down, Yu Xuanga got the contract. She read it word by word and found that the regulations were indeed fair. If the method she knew had been used before, the contract would become invalid immediately. She wrote down her name, and then Zhao Xianin told her how to make money efficiently from Zealand Star. There is a drunkard in the basement of the tavern in the southeast of the city. He accepts all kinds of alcohol. You can go to the real world to buy some alcohol and sell it to him. A jar of Erguo2 can be sold for 50 silvers. If it is a better alcohol, it can be sold for more. The highest record is that a jar of alcohol can be sold for 1 gold. But if you want to sell it, you'd better hurry up. He only buys 100 gold of alcohol a day at most. Yu Xuanga had a wooden face, and he felt himself slowly floating up again. That's it? Just this? I trade tens of thousands of gold coins each time. What did I say? Yu Xuanga's hand rested her elbows on the table, with her thumbs against her forehead. She was afraid that if she didn't hold it in place, she would drift off again. Zhao Xianin and her partner looked at each other and asked curiously, "Are you too happy?" Yu Xuanga raised her head and straightened her collar. She felt that at this moment she looked just like the business elite she had played before. "Do you guys want gold coins? I can buy gold coins for you. 200 gold coins for 1 gold coin." Partner Zhao Xianin. Zhao Xianin, are you going to sell this method? Yu Xuanga smiled. No, and I can only get you 10 gold coins at most with this method, excluding the 360 gold coins needed to make 3 gold coins every day. She now has 10,778 kilograms of gold on her. She needs 21 kilograms of gold to make gold coins every month. Of course, it is impossible for all of this more than 10,000 kilograms of gold to be exchanged for gold coins. At most, she can exchange it for 10,000 kilograms of gold, which is about 27,777 gold coins. She recently learned a lot of information that she didn't know in her previous life, such as there are 12 races on Zealand Star. Each race has 3 main cities, a total of 36 main cities, and she doesn't believe that she can't change them all. But if you help the official to purchase gold coins, it will be different. You can get 20 gold coins for each coin. If you buy 100,000 gold coins, you can get 4,000 kilograms. Is that a lot? Not much. Not only that, this is just the exchange rate. I haven't told you my compensation yet. I don't need a commission, but my Destiny Gear skill stones will be placed with you, so that you can sell them on my behalf. You provide blank crystals and don't charge any fees, but you have to tell others that you only give me 20% of the profits. You won't lose money on this, right? Zhao Xianin and the other person were silent. Chapter 60. I told you, but you don't want to hear it. It is indeed worth it. It goes without saying how useful tin gold is to them. For example, if all of it is used to buy level up spells, they can create a team of strong soldiers. The sales channel of the Happy Again skill stone is itself a resource. All Yu Xuanga wants is for them to provide her with a protection umbrella while not participating in the profit sharing. The things are confiscated by the official, and she only gets 20% of the profit. Other forces dare not touch her easily and will not covet the benefits. But from another perspective, if these forces want this skill crystal, they will come to negotiate with the official. Not to mention, official sales mean they have the right of first refusal. Zhao Xianin said that she would ask her superiors for instructions. Yu Xuanga smiled calmly and took out a cup of coffee from his bag. No hurry, go ahead. She had just finished half a cup when she saw Zhao Xianin coming back with Zhao Shuang. Yu Xuanga. Yu Xuanga sat up straight. I have something urgent to do. If you agree, let's sign the contract quickly. I don't have time to discuss in detail. Zhao Xianin, didn't you just say there's no rush? Zhao Shuang found it funny. She had just watched this man sipping coffee leisurely when she went upstairs. She took out the contract and said, I want 40% of the profits. This is our bottom line. After all, we announced to the public that we would only give you 20% of the profits. This would cause damage to our reputation, and the loss in this regard is priceless. Yu Xuanga, they will believe it. This thing can't always have the same price. If it's sold for 3 gold now, it might be the income of a team for 3 days. What about later? When a team's income for 3 days reaches 10 gold, will this thing still be sold for 3 gold? This skill crystal is useless in combat, but its value in getting equipment is immeasurable. I can't protect it myself, so I can only ask you guys. Zhao Shuang nodded and repeated the words as if sighing. You can't protect them by yourself, so you can only turn to us. Yu Xuanga pursed her lips, knowing that she still had a flaw. After all, she was still far behind those who were really good at negotiation. She said, I can also join other forces. Zhao Shuang, but you don't like factional fighting, right? If you join a faction, there will be fighting within the faction. Once the true value of your skill is discovered by everyone, other factions will also fight for you, and the faction you belong to. Yu Xuanga was silent for a long time. Then she stood up and said, Forget it then. Zhao Shuang paused as she picked up the coffee cup. Why? She looked at Yu Xuanga, looking shocked as if to say, Why don't you play by the rules? Yu Xuanga made a tisk sound, looking annoyed. I'm tired of talking. I don't want to talk anymore. That's it. I'm leaving. How come when you are about to win in the middle of a mahjong game, your opponent flips the table over? Moreover, after Yu Xuanga overturned the table, he turned around and left, but before he took a step, his hand was grabbed by Zhao Shuang. The negotiating elite from the previous second leaned over the table with his upper body and grabbed her hand. Sister! Yu Xuanga, I'm only 26. Zhao Shuang had already stood up and walked quickly to her side, hugging her shoulders affectionately. Sister! Zhao Xianin behind him. Hey, I'm here. Zhao Shuang didn't even turn his head. Go away. Zhao Xianin suppressed her laughter and said, Okay. Zhao Shuang, sister, let's talk nicely. Yu Xuanga, you don't want to hear it even if I tell you. Zhao Shuang, this sounds familiar. Yu Xuanga, 40% is impossible, at most 10%. Zhao Shuang, 1% is really impossible. Yu Xuanga shook off Zhao Shuang's hand and was about to leave. Zhao Shuang squeezed it tightly. She had never tried so hard to keep her ex-boyfriend, the school idol. 20%. Bottom line, this is really the bottom line. I swear, this is the bottom line. What a coincidence. In fact, this is also Yu Xuanga's bottom line. It is impossible for her not to pay the fee, but she still looks indifferent. Then I will take a commission for exchanging gold. 1. It's not too much, right? Zhao Shuang pushed her away. Go away, and don't even think about coming back. Yu Xuanga was about to leave, but before he could take a step, Sister Zhao Shuang hugged him again. Zhao Shuang smiled at her, because I will chase you. Yu Xuanga. Zhao Shuang hugged the man and walked back to the table. If you can only exchange 10 gold coins, then you can only draw 0, but if you can exchange 20 gold coins, then you can draw 1. Yu Xuanga stretched out his hand. Deal. I will find a way to exchange it for 20 gold coins. Zhao Shuang's smile froze. Zhao Xianin came over and said, Sister, what great negotiation skills you have. Zhao Shuang, get lost. Yu Xuanga was not in a hurry to go out and kill Su Ji and the others. She waited for the contract to be delivered and confirmed it again. It was the same as what they had just discussed. The player Yu Xuanga exchanges 200 gold for 1 gold coin, which is the exchange rate for gold coins from Zealand Star by the Special Affairs Bureau. If the final exchange amount is less than 10 gold coins, Yu Xuanga will take 0 commission. If it can be exchanged for 20 gold coins or more, Yu Xuanga will take 1 commission as a whole. During this period, it is not allowed to explore Yu Xuanga's means of exchanging gold coins in any way. 2. The skill crystals of Happy Again, made by the player Yu Xuanga, will be sold entirely to the Special Affairs Bureau. The Special Affairs Bureau will provide Yu Xuanga with blank skill crystals, announce to the public that Yu Xuanga will only make 20% of the profit, and provide protection for Yu Xuanga to the best of its ability. The Special Affairs Bureau can get 20% of the profits from Happy Again, and the settlement will be made every 15 natural days. The contract was very friendly to Yu Xuanga. It only stipulated that the skill crystals she produced had to be handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau for sale, but if she used them herself or gave them to others, it would not be considered a breach of contract. However, if the contract is violated, all members under the concept of the Special Affairs Bureau will randomly deduct 1 attribute point as a punishment, and if Yushuinga violates the contract, 10 attribute points and all gold coins on him will be deducted. Moreover, this cooperation is also limited to 2 years, and everyone will talk again after 2 years. Yushuinga was not surprised. After all, the Gear of Destiny was only a level 1 talent. Level 1 and below God-given talents were not unique. Who knows, maybe they would find the second one someday. But if they didn't find it, then the advantage would be on Yushuinga's side again. There are many other details. For example, Yushuinga can no longer exchange gold coins for other forces, and 1 year later, Yushuinga will tell the Special Affairs Bureau the method of exchanging gold coins. The price the Special Affairs Bureau has to pay is to promise that if anything happens to Yushuinga in the next 2 years, the Special Affairs Bureau will use the God-given talent related to the law of causality to track down the murderer and avenge her. It's very fair. Within 2 years, even for the method of exchanging gold coins, the Special Affairs Bureau will try its best to protect Yushuinga. During this period, if Yushuinga gets into trouble, the Special Affairs Bureau will also help her get revenge. As for 1 year later, telling the Special Affairs Bureau about the method of exchanging gold coins will not affect Yushuinga's own development. By then, all the goblins will be wiped out by herself. Yushuinga got what she wanted, but she also had to pay a price. She read every word before signing her name. Zhao Shuang signed her name on behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau and stamped it with the official seal. Chapter 61. I am a shopping shopper in the game world. Yushuinga asked curiously, does the game contract also recognize official seals? Zhao Shuang smiled and said, of course I do. She regained her previous composure and elegance, and Yushuinga even suspected that her previous jokes were also a negotiation tactic. After signing the contract, Yushuinga was able to find the relevant contract from her character interface. She checked it again before she felt relieved. Zhao Shuang, we will deliver the gold within 3 days. No matter which base you go to recently, just tell the staff there. We have already entered your information and level. Your current level is the highest among non-staff personnel. Yushuinga glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. If she didn't rush out to kill someone, her revenge would have to wait until the next day. She said, okay, I won't be going far these days. I'll leave first. I haven't done anything serious this afternoon. Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianin sent her to the entrance of the stronghold on the first floor, attracting the attention of other players. After leaving the treehouse, Yushuinga ran into the forest. She put on a black robe to cover her whole body, cast an illusion spell, and came to the cave where she had arrived when she followed Suji in the morning. She stood in the corner and began to wait. Taking advantage of this time, she watched the alchemy video in her mind and thought about her next plan. There are still 5 days left until New Year's Day. She plans to level up in the next few days and start exchanging gold coins when she has enough gold. The rest time during this period will be just right for alchemy. After all, she needs to use the Thief's Disguise skill to exchange for gold. Minus the cooling time reduction, she works 1 hour for every 5 hours. It is not cost-effective to fight monsters during this cooling time. After all, the environment outside each main city is different. You may find monsters with great difficulty, but have to go back after fighting for 2 hours. It is better to go to the sewer or somewhere else to practice professional skills. Anyway, she can transform into an animal and teleport, so she will have no problem escaping no matter how. As the sky gradually darkened, Yushuinga could already hear cursing voices approaching. There were Suji and several strong men, 8 in total. Yushuinga had counted in the morning. There were 21 people in their group, and she only killed 10 of them in the morning. How come only 8 of them came back now? Do you think she noticed something? No, there were teams that invited her before and she refused, but she wasn't on guard. I guess she went to another base. Didn't they say she didn't have a fixed base? That should be it. Let's go there tomorrow and fight monsters while guarding it. How dare she go that far alone? We only dare to fight at level 4, and several people died today. Do you think the monsters today have become stronger? I really couldn't defend myself at that time. Otherwise Xiaoxi and the others wouldn't have died. Yushuinga was too lazy to listen. She took out a grenade, pulled one and threw it. After throwing 5 in a row, she teleported out of the cave. As soon as Yushuinga apparat to the cave entrance, he heard an explosion inside. She waited patiently for 5 minutes, then walked in while maintaining the state of the illusion spell. Looking at the 8 bloody corpses on the ground from afar, she did not approach but took out her gun and fired 3 shots at Suji's head. then the burly man, and then, one after another, she fired 3 shots at each head. After waiting quietly for a while, she drew out her long knife and walked in, cutting off each person's head. Finally, she poured gasoline on them and set them on fire. He remained invisible during this period. Only after seeing the charred bodies of several people did Yu Shuinga feel satisfied and used apparition again to arrive at base 0003, which was at least 2 hours away from the crime scene. Zhao Shuang said 3 days was 3 days, and before New Year's Day arrived, Yu Shuinga not only paid off all the skill crystals he owed, but also received 100 blank skill crystals and 40,000 kilograms of gold, which was enough to exchange for 10 gold coins. Such a large amount of gold was an astronomical figure for her, and even for the Su, Liang, and Han families, it was a huge sum. But for the country's reserves, it was nothing. She could imagine the debate among them about this transaction. After getting the gold and leaving the base, she went deep into the forest and ran to the territory of level 8 monsters. After circling around to make sure that no one was following her, she transformed into a goblin and teleported to the teleportation array of Undercity. Next, she will go find her goblin friends in various main cities. She could exchange 1 pound of gold for 111,111 gold coins. If she spent more time bargaining with the goblins, the price might be even lower, but these were just her thoughts. 180 for 1? You're not right, my friend. Do you know Bill, the rich man in Undercity? He traded with me for 170. Then go find him. But I want to be friends with you, so 180 is fine. Yu Shuinga walked out of the goblin area and felt that he needed to learn some speaking skills from Zhao Shuang. 200 for 1 gold coin? Why don't you just go and rob it? I didn't want to change in the first place, but you begged me. Do you know Bill, the rich man in Undercity? I know. What's wrong? I heard that he used all his savings to buy gold. For a while, he couldn't even afford to eat. Yeah, I've heard that too, but he can earn 60 gold coins for every gold coin he makes, which is equivalent to earning a gold coin for free every 2 days, which means 182 gold coins in a year. Add 50 silver coins. Yes, 182 gold and 50 silver, 10 years is 1825 gold. So do you want to change? 180 gold coins, no more. No one except me is willing to give you such a big discount. Okay, I only have 1,000. Some of the main city goblins are poor, while others are rich, but their bottom line is 180 for 1 gold coin. Bargaining would easily anger them, and after going around in circles, she found that Bill was the richest. She never met a goblin who was willing to exchange 2 gold coins with her at a time, which greatly reduced her efficiency. She could disguise herself twice every day, each time for 1 hour. She originally planned that 1 hour would be just enough for her to exchange gold coins and visit the alien main city of Zealand Star. However, she didn't expect that it was not enough. Goblins like Bill who could be exchanged for 2 gold coins were rare. She could only chat with every goblin and get 800 or 1,000 gold coins from them. There were hundreds of goblins in a main city, and she chatted with them one by one. She could only visit one main city every day, and had to do it twice. The remaining time was barely enough for her to visit the restaurants in the main city and find local chefs to learn local special recipes. Yu Shuinga rolled up her sleeves, slept when her skills were on cooldown, and disguised herself as going into the city to chat with the goblins in exchange for gold coins as soon as the 5-hour cooldown was over. Fortunately, there was a time difference between the main cities, so she could always find the main city where it was daytime. With nearly 4 hours of work every day, Yu Shuinga managed to exchange 3 gold coins every day. After a few days, Yu Shuinga always felt that he knew more goblins than his colleagues in the entertainment industry. Yu Shuinga went back to Undercity. She turned into a cowcat that she had touched in the dwarf main city of Ironforge. It looked almost the same as the cowcat she turned into when she first came to Zealand Star. Then she ran to the number 0003 stronghold, jumped onto the table, gave her name, and said that she was looking for Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang came very quickly, and I wonder if he had been waiting for her. Seeing the 10 gold coins traded, Zhao Shuang finally felt relieved. There was indeed a voice inside that suspected that Yu Shuinga would take the gold and stay on Zealand Star. Yu Shuinga didn't know about this, or rather, she thought about it but didn't care. She asked Zhao Shuang for another 40,000 kilograms of gold and continued to act as a gold coin purchasing agent. Chapter 62 Consumption. On the 11th, Yu Shuinga was so tired that she lost a lot of weight. She felt that she had never spoken so much in her life. She doubted that she could have simple daily communication with the goblins even without a translator. However, she was extremely satisfied mentally. Not only did she exchange her 10,000 kilograms of gold for 27,777 gold coins, She also earned 22,222 gold coins from kickbacks. Together with the more than 70 gold coins she had left after learning the recipe, her total net worth exceeded 5 gold coins for the first time. She felt like she could spend a lifetime doing it. After handing over all 20 gold coins, he also got 1% of the share, 2,000 gold. Now she has 52,073 gold, 87 silver, and 778 kilograms of gold. Yu Xuanga was almost embarrassed. She took the purse. At this moment, the dark circles under her eyes were much lighter. Happy cooperation. Zhao Shuang exclaimed, "You are the richest among our players." Yu Xuanga has been talking a lot these days. Maybe, I finally have enough money to buy skills. Zhao Shuang took out a booklet and said, "Want to buy it? This is our internal skill crystal." Yu Xuanga's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to take the booklet, but Zhao Shuang held him down with his hand. Zhao Shuang smiled shyly. "You know, this is also a paid item. You won't lose money by paying to see so much information. Many people want to buy it, but can't. This is confidential." Yu Xuanga, "How much?" Zhao Shuang, 1 gold. Yu Xuanga, "Do I look like I deserve to be slaughtered?" Zhao Shuang patted the back of her hand. "How can you talk like that? This is a friendship price." Yu Xuanga smiled like a fake smiling boy. "The friendship price you told me last time is exactly the same as the market price." Zhao Shuang didn't feel embarrassed at all, because we just met for 1 day last time. Where is the true friendship? Yu Xuanga was speechless. 50 silver, if you want it or not. Zhao Shuang held out one hand for money and immediately stuffed the manual into her hand with the other. Yu Xuanga was suspicious. "You're not taking kickbacks, are you?" Zhao Shuang was bewildered. "Who doesn't take kickbacks these days? You don't take them?" Yu Xuanga shut up. She ate. She ate twice. This was really an eye-opener for Yu Xuanga. She lived for 3 years in her previous life and thought she knew enough God-given talents, but this was less than half of what was in this booklet. However, there are only skill descriptions in it, and no more information can be seen, and most of them are below 1 gold. Only a few extremely special ones, or those with extremely strong attack power, are sold at very high prices. Some even have no price tag at the back and require detailed discussion. For example, her own skill stone that she saw on the first page. Happy again. After use, the target's luck value can be modified, and the duration is 6 hours. Price. Negotiable. A very simple description, no cooldown, no God-given talent level, and no skill source. Yu Xuanga couldn't help but sigh that the Special Affairs Bureau was really good at handling things. She bought 2 divination skill stones. Bixian told me. After using it, it can divine the answer to the question you were looking for. The difficulty of the question will directly affect the detail of the answer. Price. 3 gold. Ah, I won't die. After using it, you can predict the good or bad luck of your next action. Price. 1 gold. She didn't have much hope because she herself had the ability to block divination, but she still bought it. It was a little expensive, but for those who needed it, the price was worth it. Moreover, the usefulness of a skill can be roughly determined by its price. After saying goodbye to Zhao Shuang, she immediately used Pin Fairy tells me. She clasped the skill stone in both hands and thought, I want to know if Yu Xuanhuan still has a chance of making a comeback. There was a fog in her mind. As she continued to think about this question, the skill stone in her hand slowly shattered, and the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a picture. In the picture, Yu Xuanhuan was standing in the middle of the formation in the basement of the Su family. Not far away, in another formation, lay a man covered in blood. The man was wearing an eye patch, and his messy hair covered half of his face. The lower half of his face was covered with blood. He was yelling and cursing. She couldn't hear the sound, but just by looking at his mouth shape, she knew that he was reading Yu Xuanhuan's family tree. She just felt that the man looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize who he was for a moment. But she was familiar with this place and this formation. She had slept there in her previous life. Wasn't it a formation that deprived people of their talents? Where and when did Yu Xuanhuan get such an evil formation? She didn't know the date in the divination picture, and even from the clothes they were wearing, she couldn't tell. The temperature in the Su family's house was always constant, and it was like spring all year round. But she could conclude that this time was definitely not in the recent past, because the blood used in this formation was not ordinary blood. In her previous life, she had witnessed the entire process of the Su family drawing the formation. The blood used was a level 15 blood, and several gems that could only be made with high-level jewelry processing were also used. Even if the formation is compromised, it won't be possible to replace the monster's magical blood with ordinary blood, let alone gems. After knowing what Yu Xuanhuan's next step would be, Yu Xuange's mood not only did not get worse, but got better. He could once again shatter Yu Xuanhuan's hopes and see him collapse. What could be more gratifying than this? She found Zhao Shuang, who was having dinner with her sister on the first floor, and picked up the booklet to buy 2 skill crystals of The Pin Fairy Told Me. Yu Xuange is ready to return to the real world. First, she is worried about Yu Xuanhuan. Second, she is worried about the cat in the backyard. And third, there have been undercurrents here recently. Zhao Shuang gave her a hint, asking her to stay out of the base as much as possible. Yu Xuange didn't care what it was, but she could feel that it was related to people like them who were given special talents by God. People like Suji were definitely not isolated cases. When she left Dark City and ran away to Man's launching, the number of people who came to see Yu Xuange not decreased, but increased instead. Fortunately, the official came forward in time and announced that all of Yu Xuange's God-given talent and skill quotas would be sold by the official from now on. Only then did Yu Xuange feel at ease. However, considering that the real world will soon be officially invaded by Zealand Star, Yu Xuange decided to go back early to guard those treasures that might mutate. Before leaving, Yu Xuange went to the Undercity auction house and bought 1,000 fine-grade belts. Because the styles were different and could not be stacked, she took out a large box and stuffed them all into it before putting them into her game backpack. I also bought a lot of materials needed for intermediate and advanced potions. Only a few basic herbs for advanced alchemy are sold in herb shops, and most materials need to be bought at auction houses. Many materials needed for advanced alchemy are also products refined when other professions reach advanced levels. The materials that Yu Xuange had stockpiled before had long been used up in repeated practice. The path after advanced alchemy is basically to repeat the process of watching alchemy videos to learn, spending money to buy materials to practice, watching alchemy videos to learn. It requires patience and sincerity. She has already prepared to study for several years. Although she has failed every time she has tried to practice advanced formulas, and can even only increase it by 1 or 2 points, she can't just watch and do nothing. She can afford it. Chapter 63 Back to Reality. In addition, she bought 3 more skills. Portal. Level you can set up an anchor point at a certain location. After use, you can reach the anchor point through the portal. There can be no more than 2 anchor points at the same time. Gold. But isn't this much cheaper than the official teleportation price? Although the price is 10 times higher, it is permanent and can also be used as a means of escape. Hunting Eye. Level after activating the skill, all living things within 50 meters will be displayed in your perception. After activation, 100 mana points will be consumed per minute. Jean is more effective than the invisibility potion. She can transform herself into an animal to escape the pursuit of the official team, so there is no guarantee that others cannot do the same. Although the names of these life forms cannot be displayed, it is normal for the level skills to be limited. Rain of Hate. Levels scatter a large amount of energy arrows to the target area. Arrows rain down from the sky, causing damage to all enemies in the area within 5 seconds. Each use consumes 250 mana and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Gold. Group attack skills, which you will need to kill monsters later. Beast Language. Level after use, you can learn 27 most common animal languages. Jean. Well, she had long wanted to know what the cat in the backyard was saying, and she could use it to gather intelligence in the future. Spider Silk Trap. Level set a trap that can trap and paralyze the target. Each use consumes 3 balls of spider silk. She had to add something to the villa. This kind of trap was easy to break free from, but it would be different if she added some poison. It was not expensive, only 17 gold. Spider silk was even cheaper, only a few dozen copper coins for a ball. I spent 3,000 gold on high-level alchemical materials, plus 3,639 gold on skills, 1,000 gold on a belt, and 388 gold on entertainment. In the blink of an eye, 8,027 gold was gone. If I hadn't made a lot of money, I wouldn't be able to afford to spend like this. She became more and more certain that in her previous life, most of the players on Blue Star who had trained their profession to a high level or above were trained by the government. But she was not greedy. She had to sign a contract for this matter. Otherwise, she would not be able to rely on her conscience to restrain herself from such a big matter. Unfortunately, I searched the auction house but couldn't find any skill book on how to make skill crystals. Maybe it's a God-given talent. But there was no need for her to buy it. The official would provide her with blank crystals for production as stated in the contract, and the quantity she needed was not large, so it was enough for her to find an internal staff to exchange it. Then she found the Pleasure Witch's bed, and the price was reduced to 19 gold per bed, but she couldn't bear to buy it. Forget about giving it to Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan as wedding gifts. In order to make the world more AI, she was willing to spend the money, but spending 19 gold on each Yogua and Yu Qingshan? Don't even think about it. She searched for a while and found a substitute. Handcuffs of the Devil of Pleasure. Level. The effect is similar, but only 2 gold. That's it. After bringing some bait to Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga left the auction house and threw all the props she had stolen from Su Ji's gang into the grocery store when passing by and sold them for more than 90 silver coins. Then she walked into the sewer, turned into a cat, and finally turned into a spider and came to the underground storage room of the restaurant and finally anchored on the ceiling in the corner. It was okay even if she came here headfirst. She felt that the ceiling was the safest compared to the ground. It was almost in most people's blind spot. After doing all this, Yu Xuanga ran to the sewer, canceled her disguise skill, changed into modern clothes, and the next second, she crushed the teleportation stone given to her by the authorities. The first thing she did after arriving at Blue Star was to sense the teleportation array. Only after she was sure that her skills could be used at any time did she feel relieved. She set up another anchor point in the safe house on the top floor of the villa. One more way to escape. Yu Xuanga is finally back. Su Yitong was stunned for a second when she heard the name before she reacted. She almost immediately ordered Yu Xuanhuan to find a reason to invite Yu Xuanga to have dinner together. After a pause, she added, "You can also bring your parents." Yu Xuanhuan agreed good-temperedly. "How about having a family dinner? I'll cook." Su Yitong shook her head. "You are the master. What do you cook?" She was quite satisfied with Yu Xuanhuan. He was good-looking, knew how to please her, and his family was considerate. Apart from the fact that she felt a little strange about having to turn off the lights when they communicated at a distance at night, there was nothing wrong with him, so she treated him with a little more care. In addition, there was recent news that luck was a very special and important attribute, and Yu Xuanhuan's luck was rarely full, so she naturally became more patient. Yu Xuanhuan's expression remained unchanged, and he replied, "Okay." After returning to the room, he put away the smile on his face and sat quietly for a while, in a daze for a while, before he started sending messages to Yu Xuanga. "Yu Xuanhuan, Sister Yu Xuanga misses you so much. Let's have a meal together as a family." This is not a lie, but rather a rare true statement from him. Although Su Yitong treated him well recently, she never told him about the Su family's major events, especially those related to the game. He didn't even know the specific function of Su Yitong's God-given talent. After so long, Yu Xuanhuan didn't even know the level of her God-given talent. He doesn't know as much as the Su family's driver or housekeeper. Even though my attitude towards him has improved a lot recently for some reason, it's only a little bit better. The more he compared, the more he felt how good Yu Xuanga was to him when he told him about this game without hesitation. "Yu Xuanga, okay. When? I brought gifts for you all. Happy Chiogua. Hey, my dear girl, your gift is very much like my mom. Depressed Qingshan, it's okay. Yu Xuanga, little face is yellow. Yu Xuanga, there is no need to share everything with children. Happy autumn fruit. A 30 gold gift. Mom, what's wrong with sharing your experience? My daughter is really thoughtful. Depressed Qingshan, it's okay. It's okay. Yu Xuanga, causing trouble to society." Looking at the lively chat group, Yu Xuanhuan laughed happily for a rare moment. Yu Xuanga was cooking for the cats in the backyard. She left in mid-December, and now it was almost mid-January. She heard the meows one after another. The cats would meow like this every time she cooked late. She didn't understand what they were saying before and always felt that they were scolding her. Now that I have learned animal language, I can finally understand it. I am scolding myself indeed. I shouldn't have learned it earlier. With a wooden face, Yu Xuanga cooked grilled spider legs and a big bowl of fresh meat and goat milk soup for them. He also grilled a lot of dried fish and dried chicken and filled all the food bowls in the backyard. She even used the fountain of light to create a well, and the spring water that gushed out had the effect of restoring life. It was not known whether it was helpful for the cat's health, but the well water tasted good, and she had used it several times before when fighting monsters. Sure enough, several cats ran to the wellhead and tasted the gushing spring water. They drank so much that they didn't want to go back for dinner. Hearing the cat purring while eating and drinking, Yu Xuanga lay down on the lawn, put his hands behind his head, and enjoyed the rare tranquility. Su Yitong probably came to the dinner with a purpose. Although the news that players can go to Zealand Star cannot be spread due to the constraints of the contract, there are loopholes in everything, and the information about how practical the skill Happy Again is can still be spread. She doesn't believe that no one from the Su family has sneaked into the official inside. But it was too late. She had already been forcibly requisitioned by the authorities. Chapter 64. The relationship was broken, but not completely broken. As for whether there is a God-given talent that can detect lies, of course there is. Yu Qingshan's skill too can detect lies. But she believes that the authorities must have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, her 20% profit would be given away for nothing. Yu Shuinga closed his eyes, feeling happy. Why did she go out for so long? Go hunt for food for us. Meow meow meow, it's delicious. Such delicious food must be difficult to prepare. Let's bring her some gifts next time. What to bring? Rats? She cooks such delicious food. She won't eat rats. I don't know. I just always feel like I want to bring her something. Me too, meow. I have the same feeling. It's amazing. Yu Shuinga felt relieved after hearing this. It seemed that the cat's nest could probably mutate. After relaxing for a long time, Yu Shuinga began to look for the little cockroaches. However, he couldn't find any after searching the entire villa. Finally, he went to the flower and bird market and bought 2 little spiders. After killing them, he used the dead people will be obedient, which he hadn't used for a long time, to control them and placed them in the safe house as his own surveillance cameras. The next day, Yu Shuinga was taken to Su's house by Yu Xuanhuan. For some reason, Yu Xuanhuan did not pick up Ichiogwa and Yu Qingshan. When they arrived at the Su family, not only Su Yidong was there, but also Su Beige and Su Jinxian, and even several of Su Yidong's cousins. Yu Shuinga kept smiling. Even though she had known for a long time that these 2 cousins were not good people, and some of them were internet celebrities who were famous but were criticized, she did not lose her composure. However, facing the Su family's explicit and covert inquiries about where she had been recently, Yu Shuinga chose to be straightforward. She had long discovered that being straightforward was more effective than anything else in dealing with these people. I can't tell you. I've signed a contract. I will be banned from speaking. In addition, the first skill of my God-given talent will have to be made into a skill crystal and handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau for processing. Su Yidong and the others looked at each other, and they couldn't help but think that Yu Shuinga was ignorant for not telling their Su family about such a big thing. Yu Shuinga didn't see the looks in the eyes of several people, but she could guess what the Su family was thinking with her butt. In the previous life, once a player joined the Su family's team, it would be difficult to leave. If you want to leave, it depends on whether the Su family wants to keep you. If the Su family wants to keep you and you still leave, the Su family may part ways with you in a friendly manner on the surface, but they may be ruthless in private. Su Yidong sighed. If I had known you had this connection, I wouldn't have bothered to introduce it to you before. Yu Shuinga knew that they were targeting her. She simply felt that they had introduced business to her with good intentions before, but she turned around and cooperated with the Special Affairs Bureau. It seemed right to think so, but Yu Shuinga knew that if she didn't run faster, the Su family would really regard her talent as their property. Now, there were signs of this after only a few collaborations. However, she did not deny that she had taken advantage of the Su family before, making some gold while also letting this skill reach the ears of the official. Moreover, Su Yitong's words do not stand up to careful thinking. From another perspective, is the Su family helping her to introduce business, or is they using her as a resource to make friends with others? She pretended not to hear and smiled. I don't want to either. I was hoping to make a lot of money from this, but the authorities came to my door, and I can't go against them. Besides, 28 is also good. Su Yitong just felt that Yu Shuinga was not ambitious enough, so she tried to win him over. If you cooperate with our Su family, we can split the profit 50-50. The Special Affairs Bureau did have people from the Su family, and although they could not pass on important news due to the contract, they already knew the importance of the luck value in the data. For Yu Shuinga's talent, the importance rating given by those spies was 7, which was equivalent to the rating of a God-given talent. Yu Shuinga shook her head, looking very satisfied. I can't protect too many by myself. Su Yidong said forcefully, our Su family can protect you. She looked into Yu Shuinga's eyes and said, you can cooperate with our Su family. Does this mean that she and the Special Affairs Bureau should go back on their word? That's too overbearing. But Yu Shuinga was already used to Su Yitong's dominance and unreasonableness. She said helplessly, it was the same when the Special Affairs Bureau talked to me. I couldn't leave unless they agreed. They just pulled me. And they called me sister. He threatened me, saying that if I left, I would never be able to come back, because Zhao Shuaying would come after him. And they signed a contract, which was also stamped with the official seal of the Special Affairs Bureau recognized by the game. I can't afford the cost of violating the contract. That cost is no different from killing me. Deducting 10 attribute points and all the gold coins on her body. What's the difference between this and killing her? Yu Shuinga's tone was serious and calm. During this time, the housekeeper standing behind Su Yitong did not pour her any wine. So Su Yitong knew that Yu Shuinga was not lying. Her anger subsided a little, but she still complained angrily. You should have cooperated with us earlier. This is not an attitude to treat an equal partner. Yu Shuinga doesn't believe that after she fails in discussing cooperation with others, she will complain to the partner that the other party should have come to her earlier. Yu Shuinga didn't say anything else. She wasn't begging the Su family, and she wasn't willing to suffer this injustice. She was willing to sit here and explain to Su Yitong and was already bearing the humiliation. Su Beige noticed Yu Shuinga's displeasure, so he raised his glass and said, "I'm sorry, Yitong doesn't mean to blame you. It's just a pity that we regard you as a member of the Su family, but we were unable to establish a cooperative relationship with you in the first place." You're pointing at me again, right? How come I'm a member of the Su family? Yu Shuinga brought out the business smile she had when she was in the entertainment industry. Maybe it's better for me to be a member of the country. Although they took a share of the profits, they promised in the contract that they would protect me, and as long as I die, they will use the God-given talent related to the law of cause and effect to find the murderer and help me avenge myself. Much better than you. The scene suddenly became cold. The three siblings of the Su family were unhappy that Yu Shuinga didn't give them face, but more importantly, they were frightened by this contract, which meant that they couldn't use drastic measures against Yu Shuinga, such as destroying him if they couldn't get him. Not only that, this contract further proved the importance of Yu Shuinga's talent. Otherwise, the official wouldn't attach so much importance to Yu Shuinga. Several people regretted more and more why they didn't take Yu Shuinga into the Su family earlier. Yu Shuinhuan just felt relieved. The Su family never took the Yu family seriously. At this moment, he actually envied Yu Shuinga. Although his talent was only level 1 and had no lethality, it was practical. He had the right to speak. Yu Shuinga's strength made the Su family sober up a little. I probably understand that she is not the kind of person who would lose her dignity and principles just to cling to the power of the Su family, nor would she give up everything because of fear of the power of the Su family. More importantly, Yu Shuinga already has the support of the government. The younger generation of the Su family are not useless. Although they are strong and arrogant, they still have brains and are tactful. After noticing Yu Shuinga's attitude, they quickly changed their attitude. Even Su Yitong no longer showed the anger in his heart. What you think in your heart is one thing, but at present there is only one gear of destiny. Before figuring out why this skill is so important, the Su family is willing to give Yu Shuinga a good face. Chapter 65 Unhappy. Yu Shuinga looked at the three siblings who were smiling and trying to change the subject and raised their glasses to toast her, and sighed inwardly. Before coming here, she had thought about bringing up the official issue so that she could maintain a superficial peace with them, but she didn't expect that she couldn't help it. She overestimated herself. However, she felt happy when she saw the three siblings of the Su family were obviously extremely unhappy but had to hold it back. What's even more exciting is, Yu Shuinga glanced at Yu Shuinhuan, who was sitting next to her and pouring wine for Su Yitong. In her previous life, Su Yitong would take her out on her whenever she was unhappy. For a while, she even suspected that she was Su Yitong's son-in-law. But thinking of the god of cookery's innate skills, she suspected that Su Yitong's emotions were transferred to herself by Yu Shuinhuan. Since Su Yitong was so unhappy today, Yu Shuinhuan must be lucky. Everyone is in a state where the relationship is torn apart, but just a small cut is covered up again. A little cracked, but not irreparable. Everyone started laughing and chatting again. Although this kind of banquet would not require Yu Shuinhuan, the half-host, to cook personally, Yu Shuinga still did not dare to eat too much. She only took 2 bites during the whole process. After the meal, Yu Shuinga left after a few polite words. Before leaving, Su Yitong, perhaps to make up for the unpleasantness at the dinner table, not only sent someone to send her back, but also sent a whole truck of things. Although he didn't suffer any loss today, Yu Shuinga was still unhappy. When he was unhappy, he had to find something to do with the Su family. But this really requires cooperation from someone. She planned to use the green equipment that would soon be eliminated in the early stage to make a big fortune from the Su family and consume some of the Su family's gold reserves. Although she thought that the Su family was likely to have someone on Zealand Star, the other party might not have as much starting capital as she did to exchange for equipment. She rushed back to reality just for this matter. Even if the Su family was good at finding out, only a few specific people knew that she was exchanging 200 for 1 gold coin. However, as long as she acted early, she was confident that she could exchange 1 kilogram of gold from the Su family for the excellent green equipment, worth less than 1 gold. And these equipment are all belts that she carefully selected. After the game was officially launched on February 22nd this year, a machine that made belts in a factory near the city mutated. The belts it produced were all small green belts of excellent strength and agility grade, which were extremely practical for level 0 players. The machine was directly requisitioned by the official in the form of profit sharing, and it produced green belts in large quantities to supply domestic players to get through the most difficult times in the early stages. In less than half a month, the price of waste equipment was directly lowered. Even if the output cannot keep up with the demand for the time being, knowing that there is a fixed output, everyone will of course give priority to purchasing equipment for other parts, especially players in the city. Since they are close to the water, the city is the one that has the least shortage of belts. During those months, green equipment of the same level could be sold for a maximum of 1 gold. But green equipment at the belt level could only be sold for a maximum of 40 silver. Because the official belt is only 15 silver. Yu Xuanga bought 1,000 belts. Her goal was to get at least 1,000 kilograms of gold from the Su family. She couldn't help but sigh that it would be faster to just grab it. But she had no plans to go to the Su family's underground treasure room in the near future. She could think of countless ways to deal with such invisible players, and there would be even more at the Su family. Maybe the treasure room was now filled with electric grids, and she would be numb as soon as she landed. In fact, she also knew that she could make more money by selling these things to the Su family 1 or 2 days after the game was officially invaded. But at that time, the Su family would definitely know the news of the mutation of the items in the real world faster than ordinary people. Who knows if they would get the news that the machines in the belt processing factory had also mutated. And selling 1,000 pieces of equipment would take at least a few days from contact to negotiation to transaction. If she was a little slower, the belt would be in her hands, and she would lose the opportunity to dig a hole for Yu Xuanhuan. She was not worried about aiding the enemy. By mid-March, most players who were addicted to dungeons had a belt. Everyone was at the same starting line, and the Su family would not be too far ahead. But she could use this to give the Su family a push and get them to exchange for some gold. As long as the Su family dared to exchange, she would dare to snatch it halfway. Yu Xuanga directly teleported to the airport, found a plane to Hong Kong City, turned into a kitten and hid in it, took a nap, and after landing, teleported to the place he had been to when buying weapons. Then, he used the camouflage skill to disguise himself as a 2-meter-tall strong man, and found a Hong Kong player who was mixed up in gangs. He asked him to help him sell equipment, and gave him 3 green clothes after the deal was done. The other party agreed immediately. Yu Xuanga gave him Yu Xuanhuan's contact information. This is the buyer I found. He is rich and a player. His wife's family can afford 1,000 green clothes. I want 1 pound of gold for each piece. Anything above that will be yours. Okay, leave it to me. After having dinner with Yu Xuanga that day, Yu Xuanhuan didn't feel well. When Su Yidong loses her temper, she doesn't yell or scream hysterically. Nor does she deliberately pick a fight or yell at you. She considers herself a well-educated and superior person, and when she bullies someone, it's in a silent way that makes you feel pain. Yu Xuanga made her unhappy, so she made both Yu Xuanga and Yu Xuanhuan unhappy. So these days, Yu Xuanhuan found that a lot of his information had been leaked. After Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong got married, he did not give up his career as a host. It was not because of his ambition, but because this was one of the few times he could be in a superior position. In the small live broadcast room, people would analyze the luxurious decoration in his background, praise his looks and his gaming skills, and even a water cup he picked up casually would be talked about and analyzed for its price. No one knew about his physical disability, and no one openly or secretly disliked the disability of his God-given talent. However, the wind direction has become strange these days. He used that nickname when he was a game host before, and his real name had never been revealed. Even when Yu Xuanga became a celebrity, he did not take advantage of that popularity. After all, the fact that Yu Xuanga gave them money could not withstand being exposed, and he did not want Yu Xuanga to be accused of being a brother-supporting demon. It would not be good if people were awakened by such abuse. But now his real name has been revealed. Not only that, the information that he and Yu Xuanga are siblings and he married into a wealthy family as a son-in-law has also been revealed. However, which wealthy family it is, no one knows. This made him popular. But this kind of fire was not what he wanted. Although times have changed and everyone is clamoring about the goodness of having a living as a gigolo, those who cannot afford it will only laugh at those people for being cowardly when they see someone actually having one. But in fact, these words meant nothing to Yu Xuanhuan. He knew what he was after. He had already prepared himself mentally before becoming a son-in-law. What made him uncomfortable was the attitude of the Su family. Inexplicably, she had treated him better before, but had become cold again recently. Sometimes he felt like Su Yitong's pet to entertain himself, and his status was not even as good as that of the border collie Su Yitong raised, which was indeed the case. Yu Xuanhuan ignored the comments in the live broadcast room, finished today's game, and ended the broadcast with a smile. Just as I was about to close the software, I saw a private message in the background. 4289359285. Do you want to buy the green game costume? Do you know what game it is? It was just a coincidence that he received thousands of private messages every day, if not tens of thousands, but he just happened to see this one today. Yu Xuanhuan didn't think there was anything strange about this. He was just so lucky. And since he started cooking and delivering meals to his brothers in the studio from time to time, he was able to do things even more efficiently. He secretly dug up a lot of things from the Su family to build his own power, but the Su family didn't even notice. According to his plan before marriage, he wanted to cooperate with Su Yidong and use his good luck to help Su Yidong develop her career, so as to gain the trust of the Su family. However, Su Yidong never thought of telling him about this matter after entering the game, which made him change his mind. He planned to use the power of the Su family to strengthen himself first, and then slowly improve his status before cooperating with Su Yitong. But recently, he has been having a hard time in the Su family and has no say. Even today at the dinner table, he couldn't get a word in when they were discussing games with his sister. If Yu Xuanga hadn't taken care of him and talked to him several times, he would have been like an outsider the whole time. Yu Xuanhuan stopped closing the software. Chapter 66. Digging a Hole for My Good Brother. God. What game? 4289359285. God's Gift. Warcraft. 10. God. Which part of the green equipment? How much is it? 42893592851000 pieces? Belts? Can you eat them? Only gold transactions are accepted. Yu Xuanhuan, who originally didn't take it seriously and just wanted to get to know another player, was startled. His attitude immediately became much more serious, and he quickly thought about how much benefit this matter could bring him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was to sell it to Yu Xuanga and get in touch with the official through Yu Xuanga. Now, besides Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua, the person he trusts the most is Yu Xuanga. But he rejected this idea the next second. Getting in touch with the authorities would mean offending the Su family, which was not worth it. However, he himself could not take such a huge profit, and he had won over less than 10 players. God, how much gold is it? What are its properties? I want to see the real thing. 4289359285 can add 3 attribute points, 2 caddies gold each. A pound of gold, about 500,000. This is obviously an exorbitant price. Although Yu Xuanhuan had only participated in one internal test, he had also visited the auction house. Although he had a long-term vision and used his money to learn professional skills and buy materials and skills, and he didn't remember the specific prices of these equipment, he could make them himself. Take jewelry processing, for example. Although he is only an elementary jewelry processor, he can already make earrings that can add 5 attribute points. However, those materials are very rare. Even if he can find a substitute in reality, it will cost more than 1 million. But this has a lot to do with the fact that the raw materials for jewelry processing are all jewelry. However, he can infer from his own situation that leatherworking, sewing, and engineering can definitely make this kind of equipment with added attribute points, and the cost is definitely not high, at least not like jewelry processing, which requires purchasing tens or even millions of gems. But therein lies the problem. Not everyone is like him, who can get hundreds of gold coins every time he enters the game. Most people only have dozens of silver coins obtained through tasks, which is not enough to buy materials or even learn skills. God, I want to see the real thing. Yu Xuanga stayed in her own villa every day to practice alchemy. She refined 1,000 bottles of primary healing potions and planned to sell them to the Su family in exchange for gold. This thing is eliminated the fastest, but it is still very valuable nowadays. Everyone starts with 100 health points, and a bottle of potion that can add 60 health points is basically a life. Ordinary people may hide and wait for automatic recovery, but for the rich, they cannot stand a health value below 90. Although I'm not sure whether the Su family has trained their own alchemist now, it's worth trying to sell it. Although it seems that she helped the Su family in the early stage, even without her, the Su family could still buy these. It's not like the Su family can't play without her. It doesn't matter who she sells to. She can also reduce the Su family's gold reserves in the early stage when the importance of gold has not yet become prominent. Otherwise, the Su family must be waving paper money to buy from other places. Yu Xuanga had no plan to show up herself, so she disguised herself and found the Gun King, throwing the matter to him, specifying that it could only be sold to the Su family, 100 gold for 1 bottle of potion, and the rest would belong to him. The primary healing potion only costs 1 silver in the store on Zealand Star, but can be sold for 100 gold, which is simply a sky-high price, 50 times the price. But for cross-border purchasing, don't you have to pay extra? She just kept the potion and took 200 kilograms of gold from the Gun King. She was not worried that the Gun King would not do as she asked. They were all smart people. She must have her own ways to come up with so many good things. Although she didn't know whether she had a grudge or a favor with the Su family, if the Gun King didn't sell it to the Su family, the other party would not look for him again if there was such a good thing next time. However, Yu Shuinga was not at ease with Hong Kong Boy. Although Hong Kong Boy was smart, Hong Kong City was far away, and he did not value his reputation in the underworld as much as the Gun King did. So Yu Shuinga only sold 3 samples to Hong Kong Boy and asked him to come back to him after the deal was done. Under the huge profit trend, the Gun King and the Hong Konger made their offers with a ruthless heart. Yu Shuinga uses the teleportation array to go to Zealand Star every day, because the last time she turned into a goblin to deliver wine to the undead female mentor. After receiving the wine, the other party asked her to take out the potion she had recently refined, and then gave her a 10-minute lesson. Since then, Yu Shuinga brought wine to the alchemy shop every day to ask questions to the undead female mentor. A bottle of high-end red wine or white wine could last for a 10-minute class. She brought 5 bottles each time and had a 50-minute class. Excluding the time for walking and recarving the teleportation array, she used up the 1-hour disguise time completely. Then go to the wild to level up for 5 hours. And in the afternoon use the camouflage skill and bring wine to find the undead female mentor for a 50-minute lesson. Although her experience points did not increase, her understanding of potions was increasing every day. She could only learn the techniques by watching videos, but she could learn the properties and various pharmacology from the undead female mentor. Yu Shuinga's daily schedule is packed. So much so that when she received a call from Aberdeen in early February, asking her to take the remaining belts to Hong Kong City for trading, she looked at the date and was surprised to find that time had passed so quickly. She immediately used the old method to take a free flight to Hong Kong City and arrived at the agreed location after using her disguise skills. Aberdeen was waiting for her in a private room in the hotel. Yu Shuinga had already checked how many people were around through Hunting Eye and found that the private rooms on both sides were full of people. She was not dissatisfied. The number of people was within the normal range and there was no ambush. She did not touch the tea on the table. Did you agree? Is it the person I introduced? Hong Kong Boy didn't ask the other party why he wanted to sell it to that person. Yes, you can check. He and his wife are next door. Yu Shuinga nodded. Where's the gold? Aberdeen opened the box on the table, which was full of gold bricks. Yu Shuinga felt familiar at first sight. What a familiar style. She also took out a box of belts neatly. The two pushed the boxes in front of each other and began to check the gold equipment they received. Gold is very easy to check. The detection skill of her Soros pocket watch can not only detect character information, but also item information. As long as she makes sure that the purity of a piece of gold meets the standard, and then puts it into the game backpack to see if it can be stacked, she can also quickly calculate how many kilograms it weighs. The more than 900 pieces of equipment were a bit troublesome, as each one had to be checked one by one. However, Yu Shuinga had a good attitude. She patiently waited for the other party to check, but was secretly on guard against whether the other party would make trouble. Half an hour later, Hong Kong Aberdeen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this was a scam. He put away the equipment and said, "Happy transaction. Next time there is such a big order, we will continue to cooperate." He had no intention of robbing his fellow thieves. This was the city center and everyone was a player. It would be best if they could trade peacefully. Moreover, they made a lot of money from this order. Although the Su family was unwilling to pay more gold and were only willing to give 1 kilogram of gold for each belt, the Su family was willing to pay more. In this transaction, they could make an extra 10,000 yuan for each piece of equipment. 1,000 pieces of equipment would mean 10 million yuan. Even if they kept a few pieces for themselves, the remaining 9 million yuan would be enough for them and their brothers to eat for a year. Yu Shuinga stood up and left quickly, as she didn't have much time left to pretend. The potion and the belt together brought him 1,200 kilograms of gold from the Su family. Chapter 67 Iron Pot. The next day, Yu Shuinga was preparing to go out to buy some wine. She had been consuming too much alcohol recently, so she planned to stock up more and get some cocktail recipes to give to the mentor to see if she could come up with something good. But before the car left the villa area, she received a message from Yu Shuinhuan, asking her if she was in the villa and that he had something good to give her. Yu Shuinga then went back, and then waited for the belt that Yu Shuinhuan sent him. Well, it was the money she sold just yesterday. It is also a belt that adds 4 attribute points. Among those 1,000 belts, only more than 50 of them added 4 attribute points, and the others only added 3 attribute points. Yu Shuinga was not surprised. This was how Yu Shuinhuan and the Su family did things. When they were not human, they were worse than animals. But when they were human, they were more human than anyone else. After she acted out an act of deep sisterly love, she gave Yu Shuinhuan 3 bottles of primary healing potions she made herself and sent him away. Yu Yu Xuanhuan had become accustomed to Yu Xuange's behavior. If you gave her something, she would definitely give you something in return. He left with satisfaction, feeling that he had not only gained his sister's favor, but also had not lost out, so he was a winner. Ever since he facilitated the transaction of 1,000 pieces of green equipment, he has recently gained some say in the Su family. At least he will not be excluded from many things. He knows that the Su family has also bought a lot of this kind of potion recently, and one bottle costs 250 gold. With this calculation, he has made a profit. As for the fact that the door was blocked after the transaction was completed yesterday and several members of the Su family died, what did that have to do with him? After sending the people away, Yu Xuenge immediately rearranged the spider silk trap and then hurried out. She was busy until the afternoon before going home, but Yu Xuenge was in no hurry to go to Zealand Star. She had taken out all the weapons and antiques she had collected in the past 6 months from her backpack and placed them in the safe house on the top floor. She didn't know the cause of the mutation, but she was worried that the game backpack would isolate substances that could cause objects to mutate. She even put the few Polaroid cameras and durian shells she received as a joke in Saudi country here. She now checks it every day. There is a spider silk trap every half a step near the safe house, and she has soaked all the spider silk in poison. Corrosive potion. Upon contact, the target loses 10 health points per second, lasting for 3 minutes. This is the most powerful poison that Yu Xuenge can concoct. It is a product of intermediate alchemy and can kill a player in 6 seconds. After checking the safe house, Yu Xuenge immediately used her disguise skills and took the newly bought wine to Zealand Star. She came back after a 50-minute class. She was going to do something tonight and had to prepare in advance. Although she sold the useless belt to the Su family in exchange for gold of greater value, she also tricked Yu Xuanhuan and deepened the conflict between him and Su Yitong. More importantly, after 2 game-related orders required gold transactions, she didn't believe that the Su family would not take any action. As long as the Su family exchanged gold, she would have the opportunity to take action. All in all, it was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But Yu Xuenge couldn't sleep at night when she thought about the Su family having an extra 1,000 green clothes. She had to find something to balance it out. The Su family is large, and the 3 branches industries are spread across various fields, but the bulk of them are in 4 major areas: real estate, medicine, catering, and new energy batteries. From the green of the stocks in the first 2 areas, we can infer that the situation of the Su family in recent years has not been very good. But after the game was invaded, an old iron pot in the restaurant owned by Su Yitong, which had been used since the restaurant opened, underwent a mutation. The dishes cooked in it could be upgraded to a higher level. The Su family didn't discover it at first, but the business of Su's restaurant was getting better and better. The dishes made were all home-cooked dishes, but the eating effect was no worse than the cooking skills learned by players from Aliens. Only then was it revealed by other players that there was a magical pot in Su's restaurant, and later this pot fell into the hands of Yu Xuanhuan. Although I don't know what level of props this is, it is definitely a good thing to be able to fall into the hands of the male protagonist and become his kitchen utensil. Yu Xuenge hadn't gone to get it because she was worried that if she took it away early, it would affect the iron pot. An iron pot is not like a cat bed that can be left there, and cats will come to it. If the pot is not used and maintained properly, it will easily lose its luster. Her schedule after her rebirth is even busier than that of the top stars in the entertainment industry, and she has no time to take care of the pot. But now it's the 10th, and it's time to take my own pot home. It's only 4 o'clock now, but Yu Xuenge has to go check the time. Otherwise, he won't be able to apparate there at night. After picking up Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, the 2 tools, she went to Su's restaurant together. This restaurant had to be booked a few days in advance. After ordering the food, Yu Xuenge slowly strolled along the corridor of the restaurant under the pretext of admiring the oil paintings on the walls and observed where the serving staff came from. She had come here to eat in her previous life, but never cared where the kitchen was. After observing for a while, Yu Xuenge went back to the private room. She then realized that Yu Qingshan's expression was not very good. It cannot be said to be not very good, but he seemed to be in a bad state. He had not spoken much since he met the person. Although the 2 men in the family looked like they were about to die every now and then recently, she had not done anything recently. Why did it happen again? She asked casually, "Why are you unhappy?" Yu Qingshan pursed his lips and asked the waiter to serve the wine first. He didn't know where to start. He recently found a player who could repair items. Although the price was not low, he got a lot of money from Yu Xuanhuan. His son, who married into a wealthy family, gave him some money from time to time, so he could repair those things without using up his own capital. But the problem was that after repairing them, he thought that these things were too fragile and could be destroyed by anyone in the family who went crazy. It just so happened that Yu Xuanhuan had been urging him to exchange more gold for storage since last week, so he took a few things to sell yesterday. As a result, the other party said they were fake after appraisal. He was so weak at the time. I took everything out of the house without even eating and asked 3 different people to identify it, and they all said it was fake. Yu Qingshan felt like the sky was falling. He drank wine one sip after another, feeling very bitter. He couldn't tell Yu Xuanga about this. After all, Yu Xuanga didn't know that there were these things at home from the beginning to the end. He suspected that the player had switched the items and wanted Yu Xuanhuan to find someone to settle the score. Yu Xuanhuan was 95% responsible for this matter, so he did not shirk it. However, he lost interest after using the Su family's connections to find out the man's information because the other party was from the Liang family. If he wanted to settle the score, he would have to rely on the Su family's power. However, the Su family and the Liang family have been cooperating recently, and their relationship is very delicate, so it is not easy to move. After asking a few questions, Yu Qingshan didn't say anything, so Yu Xuanga stopped asking. Yu Qingshan was drinking to relieve his sorrow, and Yu Xuanga was using the sight of Yu Qingshan drinking to relieve his boredom as an excuse for eating. As for Ichiogwa, he was taking photos and posting them on WeChat Moments to show off his happy life. She knew that those things worth tens of billions were gone, but, like the last names of her future grandchildren, these things had nothing to do with her. Even if they were really converted into cash, she would only be able to spend a few $100 million, and her life would be no different from now, so she was not actually sad. She considers herself to be the most insightful and sober woman in the family. Chapter 68, Zeylan's morality has changed. Facts have proved that it was right to bring Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, because after taking a photo while eating and posting it to the group, Yu Xuanhuan was very considerate and gave her gold coins. He transferred money to her in the group and said that he would treat her to the meal. Yu Xuanga stepped on the point without spending a penny. After sending the depressed Qingshan and the happy Chiogwa home, he went to bed early. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yu Xuanga got up on time to do something. According to the old rules, he first used a layer of camouflage skill, then a layer of illusion spell, and then apparition teleported to the Su's restaurant. Used the void potion to go through the wall and find the kitchen. There were 8 pots in total, and they all looked exactly the same. She didn't have the ability to tell the age of the iron pots. Anyway, they all looked quite clean, and the rust had been eaten away by diners. She put all 8 pots into a storage box and put it in her game backpack. She didn't even suggest buying a few pots to replace them. The more you do, the more mistakes you will make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you will make. Yu Xuanga left happily with 8 black pots on his shoulders, but he felt a little regretful that he couldn't let the Su family feel sad about this matter. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanga teleported directly to the outside of the Su family manor, and then turned into a bird and flew towards Su Yitong's villa. After landing at the window, she turned into a small spider and crawled into the house. As she expected, a spider weighing only a few grams could not trigger the Su family's pressure-sensing device at all. It was just a little difficult to climb up. To reach a place that a person could reach in one step, she had to jog for more than 10 seconds, not to mention climbing the stairs. Fortunately, Su Yitong had invited her to this new house, so she didn't have to waste time figuring out which room belonged to Su Yitong or Yu Xuanhuan, but went straight to the master bedroom. After entering the room through the crack in the door, he ran straight to under the bed. At this moment, the long-lost sense of happiness and security swept over Yu Xuanga's body. This place is still the best. It feels like home. Yu Xuanga did not try to steal Su Yitong. Her target tonight was Yu Xuanhuan. As usual, I gave Yu Xuanhuan a happy again to change his luck to 1, and then he did 3 consecutive steals. Harvest. But Yu Xuanga can afford the time. After she crawled to the bathroom, she stood on the toilet to regain her human form and ate a dish that could continuously restore blood. With triple critical strike, she restored 600 blood per minute. Then she turned into a spider again and crawled back. When her blood was full, she continued to steal. When the blood recovery effect wore off, she returned to the toilet and continued to eat. While chewing the steak with the illusion spell on, Yu Xuanga said to himself, Yu Xuanga, don't be so disgusting next time. Then in the second half of the night, Yu Xuanga stole 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points from Yu Xuanhuan. When she turned into a bird and flew away from the villa, she glanced at her brother lying on the bed and decided to come again tomorrow night. Yu Xuanhuan is worthy of being the little silver coin of the Yu family. His highest attribute value is intelligence, and the 3 points he stole are all intelligence. Now Yu Xuanga's attributes are as follows. Health, 350. Mana, 800. Strength, 17. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 21. Agility, 25. Those pieces of equipment are meaningless. They are all low-level green equipment, and Yu Shuinga plans to sell them. But that prop is fun. The magical soup spoon of the god of cookery. Level the soup spoon used by the god of cookery to taste the saltiness of the soup after cooking. Long-term use has tainted it with the god of cookery's aura. When eating with it, one can taste the imperfections in the food. Although it is not a set, I always feel that it is from the same series as the god of cookery's drool pouch. Yu Shuinga decided to go to the auction house to search for other series of god of cookery when he goes to Zealand Star tomorrow. It was just daybreak when Yu Shuinga returned home. After drinking a cup of homemade milk tea that could boost her mental strength, she got busy. She first prepared a few bowls of food for the cats in the backyard, and then used the 8 large iron pots to cook 8 dishes that could restore health. She planned to do this every day until the game invasion to ensure that the pots were in use. After grabbing the opportunity to be the hostess, she took the wine and went to Zealand Star for class. She only attended for 40 minutes today, and then she slipped into the auction house to search for the keyword, God of Cookery. But there was nothing. She tried searching for Thief God, but found nothing. She tried the Water God without any hope. The result was a very interesting prop in the shape of a ruby button. Water God is my rival. Level the toy of the God of Fire. After wearing it, when someone absorbs your health, if the other party fails to absorb your health, you will absorb one of the other party's health in reverse. If the other party absorbs successfully, the other party will fall into the burning state, dropping 1 health point per minute for 5 minutes. It's very expensive, 998 gold, and the skills to deal with it are very simple. Maybe she didn't have the detection skill in her previous life. The only blood-sucking skill she has seen so far is the vampire, in Liang Yuchuan's Water God talent, which has a 20% chance of sucking 1 health point from the opponent. But Yu Shuinga took a picture of the prop without hesitation. Why did she work so hard to earn money? Wasn't it just to deal with that group of people? After getting the ruby button, she directly bound it with a binding stone and then installed it on the chain of the pocket watch. Considering that the disguise time is always tight, Yu Shuinga also searched for other disguise skills, but most of them have limitations and flaws. Even the most practical Animagus has many limitations. Disguise skills comparable to the Thief God, Jialai, are simply not found. She looked at the remaining disguise time, and Apparition teleported to the suburbs to start today's leveling. She also searched for Su Yitong's talent, Holy Light, but found nothing. Finally, Yu Shuinga picked and chose and bought a Emerald Feast, which is a rare skill that adds blood by percentage, and it is a level 1. Level 1 skills are extremely rare even in the Zealand Star auction house, and most of the time there are no more than 10 items. It's not that Yu Shuinga didn't want to buy them before, but he either didn't have the money or didn't see the right skills when he had money. Emerald Feast, level after use, you can instantly restore 50 health points, and in the next 3 minutes, restore 10 health points per minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. You can extract the vitality from plants and store it, up to 500 health points of the user. When using the previously stored vitality to restore health points, you can freely control the amount of treatment, and the skill will not fall into cooldown. The unique skill of single target healing, in terms of blood volume added, is comparable to Su Yitong's strongest blood-adding skill in her previous life. But this Emerald Feast can store 500 health points. What does this mean? It means that she can steal 25 times without injury. Oh my god, my addiction to stealing gods is coming back. The selling price was 12,999 gold, which rounded off to about 10,000 gold, so she bought it right away. She found that the auction house had learned bad habits from somewhere recently. In the past, they always had integers and decimals, but now they are either 99, 999, or 9,999. It's like a big sale. She felt like she was not spending money, but getting a bargain. She had reason to suspect that it was Zhao Shuang who brought about the bad habits. There is no evidence, just a feeling. Chapter 69, The Second Brother. The next night, Yu Shuinga went under Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan's bed again. She now felt as comfortable going under other people's beds as going back to her own home. There were no attribute values this time, just a few pieces of junk equipment. Although her success rate was not high, the attribute points she stole each time were more than the equipment and props. She always felt that this was where her luck tin came into play. In her opinion, attribute points were indeed much more important than those external objects. Yu Shuinga stayed up until 3 a.m., but was in no hurry to leave. She was busy some time ago, and has only been in frequent contact with these 2 people in the past 2 days. Soros's Probe 24 was in energy-saving mode. It was fine yesterday, but today Su Yitong didn't know where she went. When she entered the house, she found that her life value was not 100, but 99. She didn't care at the time, But when she went to the bathroom to eat and saw the unwrapped sanitary napkin, she realized that it was her period. However, after a few hours, how come Su Yitong's health is still 99, automatically recovering? Is this person peeing blood in bed? She also had her menstrual period, so there would indeed be a small fluctuation, but the player's health would recover automatically. The speed was determined by the physical attribute. Although it was not as good as the undead eating meat and drinking blood, or even as good as drinking potions and using skills, it was more or less useful. At least according to Su Yitong's current physical condition, even if the amount of bleeding during her menstrual period was heavy, it would definitely recover automatically to the full value. Thinking of a possibility, Yu Xuanga flew to the bedside table, used the invisibility spell the moment he regained his human form, and then immediately shot the two people on the bed twice, making them fall to the ground. He carefully took out a syringe and drew blood from them. Afterwards, he went to the Liang family's property, a private school. He pried up a statue from the school along with the ground and took it away in his gaming backpack. This statue is an ancestor of the Liang family. According to seniority, he should be Liang Yuchuan's great-grandfather. If his resume is true, he is indeed a good man. His greatest hobby is doing charity, but it is none of her business. He is a good man, but she, Yu Xuanga, is not a good man. After the game was invaded, this statue was transformed into a good thing that can add group power to the team. After the game was invaded, the Liang family carried the statue of their great-grandfather around the world to fight. Many people laughed at them, but in fact they were very jealous. Su Yitong had felt jealous many times. Yu Xuanga decided to keep this great-grandfather with herself first. After the game is officially invaded and all functions are enabled, she will auction it directly through the game auction house. As long as the Liang family does not want their great-grandfather to fall into the hands of others, they have to buy it. After being busy all night, it was just dawn when she returned home. Yu Xuanga counted and found that she had not slept for the past 2 days, but she was used to it. She simply had a meal and rested for a while. After the cooling time of Jala was over, she immediately went out to the dark market, disguised as an old lady, and walked into the black clinic. She took out 2 tubes of blood and asked the other party to help her test whether she had any disease. She would come to get the results in the evening. After Yu Xuanga went home and slept for 2 hours, she went to Zealand Star to attend classes and level up. It was another fulfilling and busy day. In the evening, when she saw the results showing that both of them had successfully recovered from the disease, she felt that this day was not only fulfilling, but also perfect. Wonderful. The health of these 2 people can't be restored automatically? I don't know if there are any other effects. I just don't know if this disease will be displayed after all players' game panels are officially updated on the day of the game invasion. I hope that when Su Yitong pranks Yu Xuanhuan, the blood won't splash on me. It's a pity that Yu Xuanhuan and Liang Yuchuan must not have been together at this time. No, she even doubted whether Liang Yuchuan would still fall in love with Yu Xuanhuan in this life after Yu Xuanhuan lost the god of cookery. She didn't think the 3 women were fools. On the contrary, Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan were all smart and rational people in her eyes. Although in her opinion they all had their own character flaws, arrogance, violence, viciousness, but that was because in front of a small figure like her, they were too lazy to pretend, and there was no need to pretend. But to the outside world, these 3 women not only had strong skills and good reputations, but also had considerable say in their respective families. Men in power are not necessarily smart or outstanding. Most of them are idiots, but women in power are not simple at all. Every time she reviewed her past life, she would doubt whether they really loved Yu Xuanhuan. Not necessarily. Love cannot be shared with others. Only interest can be shared. Yu Xuanga was lying in the backyard, with kittens running around her. She was thinking about how to dig a trap for the Su and Liang families. What kind of torture is just an incurable disease? But at this point in time, if she remembered correctly, Yu Xuanhuan met his second good brother Lin Qingze during the period before the game was officially invaded, right? This is also a piece of shit. Nowadays, anyone can be given the image of a love-struck licker. Lin Qingze is the infatuated licker, not for the 3 female protagonists, but for her, Yu Xuanga. But in reality, this guy is even more hypocritical than Yidong. When Yidong talks nonsense and finds out that he ignores him, he changes his face. Compared with Lin Qingze, Yidong is more genuine. Lin Qingze pursued her, and the more she rejected him, the more excited he became. Everyone knew that Lin Qingze liked her, but in fact, he became blind when the Su and Liang families dealt with her, exploited her, and robbed her of her things. It doesn't matter if you are blind, but after the incident is over, you come back and continue to say you love her as if nothing happened. Nowadays, if you chase a girl, you at least give her a bouquet of flowers. After the game invasion, this guy just gave her a gift, and he didn't see any equipment, gold coins, or skill books. He is really a genius at saving money. Even though Yu Xuanhuan tried hard to gain her trust, he would still take the time to tell her what was in his heart, saying that she had no conscience and that Lin Chengze loved her so much, but she didn't respond. Yu Xuanga felt that even if he had not been hunted down in his previous life, he would have suffocated to death sooner or later if he had continued to stay in this broken place. This person became a player after the game was officially invaded. Although it was a little late, his God-given talent was level 1. It is unforgivable. She decided to take some time out in the next few days to follow Yu Xuanhuan to find him. She wasn't a murderous person, and he hadn't done anything wrong. He just liked her. Is it wrong to like someone? Lin Chengze didn't commit any serious crime. He just asked her to be patient when she was wronged. He just said he loved her, but watched everyone blame her for rejecting him. He just liked Yu Xuanhuan but didn't dare to speak up, worried that she would notice that he was going to kick him out of the team. So he used her as a tool to show his affection. After she discovered his secret, he knelt down and begged for her forgiveness. But a few days later, rumors began to spread that Yu Xuanga agreed to his courtship on the condition that Lin Chengze gave her 1,000 gold coins and a set of level 20 blue clothes. It was just, damn, I can't finish talking about it in a day and a night. How big of a deal? She dug out his eyes and that was the end of it. It's fair, right? Since I was blind when I shouldn't have been blind in my previous life, I might as well be blind forever in this life. He got a good deal. Chapter 70 Blind Spot. The 22nd of the month was a very special day. In her previous life, many people thought that this would be the time for the 4th internal test. Although Yu Xuanga didn't know about the existence of the game during that time, she knew about Yu Xuanhuan's big move. Before the Spring Festival, he recruited a few people to set up a small studio. There were gamers and ordinary people with excellent family backgrounds. Lin Chengze was the rich second generation with excellent family background. 2 days before the game was officially launched, I took a few people home for dinner. My career was completely ruined during that period. The resources that Yu Xuanhuan introduced through the Su family were not good ones. She spent most of her time at home. She was also there on the day of dinner. Among that group of people were Yi Dong and Lin Chengze. Calculating the time, it's recently. There was less than a week left before Zealand Star was officially invaded. Yu Xuanga's schedule was very full, and he was too lazy to have this meal. She used the disapparition spell to teleport to the vicinity of Yu Xuanhuan's small apartment, and then turned into a bird and flew to his apartment window. Through the window, she saw several people playing on the computer inside, including Yi Dong, Lin Chengze, and a few other familiar faces. They were not playing games. The computer interfaces were filled with either chat boxes or forums. It seemed that Yu Xuanhuan had already started to build his own power. She didn't even wait until dark, but flew directly to the bathroom, using her camouflage skills to disguise herself as a member of the Liang family she had met before. She put on a mask and gloves, pushed the door open, walked up to the confused Lin Chengze, quickly grabbed his neck, then took out a dagger to dig out his 2 eyeballs, cut off the nerves connecting the eyeballs, and after the eyeballs fell to the ground, she raised her feet and stomped on them twice, bursting them directly. Then he let go of the wailing Lin Chengze, put away the dagger, turned around calmly, and caught a glimpse of a familiar figurine in the cabinet. It was exactly the same as the one in which he twisted his arm and scraped off his scalp. He didn't know whether Yi Dong had repaired it or bought a new one. She turned and walked over, smashed the glass with a punch, took out the figurine, crushed its arm twice, and then used the dagger to roughly hit the man with the rocket-like hair. The handsome figurine instantly turned into a Baka warrior. Then she threw the figurine behind her and pushed the door open to leave. From the moment she appeared to the moment she gouged out the eyes, stomped on them, and then stopped torturing the figurine and left, the whole process took no more than 30 seconds. The people in the room all had their brains overloaded and stood there in a daze. I really didn't expect that in broad daylight, a man would just come in, as elegant and calm as if he was returning to his own home, and then without a single harsh word he would just gouge someone's eyes out and treat a figurine so cruelly. And where did this person come from? Yi Dong shouted suddenly, waking up everyone in the room. Everyone then started to move in a panic, some picking up the figures, some chasing after the person, some feeding him medicine, and some calling for an ambulance. Yu Xuanga was not surprised that they would have such a reaction. She had rich combat experience in her previous life, but after her rebirth she experienced 10 months of peaceful life. Before she could start the formal leveling, she still needed to fight low-level monsters for half a day to regain her combat form, not to mention these people. Although they are players now, They have never experienced the baptism of combat. They are like ordinary people who suddenly get a gun. When encountering an emergency, they can't even remember that they have a gun, let alone draw it and hurt others. As soon as Yu Shuanga left the apartment, he drank the invisibility potion in front of the surveillance cameras. After that, he teleported directly to Zealand Star, turned into a cat, left the city, and went to find a place to level up. By the way, he absorbed the vitality of some plants on Zealand Star to fill up the health value of Emerald Feast. None of the people who can befriend Yu Xuanhuan are simple. Although the Lin family is not as powerful as the Su family and the Liang family, they are not simple either. I just don't know how they will treat Yu Xuanhuan this time. In the previous life, the Lin family bet on Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanga has already understood that Yu Xuanhuan has a say in the Su family, Liang family, and Han family. In addition to his own abilities, this is also inseparable from his ability to balance various forces. Not only did he make the three families of Su, Liang, and Han form a delicate relationship of mutual restraint with him as the center, but he also had the support of several small forces behind him and could not be easily moved. Otherwise, why would the Su family deprive her of her talent? Wouldn't it be better to directly deprive Yu Xuanhuan of it? While Yu Xuanga was leveling up today, she laughed out loud from time to time. She also went to the treehouse base to exchange her unused equipment with others. She planned to collect a set of equipment that increased agility, so that she could then clear dungeons alone with her high attack and agility. As for the equipment that increased physique, she would save it for when she teamed up with others. She did not hide the fact that she could now teleport between Blue Star and Zealand Star at will. Zhao Shuang knew how much money she had, so it was easy for her to buy a portal. As for those who don't know, there is no need for her to explain. Have you ever seen a strong man explaining to others every day why he is so strong? She likes to keep things secret because it's her personal preference, but it doesn't mean she is afraid of those people. After the cooldown of the disguise skill ended, Yu Xuanga went to the undead female tutor for another class in the afternoon. On her recommendation, he used gold coins to buy several old notebooks and professional books from her. Yu Xuanga suspected that the undead female mentor was taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. However, she still has more than 30,000 gold coins and more than 2,000 kilograms of gold on hand. As long as it can enhance her strength, she doesn't mind spending money. It is better than having money but nowhere to spend it before. Money can be earned at any time, but opportunities to enhance strength are rare. At least according to her observations over such a long period of time, this female instructor only taught herself, and she didn't say much to other suspected players no matter how much they spent in the store. Moreover, a bottle of master-level potion costs several hundred gold coins, so good days are yet to come. This is what the undead female mentor said to Yu Xuanga when she collected the money. Yu Xuanga no longer sought to become a master. She would be satisfied if she could make high-level potions that sold for dozens of gold in the auction house. In fact, she would not lose money if she only relied on elementary and intermediate alchemy. When she died in her previous life, players who were professional in alchemy were considered high-end talents, and various guilds were vying for them. After returning to Yu's house in the evening, I saw 3 missed calls on my phone, all from Ichiogwa. She checked the family group, but there was no message in the group, so she simply turned on the speakerphone and called back, asking what happened while cooking. "Where have you been? I can't get through on the phone." Your brother's colleague's eyes were gouged out. "Oh my, it was so scary. It happened in broad daylight. Your father and I rushed over during the day. I just left the hospital and was about to go home. That person seems to be no simple person. Your father said that he might cause trouble for your brother, but your brother was not there at the time. Why blame him?" Yu Xuanga suppressed his laughter and consoled him. "No matter how powerful they are, can they be as powerful as the Su family? It's okay, don't worry." Ichiogwa obviously thought so too. Otherwise her tone after the call was connected would not be one of gossip, without any anxiety or anger. "Yeah, no matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as his wife?" Yu Xuanga said a few more perfunctory words, and then hung up the phone. Blind spot is good. Chapter 71 Demonic Eye. Yu Qingshan just felt that the Yu family had bad feng shui recently. His daughter retired from the entertainment industry, his son got into accidents again and again, and the family's treasure was finally repaired but was replaced. In fact, he had thought about whether it was Yu Xuanhuan who had swapped the fakes. Otherwise, no matter how out of control he was, he wouldn't smash the treasures at home, right? Who has ever seen someone tear up money when they got angry? He even suspected that Yu Xuanhuan had done it on purpose, using the excuse of losing control of his emotions to smash the fakes, but he didn't expect that he would find a player to repair them. But suspicion is one thing. Now that Yu Xuanhuan has entered the Su family, He has to pretend not to know no matter how many suspicions he has. Forget all these. Yu Xuanhuan has offended the Lin family again. Although this matter had nothing to do with Yu Xuanhuan from beginning to end, the Lin family even quickly locked onto the man's appearance through surveillance and found out that the man was from the Liang family. But since the youngest son's eyes were stepped on and popped out, it was hard for the Lin family not to vent their anger. The Liang family couldn't be offended, and they would probably get nothing if they went to hold them accountable directly, but could the Lin family not touch the other people in the studio? Even if Yu Xuanhuan was half a member of the Su family, he was just a son-in-law. As long as the Lin family didn't really come to their door, they would be right. The incident with the youngest son of the Lin family happened in your studio, so you have to take responsibility no matter what, right? Maybe it was you who caused the trouble, and we, the Lin family, took the blame. The Lin family pretended that they had not found any information about the murderer. They did not contact the Liang family or the Su family, but only demanded an explanation from Yu Xuanhuan and the others. Yu Xuanhuan, Yi Dong, and the others were also confused. Although their family background was not worse than the Lin family, even if their family background was not good, they still had the identity of players. Players' methods were unpredictable, and the Lin family would not really break up with them when they were not sure whether they could kill them with one blow. But they could not solve this kind of problem by their own strength. Yu Xuanhuan in particular was in a state of panic. He inexplicably lost 3 attribute points and also lost several pieces of equipment and an item. Before he could recover from such a serious incident, Lin Chengze got into trouble again. It was already the 19th when Yu Xuenge heard that the matter was resolved satisfactorily because Yu Xuanhuan called her and invited her to dinner at Yu's house the next day. He wanted to introduce a few friends to his family. The plot was exactly the same as in her previous life. She asked Ichigua privately, and Ichigua did not hide it and told her everything he knew. It can only be said that Yu Xuanhuan is worthy of being the son of luck. He solved this problem by himself. He gave Lin Chengze a level 1 magic eye that he had obtained. Although there was only one, it not only allowed Lin Chengze to avoid the fate of becoming blind, but also allowed him to own a top-quality item that could not be bought with money in advance without being a player. This made the Lin family very satisfied. As long as the 4th internal test really exists, with this magic eye, Lin Chengze's starting point for becoming a player will be higher than that of most players. The Lin family naturally made peace with him. Not only that, Lin Chengze and several of his brothers also became more and more devoted to Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuenge was speechless. He had worked so hard to steal under the bed for a few days, but apart from the attribute points, he only stole some junk equipment. Where did Yu Xuanhuan get this level of magic eye? Besides, she didn't see any magic eyes in Yu Xuanhuan in her previous life. To put it another way, aren't the Lin family afraid that this eye will be dug out again? Yu Xuanhuan is not a generous person. If the Lin family can't provide any help in the future, she is sure that Yu Xuanhuan will find a way to get this magic eye back. The next morning, before it was fully light, Yu Xuenge arrived at the Yu family villa. She did so for no other reason than that she was afraid that Yu Xuanhuan would come home early and cook for her. She had to keep an eye on this unavoidable dinner the whole time just to be on the safe side. She didn't waste time either. On the surface, she was lying on the sofa watching TV, but in fact, she was watching the alchemy video in her mind. Otherwise, why is it the right time to start learning after the age of 25? When people are young, they don't understand the importance of learning. Only after being beaten by society do they realize what they want to learn. Learn anything that can make a lot of money. Even though she now easily spends thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins, in the first year of the game invasion in her previous life, she didn't have more than 10 gold coins on her. The expenses on potions, equipment, and skills were too high, especially potions. Even though the medical field in the real world has released a lot of therapeutic drugs that can be mass-produced, this thing has it all. When fighting monsters, you need to add blood almost every minute, so you can only use various methods in turn, such as primary treatment potions, hemostatic bandages, modern mutated blood replenishing pills, mutated red dates, etc. If you want to be efficient, you can't avoid healing potions. The primary healing potion that sells for 1 silver on Zealand Star can be sold for 20 silvers in the real world in the early stages. Thinking of the batch of potions he sold to the Su family for 100 gold, Yu Xuenge couldn't stop feeling happy. How could the Su family not know the true value of these potions? But this means that they cannot go to Zealand Star. People who go there are busy leveling up. Even if they have money, they spend it on strengthening themselves. They don't have the time to waste on reselling such small things. The round-trip fare is more than that. But for the truly rich, 100 gold is really nothing. 50,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. Drinking Cordyceps sinensis costs more than that. Even if they are not players, They are willing to buy this good thing that can directly replenish health points. Yu Shuinga hesitated whether to go find the Gun King again today and ask him to sell some more to the Su family, but he gave up on the second thought. It was almost February 22nd, and even if the Su family was not short of money, they would not be suckers. The previous 1,000 bottles were enough for their family members to deal with various emergencies. Now everyone is probably waiting for February 22nd. If there really is a fourth internal test on that day, they can just buy it in the game. It's different from the nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment. The amount is too large, so just buy it with gold. But potions are cheap, and the Su family can still get 5 gold coins if they pool their money together. If they really need it, they can just go to the drugstore and buy it. 1 silver coin can buy 1 bottle. Just as she was thinking about it, Yu Qingshan came over and sat down next to her. After a few words of concern full of fatherly love, he got to the point. Daughter, do you still have gold coins? Can you lend me some? Yu Shuinga glanced at Yu Qingshan, took out a gold coin from the purse of her backpack and handed it to Yu Qingshan. The Special Affairs Bureau hasn't settled my money for this month yet. You can take it and spend it first, and don't ask me whether to lend it to you or not. Ever since Yu Qingshan became a player with a God-given talent, Yu Shuinga would not lie to Yu Qingshan when they chatted face-to-face, and what she said was not a lie. She only signed the contract at the end of last month, and only handed in a batch of skill crystals on the 15th, and this batch of skill crystals would not be settled until the end of February. Although it was a little less than expected, Yu Qingshan had communicated with players and even played the game himself, so he naturally knew how hard it was to earn gold coins. Many people were considered rich if they had just a few dozen silver coins. He patted Yu Shuinga on the shoulder and said a lot of heartwarming words. Yu Shuinga also cooperated with him and acted out the role of loving father and filial daughter for a while. After a while, Yu Shuinhuan came in with the 5 friends. Chapter 72 Shield? Yu Shuinga saw Lin Chengze wearing an eye patch at a glance. His exposed eye was blue and quite beautiful, making people want to dig it out. She used the detection function immediately. Magic Eye. Level Petrie's Magic Eye, which accompanied him in his adventures on the sea for decades. Skill 1, Time Travel. After using it on the target, you can see the target's recent 6 experiences. Each use consumes 20 mana points and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Skill 2, Mind Reading. After using it, you can look directly into the target's eyes and read their thoughts. It consumes 10 mana points per second when used. Note, it needs to be placed in the eye socket to be effective. After seeing the skill description of Demon Eye, Yu Shuinga was shocked. She just broke out in a cold sweat, but then she changed her mind and realized that since she had Soros, she should be able to resist this kind of skill. Besides, Lin Chengze was not a player. He didn't even have magic power and couldn't use this item at all. She dared to assert that Lin Chengze could now rely on this magic eye to see things, and it must be because the players used healing skills on him. However, he must get this magic eye himself, even if he cannot use it. When Yu Shuinga was investigating the magic eye, Lin Chengze was also looking at Yu Shuinga. He almost instantly came up with a good idea, a golden idea that would allow him to stay with Yu Shuinhuan openly and without attracting Su Yitong's attention. He wanted to use Yu Shuinga as a shield. During the meal, Lin Chengze began to show his courtesy. Not only Lin Chengze, several other people were also attracted to Yu Shuinga. After all, Yu Shuinga's temperament and appearance were really outstanding. It's just that none of them were as quick as Lin Chengze. However, as soon as he poured a glass of wine for Yu Shuinga stared at him thoughtfully. Lin Chengze suppressed his pride and smiled shyly in joy. If there is a way to solve the hidden danger in advance, why wait for someone to take action before counterattacking? Yu Shuinga said, I seem to have seen you before. Have you talked to Lan Cheng? These words were like thunder, silencing everyone at the table. Lan Cheng, a male star with great acting skills, is based in Hengdian and is a model worker in the circle. Not to mention young people like Yu Shuinhuan and Yi Dong. Even the older generation like Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua have watched his TV series. Lin Chengze panicked for a few seconds, then immediately said angrily, How can you say that? How dare you slander me like that? Yu Shuinga suddenly realized and immediately poured wine for Lin Chengze. Sorry. I didn't mean to discriminate. It's my fault. After saying this, he slapped his mouth in annoyance, then took out a fine quality belt and handed it over. This is an apology. I'm really sorry. I can't control my mouth. He kept apologizing but refused to admit that what he had just said was false. All he had done was to raise his arms and shout at Lin Chengze to support homosexuals and fight against discrimination. Lin Chengze didn't say a word before a piece of equipment was stuffed into his hand. He was not even a player, so he couldn't wear it after getting it. But he didn't have time to think about these things. His mind was full of Yu Xuanhuan. He was worried that Yu Xuanhuan would stay away from him after knowing who he was. He kept an eye on Yu Xuanhuan's expression all the time. After realizing that there was only surprise and no disgust on the other's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Yu Xuanhuan was distracted, his mind full of his lost attribute points and the super magic eye temporarily stored in Lin Qing's eye socket. However, Yu Xuanhuan's calmness did not affect Lin Qing's disgust towards Yu Xuanga, but at the same time, he also gave up the idea of using Yu Xuanga as a shield because he did talk to Lan Cheng, but not many people knew about this. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. How could he have forgotten that Yu Xuanga was also in the entertainment industry before? Outsiders didn't know about his relationship with Lan Cheng, but people in the industry spread gossip very quickly. Maybe Yu Xuanga had heard about it at some point and took it seriously. Actually, it's not his fault. Although Yu Xuanga didn't do well in her previous life, she was still active in the entertainment industry. Yu Xuanhuan would always mention her famous works when introducing her. After Lin Chengzi came, he still tried to test her to make sure she didn't know about himself and Lan Cheng before using her as a shield. Yu Xuanga retired from the entertainment industry early in this life, so Lin Chengzi would never take a third-tier star seriously. He just thought Yu Xuanga looked familiar, so he unilaterally decided to use him as a shield. As for this secret, Yu Xuanga also discovered it in his previous life, because Lan Cheng was the one who finally joined the core of the male protagonist's team. He and Lin Chengzi still have a history of entanglement. In his previous life, Yu Xuanga discovered that something was wrong between the two and realized that Lin Chengzi was it. I can only say that the author of this novel about a son-in-law will add all kinds of messy, fashionable elements into it. There is no consideration at all as to whether the audience of the story of a son-in-law can accept a woman having a crush on her own boy. This little embarrassment was quickly overcome by Yu Xuanhuan's jokes. No one else was dissatisfied with Yu Xuanga because she was a player and Lin Chengzi was not. Moreover, she also compensated him with a piece of equipment. The belt emitted a faint green light and was obviously an excellent grade equipment. This apology was considered very sincere. Whether it is equipment or potions, even though everyone knows that they will depreciate over time, they are now what players urgently need, and they are extremely scarce on the market. So many people cannot buy them even if they want to. Even Lin Chengzi couldn't say anything. Although he hated Yu Xuanga's lack of tact, he calmed down and just thought that Yu Xuanga was really quick-witted. After finishing his meal, Yu Xuanga said goodbye. Before leaving, he generously gave each person a primary healing potion and left the Yu family amid the favorable gazes of a group of people. She began to understand Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan. It was really worthwhile to create a good image by using a small thing that was of no use to herself and could not change the fate of others. Yu Xuanga left a small spider controlled by only dead people will be obedient next to Yu Qinghuan's car before driving away in his own car. I must get this magic eye tonight. She always felt that this magic eye must have been useful to Yu Xuanhuan in his previous life. Even if he didn't use it himself, he would give it to his brothers and their wives. How come she had never seen it? It can't be that he is just pretending to be the one behind the scenes, right? Forget it. Let's get it first and then study it. Little Spider had already crawled into Yu Xuanhuan's car and hid behind the back seat. Under Little Spider's surveillance, Yu Xuanga knew as soon as Lin Chengzi and his group left the Yu family villa. Although they were all brothers, they only worked together in Yu Xuanhuan's apartment during the day and went back to their own homes at night. Yu Xuanhuan sent them home one by one, and finally only Yi Dong and Lin Chengzi were left. The former had been living in Yu Xuanhuan's apartment after coming to the city, and he was too lazy to find a house after living there for so long, and the latter didn't want to go back to the Lin family recently. He was afraid that other people in the Lin family would dig his eyes out. In Yu Xuanhuan's apartment, at least Yi Dong could protect him. Yes, the friendship among the protagonists is so touching. Lin Chengzi believes these brothers whom he has only known for a few months, but he does not believe those members of the Lin family who risk offending others to seek compensation for him. Chapter 73 Yu. Why are you blind again? 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. This time has almost become Yu Xuanga's biological clock. Recently, even when she doesn't stay up late, she will wake up once at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. He used the camouflage skill to disguise himself as a goblin, and after making 3 gold coins for today, he put on gloves and used the disillusionment spell to teleport to the apartment. He first activated the hunting eye to confirm whether there was an ambush nearby. After confirming, he went to the next room and knocked Yi Dong unconscious. When he passed the living room, he also checked the figurine. Very good, the arms and scalp are gone, but it still looks good this way. After entering Lin Chengzi's room, she also made him faint, then took out a dagger, pried open his eyelid with the magic eye, and with a poke and a pick, A complete eyeball was dug out. The huge pain and injury interrupted the effect of fainting. Lin Chengze reflexively covered his eyes with his hands and screamed, while Yu Shuinga had already teleported away with the magic eye. First, he went to the beach, cleaned himself up a few times, put the magic eye into the magician's dentures, and then apparat back to his home. What? Blind again? At noon, Yu Shuinga received a call from Yu Qingshan. This call was obviously not for gossip, but to ask her if she had any good things that she wanted to borrow to make amends to the Lin family. Yu Shuinga pretended to be so angry that he laughed on the phone. Have they ever thought that it was the Lin family who offended someone? Why do they always blame Xuanhuan when something goes wrong? Isn't it enough that our family compensated a level 1 prop? Do they know how much a level 1 prop is worth? Considering that Yu Xuanhuan might be listening nearby, she deliberately spoke louder than usual, as if she was extremely angry and had lost her composure, and her voice revealed a bit of grievance and heartache. Yu Shuinga thought that if he participated in an acting program, he would be able to get a high score from the instructor no matter what. Although he retired from the entertainment industry after his rebirth, he still had to practice his acting skills every now and then. After she finished speaking up for Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Shuinga finally talked about business. She didn't just complain and not do anything, but said seriously, I have signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau, so forget about my God-given talent. I can only help you find internal ways to buy equipment or potions. The Lin family will pay for it themselves, and they will only accept gold. This is the limit of what I can do. After hanging up the phone, Yu Xuanhuan, who had been listening on the phone, breathed a sigh of relief. He was full of gratitude towards Yu Shuinga. He looked at the Lin family members opposite him, and his attitude became tougher. What my sister said is the attitude of our Yu family. Do you want to check if you have offended anyone? You have seen the properties of that magic eye. If I put it on the market, someone will buy it even if I offer a price of hundreds of millions. Not to mention hundreds of millions. If you can spend 500 million to buy a prop that can go back in time and read minds, I will do anything for you. I have done my best in this matter. Although the Lin family members still looked furious, they were actually just acting. They were also worried inside. Could it be that Lin Chengze really had offended someone? Otherwise, why are everything fine, but Lin Chengze is in trouble? Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party is coming for the demon eye, but no matter what, this matter cannot be blamed on Yu Xuanhuan. The other party returned to the Su family last night. They used the Lin family's authority to adjust the surveillance in the morning. Yu Xuanhuan never came back after leaving the apartment. This was obviously the work of the player. They couldn't help but regret why they didn't force Lin Chengze to go home. The matter just ended there. Although Yu Xuanhuan did not offer any compensation, he promised that if he could get any eyeball-like props in the game later, he would help Lin Chengze get them so that he could see again. During this period, Lin Chengze would stay in his apartment, and he would send someone to take care of him. After a combination of soft and hard tactics, the Lin family seemed to have reluctantly agreed to the settlement, but in fact they were sighing in their hearts that Yu Xuanhuan was indeed a kind person. But the Lin family suppressed the situation, but the Su family started to make a fuss. Su Yitong has a strong desire for control. Although she didn't put anyone directly around Yu Xuanhuan, someone would report Yu Xuanhuan's whereabouts to her every now and then. She wouldn't report in detail what he did every day, but she had to know the general movements. Opening a studio or making friends were all small things in Su Yitong's view. But what was the report this week? Yu Xuanhuan offended the Lin family but reconciled with them. Su Yitong didn't care about such trivial matters. She cared about that super magic eye. Such a good thing. You give it to the Su family. Su Yitong had never used a bad word since she was a child, but at this moment, she shouted, fuck, without any instruction. It can check what a person has done recently and can even read their mind. Even if you offend the Liang family, the Su family can handle this kind of thing for you. Do you know how much benefit an item with this skill can bring to us? You could keep it for yourself, but you use it to appease the Lin family? What level of the Lin family is worthy of your apology? Even if you have offended the Liang family, if you hand over the magic eye to our Su family, we will not only keep you safe, but also give you anything you want. And what does it have to do with you that the guy surnamed Lin got his eyes dug out? Maybe they offended someone somewhere. Yu Shuinga knew it, and you still apologize to them. And your sister. Why didn't you tell me last time that there was such a channel to buy equipment? Su Yitong became angrier and angrier as she spoke. She didn't mind revealing that she had sent people to investigate the whole matter. Yu Xuanhuan sat on the sofa with his head propped up, staring at the floor and silently listening to Su Yitong's rare cursing. Su Beige on the side kept looking at Yu Xuanhuan with a cold face. When Su Yitong was finally tired of scolding him, Su Beige said to Yu Xuanhuan, You don't trust our Su family? This was a statement that left no room for Yu Xuanhuan to refute. Yu Xuanhuan did not think of refutation. He sighed, closed his eyes, and leaned back on the sofa. His voice was filled with fatigue. Have you ever brought me to any core meeting related to the game? Even after I helped you buy nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, you still excluded me from the big things. How can you expect me to trust you? Su Yitong and Su Beige were both silent. This was the fact, and no matter how shameless they were, they couldn't refute it. In their eyes, Yu Xuanhuan was indeed an outsider. Coupled with that useless God-given talent, Yu Xuanhuan was just lucky to have something worth showing off. This was also the reason why they let Yu Xuanhuan develop without having to invest too much in training him, but who knows, there might be a surprise at any time. Who knew it was really a surprise? He was happy that this person was really lucky to get such a powerful item. He was surprised that the item was given to someone else in a blink of an eye. However, this incident also made Su Yitong realize one thing, that Yu Xuanhuan was indeed generous to people he trusted. Anyway, she knew that she couldn't give the magic eye to the people under her command. From this point of view, Yu Xuanhuan is still a man of affection and loyalty. Chapter 74, Loyal and Righteous Yu Xuanhuan. The affectionate and righteous Yu Xuanhuan didn't dare to open his eyes, for he was afraid that tears would flow as soon as he opened his eyes. He did give the magic eye away, but he planned to take it back quietly in a few days. He planned it well. If there was a fourth internal test on February 22nd, he would use the money he had to buy skills, one for camouflage and one for attack, and then he would dig the magic eye back as soon as the game was over. Who knew someone would intercept us halfway, and so efficiently? After giving the magic eye to Lin Qingze, the brothers have been together all the time. He didn't even go home during those days. Last night was the first time they went home separately. He thought that the internal test would start at 2 a.m. on the 22nd. He couldn't still be hanging around outside on the 21st. What if the Su family had any big move, and he wasn't at home and missed it? Unexpectedly, something happened in the early morning of the 21st. The magic eye is gone. Men don't shed tears easily, but when Yu Xuanhuan thought of that evil eye, he was overwhelmed with sadness and he really wanted to cry. He had been busy for half a year trying to get the magic eye. He didn't dare to look for help or tell anyone. He planned step by step on his own and finally killed 2 people before he got it. He had planned to bring the magic eye into the game during the internal test to see if it could be installed painlessly. If not, he would go to the hospital for an eye removal surgery and then come back to install it himself. Who knew that plans could not keep up with changes? One wrong step leads to all wrong. When he thought of the magic eye, he thought of his God-given talent. If most of his God-given talent had not been wasted, he would not have gone to such lengths to plot the magic eye. When he thought of his wasted God-given talent, he remembered that the main purpose of his playing the game in the first place was to heal his half-wasted injuries. The experiences of this year came to his mind, and Yu Xuanhuan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He covered his face and cried silently, with tears dripping through his fingers. Su Beige, not really not. Su Yitong, are you really crying? It wasn't that the brother and sister felt guilty, but it seemed like they were the ones who had excluded people first. They all have a problem. They are usually very nice to their subordinates. Whether it is winning people's hearts or stealing other people's girlfriends, the Su family is naturally good at it. But once they become family members, they tend to slack off. They themselves are aware of this problem. Their parents have told them about it countless times. Normally, they were more generous to their subordinates than to their relatives from other branches, so they were naturally more casual towards Yu Xuanhuan, the person who married into the family. Su Beige and Su Yitong looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Yu Xuanhuan's luck was indeed amazing. He was able to get the magic eye this time. Next time, if the Su family helped, he might be able to get something better. The brother and sister walked to both sides of Yu Xuanhuan tacitly and sat down to comfort him. They even apologized to him, saying that they were wrong in this matter and that they would treat him as a member of the Su family in the future and would let him participate in decision-making when there was something. However, beneath his palm, Yu Xuanhuan's eyes were cold and vicious. If Yu Xuange was here, she would probably laugh out loud. She was so good to Yu Xuanhuan, but just because she didn't give him her all, Yu Xuanhuan hated her and even resented her. He thought she was selfish, so he schemed against her in every way. After Su Yitong treated him like this in this life, it would be strange if he could still cooperate with the Su family like he did in his previous life. In his previous life, Yu Xuanhuan became a player very early on and was evenly matched with Su Yitong. Even though Su Yitong didn't really like Yu Xuanhuan in the early days of their marriage and just wanted to use the marriage proposal to avoid the possibility of an alliance and treated Yu Xuanhuan like a toy she liked, Yu Xuanhuan's abilities were there. Even if he wouldn't reveal all of his divine talents, Su Yidong knew that his divine talents were no worse than hers, so how could she let go of such a good helper? The Su family would let him participate in all matters, big or small. But in this life, Yu Xuanhuan became a player only after the third internal test. He has a talent level of level 1 but is not even as good as level 1. He is like a waste. It is strange that Su Yitong can pay attention to him. Yu Xuanhuan put down his hand, shook his head with red eyes. It's okay. Don't blame you. It's my God-given talent that has a problem. I can't help you. I understand. He whispered to Su Yitong. Didn't you always ask me what the only God-given talent I can use is? I was embarrassed to say it before. As long as I cook for others and the diners feel happy after eating the food I cook, I will be lucky for a while. He looked at Su Yitong eagerly. Actually, my talent is still useful, right? I can help you. My sister's talent is also related to luck. Since her talent is valued so much by the Special Affairs Bureau, it means that luck is really useful, right? Su Yitong's eyes were gentle. She hugged Yu Xuanhuan and said softly, Of course it's useful. Why didn't you say it earlier? It's very useful. On the other side of the embrace, Su Yitong and Su Beige looked at each other. The brother and sister have a great understanding of each other and can understand each other with just a glance. Get someone to verify it. Good. Yu Xuanhuan hugged Su Yitong and looked at the curtains with cold eyes. As soon as he said it, he knew Su Yitong would come to investigate, and in the past 6 months, apart from being busy with the demon eye, he was also looking for props or skills that could disguise his God-given talent. Chameleon T-Pet. Level 1. The skin it sheds can conceal or forge any information, including character panel information, item information, and skill information. It lasts for 7 natural days and cannot be seen through by any props or skills of level 1 or below. It needs to be watered with good tea every day. When the T-Pet is satisfied, it can shed its skin once every natural day, and each skin can modify one piece of information. Note that the quality of the tea may affect the shed time. Even the top-grade tea in the real world is just ordinary to magic props. He irrigated it for 3 months before he got 12 T-Pet shed skins. After making sure that the output efficiency of the T-Pet shed skins could fully cover his daily needs, he had been waiting for an opportunity to open his heart to Su Yitong. Su Yitong and Su Beige came to him angrily to settle the score, but their anger disappeared when they left, and they also left a set of equipment for Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan opened his character panel, a pale blue light curtain that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. He took out a layer of T-Pet shed skin as thin as a cicada's wing and gently covered his only glowing God-given talent with it. Skill 5. People who cook delicious food will have good luck. Passive. The God of Cookery's mission is to make every diner happy. As long as the diners feel happy after eating the dishes you cook, you will become lucky for a period of time. The happier the diners are, the luckier you will be. With the idea that his skills might be restored in the future, Yu Xuanhuan also modified Skill 4. Yeah? Look, friend, there's a pot here. Skill 4. There is nothing that a meal can't solve. Mark a diner and convert their negative emotions into luck points. The luck points are the same as the number of God of Cookery dishes the diner has tasted today. I don't know if it was influenced by Yu Xuanga, but when Yu Xuanhuan disguised his skill information, he subconsciously linked their effects with luck. Chapter 75. Game Invasion. Yu Xuanga doesn't know about Yu Xuanhuan's outrageous actions yet, but even if she doesn't know, she won't underestimate Yu Xuanhuan. It was true that she agreed to help the Lin family. Why wouldn't she do something that could make money? Wasn't it just purchasing on behalf of others? After she dug out Lin Cheng's eyes, the things that happened between her and Lin Chengza in the previous life were over. She didn't have the habit of wiping out an entire family. Her biggest enemies from the beginning to the end were Yu Xuanhuan, Su Yidong, Liang Yuchuan, Han Qianshan, Han Qianhai, the Su family, the Liang family, the Han family, and anyone who had bullied her before. As Yu Xuanga thought about it, he was stunned. The list of enemies was too long, like a list of dishes. However, she did not intend to attack the Lin family. She would take revenge when she had grudges to take. She would not let Yu Xuanhuan and the others die too easily. Correspondingly, for those whose crimes did not deserve the death penalty, she would at most make their lives worse than death. Yu Xuanga touched his forehead, fearing that a red mole similar to the ones on Bodhisattva and Tathagata would suddenly appear there. She is still too kind. TSK. She stood in the backyard looking at the silvery full moon in the sky. She thought she would be excited and fanatical when this day came, but when the moment really came, her mood was as calm as a lake. Gorgeous red lines slowly emerged in the full moon and quickly spread across the moon. She pulled out her cell phone and checked the time. And then in an instant, the 1 jumped to 2. Yu Shuinga counted silently to 22 seconds in his mind. A mechanical note sounded in my mind. Byte. The game, World of Warcraft, Fear Rift, is officially launched. Server Earth, linked successfully. Server, Zealand, connected successfully. Welcome players to World of Warcraft, Fear Rift. Each player can draw their own God-given talent. It is detected that the player has the God-given talent of Immortal God Stealer and God Eater Sniper. Character panel function officially launched. Chat channel function enabled. Auction house function is enabled. Achievement function enabled. Map function enabled. Team function enabled. Duplicate function enabled. Email function enabled. It is detected that a player has completed the upgrade, and the ranking function is enabled. Ding! Player Yu Shuinga enters the top 10 of the wealth list. You can choose whether to hide the information. Whether. Yu Shuinga skillfully skipped the long list of prompts and directly chose yes. After the system goes online, everyone will use their own name recognized by the world. Those with ID cards will use their ID cards, and those without ID cards will be defaulted to the name they are most commonly called by. She opened her character panel again. After the character panel was officially opened, in addition to the 4 main attributes of strength, physique, intelligence, and agility, the previously gray advanced magic attributes also lit up, such as critical hit rate, critical hit damage, movement speed, hit rate, dodge rate, cooldown reduction, life recovery, etc., as many as a dozen types. These cannot be increased, but rely on the magic bonus of equipment to increase. There are 3 more dots in the lower right corner of the light blue screen. Clicking them will expand functions such as team, chat channel, auction house, ranking, and achievements. She clicked on the chat channel. The character panel screen shrank until it disappeared, and the chat channel screen enlarged. The lower left corner allows you to switch channels. She switched to the world channel. The screen was filled with various languages and was quickly replaced by new information. Each sentence stayed on the screen for no more than 1 second. The information was refreshed too quickly, and the various texts were even distorted, giving people a feeling of spiritual pollution. She switched to Huaxia, and the screen refreshed at the same speed, and she could only barely recognize the Chinese characters on it. She switched to City, still couldn't see clearly. All she could say was that there were just too many Chinese people. She cuts to nearby. Happy Chogua. Hi? Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yu Shuinga. Yu Shuinga closed it silently, too lazy to pay attention. Yu Shuinga felt the teleportation array she had set up on Zealand Star and found it was still in a teleportation state. She felt relieved and then picked up the cat's bed on the ground. She was already smiling before she touched it because she had already seen the red light emanating from the cat's bed. This was the magical energy left over from the invasion of another world, and it was the same color as the magic lines in the full moon. Meow Meow Hotel, level place it at the door of your home. It has a chance to attract stray animals to visit. After the animal stays overnight, if you treat it sincerely, it will leave you one of its favorite recent collections as a thank you gift. She placed the cat bed deep inside the cat villa. Although items can also use binding stones, after use, no creature except the binder can touch the bound items or equipment. This cat bed will only be effective when used by the cat. Yu Shuinga can only put it here for now. He will take it with him when he goes out in the future and let the Meow Meow Hotel open when he is at home. Yu Shuinga walked to the glass room on the 2nd floor. The floor was full of things, including weapons, antique iron pots, durian, and a statue lying on the ground. They were all collected by her during this period. Although she didn't know the principle of mutation, she still took them all out to ensure that they were exposed to the air during the period of alien invasion, so that they could feel the magical energy generated by the alien invasion. Just by watching Meow Meow Hotel, you can tell that mutation is a matter of a second. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it fails, it doesn't. In order to avoid any changes, she directly started the exploration, and then stepped forward to put the weapons and items that displayed the equipment information into the game backpack, and threw the remaining ordinary weapons that had not mutated directly into the storage box next to it. After dealing with these, she opened the door of the safe house again, and saw an oval light curtain about 2 meters high in the corner. The light curtain was a very light purple, and the level was no more than 10. Very good, there is a copy too. After confirming all this, Yu Shuinga hummed a tune and went downstairs. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua should be here soon. While waiting, the first thing she checked was the pair of meteorite desert eagles that she was most concerned about. Embers, legendary. Every bullet fired from this weapon shines like a falling meteorite. Bonus attributes: agility, constitution, strength. Magic attribute: critical damage, skill damage. Legendary skill: Ruthless Fury. After use, every bullet you shoot will be covered in rage and fire damage. The duration is 1 minute and the cooldown time is 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: agility and strength. The same goes for the other Desert Eagle. There is only a slight difference. The skill damage of the second magic attribute is changed to movement speed. What Yu Xuanga was most satisfied with was not the attributes, but the equipment requirements of these two weapons. It is a rare attribute requirement, no level requirement. This is the most valuable attribute for her, which means that as long as she has enough attributes, she can use it. Based on the average initial attribute value of 7, this equipment actually requires a character level of around 21 in terms of stealth. If the attributes of other equipment are combined, the requirement will be even lower. This is the value of equipment that only requires 2 attributes to meet the standard before it can be worn. What Yu Xuanga is least afraid of is the attribute requirements. Without hesitation, she used the binding stone to bind the 2 guns to herself and place them in the magician's dentures for safekeeping. This will be her most precious equipment in the near future, and she conservatively estimates that she will be able to equip it before reaching level 10. The auction house does have level 20 legendary equipment of this level and requirements, but it costs at least several thousand gold. With this money, she might as well buy skills or learn professional recipes. Equipment bought with real-world currency is no different from picking it up for free. Chapter 76. Get Rich. After seeing the weapon she was most looking forward to, she did not rush to count how many things had mutated, but instead took out the durian shell she bought in Sawadika in a magical and strange way. Durian shell. Level an ominous object that emits a strange fragrance. It produces a piece of pulp every day. After eating it, the luck value will increase within 2 hours. The more pulp you eat, the longer the duration. A very plump piece of durian flesh has appeared on the palm-sized durian shell. She leaned in to smell it, and it smelled the same as Muzang King. Durian? Yu Xuanhuan really likes to eat it. I just don't know whether this luck will be displayed on the panel. Just as she was thinking about it, the doorbell rang. Yu Xuanga put the durian away. She didn't plan to expose this thing to the Yu family before she understood its effect. There would be plenty of opportunities to give them both some in the future. Yu Xuanga quickly ran to the backyard and put the cat bed into his backpack, then ran back to open the door for Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa. When she went downstairs, she turned on the detection function of her pocket watch and checked all the visible items in the house to make sure that nothing had mutated. As soon as Ichiogwa entered the room, he started to say, "Oh my god, has everyone become a player? Will the money be useless soon? Should we spend it quickly?" Yu Xuanga went to the bar and poured 2 drinks for the 2 of them, then made himself a cup of coffee and brought them to the living room. Since becoming depressed, Yu Qingshan has not only become less talkative, but his entire temperament has also changed. He used to give people the impression of a gentle and elegant professor, but recently he has turned into a melancholy middle-aged prince. Ichiogwa doesn't even dare to let him out, saying that he has been too handsome recently and she is afraid that he will seduce young girls outside. He sat there quietly drinking tea and listening to Ichiogwa and Yu Xuanga chattering, occasionally saying a word or two. But Yu Xuanga was sure that Yu Qingshan, the old silver coin, activated his lie detector skills after entering the house, because his mana value began to drop slowly after he entered the house. Yu Xuanga added them as friends and said, "If you still have money, just spend it recently. I also feel that my money is going to collapse, but I'm fine. I don't have much money left, only more than 10 million, which I can spend in the next few days." Ichiogwa was worried. She asked, "What should I buy to be safe? Equipment? Or medicine or something?" Yu Xuanga said without hesitation, "Gold. If you have money, just stock up on it. I know people in the Special Affairs Bureau who use gold to exchange for coins in the game. You can also ask Xuanhuan. The Su family's information is definitely more reliable than mine. Ask them what preserves their value." Yu Qingshan frowned and said, "Do you have any connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Can you exchange for something more valuable? Skills or something like that?" "Wow, pretty clever." Yu Xuanga did not refuse. "Sure, but this will definitely involve kickbacks, and they only accept gold. Can you accept that?" Yu Qingshan only had 13 mana points left. He quickly asked, "How many gold coins can I buy a more powerful skill?" Yu Xuanga gave a rough range. Level 1 skill costs 50 gold, level 2 skill costs 300 gold, and the fluctuation is huge. Level 3 skill costs even more, and it's possible to cost tens of thousands. Yu Qingshan asked, "How do I change the gold coins?" According to the contract, Yu Xuanga cannot help other forces in the game to exchange gold coins in large quantities, but it does not count as a breach of contract if she sells her own gold coins. However, she does not want to help Yu Qingshan to exchange them, as he will take advantage of her if she keeps exchanging them. She said, the Special Affairs Bureau has a redemption method, but the Special Affairs Bureau takes a cut. There are redemption methods that take 10%, and there are redemption methods that take 30%. If you are willing, I can recommend you to join the Special Affairs Bureau, and you can get more discounts. Ichiogwa immediately asked, can I join? Yu Xiong'e, sure. Although Ichiogwa's talent was not special, the Special Affairs Bureau was short of people, and as long as he signed the contract, he would be one of them. Yu Qingshan shook his head solemnly. No, Sun Huan is now a member of the Su family. It doesn't matter if you are alone, but it's no big deal for me to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Xiong'e was not surprised by Yu Qingshan's reaction. Yu Qingshan, what about you? Can you exchange it for gold coins? Yu Xiong'e, okay, but the way I go is very expensive and not worth it. Do you have a lot of money? At this point, Yu Qingshan's mana had already returned to 0. He canceled the skill with regret and said, we have saved the money you gave us over the years and have not been willing to spend it. We still have more than 30 million. Yu Xiong'e smiled, but didn't say whether she believed it or not. She said, let's exchange it for gold first. My method is 300 gold for 1 gold coin. You can go ask Xuanhuan if he has any connections. Compare more and then decide. You won't lose out if you hold the gold. I cooked a meal and patiently chatted with them for half an hour before finally sending them away. Yu Xiong'e then closed the door and began to take inventory of the props or equipment that he had successfully mutated. First of all, there were 3 items that were intercepted from the Yu family's treasury at that time: a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and a jade pendant. These 3 things were all seen on Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan in the previous life. Now taking a look, they have indeed transformed into equipment. They are also the rarest types of jewelry. All 3 are legendary, and the equipment requirements are all above level 10, level 10 purple jewelry equipment, with good attributes and a market price of around 800 gold. A conservative estimate is that all 3 pieces can be sold for more than 2,400. Although the attributes of these 3 equipment are good, there is nothing special about them. She does not plan to wear them herself as it will be easy to be exposed. She can get them to Zilangsing and sell them, or sell them to Lanqing, which will also make Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan heartbroken. But she does not intend to risk this loophole. There are many ways to make them heartbroken, and this one is not a big deal. Among the 8 iron pots obtained by Su's restaurant, 1 was mutated. An old iron pot, level an iron pot that has witnessed the rise and fall of a restaurant for 100 years. When cooking with it, there is a chance of having an inspiration and understanding the old chef's unique skills. There is also a 20% chance that the dishes produced will be more delicious. She put the unmutated iron pot aside and destroyed it another day. The statue of the Liang family's great-grandfather is amazing. An ancestor, level after touching the statue and praying devoutly, you can increase the upper limit of health by 10 and the upper limit of mana by 10, which lasts for 10 minutes. This effect can only take effect once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player's surname is Liang, an additional 10 damage will be added, and the duration is 15 minutes. Yu Xiong'e had never touched this thing in her previous life. She had only seen it during team battles. This thing was only allowed to be touched by the core members of the Liang family, but it fell into her hands in this life. Yu Xiong'e laughed so hard that her mouth was sore. This thing is too special. There is also an introduction to the ancestor's life under the statue. As long as the Liang family does not want to be laughed at by people in the market, they will definitely buy it back. However, its properties are top-notch for any team, and someone will definitely spend a lot of money to fight for it. It is impossible for the Liang family to buy it without spending a lot of money. But unfortunately, now is not the time to sell them. We have to give them time to grow and save money, otherwise it will be a big loss if we can't sell them at a good price. Chapter 77 Copy. As for the 60 bows, crossbows, and swords with historical stories that she collected at a huge price in Gangqing, people in Gangqing laughed at her and said that she was being taken advantage of. After all, the best firearms would not cost 8 figures, but this weapon collector was willing to spend money comparable to antiques to collect these things. But the result was good. 31 pieces were mutated. It was worth the billions Yu Xiong'e spent. 10 pieces of blue equipment, 4 pieces of purple equipment. They are all level 5 rare blue equipment. You can make a lot of money whether you keep them for yourself or sell them. She picked and chose, and picked out a longbow that required dual attributes. Kill them all rare. Bonus attributes: agility and constitution. Magic attributes: attack speed, critical damage. Equipment requirements: agility and strength. According to the attribute point requirements, this is an equipment of about level 8, but Yu Xiong'e's agility is 25 and strength is 17 without wearing any equipment, so the difference is not that big. As for the 15 attribute points gap, she can easily reach the requirement by equipping herself with equipment that increases agility and strength. Among the 4 purple equipment, 3 of them explicitly require the character to be above level 20 to equip them. The most special one, which only requires 2 attributes to meet the requirements, happens to be the most special shield. The most expensive equipment in a team is often not the weapon, but the shield that needs to be placed in the front to block the monster's skills. For the same level 20 purple equipment, the price of weapons fluctuates between 1,000 and 2,000 depending on the attributes. Jewelry can be sold for more than 2,000, and the starting price of shields is 2,005. This is the difference. With this batch of weapons, even if we don't count the 27 blue items, Yu Xuanga would make back his investment and earn a lot of money just from these 4 purple items. Although none of it can be converted into cash at the moment, she is not short of money. As for key strategic resources such as shields that can affect the success rate of the game, she will naturally sell them to their opponents. She put all the weapons into a custom display case, closed the door and put them into her gaming backpack. Store the durian shell in the refrigerator and wait for it to slowly produce the flesh. After sorting these out, Yu Xuanga went upstairs and took out the costume from the closet that had accompanied him through a whole year of wandering in his previous life. Did you make money today, rare level? Bonus attribute, agility. Magic attributes, movement speed hidden. Equipment requirements, agility and intelligence. An extremely specialized piece of equipment, its concealment is an extremely rare attribute. It can reduce all the noise she makes. Yu Xuanga relied on this equipment to escape many times in her previous life. Although she was a little disappointed that the dress did not mutate for the better in the hands of its owner, she was already very satisfied. According to the growth rate of her attributes, she would be able to wear the dress soon. Yu Xuanga thought about it for a long time and found that he had become rich overnight, but most of the good things he got from the mutation were useless. She went straight to Zealand Star and bought a few pieces of excellent equipment for less than 1 gold. She increased her agility to 30 and her strength to 25, and successfully equipped, killed all. At this time, her attributes after being fully armed are Health, 800, Mana, 650, Strength 17, Constitution 15, Intelligence, 21, Agility, 25. Emerald Feast, I have already stored up 500 health points by absorbing the health of trees on Zealand Star. I have brought all the potions and have plenty of arrows. Yu Xuanga closed the door of the safe house, took a deep breath, and stepped into the light purple curtain. The copy is an anchor point set up by the alien world, but it is not just a simple army that comes directly here. Instead, it follows the rules and uses a period of alien world history as a framework to project it here. The aliens inside must play out that history. When the copy is refreshed, if they have not been killed yet, they can jump out of the rules and walk into reality from the copy. Blue Star has studied this rule, and they believe it is actually a cultural invasion. Because after players enter the dungeon, they hear what the aliens say and see their actions, and even if they are not interested, they will passively learn about their history. Races like trolls, orcs, and goblins are okay, but races with exquisite looks like blood elves, undead, and night elves are easy to attract people's favor. Most of them are people whose values are determined by their appearance. Moreover, each race has a glorious, touching, or inspirational history. This is a subtle spiritual invasion. The reason why Zealand Star invaded Blue Star is that the resources in their world are too scarce. Blue Star has only a few billion talents, while Zealand Star has hundreds of billions of residents. Some of them are immortal and can live for hundreds of years. The undead are even more troublesome as they can continue to live after death. The magic energy is almost exhausted, so they set their sights on the Blue Star, where magic has not yet been developed. Although the Blue Star is small in area, its magic is more than 100 times denser than that of the Zealand Star. They want to cooperate with the Blue Star to achieve a win-win situation. Humans can sign a contract to join them and cooperate with them. In the later period, many players did betray the Blue Star. The dungeon that Yu Xuanga has entered now is a history of the war between the trolls and the undead. It is a level 3 dungeon. Most of the alien races in it are level 3, and the highest level leader is only level 4. One needs to survive for more than 45 natural days before entering the Blue Star. As for the dungeon in the apartment in the city center, the alien races in it are all around level 10, and one needs to survive for 150 natural days before entering the Blue Star. These are all dungeons carefully selected by Yu Xuanga based on her God-given talents in this life. They can not only allow her to level up, but also to brush equipment. The copy is also very safe. After the player enters the copy and starts attacking the first monster, the copy entrance will be closed and other players can no longer enter. Once she leaves the copy will be restarted, the dead aliens will be refilled, and the survival time of the aliens that have not been killed will be recorded. If there is no friendly team with resurrection skills, everyone is really dead when they die. In her previous life, Yushuanga had come here 3 or 4 times. She wanted to vomit blood every time she came. When she thought that this villa was given to Yu Xuanhuan by her heart ached. Every time Yu Xuanhuan brought her here to play the game, she had to say thank you. Stepping into the dungeon-like curtain, Yu Xuanga appeared in a dense forest. She didn't know much about this history. She only knew that it was a small battle. The troll camp was in the south, the undead soldiers' camp was in the north, and there were a few scouts in the forest. Yu Xuanga activated the hunting eye, and then used the illusion spell and began to explore the way. A few minutes later, she found her target. Troll Scout, level 3 HP, 350. He drew the bow and aimed, used push shot, released the bowstring, and the arrow hit the scout's back of the head, pushing him off the tree and stunning him for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough time for Yushuanga to shoot the second arrow. With her current agility of 51, even without using any skills, she can take away 180 points of the scout's health with 1 arrow. If she wasn't worried about the scout making a sound, she wouldn't even need to use push shot. Yushuanga cleared out the troll minions along the way and encountered a troll patrol team on the way, but she had 2 group attack skills, Explosive Arrow and Rain of Hate, and wiped out the enemy in less than 30 seconds. It's just that the mana consumption is a bit too much. Explosive Arrow uses 100 mana each time, and Rain of Hate uses more, requiring 250 mana. Yushuanga slowly adjusted the rhythm, using Shadow Control to release a shadow, letting it go to the front to attract monsters and draw their hatred, while he slowly shot from the back, occasionally using explosive arrows. Combined with his God-given talent that guaranteed a critical hit every 7 hits, Yushuanga's efficiency in killing monsters alone was no lower than when he and Yu Xuanhuan and a group of people came together to kill monsters in his previous life. Chapter 78. Crooked Sister. Yushuanga entered the dungeon at 3 a.m. and played until 6 a.m. before he killed all 300 troll soldiers in the troll camp. The most thrilling moment came when she was trapped in a corner by more than 20 trolls. She resisted the urge to teleport away and directly activated the sharpshooter skill. I'm terribly strong now. Every arrow instantly turned into a magic arrow, and she would make a critical hit from time to time. In less than a minute, she wiped out the team. However, the drop rate of this game is still disgusting. Even if Yushuanga's luck value is 10, not every monster will drop anything. After killing 300 level 3 trolls, she only picked up 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins. There is still 1 level 5 troll leader and 5 level 4 guards around him in this camp. But Yushuanga couldn't hold on any longer, so she stayed up all night again. She was going to go out for a meal and take a rest before coming back, even if she had to start over. It was all about leveling up and improving her skills, so killing anyone didn't matter. However, as soon as I left the dungeon, I received a friend request from Yu Xuanhuan. After the game functions are fully functional, the function of adding friends is added. However, there are too many people with the same name. If you want to add the person you really want to add, you can either look for them one by one by looking at the avatars. Everyone's avatar is a photo of themselves, or add friends face-to-face with friends. If you meet new friends, you can also click on the other person's game name to add them in the chat channel. There are not many people with the same name as Yushuanga, only a few dozen. Yu Xuanhuan probably found her by looking through her profile pictures. Yushuanga clicked yes and took a look at his mobile phone. Wow, there were 17 missed calls. There are Yu Xuanhuan's and Su Yitong's. The official invasion of the game disrupted the plans of many people. Most people had previously thought that February 22nd would be the 4th internal test, and no one expected that the game would come directly into reality. The Su family had been planning to buy equipment and potions in the game to equip their team, but now it seems that there is nowhere to buy them. The more than 900 belts and 1,000 bottles of primary healing potions that they had hoarded before suddenly became precious. 1 hour after the game came out, the Su family had already discovered the existence of copies under their own property. Young people have all played the game to some extent. If today's reality is a huge gaming field, then copies represent wealth. They only roughly counted and found 12 copies. The Su family immediately organized people to enter the copy. However, the person sent into the copy to gather information died in less than 10 minutes. The Su family sent another team in to find the man's body and bring it out. After trying various methods, they found that the dead could not be resurrected. This made the Su family act much more cautiously. After exploring more than 100 copies found under their own property, the Su family picked out the lowest level copy, a level 2 copy. Although this low-level copy can only accommodate 20 people at most, it is enough. The monsters in it are only level 2, and 20 players can beat the monsters to death one by one. What's more, the Su family equipped everyone with guns and armor. It is not as good as game equipment, but it is better than nothing. However, the monsters also deal high damage. Even if the player is wearing armor, he can lose 40 points of health in one hit, and will die if he is hit twice more. Even though the Su family's main purpose in this copy is not to upgrade but to collect information, they can advance slowly and retreat to the back and recover slowly when their health is insufficient. However, if they don't want their subordinates to think that the Su family does not value their lives, they have to distribute potions to people so that they can save their lives at critical moments. There were only about 100 monsters in a small dungeon, and it took 3 hours to complete it. The profit was less than 10 silver coins. No equipment dropped, and they used more than 200 bottles of potions. It's a big loss. After leaving the dungeon, everyone analyzed and decided that in order to maximize benefits, it would be best if no more than 10 people entered the dungeon each time. Otherwise, everyone would not get much experience. But this meant that sufficient potions were needed as a backup. The Su family also recruited players who had studied alchemy in advance, but because of the theft of the Su family's treasury, they spent most of their energy on alchemy potions, and the stocks of primary healing potions and primary mana potions were running low. Su Yitong and Su Beige both thought of the promise Yu Xuanga had made to the Lin family for Yu Xuanhuan, and wanted Yu Xuanga to help them make the connection. Not only did they want potions, they also wanted equipment. Yu Xuanga listened to Yu Xuanhuan's words silently. As for equipment, it is impossible. Giving the Su family more than 900 belts is already the limit. There is no pit to be dug for equipment in other parts. A similar situation occurs with boots, but the production efficiency of shoes is not as good as that of belts. The price cannot be reduced too much, and the pit cannot be too much. Yu Xuanga had been waiting for the Su family to come to her and trick her. She said patiently, "I asked about the equipment last night. The other party doesn't have that much game currency. If you have game currency, I can try to talk to him. I can find someone to buy the primary healing potion for you. Someone has stockpiled a lot of it. You can buy it with gold, but are you sure you want it now? The price won't be low at this time. It's not cost-effective." The phone was on speakerphone. Su Yitong and Su Beige were standing by the phone. Yu Xuanhuan glanced at their expressions and continued to ask, "What's the price of the primary healing potion and the primary mana potion?" Yu Xuanga, "If you use the game currency, it's 5 silver coins per bottle, but if it's gold, I bought it for 100 gold per bottle before, but it must be more than that price now. How many bottles do you want? I'll ask for you. If you need it urgently, I can give you 3 bottles first." Su Yitong pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience running out. She took the phone and spoke in the same gentle voice as usual. "Sun Go, this is Yitong." Yu Xuanga stopped playing dumb and said, "Oh, your Su family wants it? That's a lot, right? How much do you want? I can go and talk to you, or I can just give you the other party's phone number and you can go and talk to them yourself." Yu Xuanga's frankness and straightforwardness caught Su Yitong and Su Beige off guard. They thought that this man wanted to make a profit by being a middleman and take the opportunity to rip them off. Su Yitong secretly sighed at Yu Xuanga's tactfulness. She patiently said politely, "If that's the case, that's great. Thank you. I'll remember this favor." Yu Xuanga reported Zhao Shuaing's phone number and reminded him, "These are people from the Special Affairs Bureau. Doing business with them does not mean you have to join them. In fact, the officials are easy to talk to." After hanging up the phone, she crossed her arms and stared at the phone, waiting. Is Zhao Shuaing a serious businessman? No. Then he would be the king if he was sent to Myanmar. In less than 5 minutes, Su Yitong called again. Su Yitong's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, sister, have you eaten?" Yu Xuanga. The speed of changing one's expression is really fast. This was the first time in Su Yitong's 2 lifetimes that she called her sister. It was disgusting. Chapter 79, Aren't you afraid of being beaten for offering this price? Su Yitong had no choice. After she hung up the phone, she immediately dialed the number given by Yu Xuanga, and then got a price of 300 gold in exchange for a bottle of primary healing potion from Zhao Shuaing. Yu Xuanga is so mean. For a bottle of something that costs 1 silver coin, she offered 100 gold coins, which is 50 times more. Zhao Shuaing's case was even darker. It was unknown whether she was certain that these big families were willing to spend money and were eager to expand their influence, or whether they simply did not want to sell, so she directly increased the price by 150 times. Not to mention equipment. The equipment that sells for 1 gold in the auction house is sold for 2 kilograms of gold. 10,000 kilograms of gold for a piece of equipment? At first glance, it doesn't seem expensive. Any piece of jewelry Su Yitong owns costs more than this price. but she has more than 1,000 people under her. Even if each person only has one piece, it will cost 2,000 kilograms of gold. Moreover, she has played games before. This kind of primary equipment will be eliminated soon. The speed of renewal is much faster than that of Apple. In the future, no one will pick it up if it is thrown on the ground. 500,000 yuan only adds a few attribute points. It's better to eat a cooking dish. The person Yu Xuanhuan was looking for at the time had a belt that only cost 1 pound of gold. He could buy it if he gritted his teeth and just treat it as a benefit to his subordinates to win their hearts. After hearing the offer, Su Yitong couldn't help but say, "Are you really from the Chinese Special Affairs Bureau? Not from the Burmese Special Affairs Bureau?" Zhao Shuang probably heard this question often, so she answered confidently, "Of course, you can still find me on the official website of the Special Affairs Bureau." After hanging up the phone with Zhao Shuang, Su Yitong realized how honest Yu Xuanga was. Yu Xuanga didn't feel happy when Su Yitong called her sister. She asked directly, "Did the negotiation break down?" Su Yitong avoided answering, "What's your price?" "I just sent a message to ask, and they only gave me 500 bottles of primary healing potions and 500 bottles of primary mana potions. Each bottle is 150 gold, no bargaining, but they can give you 50 primary hemostatic bandages. Although the blood-adding effect is not as instant as potions, if there is a wound, after tying the bandage, it can restore 1 point of blood per second, which lasts for 1 minute, and the effect is almost the same." She paused, her voice a little embarrassed. "But if I help you make this deal, you will have to be responsible for solving the problems with my brother and the Lin family. After all, this order cost me a lot of favors, and it was originally intended for the Lin family." Su Yitong glanced at Yu Xuanhuan, who was staring at the phone in a trance, and agreed directly, "No problem." The efficiency of only earning dozens of silver coins in 3 hours directly broke the Su family's mentality. Moreover, compared with the price offered by Zhao Shuang, 150 gold for a bottle of primary healing potion is a sincere price. The price offered by Zhao Shuang is clearly forcing the Su family to cooperate with the official. Prices are chaotic nowadays. As long as you are willing to spend time and energy, you can use cash to buy currency or medicine at a low price from some short-sighted people. Or you can wait for a while, even in a few days, without a week, prices will stabilize, and you may be able to buy these things with cash. However, they can still grit their teeth and wait for the equipment issue. But they must have potions, which are things that can restore health and save lives in emergencies. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. When they are unable to enter the game and purchase resources directly from the game store, they can find a way to exchange game resources with gold. They have to thank Yu Xuanga. "Can't you get the equipment from your side? The price is negotiable." Su Yitong tried to buy more important equipment from Yu Xuanga. Su Beige has already called someone to buy more gold. As early as when the other party only accepted gold transactions when purchasing belt equipment, the Su family began to discuss whether to stockpile more gold. Now it seems that this gold must have something special. It will not be wrong to stockpile more. It is always safer than a currency that is 100% likely to collapse. Yu Xuanga didn't want to sell the Su family's equipment, so she offered a price that the Su family couldn't afford. "I've asked too, and I want to buy it myself." They only accept game currency, not cash or gold. "Well, there is another trading model, but I think it's too uneconomical." Su Yitong, you say. Yu Xuanga, if you don't have game currency, you can use props to exchange. The top props can exchange you for 1,000 small green clothes that you can wear now. Tell me, what's the difference between this and robbery? There is still a difference. The robbery is not so cruel. Su Yitong asked with genuine concern, "Did you offend him?" Yu Xuanga. Finally, Su Yitong talked for a long time before convincing Yu Xuanga to find a way to get her 2,000 bottles of potions, 1,500 bottles of primary healing potions, and 500 bottles of primary mana potions at 150 gold per bottle, and they would buy them. Yu Xuanga seemed to be thinking about her and said, "This price is too high. If you wait a few days, it might be cheaper. In the game, it's 1 silver coin per bottle." Su Yitong said calmly, "Only 600 kilograms of gold." Yu Xuanga shut up. Damn it, she didn't get enough. Where can she find such a sucker? Bottle of potion in exchange for 600 kilograms of gold. The cost was only 20 gold coins, plus some hemostatic bandages that I made when practicing first aid. This kind of low-level product would not have the maker's mark on it, so it was safe to sell to anyone. This way of making money is much faster than exchanging gold for gold coins from the goblins. She was not surprised that Su Yitong was buying potions and equipment everywhere in this life. Some things could be deduced simply by reasoning. In the previous life, Yu Xuanhuan's talent was the most attractive benefit, and it required almost no cost. The talent that had a chance to increase attribute points when eating was enough to attract high-level players to be loyal to the Su family. Moreover, they may start recruiting troops and improving the attributes of the core team after the first internal test. So after the game is officially invaded, even if they don't have equipment and potions for a while, it will not affect their speed run through the dungeon and their rapid rise. But in this life, if the Su family wants to retain these players, they have to provide corresponding benefits. Otherwise, the benefits of the Special Affairs Bureau are also very good. Why don't they join the Special Affairs Bureau and work for your Su family? Yu Xuanga was in a good mood and accepted the friend request from Yu Xuanhuan, Su Yidong, and others. After seeing the friend request from Zhao Shuang, he also accepted it. Zhao Shuang, hi. Yu Sungu? Zhao Shuang, so indifferent. Yu Xuanga, how much do you sell the primary healing potions here? Zhao Shuang, 300 gold per bottle. Yu Xuanga, aren't you afraid of being beaten if you tell them this price? Zhao Shuang, I'm afraid. If we talk face to face, the price will be different. Isn't it through the internet or the phone? Yu Xuanga. However, Yu Xuanga did not regret it. The price of 150 was just right. She did not expect to make a lot of money from this. She just wanted to let the Su family know that she had connections while everyone maintained superficial harmony. Now everyone has become a player, and billions of players are rushing to buy the few primary healing potions on the market. Gold? She didn't make much. Chapter 80AA. In the previous life, although the situation quickly stabilized, the internal test players who knew alchemy would come out to sell the primary healing potions they made, and the official also began to ship large quantities to help all players overcome the initial difficulties. At the same time, modern technology can also produce drugs with therapeutic effects, including injections, tablets, and capsules, in a variety of forms. However, in a market with over 1 billion players, no matter how fast it goes, it will take time. These are not like belts. No matter how rich a person is, each person can only wear one. Most people who buy them will not buy them again. Healing items are consumables. They will be sold out as soon as they are put on the shelves. The market for primary healing potions will be hot for at least half a month. She decided to think of a way to sell Su Yidong some more in the next few days. She also didn't believe that the Su family was really in a desperate situation. After all, the family had started preparing after the first internal test. If alchemy potions were not enough, there were still first aid bandages. If worst came to worst, there were still cooking. All were solutions. This is just right now. She made money, helped Yu Xuanhuan solve the problem with the Lin family, and earned favors from Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong. She also left the Su family with the impression that she has connections. More importantly, she always thinks about them in her words. Where can I find such good relatives? When she thought about how she had cheated them so much, both openly and secretly, and yet they were still grateful to her, Yu Xuanga felt physically and mentally relaxed. She could clearly feel that the pain and hatred in her heart were being healed. Yu Xuanga didn't go out of her way to tell Yu Xuanhuan that she had settled the Lin family's affairs for him. He could find out about this kind of thing on his own, so it would be unnecessary for her to take credit for it. After finishing her breakfast, she put the cat bed into her gaming backpack and drove out, shaking off several people who were following her, and parked the car near the entrance to the dark market. She found a hidden place, used her camouflage skills, and went to Zealand Star. She often made medicine and had no shortage of potions, but wasn't this to make it look like the potion was hard to come by? She took a 50-minute class with the undead female instructor, packed the potions that the Su family wanted into 2 storage boxes, and then returned to Blue Star. In this way, after going through untold hardships, 2,000 bottles of medicine were delivered to the Su family in exchange for 600 kilograms of gold. Although she could use the game's email function to send these things to Su Yitong, she still wanted to pay for the goods, mainly to see if the Su family had any new equipment. After entering the room, she habitually checked Yu Xuanhuan's divine talent. Then he was silenced by his current skills 4 and 5. They are pure and flawless, each one more beneficial to both themselves and others. However, these 2 lines of skill descriptions became illusory after using the detection, and then a black line quickly crossed out the 2 lines of skill descriptions, and a line of solid small characters appeared below, which was the original and most authentic information about the God-given talent skills. Yu Xuanga pretended not to see it. This disguise was probably not to deceive herself, who only saw her once every few days or even weeks. Most likely, he wanted to do something to the Su family. It was not the right time for her to expose it. These are not the point. The point is the red blood drop symbol after the names of Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong. It's just that Yu Xuanhuan's red blood drops appear illusory, while Su Yitong's are more solid. She moved her mind to the blood drop, and with a thought, she searched for detailed information. Unknown curse level. All treatment effects reduced by 5. HP cannot be automatically restored. Contagious. Oh, what curse? Isn't this just that? It's over. It's over. Yu Shuinga tried hard to hold back her laughter, and after exchanging a few words with Su Yitong, Yu Xuanhuan and the others, she declined the Su family's invitation to stay for lunch and left on the grounds that she still had to pay the balance. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would laugh out loud. I don't know if it will escalate as the disease gets more serious. But then I thought about the contagious part. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future, lest these two people find out about this curse and start to retaliate against society and infect everyone around them. I just don't know if Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong discovered it themselves. If they did, that would be fun. But thinking that the drop of blood was as illusory as Skill 4 and Skill 5 of the God of Cookery's talent, she suspected that Yu Xuanhuan had already noticed something was wrong and had hidden the matter first. Putting the matter in her heart and making up her mind to pay close attention to the reactions of the others, she drove away from the Su family. During the drive, she even went to the dark market and wandered around there for 10 minutes before returning home. After putting the cat bed in the backyard, she washed up and lay on the bed, forcing herself to stop and sleep for a few hours. She was waiting for the game invasion early this morning, and she was digging out the magic eye early yesterday morning. By this calculation, she hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Although the body has been digitized, there are still some adverse conditions. Otherwise, how could Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong get sick? Didn't I also fall into severe weakness due to frequent apparition shifts before? Rest. You must rest. After closing his eyes for 5 minutes, he finally fell asleep. But Yu Xuanga's mind flashed that line of explanation, and he woke up with a smile again. Yu Xuanhuan did find something wrong. After the game was officially invaded, he immediately checked his God-given talent to see if a miracle would happen, but he didn't find a miracle. Instead, he discovered an inexplicable curse. Although he didn't know what this unknown curse was, the fact that it was contagious was enough to make Yu Xuanhuan alert. At that time, Su Yitong hurried to find Su Beige and others to discuss how to deal with this situation. Almost the next second after Su Yitong left the room, he used the skin shed by the chameleon T-Pet to hide the curse information. Until dawn, Su Yitong was busy leading his men to conquer the dungeon, while he was absent-mindedly practicing his cooking skills in the kitchen. He wanted to go for a checkup, but the Lin family incident had just happened, and Su Yitong must be keeping a close eye on his whereabouts. He couldn't go to the hospital for a checkup by himself, but he didn't trust his brothers. What if the results of the checkup were a handle? Wouldn't that mean he was sending himself to the door? After thinking it over, he still felt that Yu Qingshan was the most reliable. When Yu Xuinga came just now, he wanted to find an opportunity to talk to her and ask her to bring a tube of her own blood back to Yu Qingshan, but Yu Xuinga was too busy and didn't even have time to sit down and drink water, let alone talk to him privately. The more Yu Xuanhuan thought about it, the more he couldn't sit still. Was he the only one who had this curse? It was a pity that he didn't have any exploration items or skills. Thinking of the game, he directly sent a private message to Yu Qingshan. Yu Xuanhuan, Dad, what are you doing? Yu Qingshan, looking for a copy. Yu Xuanhuan, can you come to the Su family? Yu Qingshan, what's wrong? What happened? Yu Xuanhuan didn't have time to reply because Su Yitong brought someone into the room, saying that the person was her friend and introduced them to each other. However, Yu Xuanhuan knew very well that Su Yitong had hired someone to investigate Yu Xuanhuan's divine talent. The so-called friend was just a fig leaf to avoid hurting feelings.